Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get their work in, man. Let's go.
Great day. Great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Beneath the light of a full moon, we begin day 4
Where?
of Texans training camp. Right up there,
there
in
it
the
is.
sky. It's up in the sky.
I saw it in my periphery.
Yeah. Yeah, be careful.
The peripheral.
Periphery.
Yeah, boy, that is a beautiful full moon.
A beautiful full moon.
I was feeling a little crazy. I was feeling a little nuts about the Astros leading the division. An emphatic and authoritative technical lead of the division because of percentage.
Percentage
yes.
points. Do we need to play the music right now? I think we need to play
Go
the music
Astros?
right now. No.
We are the champions?
Have you heard the good news?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. There it is. Thank you, Seth, for bringing that up. We're live at Texans training camp. We'll get to that in a minute. But, yes, the Astros have climbed from the depths of 10 games back. About a month ago, June 19th, was the day that you and I came in wondering which guys they were going to sell. When was the last time they had a double-digit deficit in the division? And, man, it took these guys a month, just a month, to put Humpty Dumpty back together again.
This is where the Mariners, who are basically the Mariners over their last stretch of 20 games, have replicated how the Astros opened up their season.
Yeah.
Which is an amateur move,
Yeah.
Mariners. It's really a rookie move that you
do that early.
Do it early.
Yeah,
right.
get it
It's
out
a
of
lot
the way.
harder to it's a lot harder and more taxing at this point in the season to dig yourself out of a really bad stretch.
Yeah, it's gonna
so
be
now they're probably going to be morose and forsaken. I don't know. Did J-Rod there, our buddy J-Rod, who took a tough hit in the outfield yesterday?
Dude, yeah, that was courtesy of a Yordan Alvarez triple.
Yeah,
Yordan was big yesterday.
Yordan hit for the cycle.
Yeah,
it was Blanco. Blanco is not looking like
I'm worried about Blanco.
Peak Blanco.
I'm worried
right.
about Blanco. Well, you had pointed this out.
Yeah.
The last couple starts, like his velocity has been down. You know, he's been having to do it.
I call it velo because I'm a big-time baseball guy.
I know you are. I'm trying to cater to the average everyday
people
man
who
out
aren't
here.
big-time baseball dudes. Yeah.
I don't want to people feel like we're looking down on them by saying velo. But Blanco, look, Blanco is a concern. In a vacuum, he'd be a concern just because, hey, he's approaching. And for those who missed it yesterday, the Astros, they take 2 out of 3. They win Friday, Saturday. They lose Sunday. They're in first place right now in the American League West by percentage points. They're virtually tied, but percentage points they're ahead. And the bottom line is, yesterday notwithstanding, they lose yesterday 6-4. They have continued, in my mind, kind of carried some of that momentum from before the All-Star break. And now they head to Oakland where they've got really a chance to continue to build on things here. The Astros do. Ronel Blanco is a concern. The velocity had been down. He'd been getting by with some, kind of caginess and duct tape and things like that and still able to cobble together quality starts. Statistically, he's still one of the best starting pitchers in baseball, but, man, was he giving up a ton of hard contact yesterday. Even when on the scoreboard they were kind of hanging in that game, there's line drives to infielders. The first inning, 2 of the outs were smoke shots to the outfield. So you could kind of see. Now, it didn't completely unravel on him. He still gave you nearly 6 innings of 3-run ball. Like, it wasn't horrible or anything like that. It wasn't like some of these starts we saw other guys have earlier in the year where it snowballed on them and they're giving up 7 or 9 runs. But given where this starting rotation is right now, this is a major concern for the Astros.
It's 3 straight starts now where he just hasn't quite looked like peak Blanco, the guy that you get so excited about. And as that promo last week that I just we ran it a little too long. I was starting to get depressed about it because I was talking about how one of the things I'm concerned about after the All-Star break is Blanco, and as he careens towards pitching way more innings than he's ever pitched before, you got to start figuring out a way to get him some extra rest.
Yeah.
And all these guys, I mean, Hunter Brown, as great as he's been, is going to be tested in ways he hasn't been tested before. And there's probably, I was reading Chandler Rome this morning, who said that Garrett Crochet, the pitcher from the White Sox, is probably like the only top shelf guy that's going to get moved in free agency as a pitcher. And with Garrett Crochet, Sean, I think you were gone when basically you and I had talked about Garrett Crochet.
Yeah.
He's also pitched way more than he's ever pitched, and teams are talking about trading for him and then using him as a reliever until the playoffs.
Oh, wow.
So that doesn't really help the Astros in their current situation.
No, they need somebody who can. They need somebody who can create a 6-man rotation for them.
They need a sack of meat with a 4.2 ERA that can just go out there.
He was 5.
Yeah, and at some point, Kyle Tucker, who apparently is still not moving all that fluidly. Like they've had multiple tests and imaging and everything else like that, but he's still hobbled.
Yeah.
And he's doing some baseball activities, but I'm not overly optimistic that he's going to be back anytime soon.
No, but they've been cobbling it together in the outfield, but you need Kyle Tucker if you're going to make a run. Remember what Joe Espada said about Jose Abreu earlier in the year? He's like, we're not going to get to our goals that we want to achieve as a team if we don't have Jose out there. I actually feel that way about Kyle Tucker. That Kyle Tucker is somebody you should say that about. Guy was, fifth on the MVP odds board when he injured that leg with the foul ball.
That's a more right. Yeah,
you do need Kyle Tucker.
Incredible statement.
Yeah, you
that's
do
need
the
Jose Abreu was kind of like, I don't know if I'm going to be able to pay the mortgage if I don't return these bottles. You're like, okay, we got some issues here, man. There's bigger issues to worry about.
Yeah, that's funny. So I'm counting up the list of things that Yordan Alvarez broke yesterday. He broke StatCast with that home run.
Good job, Yordan.
The home run. I know you watched the game yesterday. Yeah. The home run hits off the facade where nobody's ever hit it before in that ballpark, and StatCast said it went 384 feet.
Oh, my gosh.
Now, they corrected it eventually. It was like 427 or something like that.
Some of those StatCast things I think they just make up for television. I don't ever trust the project. I know it's easy to calculate and everything, but I just don't trust it.
Well, it was fun to gather with people on social media to say he broke StatCast. He broke J-Rod's ankle, to your point. I don't know if it's really broken, but it's definitely damaged.
I would never hope for that.
No, I like Julio Rodriguez, actually. I mean, in the terms of a pennant race, it helps the Astros.
Right. I would never hope for it out loud.
No, not out loud.
No.
He nearly broke his own shin with a foul ball.
Yordan did, right? Yeah. You know what? I was looking down and I looked up and I was like, these sons of bitches, why is everybody hitting Yordan? Why are they hitting Tucker? And then I realized, Yordan hit Yordan. Okay. I got you.
Well, that's the calculus that's been changed by this Tucker injury. Is it now anytime somebody fouls a ball off their own leg, I'm like, he's out for 2 months.
Yeah.
And then he broke our long drought of 11 months without a cycle for the Astros.
Yeah.
They haven't had one since Jose Altuve. They've had 9 in the history of their team, and I'm like, they haven't had one of these in 11 months. Wow.
You know what he did to Yordan as part of hitting for the cycle, sliding into third? When he didn't need to at all. Dude, he drops like a sack of bricks when he slides.
Well,
he's like, there's no smoothness. So he just drops down to the ground.
Especially because it's literally within 5 seconds of the Mariners' best player writhing in pain, jumping into the wall. I'm like, oh, my God. Julio Rodriguez is down holding his ankle. And then literally the next shot is Yordan unnecessarily sliding into third. I'm like, big man, stop it. Stop doing things you don't need to do.
It's like Shaq shooting a three.
Yeah.
I don't need to see this.
Shaq won't get hurt shooting a three.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. So they lose yesterday, the Astros, but they're in first place by percentage points right now in the American League West, so we like seeing that. They play the A's. We're out here for day 4. You and I were here for day 3 on Saturday. I think we're getting pads pretty soon. Man.
Probably today or tomorrow. I think tomorrow is the scuttle. Sure. The scuttlebutt yesterday was that it would be on Tuesday.
Because the fans will be here tomorrow. I think they want to maybe put on a little bit of a show.
I'm sure that's exactly what D'Amico is thinking. D'Amico's like, we got to put on a show. We're gonna do Oklahoma drill. We're gonna do goal line, full contact.
Walking up to CJ, smacking him in the shoulder. You ready?
That's probably why
ready, young man?
They signed or they plan to sign Cam Akers, who's the running back who's coming off of his second Achilles tendon tear.
He's a science experiment.
He tore it in week 9 with Minnesota last year. And I gotta imagine it's some kind of like a reserve contract or something to see.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because Cam Akers came back from his first Achilles tendon when he was with the Rams and came back very, very quickly.
Yeah.
But then went to rush for like 2 yards a carry in the playoffs.
It wasn't great.
And then he came back eventually again, and he was like putting in a workman's effort. But then he tears his other Achilles. ESPN had it wrong. They said it was the same Achilles tendon, the first article I read.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
it was
the other one, yeah. So I guess maybe you figure, well, he's got both of them out of the way. Guy's got curtain cords for Achilles tendons.
It's like he's had Tommy John on both his arms now. You know what I mean? Like
I don't think the Achilles works the same way that Tommy John does, where you actually come back stronger.
Cam Akers signing, I think he's just depth veteran depth.
And maybe not even veteran depth anytime soon.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I know they come back from Achilles tendons faster these days, but my God, it's his second. I don't know if it's rare that you hear of a running back coming back from an Achilles tendon and doing well. Deontay Foreman's really the only guy that's done it where he's come back looking the same or maybe better in some ways.
Yep.
And beyond that, there's very, very few running backs that have done it at all. So I'm intrigued. I like the name. Partly just because it's also associated with the Rams and with that offense. But that's not anything I'm overly excited about right now. But they do with uncertainty about exactly how Dameon Pierce is going to look, and Jawar Jordan's just a rookie. You got to create some options there at running back.
Yeah, I mean he's taking a roster spot, so somebody's getting their walking papers today. When they sign him, so we'll see what happens. What's stuck out to you so far about a DeMeco Ryans year 2 camp?
I think the biggest thing for me really is I've tried to watch Blake Fisher, because he's been playing left tackle a lot. And
with the ones.
Right, with the ones. Yeah. I'm not going to read – Matt Burke said something about how there's no depth chart at this point, because we were talking at the time, I think, about Kamari Lassiter. Yeah. Kamari Lassiter has also been out there running with the ones a lot at the right side cornerback. But Burke made the point, there's no depth chart here. We're just trying to get guys into certain situations. I think with Kamari Lassiter, it's probably – and perhaps with Blake Fisher too, it's kind of just like – throwing a kid in the pond to teach him how to swim. Yeah. We're going to show you exactly how rough it can be against Tank Dell and Stefon Diggs and the like.
And Will Anderson and Danico Autry.
Right, with Blake Fisher, it's the same. So with Blake Fisher, this is why I'm eager to watch the pads come on. I think he's looked pretty good so far. He does a good job. He's athletic enough to stay in front of Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson, but he's a long, lanky guy, and there's times where I'm watching with no pads where I'm like, all right, I don't know if that would have stood up if a guy just hit him with pure power.
Yeah.
So that's his second trial by fire is when they hit the pads, and when guys can really just tear into him. We'll see if he adjusts to that. But he does – he shows the athleticism that you would have expected from what you saw in college and from his scouting tape.
I hate that Laramie Tunsil is working out on a side field because he's coming back from a scope of his knee, and he's going to be fine.
Yeah.
But I hate that that's the reason why Blake Fisher's getting all these snaps. That said, I love that Blake Fisher's getting all these snaps.
Yeah.
This is how you used a second-round pick on him. So you used some major draft capital for a team that's not perfect. There's probably guys in the second round that they could have used that pick on that would have gotten on the field earlier than Blake Fisher and contributed to this team. But this is how you maximize that investment, man. Get the kid a bunch of snaps going against Pro Bowlers in training camp, and get him ready to be your swing tackle.
I guess the thing that sticks out, and it's a risk of talking too much about it with no pads especially, I do think that Dameon Pierce may have taken a step forward in his understanding of the offense.
You liked him so far.
So far, yes, because it's all with Dameon. A lot of it is going to be the mental side of it in terms of just making the reads and being crisp and concise and decisive with it. And so far, so good. Again, with the pads, we'll get to see more. But I went back and watched Dameon Pierce highlights from his rookie year yesterday. And my God,
nice. Yeah.
There's certain things that he did that, it's not like he lost that.
No.
It is. He's got a certain strength and explosivity and a lust for contact that's still there.
He didn't lose it, but it got put on the back shelf last year because I think he was so in his own head. You know what I mean? He wasn't running like the same guy last year, it didn't seem like.
Right.
With the ferocity that you saw in those YouTubes.
It's like trying to make love out of a manual,
It's the same exact thing.
You're like, okay, first, hold on a second, honey. I gotta let me flip to page 37.
And I know I used to bring the good stuff back in the day, yeah.
He can't show the passion that he has.
That's right. Well, now we'll see. We'll see. He had one run. He went up like a boom up the middle, and Gerard Johnson was going crazy.
Yeah, because he really hit it on an inside zone.
Inside, yeah.
He's had a couple nice runs, but it's almost like I don't like it when the blocking is really clear because I know he's good at that.
Yeah, he's good at that.
I want it to be one of these zone runs where he's got to hit the cutback lane.
He's a little seam. Yeah, absolutely. All right, we're off and running. Texans training camp day 4. Astros in first place. Good time to be a Houstonian right now. I have a hot captaincy take in the next segment. There is one player, I think, I make my captain predictions, and we'll circle back to the Astros as well. What do they need to do? Dana Brown was on Sirius XM this weekend, and I think gave a lot of clarity as to exactly where this team is right now in that pitching staff. We'll get into that in just a second. But did you do what I did this morning? I love it that there's a Shipley Donuts right at the corner of Merworth.
It's training camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
So, a lot of new faces here at Texans training camp, and a lot of big-name new faces, and it's really fun seeing them all get acclimated here. We'll talk a little later in the show about Danielle Hunter and Joe Mixon and some of the things they said on Friday. Those are two guys who are very excited to play in their respective systems. Stefon Diggs is who I wanted to talk about here, Seth. I loved hearing what DeMeco Ryans and especially Bobby Slowick. Man, Bobby Slowick said something about Stefon Diggs where, like, as a Texan fan, I think it like gives you chills kind of thing. But let's get to DeMeco first. DeMeco was asked on Friday about guys when they come in from another team and they have a reputation, like Stefon Diggs did. What does that mean to him? Here was DeMeco Ryans.
No matter where they come from, no matter if they're rookies or they come from other teams, everybody starts fresh with me. And it's all about building a relationship and getting to know that person. Everyone has an opinion about someone maybe that hasn't been here or we don't know that well, and that's okay. I don't lean and I don't believe in other people's opinion about someone. I truly believe and value the relationship that I'm able to build with guys, and that's all that matters to me. Like right here today, the past is the past. Like we're moving on. We're attacking the present with a positive mindset, and everybody has a clean slate. No baggage comes to Houston with you.
No baggage.
No baggage comes to Houston with you, man.
And I think, look, we've talked about this a bunch because one of the things that Nick always says is you got to get a guy in the building. And a lot of that, I believe, is really just a lot of what DeMeco is talking about, whether it's how a guy plays on the field, how he interacts with teammates, how coaches feel about him or anything. Everybody's different in different environments. And, you know, we all want to think that, like, nope, I'm the same guy all the time. But the fact of the matter is, environment matters a lot, and there's different cultures on different teams, and some guys are good fits in one culture, but they chafe in another one. And I think that first and foremost, whether it's Stefon Diggs or anybody else, is something you got to keep in mind. And, you know, there have been reports. There's a lot of people questioning exactly whether Sean McDermott is the guy. Whether his little analogies about 9/11 or maybe are those actually the best thing for a head coach to be leading a team.
Right.
So I think you start with a clean slate, and also just the track record that Stefon Diggs, including by people who still in Buffalo talk about him as a guy that they love and a guy that works his butt off and cares about his teammates and everything. His track record is that at the very least, the first couple of years he's in an organization, there's no worries whatsoever, and he's on a one-year contract. So I don't think that I'd be really surprised if there's any kind of drama with Stefon Diggs. Now, if he has a blow up on the sideline or something, I don't think it'll be a big deal because I think this team and C.J. Stroud specifically will handle it differently.
Yeah, I think this is a group of guys that are wired that if Stefon Diggs expresses himself a certain way, that's just constructive conflict. You know what I mean? Like that's how he emotes.
Yeah.
You know, it's not an effort issue with him.
Well, Bobby Slowick, when talking about his relationship with C.J. Stroud, talked about how, like no relationship's perfect. You're always going to have obstacles, but as long as you got that same
good intentions,
as long as you have the same good intentions, you can trust each other. Then you just move forward from it. And if you got you don't want a team fight. On the football team's the last place you want a bunch of sensitive dudes that can't take getting yelled at every now and then.
You got that right.
Or especially if a guy's just having a tantrum, you let him blow off steam.
That's it. Speaking of Slowick, here was Bobby Slowick on Stefon Diggs thus far.
I just love his personality. He's extremely competitive. He's got energy. He's got juice. I'd never been around him prior to this. And I think I speak for the entire offense and the entire team that he's fun to be around, But at the same time, he wants to be the best he could possibly be. He wants to be coached. He wants to help teach young guys. He wants to be a leader. He also wants other guys in the room, when they have something for him, to coach him and to teach him and get something from Nico, get something from Tank. Embrace, like he's one of us. That's the number one thing that jumps out to me is he's one of us. He's a competitor. He loves football, and he's been a great dude.
That was that very end there, like he's one of us, I thought was a really cool cut.
Well, I think, too, you can see guys, too, sometimes just by the way they interact with their teammates and when they come here. So sometimes new free agents, you can tell guys who are a little bit standoffish or maybe it's just that they're not comfortable or what have you. But with Diggs, it does just look like if you walked out on the field and watched you wouldn't be able to tell whether he's been here for a few days or 4 years. Well, so like that part of it in terms of chemistry, getting along, working with each other, that's all there.
And you would never think that he's somebody who, if you Googled his name, the first 10 articles come up are about what a problem he was.
Or a diva
somewhere.
he was.
He is always talking to somebody out here.
Well, you know, the guy I always think about when we talk about environment and setting and everything is Justin Reed. Because I always liked Justin Reed. I always thought he was the right kind of guy. Justin Reed, when he was in a very dysfunctional environment in 2021, reportedly got into some kind of shouting match with the head coach.
Yeah.
And then he goes off to Kansas City, and he's part of his Super Bowl winning efforts, and he's the same old Justin Reed. So who was to blame there? Is Justin Reed because he had a blow-up with a head coach who wasn't fit to be a head coach in a situation where you were rudderless in a lot of ways? Is he somehow a bad guy?
He's got 2 Super Bowl rings. I think the verdict is in on that one. Yeah, the verdict is in.
Basically, I said if you dislike Justin Reed because he rebelled against unjust authority, then you don't love America.
That's right.
Because you're basically saying America should still just be following the king's orders.
That's it.
Go die. You traitor.
That's a you problem.
You traitor. I'll say the same. If you want to criticize Stefon Diggs, you're a traitor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have fun with your taxation without representation.
That's right.
Turncoat.
We're not going to fund your wars wherever else.
My hot captaincy take, Stefon Diggs will be a captain of this team this year.
Ooh.
I think Stefon Diggs. They started with 4 captains last year, and then they added 3 more afterwards. This is stuff I get into way more than the average person.
I think you're a closet Yankees fan.
Why?
Because you care so much about the captain position.
I do.
And Yankees fans, they're in love with who wears that C.
I do. Well, you know, like we get hit with the culture word a lot around this sport of football. You know what I mean? I think the captains. If there's a team where culture is a big topic, and this team, it's a big topic because it's so good.
Yeah.
You know, DeMeco Ryans himself in the national media gets called a culture setter, a culture creator. Then I think who the players are that are tasked with setting the tone within that culture is a relevant topic.
Well, but it's usually voted on by the players too.
And I think he's going to get voted as one.
Right. Yeah. Like Jalen Petrie being a captain last year was, I think, kind of an indication of like how the culture was still evolving on the team.
I agree.
That a young guy like that would be a captain after just a promising rookie year. But it always made me uncomfortable how much adulation Jalen Petrie got, because a lot of it wasn't still for doing the actual stuff. He was racking up a bunch of tackles on a really bad defense, on a really bad football team. The defense wasn't as bad, but they were on the field a lot.
Yeah.
And that's not necessarily all that hard to do on a bad football team. You can rack up a bunch of tackles without actually being a fully evolved football player.
Yeah.
And we saw that Jalen Petrie still had developing to do last year. I think this year you probably see you've got so many hardcore old-school veterans all over the place. On the defensive line alone, I would make Danico Autry, Jerry Hughes, and Daniil Hunter's captains. And that's just one position group.
They got like 20 guys who could be. It's really fun to watch, man. It's fun to see how into it these guys are, for sure. Let's shift gears to the Astros real quick. The Astros, they're in first place as of right now. Any thought of selling is out the window at the trade deadline. This is a buying team at the trade deadline. They're going to be looking for pitching. Dana Brown, take a listen to Dana Brown. It's about a minute worth of audio. He was on MLB Network's SiriusXM channel over the weekend. And, boy, he sheds light on a handful of things here in this 1 minute of audio. Take a listen.
Try to go big and see if there's a deal that makes sense for the organization. And then if that don't work, we'll go down to the mid-level, and hopefully we can land something there. But, it doesn't hurt to ask. When you go through this, you got to, asking thou shalt receive sometimes. So, we're going to try to go big. If we can't get the big thing done, we'll try to go mid-level, so we can get through this. But if we can get a mid-level guy and we get Garcia and Verlander back, that would be massive to this club. This club's already playing very well. If we add those 2 to 3 names, that could be really massive to a team like this. Then we'll be able to go to 6-man rotation at times, give those guys somewhat of a rest. We have guys like Blanco, who's in uncharted territory in terms of major league innings. And so it would be nice to get a threesome at some point, but at least if we can get 2 guys, whether that's JV and a trade or Garcia, JV, and a trade, that would be massive to this organization.
Okay, so there's a lot to unpack there. the go big. We're going to try to go big, and then shoot for something in the mid-level. This we know they're going to go big. They went big last year with Justin Verlander. James Click got fired because he wouldn't go for big deals. Jim Crane, if there is a way to move heaven and earth to get a big deal done, Jim Crane is going to have his fingerprints on something like that.
And Garrett Crochet is a guy that a lot of people have pointed to. There's some complexities with that because most of the apparently teams that are looking at him might also be thinking about using him in a limited fashion for the second half of the season,
and like a secret weapon in the playoffs.
Yeah, basically, because he's pitched the White Sox. The White Sox, who can't even be bad the correct way, have just used the hell out of Garrett Crochet in a season that doesn't matter. And the one thing that they have really worth trading off where it would make sense, they've made him a little less valuable because it's not like they can just a team can just plug him in as a workhorse for the second half of the season.
Yeah, trading for him, you're kind of trading for 25, 26 down the road.
He's got 2 more years of control on his contract.
Yeah.
So Chandler Rome mentioned Chris Flexen, Austin Gomber, Paul Blackburn, the guys that we've seen before.
Lorenzen was an all-star a year ago.
Yep. Penn Murphy, the reliever who had Tommy John surgery that they had signed, he might be coming back at some point, which helps you on the back end. Which for if you're trying to get an extra day rotation, sometimes a reliever day or something.
Yeah,
they're gonna have to piecemeal it all together. The other big question is just that. All right. Jim Crane, for the first time, will be paying the luxury tax. They were into it in 2020, but everything was relieved.
They got immunity.
They didn't have to pay it. So he's gone there before, though. You know, psychologically, he's already done that before. He didn't have to pay it because of COVID. The big question is, okay, there's that second threshold.
Only $4 million away from it.
Where the tax gets a lot more. So he's going to be. Just like Blanco will be pitching way more pitches than he's ever pitched before, Crane's going to be spending way more money than he's ever spent before.
I wonder if part of doing a deal will be to try to get a contract like Montero's out the door
as well. Load some of it out of there.
Yeah. Now that's going to cost more, too, for a team to take that on.
Well, and even yes, obviously starting pitching is the need, but also you got to keep in mind they've got 3 relievers right now who are in the top 10 of innings pitched.
Yeah.
So those guys have been worked pretty damn hard as well.
Why is this? It has to be this way with every team in Major League Baseball, then, because the Astros actually have. I know that they've had injuries in the starting rotation, but their starting rotation for most of the year has been statistically pretty solid. They've got a lot of quality starts from Ronel Blanco and Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez and whatnot, and yet, this is the team where it seems like everything is taxed. Yeah. Everything from the top of the rotation to the back end of the bullpen. There's this fear that everybody's so taxed right now. I feel like every team's got to be this way.
We've got it's taxation without representation.
Again, it goes back to the British. Yes, I thought a couple other real quick interesting things in that Dana Brown cut. 0 mention of McCullers. And he did mention Garcia and Verlander, so that's notable. They are not counting on anything from McCullers right now.
No McCullers has been, and it's
mention of
it's
him.
Almost one of those things where he's gone and got probably his 19th opinion on this now, and what they've discovered is his elbow gets sore a lot. That's his thing.
Yeah, some guys are wired certain ways, unfortunately.
This goes back to when he first came out, there were a lot of pitching mechanics gurus and everything that pointed to his delivery and how it might be an issue, and just I don't know.
Yeah.
I just don't know with him.
Acknowledge Blanco's workload, which I think was in a way on display yesterday. It wasn't a great version of Ronel Blanco yesterday. Even the outs were hard hit. He said it would be nice to get a threesome at some point. That would make.
I'll acknowledge Dana Brown for that kind of almost. It's not a Yogi Berra type of phrasing. It's a
little double entendre.
He's like Tobias on Arrested Development. Okay. I know you haven't watched that series, but he used to just constantly say stuff that sounded more a lot more innuendo than he intended.
With intent, or because I don't.
No, not without it. Well, a little bit like Freudian. He was probably just He
I wish the host had at least dropped it. That's what she said at the end of that cut right there.
On MLB Network, yes.
Dana's dog has hot takes too. Did you hear him in the background? Dog barking in the background there. Unless it was a dog that walks around the studios at MLB Network and was barking on that end.
It was probably Dana's dog. I like that. It reminds me of Belichick during the draft. Remember, he had his little dog sitting there with him.
Chair, looking at the computer. That was great. All right, off and running on a Monday. We'll call it a reaction Monday. We're reacting to the Astros being in first place, reacting to the first 3 days of Texans training camp, and getting you ready for day 4, which gets going at 9 o'clock this morning here at the Methodist Training Center. Headlines up next. Speaking of the Astros, I would say overall a good weekend for the Stros. We did hear from Bobby Slowick on Saturday as well. One thing to me was very evident about Bobby Slowick in this press conference on Saturday. We'll have that in headlines coming up next. But first, Men's Tea Clinic. Didn't get out there on Friday. Not that you guys need to know all my business, but it was pretty busy.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, it is day 4 of Texans training camp. Day 3 on Saturday, the coordinators met with the media. Bobby Slowick, OC, Matt Burke, the DC, and then Frank Ross, who we'll hear from Frank Ross a little later on in the show.
Frank Ross is not as enthused about the kickoff return rules as I thought he would be.
Frank Ross seems like someone who Roger Goodell handed a major project to.
He sees it as an opportunity, but it's a whole lot of. I mean, they've spent so much time already on kickoff return because of the new rules.
Yes,
but it's fun to watch. It's the most fun I've had watching practice in a long time.
Definitely the most fun I've had watching special teams in a long time.
Right, special teams. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. So Bobby Slowick met with the media. All right, take a listen. This is Bobby Slowick when he was asked, what areas are you more confident in year 2?
I'd say the number one thing is more confidence in who we are, and our identity. This is every year in the NFL. Your identity from one year to the next, like, it always changes. Your roster, your team, your scheme, it's never the same from one year to the next. It's always growing, it's always changing. But within individuals, I know what everyone's strengths are, and they know me, and they know what my strengths are. And it just helps us, make sure that we're able to get to how do we allow everybody to be the best they can be faster. I'd say that's the number one thing, is just we already have the relationship, and we're continuing to build that relationship all the way across the offense. That just enables us to do that at all times.
I listened to that answer and several other answers. We've got one more that we're going to play here that you alluded to earlier in the show about working with C.J. Stroud, which I thought was a great cut that we will get to in a second. As I was listening to Bobby Slowick, and maybe this is me sort of reverse engineering things, chicken and the egg, but I'm listening to these answers. I'm going, this sounds like a guy who was interviewing for head coaching jobs last year. You know what I mean? Like, this sounds like that answer right there. Like, when I thought the answer was going to be something about play calling in my second year as a play caller, something tactical like that. He's talking about identity and big picture type things. Yeah. And maybe I'm reading too much into it, but I'm listening to him in that. I was watching him through the prism of being an NFL owner and listening to Bobby Slowick in a job interview on Saturday.
Well, I kind of listened to him that all last year. I just kept thinking, okay, he's going to be really good in interviews.
He gone.
And the reports were that in Atlanta, they were really impressed with him.
Yeah.
But he's still green in so many respects. But he is very thoughtful, and he has a very he's got a very good big picture view of things. Where I think the perception of him coming in was that he was this kind of just nerdy little X's and O's guy. He gets the human side of it very, very well. But I do think in terms of, the confidence in the system, if you think back to last year, Game 1 versus Baltimore, Bobby admitted that game plan was too much. It was too complicated. They were trying to do too much too soon, which is a classic mistake that first-time coordinators make, and they had to dial back on it. This year, going into game one, the game plan that they should have used against Baltimore, or the game plan that they used against Baltimore that was too much, they'll have a more advanced game plan than that. Because they've got enough guys that can run the actual offense, and CJ is at such a higher level mentally that game plan that was too much for week one last year would be too simple for this year. When that's where this year during camp, I keep trying to compare things to this time last year. So with the offensive line, they're in no pads. How much can you tell? Well, I think for one, just the unity and the uniformity with which the offensive line moves as a group is 10 times better. Last year at times, when you're trying to figure out just what is so bad about the run game, I would go back and I would compare a Texans outside zone play to back in 2011. And I'm watching guys like Chris Myers, Wade Smith, Dwayne Brown in the run game, and it looked like they're in this choreographed motion. Last year, there was no choreography about it. There was like a bunch of drunken sorority chicks all dancing out of tune. Mm-hmm. This year already in camp, it looks a lot more uniform.
Well, and think about the group that you're talking about when you're saying that. It's with Blake Fisher, a rookie at left tackle, Kenyon Green, who hasn't played football in a year at left guard, Juice Scruggs getting his first action at center, Shaq Mason, and then Titus Howard missed half the season and played left guard all last year.
Yeah, and when some of that goes back to Chris Strausser, the offensive line coach.
Absolutely.
Because in one press conference last year, after the run game had started getting going in the second half of the season, Bobby Slowick had mentioned, Chris Strausser has never really been in a system like this before. So there's a learning curve for him, too. So I think all those lessons learned, it puts you so far ahead right now of where you were last year, which doesn't mean that they're going to go undefeated or anything, but there's so many fewer challenges, and they can work on the finer stuff now.
Here's another one from Slowick on the challenge, in a good way, the challenges of working with C.J. Stroud.
It's like every relationship, right? There are no perfect relationships, but that's part of being human. That's what's great, especially with me and him. I know we've mentioned this before. We're both God-fearing men. It makes conversations very easy. We know there's up and downs all the way along the way, but our intentions always are good. And when you have a relationship that's like that you can always trust the other person's intent through all ups, through all downs, you can always work through it to get at the best answer, always. And that's really all it is. It's just every other interaction.
The growth mindset, Sean. That little interpersonal dynamics course that I was taking on my phone.
Oh, yeah.
Having a growth mindset. Very key and critical. Helps you work through conflict if both people have hey, let's learn from this. The
irony of you learning it on your phone as opposed to with an actual instructor, the interpersonal is not lost on me.
Siri and I have worked through a lot of issues together. There was a time when, frankly, I was kind of rough with Siri.
Yeah. I was talking to Alexa a little too much.
I started wondering. I started looking around at that little Google creature too. Yeah.
Right. By the way, the Texans signing Cam Akers, running back, so he'll be brought in as some veteran depth. They worked out Greg Ward, Coug legend, former quarterback of the Cougs, former wide receiver with the Eagles. We'll see if he winds up with the Texans as well. Over the weekend, the Astros, they take over first place in the American League West. They take 2 out of 3 from the Mariners, 3-game set with the A's starting tonight. So we are into the second half of the baseball season now. I guess my biggest question, other than starting pitching with the Astros, is when the hell is Kyle Tucker coming back?
Apparently still not walking as smoothly as you would like.
He was taking grounders in the outfield or something like that this weekend. Intense defensive drills is what Espada
intense
said.
Defensive drills?
On Saturday, he did, quote, intense defensive drills.
Chandler Rome had
written
to
McTaggart.
I think he had written late last week that it still looked like he was kind of limping a little bit, but I don't. All right.
Yeah. Verlander threw 40 pitches in the bullpen on Saturday. Luis Garcia back to throwing pitches in a bullpen on Saturday, so
buddy.
that's good. And Victor Caratini is set to meet with the team in Oakland this
Which
week.
means that, there's a possibility of working Yiner in at first base a little bit. So there's some fun and interesting things. It's fun and interesting right now that they're playing good baseball
well,
again.
now that Jose Abreu's not on the team anymore, too. This isn't me picking on Abreu and his 110 batting average.
Yeah.
This is all he could do was play first base. It's really freed things up to where you can use the versatility of some of
before
these
anything
guys.
good the Astros did while Abreu was still here. It was like trying to appreciate the nice haircut you got. Well, also you have a massive goiter. You're like,
thank you.
That's
exactly
just a beautiful haircut, but this goiter, my God.
Right, exactly.
Talk to the ladies with this.
Exactly. All right, our baseball talk is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator. I used it this weekend. It's very easy. Savings calculator to find out how at t-mobile.com/switch. Up next, the biggest questions, I should say, through 3 practices. And it's actually 3 questions. 3 biggest questions for the Texans after watching them out here on the grass for 3 practices. We've got them. We've got Acknowledge Me. Got a lot of acknowledgments, training camp and otherwise, coming up at 7:20. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast. But Prize Picks, did you get on Prize Picks this weekend? Did you win on Prize Picks? Baseball.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Oh,
all right.
Oh, I want that lawnmower. Oh.
You want it for yourself?
What is that? The John Deere 6700A?
Oh God, you're such an agricultural nerd.
No, I read it off the side.
Did you? Okay.
Yeah, but those things, man.
It is pretty sweet, though, dude.
Oh.
That's how you go about cutting a lawn, right there. Turning the ignition. That's how you do it.
It's a tractor. I mean, not like a lawn tractor.
Yeah.
They didn't see how expensive it is, Sean. I can't even find the price on the internet.
That's how expensive it is.
Yeah, it's kind of like eating at a fine restaurant.
Right. No
you know?
prices on the menu. You know.
How much is the catch of the day? Get out, sir. That's what they do. Classic John dealership. Sir, you have offended me. Get out.
Ouch.
Yes,
biggest questions for the Texans. We've been out here for 3 practices from beginning to end, seen a lot of stuff. We haven't seen anything with pads on yet. The assumption is that we're going to see pads. If not today, I would think by tomorrow.
Yeah.
We're going to start to see a little more popping going on out there, right?
Yeah. And that's but they're a good NFL team. I think this is maybe an indication too that they're a more veteran team in some ways. It's hard you want to practice as fast as possible, but without collisions and without a lot of guys going to the ground. Last year there were a lot of guys on the ground a lot. And that's what happens when you got young guys trying to make the squad, but they don't quite know how to practice at the tempo. It's just they've been cleaner and crisper.
They have. So aside from what's it going to look like in pads, that's the biggest question. Here are the other questions that popped front of mind for me over the weekend. The big one for me, where is Christian Harris? I don't know that D'Amico got asked about it in either of his media sessions. Matt Burke got asked about it in his on Saturday, the defensive coordinator. Here was Matt Burke's answer to the Christian Harris question.
Expect him back when he's ready to play ball for us. I mean, again, this a lot of guys you'll see as you guys are here throughout. We're just different sort of plans to get ready. I mean, again, our goal is game 1, week 1, and being healthy and stuff. So each guy's kind of on individualized plans. So he'll be ready to go when it's time.
Okay, so and I've been told it's not something major with Christian Harris, so I don't want to cause like this 5-alarm fire here or anything like that. It's just odd. He's not on any of the injury lists, any of the PUP lists or anything like that. He's just not here.
They don't have to disclose injuries at this point in the year unless it's a PUP list type thing.
Right.
So I think I just going by body language of the people that have talked about it or mentioned it. I would be surprised if it's a big deal, and I think the fact that they have an extra week also plays into whatever. I don't think they're panicking about just guys not being available in week 1, but it might be on the personal side. It might be an injury. We don't have a clue.
We don't.
And I think it's just at a point where I guess they don't feel the need to acknowledge it or address it. If it was something bigger, I think they would. But it's just been it's been because the first day there's so many guys out there. And everybody's kind of looking around, and you're kind of asking everybody else, like, hey, have you seen Christian Harris? But you don't know for sure. Sometimes it gets reported that a guy wasn't out at practice, and then we get a clarification from Texans PR, like, yeah, he was.
Well,
so everybody was kind of slow-stepping it the first couple days.
Yeah. Well, think about this. Think about where Harris is as a player. I think he's viewed both by the Texans and around the league as an ascending player, right?
Yeah.
He had a really good second half of last season. To me, independent of whatever the reason is, Harris is not here. To me, it's probably an even bigger indicator of how much talent is on this football team. That Christian Harris's absence isn't even seemingly worthy of asking the head coach about it, or something that to me didn't get noticed until day 2. That Christian Harris isn't out here, it's kind of an indicator to me of just how much talent is on this football team.
I didn't really look for him. I figured he must have had some minor injury or something, was off working to the side, because that first day when they lined up in their base defense, it was Henry To'oTo'o, it was Al Shire, and it was Jake Hansen. So those were your starters, and I didn't think that Henry To'oTo'o had all of a sudden supplanted Christian Harris or something.
Yeah.
So I just assumed it was a minor injury or anything. I just didn't realize that he wasn't out here at all, because a lot of times they got guys working off. You can't see from where we stand, like the guys working off in the far corner and everything.
Yeah, that's right.
So I'm guessing, this is a 100% complete guess by me, that it's something of a personal matter or something, and he's just got to take care of it.
Yep. Yep. So we'll see.
That is a 100% guess by me.
Yep. Yeah, we'll see. So maybe he's out here today, but we'll keep an eye on that for you. Second question. What is going to happen with this new kickoff rule?
And I'm sorry, real quick, because a couple people this weekend said, he's trying to get more money. He's not even eligible for a contract modification, so that is a non-factor, zero issue there.
He's 2 years in. You can't even agitate for it until after 3 years.
And it would be really dumb for him to be.
Yeah,
he's not the guy that.
I played 8 good games. Pay me. So what the hell is going to happen with this new kickoff rule? I'm more intrigued by it now after watching 2 Texans practices.
Yeah.
Because this is clearly a focal point for the Texans within special teams, and B, they are planning for every contingency with this thing. They've got guys fielding kickoffs that are conventional kickoffs up in the air. They've got coaches whipping ground ball kickoffs at guys. It's wild.
They've got all this. They've got several years of the XFL to look at, and it's different. You got different types and calibers of athlete in the XFL, so everybody's just trying to figure out how it's going to work. The thing that I keep hearing from around the league and then what I've seen with the Texans is that there's probably going to be a lot more times that running backs are fielding the kicks, because it ends up looking it looks a little bit like a combination of a kick return and an actual normal run play from scrimmage. But there's so much opportunity for mayhem, because the entire kickoff team is 5 yards away from the offensive line. They've got to have 7 offensive players, receiving team players on the front line. They can have more. And there's so many variables. I don't want to try to explain it on the radio because it gets confusing. Just know that there's a 20-yard zone where if you don't hit it into that zone, the offense gets the ball on the 30. Like, that's a touchback on the 30. So you're trying to get it in that 20-yard zone. The defense can't move until the ball gets in there. And
defense can't move nobody can move until the returner touches the football.
Until the returner touches the football or the ball hits the ground and crosses that 20-yard line.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of opportunity for mayhem. And the big part, I didn't get a chance to ask Frank Ross. I was going to ask, but I politely wait my turn while the actual reporters get their questions, and they cut it off before I wanted to ask. But I think like the personnel matchups are going to be really tough, because I don't think it's not like it is where when the offense comes onto the field, they have to give the defense time to match personnel. I don't think they have that. So you send your kickoff team out there, and if they've got like 9 offensive linemen out there planning on just running right up the middle, I don't think you get to match personnel on that.
I wish you had a chance to ask that question. I would love to know the answer to it.
This is what I expect. They're going to switch up personnel a lot. You're not going to have your kickoff return team, and that's your kickoff return team. I think you're going to have packages where sometimes you got a bunch of offensive linemen out there and a running back. There's going to be other times where you got nothing but speed guys out there. It could be a beautiful mayhem.
Ben, let's skip to Frank Ross 2 here, Ben. Frank Ross 2, and he was asked, how do you go about learning what might work with this new kickoff rule?
2-part. First part is, watch every single thing that's ever been kind of done in that capacity. So every of the other league's reps, trial and error in our reps from the OTAs and spring ball, and watching those ad nauseum during the summer break there, and as we get back into camp. And then the second part is kind of how I've always enjoyed operating. And it's not my room. I'm a special teams coach, but it's not my room. It's their room. So hey, fellas, how do you see this being played? MJ, Stewart, hey, could you execute that block? Great. How early do we need to flip to execute our blocks? So just, hey, this is a feedback loop type of time or time of the year, and what we find out can work. And then there's going to be adjustments come after preseason 1, and then after the regular season 1, and then quarterly. So, we'll continue to see those are the ones on the grass. Those guys are the ones on the grass doing it, not me. So it's an input and a feedback loop we have going.
So from a football nerdy side of things, I get really excited about this because of this thing, Sean. Usually rules changes, when they come, it usually takes a long time for professional leagues to adjust to them or even recognize that there's an opportunity. Like offensive players being able to push the ball carrier. Like, because we've seen that with the tush push and everything. They changed that rule back in like 2009, and it took a damn decade for teams to really start realizing, like, oh, we're allowed to push this guy now, and now using it in force. This is a rule change where everybody recognizes, like, oh, this is a big deal, and everybody's going to be scrambling to try to figure it out. But there's a huge area of opportunity if you have a really good special teams coach like the Texans do. there's a huge area of opportunity to take advantage of it this year. While other teams might not adapt and respond to it that quickly, I'm just hoping that Frank Ross is really good at it.
Well, and that it looks so much like a play from scrimmage. I think it helps to have Bobby Slowick on the staff.
Yeah.
I think you have a really smart head coach. I think Nick Caserio is a guy who looks at things like that and can look at film and all 22 of these kickoffs and recognize maybe some glitches in the matrix?
They do, and most teams in the league would have done this, but I just hope that the Texans do it better. In the offseason, guys will have, like all the coaches and scouts and everything, they'll have their little projects that they're tasked with working on, kind of research projects of like, hey, how does this team do this, or how does one team beat this type of coverage, all that. They probably had a few people tasked specifically with studying the XFL and figuring out where the big plays have been and all of that. Yeah,
for sure. So that's number 2. What's going to happen with this new kickoff rule? I cannot wait to watch this. I can't wait to watch it at practice in pads, and I can't wait to watch it in the Hall of Fame game and just see what it looks like. Oh, by the way, MJ Stewart's making this team. He just got mentioned by Frank Ross in that thing. Like, hey, MJ Stewart. Like, that's where I'm jotting down for my
He's going to be one of
53-man roster prediction. I'm like, oh, MJ Stewart's making this team. He just got brought up by Frank Ross. Number 3. So we had number 1. Where's Christian Harris? Number 2, these new kickoff rules. What the hell is going to happen? Number 3, could there be more deals coming? What's the churn going to look like on this roster as these practices continue to evolve? Caserio actually talked about this in his press conference. By the way, Nick is going to join us 7:30 on Wednesday right out here at training camp this week. So if you're watching on YouTube and Twitch, Nick will be sitting right here chatting with us on the stream and on the radio. Here was Nick Caserio on collaborating with D'Amico on building the roster.
Yeah, we talk every day. We go through the team. We talk about individual players. We talk about the position group. How do we feel about it? Do we want to make a change? Do we want to make an adjustment? And you just have to be careful. You don't want to make a knee-jerk reaction or response based on 1 or 2 days of practice. Oh, this player had a bad practice. Let's run him out of here. I mean, that's not fair to the player, but it's very fluid. We're talking about it. Are we a little light here? Maybe do we need an extra body here? Or you know what, this really isn't working out. Maybe we move on from this player. Maybe there's a better option. But you're not going to move on from a player unless you feel like you have a better alternative, a better option. So otherwise, you're just shuffling papers. But we talk all the time. We talk about the team. We talk on a regular basis. We talked over the summer about the team. So, I mean, it's something that we're very conscious of. And, I mean, it's very fluid, and it's a very organic process.
We should mention here they brought in Cam Akers over the weekend.
Yeah, so they signed running back Cam Akers. This is what you need to know about Cam Akers. He's had 2 Achilles tendon tears now. And, the first one when he was with the Rams, he came back very quickly from that one and played in the playoffs. He wasn't that good in the playoffs, but he came back way faster than people had ever expected. Tears the other Achilles tendon last year in Week 9 in Minnesota. So there would be a longer recovery than he had the first time around, but I'm not gonna sit here and think, oh yeah, you're gonna get peak form pre-Achilles tendon tear number 1 out of Cam Akers, but I think they're gonna, maybe they hold him in reserve at some point. They want to see where he is in the rehab process, but it's a guy that might be an option at some point during the season.
Yeah, they worked him out yesterday. So what that entailed, I have no idea. I mean, obviously they put him through something physical, but we'll see.
Put him on a stretch board.
Yeah.
Can you stay in this position for 30 seconds?
They had him interact with 10 of his teammates. Like, you're largely just going to be walking around chatting with guys. We want to see how good a conversationalist you are.
Now, the thing about that, though, too, is Minnesota and the Rams both have a Kubiak or a Shanahan/McVay style system.
Yeah.
So he's very acquainted with their style of running, and at the very least, he can be a resource for Dameon Pierce, I think, too.
That's a great point.
And Jawar Jordan and those younger guys in picking up this system.
No doubt. And you mentioned something interesting off the air as far as like things that the Texans or Nick Caserio could be looking at. Davis Mills has looked very good through 3 practices so far.
The Davis Mills-John Mechie connection.
Yeah.
I predict you this. If you're one of these psychos that bets on preseason games,
you're sitting with one.
There is a connection between one Davis Mills and John Mechie. They connected on a deep ball on Saturday. That was beautiful. Mechie had a couple drops later in the practice, but Mechie's looked very good. We've talked a lot of. You asked me earlier one of my takeaways from camp, and I just thought I forgot to mention Mechie because we've talked about Mechie so much. This is what I predict. I think this is the Davis Mills glow-up training camp. Much in the same way that when the Patriots had Ryan Mallett and they were trying to trade him. Remember, the rumors were that the Patriots were trying to get a second-round pick for Ryan Mallett. and they made Ryan Mallett look really, really good that year in Patriots camp. Eventually, the Texans would trade a 6th-round pick for him later on, the next year,
correct.
right? Or at least later that year. So I think that there's so many teams out there that run systems similar to this now. Shanahan's got so many offshoots that I think there's a chance the Texans do everything they can to be sure Davis Mills looks really good, while also developing him for their own purposes. But they might be enticed to parting with a higher draft pick if Davis Mills gets an offer.
It'd have to be a pretty high draft pick for me to part with Davis Mills this camp, only because I feel like if, knock on wood, we want CJ for 17 games, but we host a show here. So they've got enough weapons now, and the offensive line is good enough. Can you still muck your way through it with Davis Mills as your quarterback? Or are you cool with Case Keenum mucking your way through it?
If I just think about the fact that they didn't choose to make him the starter initially last year.
I get it.
And I know it was his first year in the system.
Maybe it's
and
these 3 practices. You know that I don't need a big body of work to follow.
Right, you're nervous to part with Davis Mills right now.
I just made Diggs a captain after 3 practices.
Based on getting along with
He
hasn't thrown a tantrum once in these first 3 no-pads practices.
Captain.
Sure.
Yeah, captain. That was nice to see with Mechie and Davis on Saturday. All right.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Other stuff that I saw that I liked, or I heard that I liked, on Friday. Joe Mixon and Danielle Hunter met with the media on Friday, 2 of the newest Texans, and man, these guys, they are really going to enjoy. At least it sounds like from what they're saying, they're enjoying it so far, and they're really excited to play in the respective systems of these 2 teams. I'll start with Mixon, who was actually, the question was about the narrative of older running backs starting to deteriorate. And he, to me, dropped the quote of the press conference here at the end about how he's going to look in this system versus how he looked in Cincinnati last year.
I mean, I guess it's a narrative to y'all, but, I mean, the running backs that I see that's close to 28, 30, 31, 32, they balling right now. So, I mean, my hopes is high, you know what I'm saying? And I know what the type of player I am, and I'm not here to speak for everybody else, but in terms of me, I know for a fact as long as I'm in great position to win, it's going to be night and day compared to how I was in Cincinnati. You know what I'm saying? So, like I say, I'm very optimistic with how this offense will be ran, how I'll be using this offense, and in terms of the whole running back narrative, I mean, like I said, everybody that I see I say about 26 to about 32 right now. All them dudes is balling, man. So, shout out to the running backs, and I hope, y'all have a hell of a season. Everybody do their thing, for real.
Okay, so 2 things about this. I'll address first his comment about the running backs that he's seen playing well, and second, just Joe Mixon in this system. So first, as far as seeing the running backs that are playing well, at the beginning of that question, whoever asked it said, people say that running backs, et cetera, et cetera.
Like
Mixon was like, I need who? Can you give me a name?
Yeah.
Whoever asked the question should have said Joe Shane, the GM of the Giants who has just been nonstop over the first 3 episodes, was talking about how there's a drop-off after age 27. So to that point, if we use 27 as the cutoff, 4 of the top 10 rushers in the NFL last year were 27 years old or older. Christian McCaffrey was 27. Derrick Henry was 30. Joe Mixon himself was 27.
Yeah.
And he was in the top 10. And then Raheem Mostert was 30. So, there are a lot of guys. I think the problem is that statistically on average, a lot of guys do drop off. I do think there's a category of guys that are still old school in the manner that they can be not Frank Gore necessarily, but guys are going to be more durable as they get older. So you hope that Joe Mixon is one of those guys. As far as Joe Mixon in this system, the Bengals last year transitioned into being out of the gun almost all the time. They were running when they were out of shotgun more than anybody else in the league when Joe Burrow was healthy. And that's not Mixon's forte. The splits have always been a lot better for him when the quarterback is under center. The Texans were under center amongst the top teams in the league last year, and they will remain that way this year, just like the 49ers are always every year. So it's just a better scheme fit for Joe Mixon.
Yeah. It's a very, very parsable headline to take out of that, though, when you go, it's going to be night and day compared to how it was in Cincinnati.
I think, and I looked for, people getting irate over about this in Cincinnati. The quote itself was more about him personally.
I know.
It's and people still they really
clickbait friendly quote right there.
They really like Joe Mixon up there. I think that for the most part the Bengals fan base took that with a grain of salt.
Are you like this one from Danielle Hunter right here?
Yeah.
Danielle Hunter. Now talk about Danielle Hunter describes the system he was in Minnesota, and he sounds like a kid who just got unleashed in a candy store here in Houston. This was Danielle Hunter on Saturday or on Friday talking about what it's like in D'Amico's system for him.
I mean, in the past I came from just a reading defense. They really don't want me to read. They just want me to go here. So, get at it.
You like that more?
Yeah. I mean, I don't have to think about anything. I just go. And I feel like I've been reading for about 8-9 years, and I feel like they want me to not do that and just go. Play football. Don't think about nothing else.
Every defensive lineman want that?
Exactly. Yeah, that's what you want. Playing a defensive end, you just want to go. No reading, none of that. You just go.
Reading is overrated.
Can we grab that? I would suggest audiobooks.
Yeah,
personally.
Right. Somewhere the Barbara Bush Literacy Foundation's like, no, reading is good. Reading is good.
We can isolate that quote of him saying, "I've been reading for 8 or 9 years." I'm like, wow, what an inspirational story. But also an indictment of where did he go to school?
Here, Morton Ranch High School.
But an indictment of his schooling beforehand.
School
he just skated on by without reading.
He went to these school systems.
Okay,
That's
so
funny.
So when he says reading, a read and react defense, the defensive lineman, I guess passive is the right word. When you're at the line of scrimmage, you're waiting to see where the offensive lineman goes or what he does before you react and respond. And it's tough to then – so what happens is – then you have to transition into a pass rush after you recognize pass, and you're not getting off the ball as quickly. In this defense, they want the defensive lineman just getting across the line of scrimmage, and they still have to play the run and everything. They can't just just wantonly go for a sack every single time. But it's a different mindset. And it is a lot of fun for defensive linemen. It puts more stress on the linebackers, though, too.
Yeah.
The way they run everything, they kind of funnel everything to the inside. So your linebackers have to be really good at playing the run, but then it also makes them tougher to get off into their pass coverage responsibilities. I was talking to D'Amico. I talked to D'Amico for a good spell after practice on Saturday. We just sat and chatted and everything. I didn't stick a microphone in his face. But we were talking about the dynamic of, and I see this with Will. Will talked about it, basically. Is sometimes if you've been in a read and react system your whole life, you're trained so much to do it that it feels unnatural when a coach is telling you, no, just go. I told you last week, it's like when you train an elephant. You can control an elephant with a tiny little tether. Like, if you let go of the tether, the elephant doesn't realize immediately that it can go stomp things.
Right.
It takes a little while for the elephant to be like, oh, I can test the boundaries here. And you see that. It's counterintuitive because you think like, oh, yeah, run, be free. And guys have a hard time adjusting to that when they've been trained so strictly to follow a certain set of rules. But it's kind of liberating. And I wonder with Danielle, I think Danielle will adapt to it pretty quickly because part of it is just he's played. There's elements of defense he's been in where he's been allowed to just get out and go, and he's been in the NFL long enough. But it's liberating.
He sounds like the elephant who's ready to go stomp things.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's get to Acknowledge Me. It is a Monday. We do it about this time every Monday. We acknowledge big performances from the weekend. We acknowledge things going on here at Texans training camp. We acknowledge what is worthy of being acknowledged. And let's start with Texans training camp. Let's start with a quarterback. We haven't talked much about C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud.
Acknowledge me.
Named one of 10 people who will define this season by Dan Graziano of ESPN.com.
Not just a player, but a people.
They got front office people there. They got like the head of the competition committee in there. They got all. Now they do have other players in there. But yes, C.J. Stroud. Here was D'Amico Ryans on Friday about C.J. Stroud's command of the offense, what it allows them to do here in year two.
I've seen C.J. grow in handling the offense, just in his command of the huddle, command of his communication. Like it's been really great to see, like seeing from where we started last year to where we are today and what we're able to do on day two offensively. There's no way we would have been able to do that last year at this time, but it's because of CJ's growth, and how he's taken control and taken command, that's allowed us to really be way more advanced than we were in last year.
What I got thinking when I heard that cut from D'Amico, Seth, was, that D'Amico is, to a degree, for a young quarterback, for a coaching staff, he's a bit of a cheat code. No, I don't know that anybody in their in their heart of hearts thought that you get a rookie quarterback coming in and they're going to play like C.J. Stroud did last year, or pick up the offense as fast as C.J. Stroud does. And I get thinking about his peers in his rookie class. Carolina is going into a new system here now in year 2 with Bryce Young, with not nearly as good of weapons. Anthony Richardson missed basically his whole rookie year, so they're behind the curve, which is great because the Texans play them in week 1.
Yeah.
And then Will Levis is on his second head coach and system coming in now as well. And here sits C.J. Stroud with the same coaching staff in place, from head coach to coordinator to position coach, and with a clear grasp of the system.
Right.
Well.
Yeah, and I think if you look at Bryce Young's situation, I think they're putting a lot on a coach that got the best out of Baker Mayfield, and they're hoping that he can do that with him. But you got to remember that Baker Mayfield, it did also have a couple of stud receivers.
Mike Evans
Goodwin
and Chris Godwin.
Yeah, with Godwin and Evans. Anthony Richardson's the one who I think is in the best. He has the best supporting staff and has a coach who I think is perfect for him. Shane Steichen is really, really good at the RPO game and getting the most out of an athletic quarterback, and I think he's going to make it. He's going to make it very simple as it needs to be at the beginning, and then build along the way. So I think that's probably the best situation in terms of, okay, is this young quarterback actually going to be developed? And because a lot of times your best quarterbacks go to a team that's just got awful coaching, awful staff, awful support group and everything. Like the Colts have a good roster. They were, in a lot of respects, the almost the exact same team in terms of just skating along, doing better than you would have expected them to do, and then obviously right down to the wire, could have made the playoffs.
Dude, they're a few plays away from probably being talked about the way the Texans are being talked about this preseason.
They're probably a Jonathan Taylor ankle injury away from making the playoffs.
Yeah, maybe so.
The Texans were not stopping Jonathan Taylor until he got hurt.
Maybe so. All right, Stefon Diggs.
Acknowledge me.
I'm going to acknowledge Stefon Diggs for his what has looked like taking on a leadership role so far. And we saw some good stuff from him on Saturday in actual football. Before we chat about it, here's Tank Dell. Don't take it from me. Take it from Tank on Diggs and what he's meant to that room.
Yeah, I feel like just the things he say, we pick his brain a lot, especially me and Mitch. Like, we always ask him questions, or we don't even have to ask questions. Like, he'll just come up and just start talking about stuff, like talk about stuff that he's seen, like when he was at the Vikings, or he's seen when he was in Buffalo, and he's just giving us game. He give us free game all the time, man. That's all he do. Like, he want us to be great. He know what we capable of, and he know we got a long career ahead of ourselves. So he just telling us like what we should expect and how to move and things like that.
I think sometimes veteran leadership is overstated. We've talked about this a bunch. I think it's got to be, veteran leadership only works when you've got a bunch of veteran leaders. You can't have one guy that's going to get up and like all of a sudden save the souls of every guy on a bad team or anything. You got to have a bunch of guys out there, but. I think Diggs' interactions and the way we've watched him kind of coaching up Tank Dell and everybody else, that's really cool. But Diggs, the football player, it's been really fun to watch him versus Derek Stingley.
Yeah, it's been a fun matchup.
Yeah, it's that part we probably haven't talked about enough is just how good Diggs looks as a receiver.
Looks really good.
And he's tested Derek Stingley. Derek Stingley, iron sharpening iron, is going to get a lot out of going against Stefon Diggs because he's such a savvy route runner.
And we should be clear, Stingley has looked good in camp so far too.
It's boy, this time of year when people are watching 1-on-1s and 7-on-7 and everything, and then they'll report what they saw. I think a little bit has been overblown about some of the times that Kamari Lassiter has lost in coverage because he's losing to Tank Dell and Stefon Diggs and these other guys. I saw Kamari Lassiter run step for step with Tank Dell on a play on Saturday. Mm-hmm. I've seen other times where Kamari Lassiter looked very much like a rookie. I do think, especially based on what Matt Burke said, where Matt Burke said, don't read into the depth chart. There is no depth chart right now. We're trying to put guys in positions and see how they respond. I think they are throwing Kamari Lassiter into the fire, getting him a whole lot of reps with the ones, and letting him see exactly what NFL route running looks like.
I can't wait to see him in pads. You know what I mean? I can't wait to see him in pads for sure. All right, let's skip over to the Astros here real quick. Hunter Brown,
acknowledge me.
Picked up right where he left off before the All-Star break on Friday. 6 innings pitched, 6 shutout innings pitched in a 3-0 win over the Mariners that moved the Astros into first place. 6 innings pitched, 0 earned runs. I think it's interesting, too, Seth, that with the second half of the season, look, Joe Espada had 4 days to kind of really tailor the rotation the way he wanted to. This long break kind of allowed him to do that. I think it's notable that Hunter Brown was the first guy he threw out there coming out of the break.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, we don't know what Verlander's going to be if and when he gets back. We don't know what Garcia's going to be. There are moves to be made, but I don't know that they're finding a pitcher in the trade market, the Astros, that's going to be pitching any better than Hunter Brown has been pitching over the course of the last 2 months. He is the ace of this baseball team right
He
now.
is, and I think just as it is with Blanco, it's a wait and see. How do these guys respond to pitching more innings than they've ever pitched before? That's just the big question.
Yep.
Loss also. That's a huge question.
That's
mark.
a huge question.
And I would put, since Hunter Brown kind of sparked his turnaround with the recommendation of Alex Bregman to start throwing his sinker, that you talk about veteran leadership and like things you can get from players that you might not get from coaches.
Yeah.
That's another thing. I think having Stefon Diggs and these other guys, having Cam Akers, whether he can play or not after his second Achilles tendon tear, he's another guy in the building that's very understands very much this style of system and can be a resource for Damian Pierce, Jawar Jordan, all those other guys. For those of you who missed it, the Texans are going to be signing Cam Akers, the running back, to a contract.
Yep. Okay, a little basketball here real quick before we bump out of Acknowledge Me. Royal Ivey.
Acknowledge me.
He's a Rockets assistant coach. You Texas Longhorns know Royal Ivey. Head coach of the South Sudan Olympic team that almost beat Team USA on Saturday. I got a push notification that South Sudan is beating Team USA 58-44 at the half, and I'm like, all right, I'll flip over and watch this. Maybe I can even get in on a second-half wager. Well, I didn't get in time if there was one. The Olympic team was 43.5-point favorites over South Sudan. They needed basically not a miracle, but a somewhat miraculous comeback, and then they needed a stop at the end just to hold off South Sudan, which I'm aware of the Sudan. I was not aware of the South Sudan.
You didn't know there's 2 Sudans.
I did not. I was unaware.
Honestly, I wish I could act like that I knew that. It's been since 2011 there have been 2 Sudans.
Right.
I had to look that up. I didn't realize
they're an expansion team, basically.
Thank you basketball. Yes. This happens all the time with USA basketball. It's just a classic
43.5-point favorite. The LeBron was playing. The only guy who wasn't playing was Durant. Am I a bad American that I find it hard to root for Steve Kerr and LeBron James in international play? Like, I wasn't really that busted up that they almost lost to South Sudan.
I always feel like a bad American that I can't get as passionate about international basketball because at the root of it all, it should be blowouts every damn game. No matter how much talent is coming from other countries, obviously, no matter how many Eastern Europeans are incredible NBA players, just by sheer numbers alone, and I think a lot of it does go back to the fact that, teams that play together a lot and play like a team versus teams that are a little bit more disjointed and also maybe aren't taking their opponents that seriously. I worry more. I care way more about the losses and near losses than I do about winning the actual gold medal.
I actually watched this game almost from beginning to end on Saturday night, the WNBA All-Star Game. And I will acknowledge Daria Agumbawale's sister, Arike Agumbawale.
Acknowledge me.
34 points. This WNBA team, for those who don't know, Team USA the women picked their Olympic team, and it didn't include Caitlin Clark nor Angel Reese. And a big to-do was made about that, especially Caitlin Clark not making it. We know that some of the older players in the WNBA have been very glitchy about the attention Caitlin Clark's been getting, even though ultimately it's going to mean great things for the league. There's been a very old versus young thing going on with that. And when Caitlin Clark didn't make the Olympic team, I don't know if this was the reason they did, but the WNBA All-Star Game was the Olympic team versus basically all the people who got snubbed and got named to the All-Star team. Team snub blew out the Olympic team on Saturday night. The final score was not as – the game was not as close as the final score indicated. They were up double digits throughout the whole second half of that game. Ogunbowale had bupkis at halftime and scored 34 in this. She looked like Steph Curry out there. She was chucking, dude.
I think, honestly, the increased attention to women's basketball, it's happened very, very rapidly, I think. Like, obviously, but I do think there were some inroads into that. I've just noticed, even out just standing around with the different media members, I had two different people come up to me the other day on Saturday and be like, "Whoa, man, did you see Ogunbowale's sister yesterday?" Yeah. And there's a lot of chatter that it wouldn't have been. Even if 10 years ago, I don't think they, regardless of whether it was Ogunbowale's sister or not, I don't think they would have necessarily even known about it or watched it or anything like that.
Yeah, I don't know that I would have watched it had they not done this format of game. The snubs versus the olds. You know, that's the narrative of it. There's some young gals on the team there. This to me validates my opinion that the NBA should go with old versus young in the All-Star game.
They
should vote the 24 guys in based on the two conferences, how they normally do it, and then
that's how you get. There's a natural actual animosity there
in society. It's that way.
Right.
It's a reflection of society.
Yeah, it always is. Yeah, the old guys are going to be super motivated,
divide them in two,
and the young guys want to prove themselves against the older guys.
It's better than anything else they're putting out there.
You want to get guys that are actually playing hard and care about it. That's how you get the ego involved.
Man.
How can we tweak these dudes' egos or these ladies' egos?
That's exactly it, man. That's 100% it. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right. Florio had something this weekend about Brandon Aiyuk. 5 teams were in on Brandon Aiyuk before the draft. Could the Texans have been one of them? We will discuss coming up next. But first I want to tell you about West Point Lincoln, Chris Poulos, his family. They own the dealership. Now, Chris.
It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast getting you ready for day 4 of training camp. Good time to be in Houston. Astros in first place. They are getting back at it with Oakland tonight in Oakland. Probably coming up on the last series the Astros will be playing against the A's in Oakland. I don't know if they have another one later this year or not. Sacramento next year, yeah.
Sacramento for 1 year and then Vegas?
I think more than 1 year. I think Vegas is a ways off from getting their bleep together on this thing.
I've always wanted an excuse to take a trip to Sacramento and be able to write it off as a business expense.
I might go, man. Supposedly it's a beautiful minor league ballpark. It'd be something unique to do, but we'll see.
We can go visit the Capitol together?
Yeah. See where they filmed 8 is Enough back in the day? Yeah.
Oh, that's where that was?
Well, it's where it took place in Sacramento fictitiously. I don't know if they filmed it. Nowadays, they'd film it in Sacramento. They go hardcore, man. They filmed Breaking Bad in Albuquerque and The Sopranos in North Jersey. They even did scenes in Scranton with The Office, man. All right, Brandon Aiyuk. This is Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk. Brandon Aiyuk recently finally requested a trade, or at least made his trade request public.
Right. Admitted to it.
Admitted to his trade request, yeah. Before the draft, the 49ers had trade talks about Brandon Aiyuk because he wants a new contract, and the 49ers are hesitant to pay him top of market, or at least what he's asking for at this point. Reports in this Florio article says at the time, the magic number was in the neighborhood of $28 million per year is what Aiyuk was looking for. Now, that may have changed now that Justin Jefferson has reset the market. Evidently, it has changed.
Yeah.
Justin Jefferson's getting $35 million a year, and that probably is a fly in the ointment for not just Brandon Aiyuk, but probably CeeDee Lamb and others as well moving forward. Florio says there were 5 teams who, and this is him reporting this, he's saying, we're told there were 5 teams who were ready to pay Aiyuk what he wanted before the draft. If they could also reach acceptable trade terms with the Niners, he would have been traded. That part didn't happen. For example, the Patriots offered a second-round pick for the right to pay Brandon Aiyuk $28 million a year on a long-term deal.
Right.
Teams are getting smarter about giving up multiple first-round picks for the right to overpay or at least pay market for a guy. Like Tyreek Hill, I think the Dolphins would do that deal over again in a heartbeat. He's been great for them, but they gave up a lot to get him.
Yeah.
You know, the Raiders gave up a lot to get Devontae Adams. He's been good for them, but they haven't won anything. They might be having second thoughts as to whether or not they should have done that. Brandon Aiyuk, teams, the teams that get mentioned were the Patriots, the Steelers and Commanders get mentioned because Aiyuk himself has mentioned those 2 teams. So there are 2 mystery teams in this thing.
Yeah.
Could the Texans, keep in mind the timing of this. This is before the draft. The Diggs trade went down on April the 3rd. The trade to pick up the extra second-round pick to get Diggs took place right at the beginning of the league year on March 15th. Could it be, as the Texans got that extra second-round pick?
In what would have been a plug-and-play situation.
Big time.
This is Bobby Slowick was the passing game coordinator for Brandon Aiyuk 2 years ago.
Yes.
It would have been a seamless transition.
Could it be that second-round pick that they picked up in mid-March that they didn't use to go get Diggs until 3 weeks later?
Yeah.
Could Aiyuk have been on their radar at that point?
I think that's very, very possible.
Yeah.
And as far as the actual compensation goes, there's no standard. You can't figure out the value of these trades when it comes to trading for a guy that you're going to then have to pay a big contract. We saw Brian Burns went for less than I thought he would.
2 and a 5, basically.
Yeah, I thought for sure you'd get at least a first for him. So, and he's an edge rusher, another premium position.
Correct.
I think it's very, very possible.
I do too.
There's no way they didn't discuss it.
Right.
There's no way the Texans weren't seriously considering it. Right, right.
Yeah, with DeMeco's history with him.
So, and you know how these things get reported sometimes? I'd be surprised if they didn't have a conversation with the 49ers.
Yeah.
So whether they made an actual offer or not, I'd be incredibly surprised if the Texans were looking at a young, awesome, healthy wide receiver who already knows this system and has thrived in it and would later go on to trade. When you look at the compensation for the draft compensation that they gave up for what ended up being a 1-year contract, I think they totally would have been willing to probably pay Brandon Aiyuk.
Give up more, but he's a younger player.
Yeah.
You're paying him more, too. You're committed to Brandon Aiyuk. You're dating Stefon Diggs right now, basically.
Yeah.
You're married to Brandon Aiyuk if you trade and sign him.
The other holdup there, though, too, would have been, I think, with a lot of those teams, all right, what does Aiyuk want after we trade for him? Because you don't want to trade for him and end up like the Jets are in a situation now where they traded for a player who they don't have is going to hold out until he gets in Hassan Reddick until he gets his new contract, or he might hold out. Yeah, I think that's
We'll
very,
find out
very
soon.
possible.
Yeah.
I think the thing about that annoyed me this weekend, Sean, you know this because I texted you at 6 a.m. yesterday. I see these old GMs like Michael Lombardi who get on TV and say things like, this isn't the NBA. This isn't like James Harden where a player demands a trade and then he gets the trade. Like, what the hell are you talking about? We've seen this in the NFL.
We saw it here.
Multiple times. We saw it here. I mean, that got complicated. Well, Brandon Cooks. But, like, Jalen Ramsey was probably the most James Harden-like, because when Jalen Ramsey was on the Jaguars, he all of a sudden came down with a mysterious back ailment in the middle of the season.
Yeah.
And ends up getting traded away. The mysterious back ailment heals, and he's playing for the Rams like 3 weeks later. It doesn't happen all the time, but it's not like it doesn't happen.
No, that's the thing. I think some teams still operate that way. I think some teams have the stomach for the drama.
Yeah.
I think the 49ers are one of those teams. Deebo Samuel literally was demanding a trade last year, and they ended up giving him a contract extension and keeping him around. Was it 2 years ago?
It was 2 years ago. It was in July that they ended up giving the extension.
Yeah. So that was
the other thing that's annoying me, huge, is that if I read an article and you don't mention, when I was reading this article by David Lombardi of the Athletic, and he was talking about what Aiyuk's options were, and he starts going into the fines that he would get if he held out, and the team can relieve those fines. He never once mentioned the hold-in, which is where a guy he shows up but says he has an injury. T.J. Watt did it, and he's just withholding services, but he's not getting fined because he's there in the building. It's sketchy. I don't like it, and yet that's more and more players are doing it. And, like, nobody's tested it yet to, like, say, like, no, you don't have an injury. So I just it could get ugly with Aiyuk. I could see Aiyuk, because Ayuk's been public about it. He's gotten messy. He's not afraid to be messy with it.
There's some fun contract drama going on around the league. Between all the receivers and the three quarterbacks right now, Dak and Jordan Love and Tua especially, because Tua's withering like a little baby over this thing.
The reports have been that the Cowboys are gonna dress CeeDee Lamb first, probably, before Dak or anything. Who knows how much validity there is to that?
Out there too.
Well, and Micah Parsons. So by the beginning of the season, I think that Nico Collins will already be either the 10th highest paid or outside of the top 10. That contract's looking more and more reasonable all the time.
Yep. All right. Dang, only 60 left, Ben, huh? We won't get to Tank Dell on In the Loop. Oh, well. Finding out about the Diggs trade. So what are we hoping to see out here today, as we've got like 45 seconds left?
I want to see a fight.
Yeah, that would be fun.
I want to see fisticuffs. That's what I want to see.
We're more inclined to see maybe some chippiness if they've got the pads on today, though.
Yeah.
It does happen.
No, and I don't actually want to see a fight.
No, I don't either. But, I could see where D'Amico Ryan's training camp practice would be conducive
I do.
to
Look, I think Kamari Lassiter, I think a lot of people have been making a lot of judgments based on very limited look at a rookie going against Tank Dell, Stefon Diggs, guys like that. I saw some promising things out of him on Saturday, and I expect him to continue to improve as the week goes along.
We'll have eyes on it out here all week long, including today. Keep it tuned right here. John Harris walking into the building. Got Mark Vandermeer in the loop after that. The drive at 2 o'clock today. We've got you covered. Hey, we'll see you guys tomorrow at 6 a.m. Until then, have a great day. But first, I got to tell you about Daily and Black. And, man, this is Daily and Black.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
It's time.
Here we go!
To get back to the grind.
Let's go to work, baby!
And prepare for the 2024 season.
Go, 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 go!
It's Texans Training Camp Live, presented by Community Coffee. Here's Mark Vandermeer and John Harris.
Hello, Texans. It is day 4. Johnny.
It's too early to forget the math.
Yes.
Because that happens at training camp. You start doing the count, and you're like, I forgot. It's too early to forget the math.
We're 5 days in, but we are definitely in day 4 because yesterday was a day off. So here we are at the Houston Methodist Training Center, and it is going to be a typical Houston training camp day today, that weather thing. And it's all my fault, by the way. I jinxed us on Saturday.
I swear.
I said we're going to go for 3 consecutive days of bliss, and then halfway through Saturday's practice, it ratcheted up big time and got to standard Houston protocol, which is no clouds, lots of sun, and death Hughley Heat. And that's what it's going to be today, but they'll get used to it. This is what they do. This is what we do. This is Houston Texans training camp. Not a cloud in the sky. No clouds allowed.
It's beautiful.
And it's gorgeous. It's a gorgeous
It's really
day.
nice.
Yeah, it's gorgeous for us because we're in the shade. Anyway,
For now.
here we are at Texans training camp, and it is day 4 of practice. And you did Harris hits every single day so far.
That's right.
I actually referenced Harris hits in my piece I did on Saturday, the Vandermeer's View. I think they branded it that way. But it was my my 5 takes or whatever I did. I said, I'm no Harris hits writer, but this C.J. Stroud guy in year 2
is pretty good.
Well, I just harkened back to year 1 where every throw was examined, and when's he going to be the starter? Because he's splitting reps with Mills, and Mills was getting first-team reps much of the time. Not all the time, much of the time, and you're thinking, what's happening? When's he going to start? How's he going to be? How's he going to look? We know he's going to start at some point. How's he going to look as an NFL quarterback? Every throw was scrutinized in camp. Now, hey, looks great out here, and even if one doesn't connect, you're thinking, he was trying something.
Right.
You know, I think CJ's good enough where he experiments out here. I wonder if I can get away with this. He's facing good DBs, great competition. The iron sharpens iron thing. That's how I see it.
Yeah, I agree with you. He had a couple of throws on, I think it was Saturday. All the days are kind of merging together now, but he had he had back-to-back throws. He had a seam route, a little glance route to Diggs, and Steph runs a good route, gives him his number, shows it to him, and Jimmy Ward was closing. But it was one of those where CJ threw it just to see if he could get it in there, and he ripped one, put it right on the money. I can imagine Diggs went back to the huddle like, man, this wasn't like this in Buffalo. Then the next throw, you have Dalton kind of working a crosser in the middle of the field, and there's probably not a foot of space between one linebacker and the other. I think one was Aziz. I can't remember who the other one was. And there's maybe a foot of space where CJ can put that football. Dalton can catch it clean without those two impacting the throw. I mean, about a foot of space. And CJ threw it right into that foot of space and completed it to Dalton. I thought, man, those two throws were unbelievable. And we've seen him do that in games. We've seen him do that a lot of other times in practice. But just seeing it again, being reminded of how accurate he is with the football, even with all the trash around him. Everything happened in the secondary where it looks like guys have good coverage, and he just zips it right into a small spot.
The throws to Diggs and Schultz.
Those two are incredible.
Oh, my gosh, incredible stuff to watch, fun to watch. All right, let's get to some hot reads here on a Monday. All right, first one, Bobby Slowick, offensive coordinator for your Texans, interviewed places after the season. Very successful campaign for him in his first year as an offensive coordinator. You know his history. He's been in the league. Then he was at Pro Football Focus for a while. Then came back into the league, and now he's doing wonderful things here. Well, he was asked about, hey, C.J. Stroud, what about the operation of the offense as he develops, as he grows into it even more? Here's what Bobby Slowick said.
It involves a lot, and that's why he wants to own it and grow in that area so much. There's so much that goes into that. You know, that could be something as small as how tight we are in the huddle. You know, he puts that on him, to making sure everyone's eyes are on him when he's making a play call. Like, he believes that's his responsibility. To what our demeanor's like on the sideline, how he's handling the offense, what it's like in the meeting room, all the way down to maybe, you know, his timing on a motion snap point. You know, all the stuff that happens before the snap or off the field is really what he's focused on operationally. I think it ties into the leadership part of it as well. And he's made some really big strides through the offseason. Like, you could tell he's really owned it, and he's embraced it, and he's doing a heck of a job.
Well, Stroud had that amazing rookie year, Johnny, but we talk about year 1 to year 2 improvement in this league. Oh, my goodness. What are we going to see here year 2? What about improvement, and especially in the category we just talked about, the operation of the offense?
I love when Bobby speaks because I don't know how long that clip was, 20 seconds?
I think it was more like 35,
35? I mean, he gave you something with every single sentence. I mean, there was something you could take out of there. I think, you know, just having the understanding of the operation. I think the other thing is having the knowledge and the confidence to be able to look at something that you looked at all week long. And you know when you come out in this set, this defense, this is what you're going to see. This is what you're going to see. And you know it's that defense. You know it 100%. And then you get out there and you got that play call and they're lined up differently than you expected. How do you react to that?
Yeah.
And I think that's one of the steps for CJ is when you do get a curveball, you're 100% sure you're going to see this, but then, okay, then you get in the game and you don't. How do you react to it? And I think there have been some tremendous plays through history. John Elway, the flying helicopter, that was a result of the Packers defense in the Super Bowl showing a completely different look than what Elway and Shanahan had seen all week. And they discussed, okay, well, what if that happens? And finally Elway is like, I should probably take off. And that's why he took off. So being able to react when you know it's going to be one thing and you don't get it that way. So, okay, how do you make sure from left to right, right to left, you got everybody on the same page for what you want to do and how you want to do it? Do you want to change protection? And the other thing is, and it's funny because this morning I was watching, I went back and watched the Tennessee game that Case started, just throwing it on, just have something on, as I was trying to do some work before I came out here. And then I found myself watching the whole thing, and I remember there's a play in there, it's like 2nd and 1 play where Case, you can't see Case. And I look over and I'm like, I can't see him. Well, he's up at the line, he's pointing, he's changing the mic point, he's seeing something on the left side. And so he changed to a run play to that side and ended up getting like 4 or 5 yards. Singletary got like 4 or 5 yards, got first down, and I just thought that's a step for CJ, is to know, okay, we have 2 plays called, let's kill the pass play, let's make sure we got the run play. Let's run against this front. So understanding fronts and what fronts are trying to do to you so you can start using the run game and check to the run game and using that even more than you were doing. Because I think young quarterbacks, starting from Pop Warner all the way up, they're starting to learn what coverages are. Yeah. And they're starting to learn what to do against those coverages. And I think what ends up happening is the understanding of the front and running against that front, or what you want to run against that front, I think that takes a little while. But I think if you add that to where his knowledge is now, if that increases and that gets better and that improves, I think you're going to see this offense be able to have the answers to all the tests, and that's what you want to have with CJ.
I like what you said about Case. It's funny because he's such a wily veteran now. He knows what he's looking at. And when he was not a rookie, but the second year in his career, 2013 when he first started, so it was his first year starting for these Texans in that 2-14 forgettable season, miserable season. But I remember they go back to Schaub at the end of the year, right? Gary Kubiak wants to go back to Schaub because Keenum, as a first-year starter, doesn't recognize those things as well. Those that, there's a different look here. What do I do about it? Protections, things like that. Obviously, stuff that Schaub understood very well. By the way, Schaub will be here for the Giants game. That will be the August 17th contest against the New York Giants. And we're going to put him in the booth for a minute or two or maybe longer for the preseason TV broadcast. We're going to put him in the radio booth for a bit. He'll be out there with the guys in pregame, so it'll be Matt Schaub Day unofficially here, August 17th on Texans Radio, Texans TV. All right, more from Bobby Slowick here. Along the lines of what you just talked about, what are the other teams looking at? Now that they've all seen the tape, what did Slowick say about other teams and how they're going to regard C.J. Stroud?
Yeah, we're always talking about, it kind of goes back to owning, commanding, and operating. We really embrace in that room specifically not just understanding the offense, but understanding defense. We talk about it a lot. What's the defense do? How do they play quarters? Talk about specific techniques. And then what's our defense do? How's another team play that quarters? And then he spends time with Burke. He spends time with D'Amico. He makes sure he soaks in information from defensive coaches to hear their side. And that really, once you get that knowledge, once you get that foundation, that really is what enables us to go play against whatever the defense does, regardless of how they adjust us. It's inevitable. They're going to make changes from what they did last year. There's things we were really good at that may not present the same way this year, and that's our job to evolve and to continue to grow.
All right, so that is a dynamic here. Other teams watching tape throughout the entire offseason, especially in the division, Johnny. But it's not like they didn't watch tape during the season either, right? Exactly. Stuff was getting thrown at him as the season went along. Oh, my gosh, this guy's really good. What are we going to do? Look, these teams, this is what they do. They have these tremendously large staffs that look at tape, they grind, they go over all the analytics, and they try to find ways to stop the opponent. They really weren't stopping him much.
That's right. You get that whole thing of, well, they're watching tape. They'll figure it out. Well, that's the thing I think that made CJ's rookie year to me so tremendous, was that he kept figuring out what they were doing. Certain teams are like, all right, well, they're going to blitz him now. Okay, well, he's going to adapt here. All right, well, they're going to sit back and play zone. Okay, well, he's going to take this. I think one of the things that he mentioned, that CJ mentioned in his presser the other day, was talking to Tom Brady, don't get bored with the simple stuff. And it's funny because I was thinking about that for us. Like, these shows are so – I love these shows. And I love, preseason games. But once we get to the point that we're playing in AFC Championship games and Super Bowls, hopefully regularly.
Yeah, regularly.
Those games are going to seem somewhat boring to a lot of people.
Really?
But no, they're not. They can't be.
Yeah.
They can't be boring. You can't just that's not the exciting part of the season. All of it has to be exciting. Even the boring stuff has to be exciting. And I think you have to just, you see a lot of zone. Hey, we're going to make them dink and dunk. All right. That's the challenge. Okay, good. Here's 5 yards on a speed out. Here's 7 on a little glance route. We'll take what you're giving us. We're going to beat whatever. And that's the way CJ has to look at it. It's got to be kind of a game within the game. Hey, you're trying to stop this. I'm going to beat it. I'm going to beat it with this. But here's the other thing, and he talked about talking with Matt Burke, Bobby Slowick just did, and talking with the defense, talking with D'Amico about defense and all that. There was a break. They had 2 breaks yesterday, 5 minutes. The first break, after 2 team sessions, I look out there, and he and Aziz are talking, and you can see the hands kind of going. You know how you're deciding, you're showing routes and stuff like that.
Right.
I see hands on both sides. And
they're either talking about that or how to slice a pizza properly.
I'm guessing that they weren't talking about that. That's my guess.
Routes.
It's probably routes. It's probably things. But they spent the whole entire break talking to one another. And I thought that was really interesting because when we've talked about leadership, a lot of times it's leadership within your position group, within your unit, offense, defense. Very rarely do you cross over and become that leader on the other side of the ball, where you're sharing, like you're JJ. We've talked about that a million times. JJ was that kind of guy. Well, to see Aziz and CJ talking about whatever they were talking about, and I imagine they were talking about the team period they had just gone through, you don't really see that all that much, but you saw it, and I remember CJ saying this at OTAs. He said, CJ, I'm the leader of the offense, Aziz is the leader of the defense, and they're chatting a lot, and I love that. I absolutely love that because CJ is asking, hey, what were you guys trying to do to me on this? What are you guys looking at? Aziz is looking for the same thing. So I just love that Bobby brought that up because you constantly see CJ talking to Matt Burke, saw him talking to Aziz, learning what the defense is doing. And where did Bobby Slowick get his start?
Washington.
As what?
Quality control guy.
When he went to San Francisco, what did he do? He was a quality control on what side of the ball? He was on defense.
Defense,
He was on defense.
Yeah, because that's how he and D'Amico spent all those long nights together.
That's exactly right. Then he ends up eventually going over to offense, and because he has an understanding of defense, I think that helps you teaching the game that much more.
That wasn't that long ago.
No, it wasn't.
You got Slowick and D'Amico in cubicles in San Francisco land, and they're going over tape and everything and having these conversations.
Yeah.
And then look at them now. It's like the Paul Rudd meme. Mm-hmm. Look at us now, huh? See?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's what happens when you go. If you're smart, you grind, and you learn. And I just think I think the world of Bobby Slowick. I'm glad he's back this year. I mean, I'm going to appreciate this year because if this year goes the way that we hope and we think, okay.
But you never know.
Yeah, you're right.
You never know.
You never know.
But we want the year to go great.
Okay.
And look, that if he leaves, it's because the team was really good and the offense was really good.
That's what I was saying.
I know that's where you're going.
That's where I was going with that.
By the way, when did it get to be acceptable to call a GIF a meme? Everyone's calling GIFs memes now.
Blame it on the young kids.
And the memes cover everything now, whether it's just a single pic with a caption, right?
Blame it on the young kids because they changed the definition of GOAT too. Like, GOAT used to be a bad thing.
Yeah, but that's been going on for 10, 15 years
I
now.
know, but they started
I remember when that started
it's all
up.
the young kids' fault.
Everybody has that moment where they first heard GOAT used in that way because, look, I was a sports fan in the 80s. Bill Buckner was the GOAT.
He was the GOAT.
The GOAT of the World Series in 86 because the ball went through his legs. That's a GOAT. Now a GOAT is, it's great.
Yeah, it's great.
You just pop the emoji on there, and it's just such a flattering compliment.
Yeah.
It's amazing. Yeah, well, he's not Vanderkid anymore, all right? Luke Vandermeer is helping us out here at training camp.
That's right.
He's actually now 18 years old.
He's just Luke.
He's going to go to the University of Texas, McComb School of Business.
Proud of that young kid.
So he's slumming with us right now for training camp.
He just threw up hook 'em horns.
He just threw up the horns.
Oh, man.
I'm going to respond with the H, okay?
Yeah.
I'm going backwards with the H.
Aaron Raybold over here is nodding. He's a big Lamar fan.
You go horns open-fisted. The H is closed. It's the backhand. There you go.
I can't do it.
All right, one more from Slowick.
Okay.
And this is about Stefon Diggs, a new weapon, one of many, one of the 5-headed monster members for the Houston Texans.
Yep.
And by the way, that's gonna get some steam this year, I think.
Yeah, that'll be on a t-shirt.
The five-headed monster. But Diggs, here is the offensive coordinator on the new-ish weapon.
I just love his personality. He's extremely competitive. He's got energy. He's got juice. I'd never been around him prior to this. And I think I speak for the entire offense and the entire team that he's fun to be around, But at the same time, he wants to be the best he could possibly be. He wants to be coached. He wants to help teach young guys. He wants to be a leader. He also wants other guys in the room, when they have something for him, to coach him and to teach him and get something from Nico, get something from Tank. And he's one of us. That's the number one thing that jumps out to me is he's one of us. He's a competitor. He loves football, and he's been a great dude.
Actually, that "he's one of us" quote made Pro Football Talk. It got a lot of steam around the league. He's one of us. He's part of this team.
Yep.
And you can clearly see it. You want to talk about guys talking to other players and coaching them up or just sharing ideas. You're seeing a ton of that out of Stefon Diggs so far, in addition to some spectacular playmaking. So it's all good.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, having a veteran that's able to pay it forward and willing to pay it forward, I think, is massive. And I think you have that with a few of the veterans that you have on this squad. And I don't know that I've watched Diggs just at different points, just trying to pick up, little things. And Bobby hit right on it. His energy, his enthusiasm, he is always hopping off the field. He's on the sidelines, always chatting somebody up. I mean, he's man, as Bobby said, I think he put it best. He's one of us. And I think people hear that, well, yeah, of course, he's on the roster. But it's like, no. We've been around. You've been around since the beginning. I've been around long enough. You've seen players that fit the philosophy of what the team is trying to do. And you look at it and go, and we've seen over the years, okay, that guy's not a fit for us. That's not a guy that is going to last long in this organization with this particular thought process. And you look at Diggs, and when he says that, you get the feeling he fits right in with everybody that's already here. And there was so much talk about, is he going to be a diva? Is he going to be, demanding the football? And look, it's early. It's early, but you'd think some of those things at some point in a hot practice would end up, showing itself. But no, haven't seen that. Now, will it happen? Will there be some moments where it's like, hey, we're not playing well and I want the damn ball? Yeah, maybe. But I think if that comes out of competition and if it's done in a positive way in some sorts, I don't think it's going to end up being a problem. But I loved hearing Bobby Slowick say, loved it. He's one of us. I just, for some reason, that just hit me yeah, all right, cool.
Well, last year, it might go to Kincaid. It might go to Gabe Davis. Okay, fine. And the Bills were successful.
Right.
This year, you got the other four heads of the five-headed monster.
Yep.
And the guys behind them, too.
Right.
Wide receiver depth has been a big topic.
Man.
In fact, I want you to give me the sizzle fire rating of one of my takes in the piece I wrote on Saturday, all right? Because I talked about our sizzle fire ratings.
Yeah.
And I thought,
I
don't know, I just needed your assessment on this. All right? I'm going to give you the statement in the next segment, but we're still in this segment. And you talked about energy, and it's arguable that there might not be anybody with more energy out here than Frank Ross, the special teams coordinator, who I think we could build commercial campaigns around. For instance, Texans partners like Amegy Bank. He goes into Amegy Bank's offices. Come on, let's go. He gets everybody fired up for banking or for whatever the business is. Because, Johnny, even in the business ops here, Frank will come in. He'll pop his head in. It'll be kind of quiet. Everyone's working. And all of a sudden you hear this, let's go.
Yeah.
And it just, you jump out of your seat because he kind of scares you.
Yeah.
But you love the energy, and he's like that with his special teamers for sure.
So I'm not sure. I'm just asking. But do we have a hairstylist, hair cutting sponsor?
Oh, he does that too.
I mean, Coach's Cuts could be something.
Yeah, it could
that
be.
could absolutely
You know what? That's
be
a
something.
natural, and I'm sure we've got something going on.
I would imagine.
If they don't have it already, they got something brewing on that. But Ross, on the new kickoff rule, Johnny, this is going to be huge. We talked about it. I know people, it's so exciting. You guys talking about the kickoff. Listen, in the Super Bowl, there were 0 kickoff returns. You made this point.
Anymore.
Last year as a season, there were 4 kickoff returns for touchdowns. Only 4, and the Texans had 2 of them. Now you're going to get some playmaking because of the rules adjustment. Here's Frank Ross on the new kickoff rule.
Yeah, and everybody, just even reading experts and their philosophies, hey, it's going to be more size players that are going to be used on the unit. You're going to be more speed players. You're going to need more multiple people that can handle the ball as a back-end return man. We have to be able to be diverse and have people, going back to the old, I need to be a football player. So, guys that are receivers have to be dynamic cover players now. Excited just to pick an example, like Brevin Jordan, made a tackle on a kickoff last year. Like, he hadn't done, now he's got to go cover. So it doesn't matter where you come from position-wise on the roster. We've got to be flexible. And then with that many more plays in the game, how durable can you be as a roster? So more players are covering kicks, more players are taking hits, more players are delivering hits. What does that mean for the longevity of 17 games? And how are we going to handle that as a management staff, coaching staff? So excited for the challenges. We'll sort it out as best we can.
Gosh, this is going to be such a developing story. This is the definition of developing story. New kickoff rule. What's the effect? Yep. Game 1, game 2. We're changing this. This team did that. Oh my gosh. And then red zone. Red zone normally for kickoffs, you're seeing a replay if somebody did something on a kickoff.
Right.
Now, Scott Hansen and crew, they might want to tune in for the kickoff. It is going to be really interesting.
Here's one of the facets that I found interesting. I went to Big 12 Media Days, and I ended up running into Eric Galko. He's the director of the East-West Shrine Game. So he knows a lot of our guys that played in East-West Shrine Game. Juice Scruggs, Tegan Toriano, the Yankee twins. Obviously, Jaden is still here. Jackson was released a couple days ago, waived injured. But what I forgot was that Eric Galko, along with Sam Schwartzstein, were the two guys instrumental in putting in the kickoff in the XFL. So he brought that up, and I was like, okay, the interview instantly changed. So we got to talking about it, and he said that dozens of teams have called him because obviously they wanted to kind of get more understanding of what it was. And he said something really interesting. He said, John, almost every team has picked my brain, has wanted to know certain things about it. He said, one team I know of in the NFL wants nothing to do with it, is just going to kick it into the end zone and just live with the consequences, ball at the 30-yard line, like every single time.
Jeez.
And I was like, wait, timeout. Huh? What? You've had months, and they just threw their hands up.
30-yard
nope,
line.
Want nothing to do with it. Want nothing to do with it.
You're going to spot Mahomes the 30-yard line.
Exactly. And this was a team that was in the playoffs last year. And the reason I knew it was a team in the playoffs is because I found out who that team was. He wouldn't tell me. Eric wouldn't tell me who that team was. But I would imagine that he didn't talk to every single team. There are probably a few more teams like that. And you know what it made me think of? Back in the 80s, remember 1987 was the first year they put in the true three-pointer in college. And there were teams that just weren't going to use that three-point shot, weren't going to do it. Denny Crum was one of them. Denny Crum was one of them at Louisville, just not going to use that three-point shot. And there's Patino. They're jacking threes all over the place. And eventually, everybody came around to the fact that you got to use the three.
87 was the first year in college?
That was the first year. Steve Alford, I remember, had 7 threes in the championship game against Syracuse, and he was just knocking them down from everywhere. And it was a big weapon for them. Yeah. My point in that is there were teams that were just like, we're not shooting threes. That's not in our offense. We're just not going to do it. 87 team for Louisville went nowhere. They won a championship 86, 87, nowhere. You got to embrace what's there. There's got to be, I don't want to say a loophole, but there's got to be something that you could take advantage of with the squad that you have with these new rules. Mm-hmm. And I guarantee you that Frank has looked at every single nook and cranny for an advantage. And just watching them the other day and talking to Eric, there's a couple of strategies that I think that will happen more often than not. More often than not. And I'll say this. I'll put it this way. Here's my hint. You may want somebody that has baseball experience back in the back.
Baseball experience, because you're going to have to field grounders.
Thank you.
You're going to have to field grounders. Because people, they're going to kick the ball low.
Get it on the ground, because as soon as the ball hit the ground, you can move.
All right, but if the ball hits the ground at the 10 and rolls into the end zone, touchback?
I think so, yeah.
But you take the risk of it not rolling into the end zone. So you can't kick it too much on a line drive, because otherwise it's going to go into the end zone or out of bounds.
Yep.
If you kick it too high, you're really giving them an advantage in setting up a return.
That's exactly right.
All right, this is going to be really tricky.
Hang time, out. You don't need hang time.
Yeah.
You don't need hang time at all. I think Eric told me the magic number is 3.8, 3.9. Anything under that is what you want.
So funny.
But he talked about the one bouncer. That's the one I think you're going to see a lot of. The one bouncer that, again, a one hopper in baseball is easy to field. Boom, snap it up and go. A one hopper with a football, that thing's going all over the place. That's why I think you got to have some baseball experience back there so guys know how to field and get in front of those grounders. But as soon as they have to stop and field that ball that way, all of a sudden you've got the coverage team that much further downfield. So there's going to be some things that we see. I think there are going to be all kinds of styles of kicks.
Oh, yeah.
And our guy, Kaimi Fairbairn's going to be able to do them all.
He's got to love this. What a great challenge for them.
It's such a challenge. So it's one-hoppers. Is it, line drives? Is it knuckleballs? It's going to be interesting to see how they go about this. And just Frank Ross is going to have an answer. But there's at least one NFL team that's like, nah, forget it. Don't want any part of it.
All right, we're going to hear from some players today, including but not limited to Desmond King. We're also going to hear from Steven Sims. You want to talk about return guys. Those are two really good ones. Des King, former Pro Bowler, All-Pro at that position as well. And also a guy who was named after a character in an 80s movie. And it might not be who you're thinking of. That's later on in the show. Plus, you have to rate the Sizzle Fires on a hot take I have.
Oh, yeah.
So we'll have that for you. Des King, among other things, next here on Texans Training Camp Live.
More training camp coverage is coming up on Texans Radio.
Community Coffee is proud to be the official coffee of the Houston Texans. For over 100 years, we
Yeah. Yeah.
feet away from your Texans.
Nice! Way to run!
On Texans Training Camp Live.
Yeah, we are literally, 4 feet from the grass right here at the 50 of Field 1. Fans will be here tomorrow, and we're looking forward to that. And they'll be in pads tomorrow. We would expect they are not in pads today. That is confirmed. The pad report says no pads today.
That was the exact way it went last year. First 3 days, and everybody thought, pads the next day. No. It was always pads. It was pads the second day. So they're not pads
They
today.
had a day off after 3 days last year.
I remember, it was 3 days. Day off, put the pads on the second day after the day off. So practice 5.
Remember, Thursday, Friday, we talked about relatively short practices. Saturday, training camp practice.
Yeah,
it's training camp. Training camp did start after all. And not that Thursday and Friday were not useful and good practices, but with the weather and everything, it just felt surreal almost, as Sean Pendergast described. Surreal. I like that word for the way Thursday was in particular when I was literally chilly. Okay, so my semi-hot take.
Okay, give me your hot take.
I said there are enough receivers on this team for 2 NFL teams that would be pretty decent squads. All right, I'm going to give you – hang on. I'm going to give you the – well, let's just put it this way. Would the 2021 Texans take either of these crews that I'm about to lay out for you? As I open up the Houston Texans app, which everyone should have, and you had 33 Harris hits, by the way, on Saturday.
I did.
So I came up with 5 things to say. No, I like to keep it brief, folks.
Yeah.
All right, so think about this. On one team, Nico, Tank, Ben Skoranek, John Mechie, Xavier Hutchinson.
Okay, that's one.
That's a pretty good squad right there. Nico and Tank and Skoranek and Mechie and Hutch.
Yeah.
On the other team, Diggs, Robert Woods, Noah Brown, Steven Sims, and whoever else you want from the rest of the crew.
I'm going to start before I rate that sizzle fire.
Yep.
I might surprise you with my answer.
Okay.
Both of those groups
are
better than what we had in 2020 or 2021.
Okay.
In 2022. They were better than those 3 years.
Wait, 2020, though, I thought on paper was a pretty good group.
On paper was okay, but Cobb's hurt at the end of the year, which, by the way, Cobb's going to be doing SEC Network games.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Good.
He hasn't retired yet, but he's doing SEC Network games.
Look, 2020, we had the Hopkins hangover, right? They traded DeAndre. We felt awful about it. The crew they put together on paper looked pretty good because you had Cooks, Cobb,
and Fuller,
and Stills.
Yeah, but you got rid of Stills early.
Well, no. It was pretty late.
Or later.
I'm telling you, it was in November.
It was in November. So in November, you lost.
By the end of the year, Chad Hansen is like looking good for you.
I'll give you that.
On paper, I thought the group they came up with to try to replace Hop was okay on paper, although it didn't make me get over trading Hop.
Yeah.
But on paper, it was like, okay, they got some receivers here. They got Deshaun Watson throwing on the ball, and he led the league in passing that year.
I mean, the last 6 games, you were without Fuller because
you're right.
PEDs.
Yeah. It all came to a horrible conclusion. We all know this.
I don't know.
I'm talking about this time of year.
Yeah. This time of year, you're right. On
But
paper.
I think
but 21, 22, those two groups on paper are better than either one of those in total.
You had Nico those years, but it was young Nico, and I think the quarterbacking and the offense coordinating and all that, obviously we're in a different situation here.
Understood. I'm going to give that 3 sizzle fires.
3? I thought you'd only give it 2. I thought you'd give it 2.
I was thinking 2.5, but I'm going to just give it. I'm going to give it 3.
It's a little too hot.
I might go down to 2 because I'm pretty convinced that those 2 groups that you just said, if you'd had those in 2021, 2022, you're that much better. You were going to be limited because you still had a rookie at quarterback or, kind of a journeyman and backup at quarterback as opposed to CJ. But
give me a game we won here last year with a similar type of group. Bengals? Dell was healthy for the Bengals, right?
How about the Tennessee game? The Tennessee game, you're without Tank. You're without Nico.
Yeah.
I was like I just said, I was watching that Tennessee, the first Tennessee game.
Right.
I remember Nico working out before the game and thought, oh, there's a chance.
Yeah,
and then
that was interesting.
Didn't. And so you were rolling with Noah. Noah had a big game.
Mm-hmm.
Dalton had a big game.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the other thing, too, is you build in the tight ends, the pass-catching ability of the tight ends. I mean, I know Dalton ends up as a tight end, but he's part of the receiver crew if we're being honest, because of how big a weapon he is. And he has a couple of tremendously important catches in that game, including the one he ripped away from McCreary on a throw that Case should have never made. McCreary's going to pick it off, and somehow Dalton gets a hand in there and rips it out. So you got to consider Dalton in all that mix too. But if you put Dalton on one team and Brev on the other,
yeah,
I mean right. I mean that just shows you the depth of this group. And when I've talked to people about it and we started talking about the names, and all of a sudden you mention 6 names, and invariably somebody goes, "Oh, you didn't mention insert name of player here." Yeah, I didn't mention them because I mean. Are you going to keep 6 or you keep 7?
All right, we're going to talk about that in the next segment because I want to talk about that in relation to the tight ends and running backs because Cam Akers has reportedly been signed by your Houston Texans, so we'll see him out here, we would think.
You hope.
And he's got 2 Achilles injuries on his medical dossier, as the doctor says in Roadhouse. Doesn't she say that to Patrick Swayze? I've got 16 more stitches on your dossier.
Yeah.
I'll never forget that word. Geez, I can come up with the really esoteric, meaningless references on 80s pop culture.
I like the dossier.
Kelly Lynch was the actress.
Cam Akers,
God bless her.
Clinton, Mississippi. I'll never forget seeing him for the first time. I had kind of stumbled upon this 5-star kid out of Mississippi. So I somehow found a YouTube of the state championship game when he was a senior.
Of course you did.
And so I just threw it on, and just this thick ball of muscle. They keep snapping him the football as the quarterback, and they're just running single wing. They're snapping it to him, and he's running. He's just running. He's not even throwing the ball. He's just running.
And the defense is, please no.
5 touchdowns.
Don't do it again.
I don't even know what his yardage was. Like 250, 270. He has like 5 touchdowns. I'm like, this guy's a dude. Found out he's going to Florida State. Thought he had a good career at Florida State. Really what's held him back is just the injuries. The Achilles. That's been an issue. He's a when he is fully healthy, physical, downhill with a little bit of shake, powerful guy. You've seen some of the workout videos. I just hesitate with those workout videos. Like, oh, man, he looks great in those workout videos. It's a little different working out inside than getting in the huddle, running a play, taking a hit, all that kind of stuff. Yeah. But just from a physical standpoint, it looks like he's ready to go. So hopefully that's the case.
Do you want me to give you the Nick Caserio quote on Cam Akers?
Sure.
I'll give it to you right now.
Okay, go ahead.
And this is not a bad thing at all, but I can virtually guarantee you what Nick Caserio would say about this acquisition. You can't have too many good football players.
That's true.
That's what it is. You can't have too many good football players.
Right.
Some version of that, and he's right, because you're here to win, and that's clear. The way they make the Diggs acquisition, the way I think they'll keep Robert Woods, and I know they could save a few dollars here and there on the cap or whatever, but I think Robert Woods is really important for this football team. That's my opinion. I think it's their opinion too.
Yes,
with Cam Akers, hey, let's bring him in, see what he's got. Maybe you pup him at the beginning of the year, right?
So. Yep.
And he's available for the back half of the year. You might have injury, knock wood, but you might have injury issues.
Right.
And all of a sudden you bring a healthy Cam Akers into the fold. There's a lot of different things that can happen. Bring him in. It doesn't really hurt you to give it a look.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what you're doing. Now, I don't know what the money will be, but I'd imagine coming off an Achilles tendon inmury.
These aren't max running back dollars we're talking about here.
Exactly. Well, you just do 2 things. Even max running back dollars aren't all that much.
Yeah.
But then a guy coming off an injury. So you bring him here. You got 4 preseason games to check it out. And like you said, maybe it's a guy that you're like, look, we might not need you the first 4 games of the year. We might not need you the first 6 games of the year. We might put you on PUP to start the season. But in 7-8 weeks, you can come back and you can be fresh. And now you're even that much further away from the injury. The injury happened in November of 23. But even at that point, he gave the Vikings some pretty good snaps last year, but then just the injuries ended up taking its toll. And that's the thing. When you're dealing with that position, doesn't matter how young a guy is, because he's still pretty young. You just don't matter how young it is. It's just how much has that taken a toll on his body, and you just hope it's not. But hopefully we'll get a chance to take a look at him in the flesh and see what he looks like in comparison to the other running backs. But I liked it when I saw it. I've been a Cam Akers fan since I saw him. Clinton, Mississippi, winning a state championship in Mississippi. I was like, this dude, wow. He is a physical specimen. Now, he's a little shorter than I think his high school listed height was 6'1". He's like 5'10", if that. So
that
he got one of that. But he's just the way he's built, the way he runs. Smart, good in the screen game, great pass protector. If he can learn all that, and look, he was with the Rams for a little bit, so he's got some knowledge of this offense. So I think that definitely helps when you're coming into a situation in training camp that you have some knowledge of what's going on. So we'll see. We'll see what ends up happening. But I was excited when I saw it. You're the one that alerted me to it.
Yeah.
I couldn't find it on my Twitter. I couldn't find it. You just texted me Akers.
Akers.
And I knew exactly what it was, so I went looking for it. I was like, I haven't seen anything.
Yeah. See,
and
that's like a Mike Meltzer text.
Yeah.
He'll just text one word or a name. And, he used to do that a lot, and I would say, oh, something's up with this person, or just wanting a reaction. You know, just like laying it out there. Show meeting here. What position group would you like to break down today at 9 a.m.?
We did receivers the other day, so let's flip it over to the other side, and let's do defensive line.
Defensive line will be today. Oh, man, it is a voluminous list of defensive linemen that we will get to today. I know we said we were going to get to Des King right here. We will not get to Des King right here, but I will promise that we will get to Des King at some point during the show this morning. It's going to happen. I had a great conversation with him. By the way, we have a Texans training camp TV special coming up on Sunday night at 11. So if you still watch linear television, and I think you do, many of you, it'll be available then, but we're also going to put it up on YouTube and a bunch of other places, the website, so you can check it out wherever you are, however you consume video content. Coming up next, all right, we have the entire 53-man roster for you. We've done it already. Actually, we're just going to talk about two groups and how they affect the numbers.
Okay.
Because the toughest cut on the team is receivers. And then you factor in tight ends and running backs. What are they going to do? We'll give you some ideas next here on Texans Training Camp Live.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
How can we help the
It's Texans Training Camp Live.
Here we go.
Now, back to the show.
At the field here, bright sunny day, Houston Methodist Training Center. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris. Aaron Raybold, our engineer here, keeping us on the air, keeping us crystal clear. And Big Ben, he's not that big. Big Ben back at the studio. Ben Gary doing a great job, as usual, producing the program. In the Loop will be here at 10, and they will have a player to be named later. Do we know who it is yet? It's probably somebody really good. They had Will Anderson last week, so that's good.
Will Anderson and Tank Dell back-to-back.
Yeah, you think that's any good? Good lineup for them? Okay, let's get to this, though. We talked about how many receivers they might take, how many running backs they might take. This is a big topic here because, like we just described to you, the receiver group is ocean deep. So what about it? Obviously, special teams come into play here with decisions like this, Johnny, but I'm going to go here. First, I'll ask you about the running backs because you know there's going to be at least one fullback here, and probably Beck, although Troy Hairston would like a word. He would like to make this team. He's going to get a ton of reps in this preseason. That's one thing I like about this preseason, and this year as opposed to last year. Last year, you're wondering, how good can this team be? How good is Stroud going to be? You're just looking for all the signs and all of that. This year, I'm looking at all the depth and how they're going to play with that depth throughout this time of year. We still have 7 weeks from yesterday. That's when the season begins. You still have 7 weeks here before you play a game, before you kick the ball for real.
You should have a pretty good feel for who's going to make the roster after 7 weeks.
Yeah, so a guy like Troy Hairston's going to play, I don't know, 4 halves of football coming up here in these preseason games, something like that. He's going to get a great opportunity, a great op, as the head coach would put it, to show what he's got, see if he can make this team and beat out Beck, and we'll find out. Beck's been working out on the side field, but Beck, if he's good to go, he's going to be awesome in a variety of ways. Okay, so what do you think? 3 running backs and a fullback? You think 4 in that group overall?
Yeah, I think 4 total. I think that, and then it's tough because if you let's say you go 3 running backs, and we just got the official notice that Cam Akers is a Texan, so hopefully we'll see him today. But
that's official.
Joe Mixon, Dameon Pierce. Let's start there with those 2. Okay. Now, if you take 3, if your third guy is Cam Akers,
right,
you're talking about no running backs really being able to help you on special teams more than likely. More than likely. So Dare Ogunbowale has to be considered because you've got to be good. You obviously have to be good on special teams. So, okay, this is where all the other positions get tied in. Because, all right, we're going to carry a 4th running back because that 4th running back is Dare Ogunbowale, is our backup kicker.
Right.
He might end up being your kicker at some point because he can go down and cover and tackle. That might be something to think about. So do you keep Dare? And if you do keep Dare, okay, well, that's going to take away one from what? The secondary or maybe the linebacking crew? Well, okay, linebacker, we play nickel 85% of the time. So maybe we don't need as many linebackers, but, man, we got to have people that can go down and tackle on special teams. So maybe you keep an extra linebacker. All right, well, then my point is they're all linked together because you got to figure out those number 3 and 4 positions. Can those guys play special teams? So there might be a situation where, all right, you keep Noah Brown a wide receiver. I don't know what number Noah ends up being, number 4, number 5 receiver, whatever it is. But Noah will play special teams.
Yeah.
So you've got a guy that can do that, and so that just makes things so much easier for you.
So the big 3 don't really play special teams unless one of them returns a kick,
right.
most notably Tank Dell.
Right.
Robert Woods, no. Right? So there's 4 that won't.
Right.
Noah will. And whoever, maybe it's
will.
Skoranek or Hutchinson or whoever the other guy
Skoranek definitely will. Hutchinson
now,
will.
Wait, hang on. Now you're up to 6. Let me I don't want to bog everybody down with math, which means I'm about to bog you down with math.
Yeah.
6 receivers, 4 running backs, including the fullback. That's 10.
Right.
Let's go 3 quarterbacks, 10 O-linemen, right?
Yep.
So that's 13 between the quarterback and the O-lineman and the 4 running backs and the receivers. So 13. Now I got 23. That leaves only 2 or 3 tight ends.
Yep.
And I'd like to keep 4, Johnny, because I think Tegan Couturiano, my goodness, he's one of those guys, when he's healthy, it looks like he's doing some really good things. When he's out there, I'm fine, right? He's fine. Does a good job.
Here's the again,
and he's a blocking type. You know,
right.
Those guys don't grow on trees. Well, they kind of do, but sometimes it's hard to find a guy who can catch the ball as well as he does, because he has made some plays through the air in his short time here, or short stints here, because he's been hurt so much. But I like what I see out here from him so far.
Well, here's where it gets sort of tricky in some sense, because in years past, I think you could go, okay, let's just take receiver. We like 8 receivers. Okay, we'll keep the 6, but then put the other 2 on practice squad, because you know guys are going to get banged up, and then you got guys on practice squad, and you can make the decision whether you're going to bring them up or just have the weekly elevation. I don't think you can get away with that now. I don't think you could keep 6. Say you have 6 receivers, you're keeping 6 receivers. If you're like, man, we are hoping to keep these guys over here and keep them on practice squad, those guys are going to get snatched up really, really fast. So I don't think you're going to have that opportunity. Maybe for 1, maybe for 2. But you can't protect them. Once you put them out there for the world to go grab them, the other 31 teams, you're playing with fire. So you want to be able to bring back, I would imagine, a few of those guys, especially the ones that have special teams experience. And here's the other one. We talked. How much time did we spend talking about kickoff in the first segment? What do you do with a guy like Steven Sims? I mean, if he's just going to be a kickoff return, well, now we've said, hey, the kickoff is becoming an incredibly valuable piece. So how do you then – does he become like – do you keep a returner specific outside of your receiver numbers, outside of your, fullback, running back numbers?
So
just a returner.
Who's your opening day punt returner? This is getting really tough.
I know.
This is getting tough.
This is the best, worst problem ever.
Yeah, because you could say, well, you could still put Des King back there. Why not? He's going to do some good things for you.
Yeah.
Certain situations, tank. Certain situations. When it's an obvious return situation, tank. I don't know if you'll do that week 1, but you're open to it.
If you keep Steven Sims, then you absolutely, without question, have to have him as your punt returner and your kick returner.
Okay.
Or one of the kick returns, I think.
Well,
if you're going to keep a guy to just be a returner, then that's your consideration. Now, to your point, you want Pierce to be the guy back there. Well, Pierce is going to be your number 2 running back. And, Desmond King is either going to be your nickel or he's going to be part of the safety nickel mix back there. He's going to be in that rotation. That makes almost more sense because those guys can double up on things. You don't have to keep a quote-unquote specialist for it. So all those things are going to be factored in to all of this. And where a guy like, when I was at Big 12 Media Days, I talked to Matt Campbell, head coach at Iowa State, and he goes, I know it's going to be a tough nut to crack for him to get on the 53-man roster. And I said, yeah, it's going to be tough. I said, X, and Coach, he'll go down on special teams. He'll do whatever you ask him. He does all the Weapon X stuff. He'll run jets. He does all the things. Mm-hmm. There's so many things that he can do for your particular lineup. And he goes, yeah, I know that. But that's the consideration that you have to have.
Yeah.
Is a guy a better – in other words, if a guy doesn't play special teams, he has to be that much better, that much plus the other guy that might. So let's say that a receiver is just random 1 to 10. Say a receiver is a 7.5. Well, the guy that's going to have to beat him out is going to have to be an 8 or 8.5 or a 9 if he's not participating in a special teams.
Well, and that's why Skoranek, who plays special teams and does so many different things on offense, could really help you. The question, or one of the questions they're going to have, is can they afford to keep both Woods and Skoranek?
Right.
Who are really handy and have the big 3. I think they absolutely could if they feel like they've got enough on special teams with the DBs.
Exactly
all of that stuff. Because that's going to be key. And we're going to break down DBs at some point this week, but we're not going to do it next. Because next we're going to talk about the defensive line. Man, we saw Will Anderson moments ago walk out here.
Oh, man.
Will just looks like, and you want to talk about guys who have that personality where they're sweethearts off the field, but on the field it's, I will take a human life today. That is the intensity that Will Anderson brings inside the lines, and just watching him walk out to the practice field, you're thinking, I'm glad he's on our team. I really am. And we talked about Stroud with year 1 to year 2 jump. My gosh, Stroud and Anderson ROYs, Rookies of the Year, at their sides of the ball. Can you imagine year 2 with Will Anderson when he figures it out, the way Watt figured it out? And I'm not putting Watt on him, but, man.
Not yet, anyway.
Just to take a jump in year 2 from what we saw in year 1, and he talked about putting on weight because he felt like he was getting, quote, pushed around in the Ravens game and all that. I can't wait to see Will Anderson out here against live competition. We're going to see him against the Rams in these open practices. I don't know how much in the preseason games, but week 1, Indianapolis, it all starts where it all ended in the regular season at the Horseshoe. Can't wait. All right, defensive line, let's talk about it. Danielle Hunter, Will Anderson, all the rest of the guys coming up next here on Texans Radio.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Amegy Bank and the Trevino Group have worked together to put the
Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
We're back with a front row seat.
Let's have a day.
On Texans Training Camp Live, presented by Community Coffee.
All right, Amy Fairbairn and Tommy Townsend kicking the soccer ball around. They like to warm up like that, and they look pretty handy with the soccer ball.
Yep.
I mean, there's no question about it that those guys can play football and football. And by the way, Tommy Townsend, that hair is not coming up anytime soon. That's part of his brand. That's part of his identity. You know, he looks like he could be in a Lynyrd Skynyrd tribute band.
Ooh, good one.
Yeah, I think that he looks actually more like that than an NFL punter. Now, you're wondering, oh, well, and we talked about this on paper. You know, he was the all-pro punter 2 years ago. He played for the Chiefs. He's Super Bowl champion, all of that. All right, so those are the stats and facts. The eye test on Saturday, I literally watched a punt. I was turned away, and I caught a punt as it was in the air, and I thought, it was during the special teams period, obviously, and I thought, oh, that must be the jugs machine. Nope. He punts like the jugs machine. It is launched.
Yeah.
I mean, you are getting some serious hang time on these balls. Even the ones that don't look like perfect spirals, they are hitting the outer rings of Saturn on the way down to the earth. Tommy Townsend, what about the hang time? You were charting the hang time.
I did. I remembered after the first day, I was like, dang, his hang time's incredible. So then on the second day, it was pretty hot. And so it's kind of, it's special teams. So you're kind of getting caught up in your brain on life. And then I remembered, oh, yeah, I want to time these. So I got out my stopwatch, my phone, and I just stopwatch. And 4 of them. The first one was his worst one, 4.3 seconds. Then it was 4.8 seconds, 5 seconds, 5.1 seconds.
Jeez, you could go have a sandwich.
That's immense.
Yes.
I mean, if you think about just a 40-yard dash, I mean, the cover team is able to lead before he punts it.
Yeah.
And then they're covering, obviously, more than 40 yards, but just that much more hang time, half a second more of hang time, a quarter of a second more of hang time.
They cover
just
20 yards.
Yeah, it just gives you that much more opportunity to get down there and cover. So I love the fact that he's going to be a huge weapon. I hope he is used as minimally as possible this year.
Yeah.
Because it means that the offense has done its job.
Yeah. But he will be used sometimes.
He will be used.
I can guarantee you that. All right, I can also guarantee you that we are going to break down a position group every day, and today's group is the defensive line. Johnny, we've got a lot of guys, and I'm going to go in no particular order here. I'm saving some of the best for last, but let's start here because Tim Settle came to us from the Buffalo Bills. You and I caught up with him, really enjoyed the visit out of Virginia Tech. He's been in the league for a while, and he's done some things.
Yeah, he's a rotational piece up in Buffalo, but massively built, broad-shouldered, 315, 320 pounds, moves very well, thick, leverage guy. I think he can end up being a guy inside that now he's given the opportunity maybe to start, maybe, never know. I think it's going to be a rotation of guys in that interior, but I love athletic size, and I think that's what Tim Settle has. I remember watching him at Virginia Tech, a little shorter, a little bit more compact than some defensive tackles, and so he can win those leverage battles. He's going to be really interesting to watch. I think he can play over the nose. I think he can play out to the 3 technique. I think he can play either, but I think they'll probably play him over the nose a little bit more than you would with some other guys. But he's going to be bigger than you were on the nose last year. When you started Malik and Sheldon last year, neither one of them at the end of the year, I guarantee you, is 300 pounds. I can promise you. And now you're playing one of those guys over the nose. And Settle's got some feet. He can move. So I think he's going to be a really good fit in this defense with that size.
Staying with some of the bigger guys here, Khalil Davis, who we've talked about a ton, all he does is make plays. 315 pounds is his listed weight, 6'2", third year out of Nebraska, and again, a guy who flashes for sure.
No doubt. We saw him last year. First day he came in for training camp there in pads. He had just finished playing for the XFL champions or USFL champions, Birmingham Stallions. So he had not been too far removed from playing, so he didn't have too much rust to shake off, and it showed. Quick, strong, smart, learned how to use his hands last year. It's one of the things in talking to him that his defensive line coaches harped on last year, using his hands properly, getting off, and his get-off is great. He's quick, he's thick, he is the perfect fit for this defense and getting upfield, and he just consistently made big plays last year. You watch a game from last year, from week 3 on, and you just see him make a big play, a sack here, a TFL there. I can't remember what game I was watching the other day, and he burst into the backfield. I think it's the Tampa Bay game. He burst into the backfield and made a TFL on Rashad White, and I thought, man, he just made big plays last year, all year, and hopefully you do it again this year.
All right, another big guy, 6'4", out of UConn and Queens. Florenzo Fatakasi. He's kind of got a little bit of a New York accent. 318, his listed weight.
Yeah, that sounds big. And you see him, and he is big. But then you watch him, and you're like, boy, he's quick. His feet are really, really good. That stood out to me when I was watching him with Jacksonville last year. And I think that's what makes him really, really difficult on the inside. Saw him on a play in team. I think it was either the Saturday practice or Friday practice, and he literally, they're not pads, but they were trying to scoop him. Basically what that means is he's at a 3 technique. He's on the outside part of a lineman, and a lineman was trying to get on the outside of him. And Fatukasi just kind of snatched him up and kind of held him off with one arm, and then ended up tackling the running back with his other arm. I thought, that's nice. I wish, I could do that. But he's the type of guy that's going to be able to do those things. He reminds you, and especially wearing number 91, he reminds you of Hassan Ridgeway. Well, Ridgeway couldn't stay healthy last year. Hopefully Foley can stay healthy, because I think he gives you what Ridgeway was going to give you plus more. So I'd love the Fatukasi pickup. I'm glad he's with us. It's a plus-plus. It's a plus because he's here. It's a plus because he left Jacksonville.
And it's a plus because I get to say Florenzo on the air. Kurt Heinisch, he's always been a plus. 3rd year at Notre Dame.
Maybe one of the most improved players over the last 3 years. He was our player of the game against the Ravens in the playoff game, and he was really good in that game. Now, his numbers are never going to wow you. He's not going to end up with 10 sacks any one year. But just watching him the first day, just watching him do things he had done the first 2 years and seeing how quick and how explosive he was doing them, spin moves, just his feet and his footwork, he's worked on even more. He's not 315 pounds. He's maybe 300, 305 if he's lucky. Mm-hmm. But he's built lower to the ground. He's a little shorter than some of the defensive tackles. So he gets off blocks really well. He's tough when he gets penetrating upfield. I think Kurt Heinisch is one of the more underrated players on his team.
Wow. McTelvin Ajim out of Arkansas.
Sosa. I think he's as athletic as they get up front. He ran down Jawar Jordan the other day in practice. I was floored. Jawar Jordan had caught a swing pass over on my sideline. And Sosa was I think he was the defensive lineman on this side. And Jordan turns up the field, and there's the linebacker there, so he kind of hesitated for that. I see 58 just flying down the field, 30 yards down the field, tagging off on him. He's an athletic dude, just really has not had a chance to kind of establish himself any one place. To me, he's one of the guys to watch in these preseason games. Go ahead.
Oh, Marcus Harris out of Auburn, rookie, undrafted, another big guy, 6'3", almost 300 pounds.
He's not 6'3". I wish he were. If he were 6'3", he'd probably be 300 pounds. He would have never gotten to the Texans.
He's listed.
He's listed. He really is about 6'1.5", 282, which I think is what he was at the Senior Bowl. But he's thick, and more importantly, he is quick. He can get upfield in a heartbeat. I watched the game against Georgia last year, and he really gave some really good Georgia linemen some problems because he got off the snap quickly, and he's strong. Like, if you see his guns are the size of our legs. So he's pretty thick, even though he's quote-unquote undersized. He's undersized, or thought to be, because he's only 282 pounds. But he really can get upfield. He is a fit. I'm really curious to see when they get the pads on how tough it is to block that guy, because without pads, that offensive line has really touched him at times. So I think Marcus Harris is a guy to definitely watch for sure.
All right, let's get to the ends here, because this team has 2 veterans going into their 15th season. One of them, John Weeks, who's right in front of us, and another one, Jerry Hughes, added to the roster right before camp.
Yeah, Jerry has been fun to watch, and you think a guy's in his 15th year. He didn't work out OTAs, mini camp. He's going to have some rust, right? Well, the first team drill they threw him into, he threw that ghost move where it looks like a rip move, but he just drops like a ghost. He just disappears, and he went right around a tackle. And he didn't have his name on the back of his jersey. And so I didn't know who number 52 was. I'm like, man, who is that? Oh, you realize it's Jerry Hughes, and you think, man, he's doing that? Again, maximizing Jerry Hughes' impact. 15 to 20 snaps a game, no more than that, and making sure those are pass rush reps. You throw Jerry in a pass rush mix with all the other guys that we're going to talk about, holy smokes. It's going to be fun to watch.
All right, 2 draft choices from USC on this squad. One of them, Solomon Byrd. And
very skilled rushing the passer. I mean, he's got a lot of pass rush moves. He definitely has learned that. He's not a twitchy. The numbers, his combine numbers weren't great at all. But he'll play hard. He'll play physical. He's got to set the edge against the run a little bit better than he did at USC. But he's got some pass rush ability. There's no question. I think that's one of the reasons that they ended up getting him. And here's the other thing about Solomon Byrd. There are some special teams that you can put him on. You might be able to sneak him into some special teams, maybe punt team and maybe kickoff team, some of those things. He doesn't have to, especially kickoff team, because he doesn't have to cover 40 yards. But he's a pretty thick guy, and I've seen them use him on some special teams. So I'm curious, again, the more you can do, and as a 7th-round rookie, man, the more you can do fits perfectly.
All right, 2 more longish shots before we get to the names you know on the D-line. Malik Fisher, defensive end from Villanova, undrafted free agent.
Yeah, was in the UFL, had a really good year in the UFL. Reminds me a little bit of Jacob Martin. He's got, some length. Now, Jacob didn't have all that length. Jacob was really an astute pass rusher because he studied it. He looked at it more science than art, but he really was good at that. Malik's kind of that way. He's got a little bit longer frame. I think Jacob was probably a little bit better pass rusher. But Fisher, I think, had 7-8 sacks in UFL. So give him an opportunity and see what he can do when these one-on-ones come up. That's going to be really fun to watch him.
Ali Gay.
A guy's been here for a couple years now, and now it's time to show what he can do from the edge. He's healthy now. He wasn't in OTAs. So he's got to really prove that he's got a little bit more in the pass rush game than he had last year.
And Mario Edwards, ninth year out of Florida State.
Man, I love what Mario Edwards gives them. He was inside the other day. Well, not inside the building. Inside as a defensive tackle. They tried to run at him. Forget it. He just soaked that thing right up. He can rush from the outside. I think he's probably put on more weight than his listed weight. What's his listed weight? Like 285, something like that?
280.
I think he's bigger than that. So I think they might try and use him on the inside a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's going to be fun to watch him when he's inside because he's so quick. But he's still strong. And when you see him, you think he can withstand the interior. And I think that's what they might try and do with him because he's a little bigger than 280.
Okay, here we go. Defensive ends continue. Danico Autry, what are we going to get from him?
I was just watching that Oilers, that Titans game from last year.
Yeah, close enough.
And
they put the name up there all over the stadium.
I feel bad. I feel bad for Juice. It was only like his 3rd or 4th game of the year, and he's got to face Danico Autry in a pass rush. Danico just gives him double swipe and goes by him, gets a sack of Case. I mean, Danico Autry just killed us for years. I mean, just absolutely killed us. For years he killed us, and now he's on our side. And seeing him in a Texas jersey is still kind of odd. But, again, like Mario Edwards. Now, I think, unlike Mario Edwards, I think Autry is probably going to be more served being outside on every down other than pass rush downs. And then he can go inside like he did in that play I just described against Juice. I think you could put him pretty much anywhere. So that's what I love about Danico. Left, right, inside, outside. He can play any of those 4 rush spots. He can rush against anybody. And I think he's the kind of guy that you might look for the advantage. Hey, Danico, I think you can beat this guard from the New York Giants. Let's move you inside. Let's move Will outside or keep Will outside, and we can work with that.
There's another category that we don't discuss much. Where would we be without category? Because I'm going to actually attribute this to Bill O'Brien, who once upon a time said, where would we be without T.J. Yates? He said that in 2015 when Yates rejoined the team, won a couple of big games for them, most notably the Cincinnati Monday night game. Well, we could have said this last year. Where would we be without Derek Barnett, who they acquired relatively late in the season, did some great things, especially with Will and Grenard all banged up. Defensive end, makes plays. Does he have a ring with the Eagles?
Yes.
He does have a ring with the Eagles.
Rookie year.
And now he's here again, Barnett.
In every game that he played, the last 5 or 6 with the Texans and the 2 in the playoffs, he had a TFL and a quarterback hit in every single game, minus the last one. He just didn't have a quarterback hit. He had a TFL in every game. He ended up with 2.5 sacks, but he had a quarterback hit and a TFL in every game. He was that impactful from the second he stepped onto this field for the Texans. And again, he doesn't have to play every single snap. So you got Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson. He doesn't have to play every single snap, but then he comes in fresh, and Will and Danielle have been beating up those tackles, and now Barnett's going against a tackle that's kind of been loosened up a little bit, and Derek can go to work. He's strong against the run. He's slippery inside. Still got a lot of game left. I'm so glad they brought him back. And you just add Barnett to Autry to the next 2 guys we're going to talk about, and Jerry Hughes. Man, that's as good a 5-person defensive end group as I have heard since we've been here. Not even close.
All right, local guy, Danielle Hunter, double-digit sacks from Minnesota.
And he led the league in TFLs. He had 23 TFLs last year. So you know the guy can play the run as well.
Huge.
He wants to be a four-down lineman. He wants to put his hand in the dirt. But he can also rush inside. That's one of the things that he did at Minnesota. He doesn't love to do it. You know, none of those defensive ends love to do it unless they can get that two-way go against the guard. And you give Danielle Hunter a two-way go, it's over. He is chopping and ripping and swiping. His hands are so good. He's improved so much over the years. At LSU, he was just an athlete, kind of running around. He confirmed that when we talked to him this offseason. But he has grown his game. He understands what he has to be able to do on a down-in, down-out basis. I cannot wait to see what that guy looks in a Texans uniform in a game opposite the last guy we'll talk about.
All right, yes, second year out of Alabama, defensive rookie of the year. I don't know what he weighs. What does he say? 260 now?
Yeah, 263.
Is he really 6'4"? I think he is.
6'4".
Will Anderson Jr., my gosh, can't wait to see the encore performance.
He's the alpha. He is the alpha. It is through him everything goes defensively. And not that every scheme or every pass rush, twist, stunt game is a Will Anderson thing. When I'm talking about everything runs through him, it's the attitude of that defense. Now, Azeez Al-Shire, I'm glad they brought in because he could take some of that. But Will Anderson sets the tone. His intensity is going to set the tone for that group. Everything that he does is going to set the tone. When he had a sack last year, NRG Stadium lit up. Remember that game against Tennessee, Week 17? He's got an ankle that you probably can't even walk normal. And that ankle had been that way for a few weeks. But he knew it was a got-to-have-it situation. He went out there for 12 snaps that game, had 2 sacks, beat the left tackle the first one. And the second one, they're like, well, we better help the left tackle. Then he went through the running back and the left tackle to get a second sack. Got Tennessee out of field goal range right before the half. It was absolutely massive. That's just the impact he has. And that was his first year. And we talked to him a couple times this offseason, and he's just like, I'm just working to get better. And if he's working to get better, and that's the kind of guy that will get better. He'll learn more. He'll understand what tackles are trying to do. He can set them up a little bit better. You know he's going 1,000 miles an hour. And for that alone, just the intensity. And I wrote this in Harris Hits the other day. I was out on the field. I look over in the defensive end. I think it was Saturday. Look around, and there, a lot of players had gone inside to the bubble because they had O&D walkthrough. And I look up, and it's 8:45. And there are not many people on the field. And I look over, and Will is by himself going through the bags, working a dummy, working his pass rush, just by himself. And I just thought, man, dang. He walks it, talks it. Plenty of guys that talked it, but then they just get on the field and they don't walk it. He does both. He is the alpha of that defense, and I love it. He's going to set the tone for this team all year long.
All right, that's your defensive line position group breakdown, and we do this kind of stuff every day during Texans Training Camp Live. So at the ends, you look at Will Anderson Jr., Daniil, Derek Barnett. I've got Autry listed as an end on this roster, but he can play inside. And maybe Hughes or somebody else or Bird since he was drafted, right? But let's say they go, didn't Nick say they could keep 10 or more? Was he saying or more? No way more.
I mean, maybe.
Wait, hang on a second.
Maybe the problem is none of those guys will end up playing special teams.
Yeah.
Now, here's the funny part of that is if you ask Will Anderson to play special teams, he would.
Of course he would. Probably wants to. It's like Watt wanting to play on the punt team in Cleveland. He's probably dying to make plays that way.
2 15-yard penalties in that game.
Yeah. And it's like, I could get after him. Yeah, you can, but don't get the 15-yarder.
Yeah.
But that was awesome.
But that I think could end up being that's going to end up being one of the issues is none of those guys will play. The defensive line won't play special teams. Now they could get Bird maybe to do it. And I think the bigger guys you can put on certain like field goal block and that kind of thing. But they won't be core 4 special teamers. And so that keeps you from probably having 11 guys there. But the top 5 defensive end rushers, Will Anderson Jr., Daniil Hunter, Danico Autry, Derek Barnett, Jerry Hughes.
Yeah.
Okay, so in a pass rush situation, you're going to have no fewer than 3 of those guys on the field.
Yeah.
And then let's just say a drive is going along, and let's go to the fourth quarter. Fourth quarter, we're up 7. Team's got the ball, and they go into a no-huddle situation.
Yeah.
What do? You put 3 of those guys out there, and you put a defensive tackle just in case to try and sneak a trap or a draw or something like that in there, right? Those guys rush for 3 or 4. What happens on those long drives? They start dying, right?
Yeah.
They're just gassed. Well, there's a throw out of bounds, or they change personnel. Run the next group out there.
Yeah.
You still have 3 guys you can put out there that can rush from all different locations.
That's the beauty of it.
It's amazing. Now, if you throw Amari Edwards in that group, that gives you 6. And Edwards and Autry could be your inside guy for either one of those
groups.
groups.
Look at it this way. Go backwards. So you go 10 DL, 10 DBs, right?
Yep.
Probably 6 corners, 4 safeties, however you want to break it down. And then you have 5 slots left over roughly because you're going to go 25, 25, 3.
Yep.
It could be 24, 26. It usually is.
One guy swing,
Yeah. But with the linebackers, you do need the linebackers for special teams, no doubt. But like we talked about, why do we even talk about 3 starting linebackers anymore? It's not. It's not 3 starting linebackers. It's 2 because you're a nickel over 60% of the time anyway in this league.
That's right.
So that's how you have to look at it. And look, we got a long time to talk about this. We have 7 weeks from yesterday until opening day against the Colts. Now, I promised Des King, Ben is going to boot that up for us because Des King, you talk about the 10 DBs, he could do a lot for you. He could play nickel. He could play outside corner in a pinch still. And against the Titans, he was kind of a linebacker facing Derrick Henry. He was playing DB, but, man, he was right up at the line of scrimmage. His assignment was look for Henry first. Or make sure they're not throwing it, but make sure you're getting after 22 because we need the help badly. So I had a chance to visit with veteran Desmond King.
Well, it's year 4 for Desmond King here in Houston, year 8 in the league. Des, how would you assess this camp versus others you've been at in Houston?
Just taking these years, man, has made me a wiser athlete, made me a wiser player, wiser teammate, giving me the opportunity to give back to the rookies that we got coming in, the knowledge that I know, and just, to help this team wherever I can.
You burst onto the scene as a young player when you started in the NFL. At what point did it flip for you where, you're the experienced guy and you want to help younger players?
I'd say when I left. When I left my first team, I had to reacclimate to a whole different environment, a whole different community, and just kind of gather myself around the people, around the community, around the team. And that's all. Okay, it ain't just about me. It's about the other people that's around me as well.
Tell the viewers and listeners what makes it so tough to play nickel. What is key to being a good nickel in this league?
Being a nickel, man, it's a lot. You got to take care of run support. You got run gaps. You got to check your man, and also you got to communicate with the rest of the players on the back end and next to you. And I think that's what makes it more of an important role in a defense because you got to help the guys next to you. You know what I'm saying? Make sure everybody's all on the same page. If everybody on the same page, can't go wrong.
Well, it's funny you say that because you've been a good outside corner, nickel, and against the Titans last year, you're kind of a linebacker as well. Yeah. Do you see yourself as a jack of all trades in that way?
Like I said, man, I just see myself as a contributor, a guy that brings that communication to the team and make sure everybody is together. And that's what it's about, playing as a unit.
How about facing this group of wide receivers? I don't think I've ever seen the Texans this deep at that position group.
That's what it's about, man. Like you said, it's all about the next man up mentality as well. So whenever you get your chance to step out there on the field, they expect you to be ready, just like the rest of the guys that's in before you.
All right, what about the new kickoff return rules? And I know you factor in the return game from time to time, of course, and you've been elite at that level, but kick return specifically, it's so different right now.
Yeah, they changed it up. I actually think it's a little bit better as a returner, just on how it's built and the mechanics of it and the blocking schemes of it. It just really takes one person to make a mistake on the kickoff side, so vice versa, if I'm on the kickoff side, because I play kickoff as well, I got to do my job as well to make sure that they don't get a big return.
Is that one of those things where we're not really going to know what it looks like until we get into the games?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, that's what it's about. It's a new acclimation for everybody, so we just got to see how it looks and how it feels.
D'Amico Ryan's year 1 to year 2. He's the same guy, but how is it different, the whole environment here with the Houston Texans?
Urgency. We got to start now. Can't wait till the season get here. Can't wait till the first preseason game get here. That's where it all begins, right here on this field.
I've always said you're the pride of Detroit, Michigan. So what'd you do in the offseason? You go back to Detroit a little bit?
I didn't get a chance to go to Detroit. I actually hosted my youth football camp here in Texas this past month in June.
great turnout. It had about 140, 150 kids come out.
Wow.
It was amazing.
Yeah, that's got to be so rewarding for you to work with you like working with young players, but also the really young players.
That's the next generation, man. What can I do to the community is changing them, because that's the future.
Des, thanks a lot for joining us. Good luck.
Thank you.
Desmond King joining us on this program, and he'll also be part of that special on Sunday night. We have the Texans training camp special on ABC 13 at 11 p.m., and that'll be on YouTube and the Texans website as well. Some thoughts about some of the things he had to say, plus another guy who factors in the return game, returned a kickoff, or a punt rather, for a touchdown in the playoff game against the Ravens last year, Steven Sims. We'll hear from him, among other things, on the way on Texans Training Camp Live.
More training camp coverage is coming up on Texans Radio.
Community Coffee is proud to be the
You're a few feet away from your Texans.
Nice! Way to run!
On Texans Training Camp Live.
An individual period, like we said last week, it says Indy on the board, which I hate like poison because I hate them. So I will not react to it anymore, I promise, until tomorrow when I react to it again.
INDY.
Yeah, stop with that. And by the way, with Luke Vandermeer helping us out here, he took a picture of us and sent it to me, and it came out all blurry. And I don't mind. I tweeted the picture out of you and I doing the show.
Yeah.
I look better blurry anyway, so I'm okay with that. But he blames it on my Android. See, it's Android discrimination, Johnny.
No, that's the problem.
People don't like people with Androids because I'm the green bubble guy.
Yep.
I'm the guy you can't add to the text thread once it's already established. I get that. But Android users listening right now, let's unite. Let's organize. There's solidarity in numbers. Come on.
You keep making our bubbles green, man.
Sorry.
Make our bubbles green. Hey, can I hit you with something real fast? I want to.
Yeah.
I want to. You know, a lot of times when I give you a hot take, you give me the sizzle fires.
Yeah.
Okay. So you know the emoji when you get mad. You know the orange face, the angry face.
Emoji.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
So 1 out of 10. PFF did their top 50 players going into 2024.
How many angry emojis?
There's one Texan in that top 50.
Top 50 players.
Top 50 players. There's one Texan.
One Texan.
One.
Not two. One.
One.
So wait a minute. This team that had the offensive and defensive rookie of the year, this team that has a left tackle that's got to be no worse than third best in the league by most GMs. I think they would rate him that way.
Right.
One player in the top 50, and that would be C.J. Stroud because he's a quarterback.
And that would be wrong.
It's Laramie.
It's Laramie. At number 44.
Stroud does not make
does not make the list.
Okay.
Diggs does not make the list.
How many quarterbacks ahead of C.J.?
You know what? I didn't look at that. That's a good question. But I just looked at the list. Here's your top 10. Trent Williams. How many quarterbacks are here? Justin Jefferson 2, Parsons 3.
Whoa. Trent Williams is the best player in the league?
That's what PFF says.
Wait, what about quarterbacks?
There are no quarterbacks.
Is this like
in
the
top
best
10.
non-quarterback list?
Yeah, I don't know. Listen, it's PFF.
Wait, make sure.
That's why. I know. I'm looking. Okay, Mahomes. Wait,
where's Mahomes?
What was that they just showed? Okay, Mahomes is 1.
Okay,
I don't know what list I was looking at.
All right.
Garrett 2, Trent Williams 3, Justin Jefferson 4, Parsons 5, Chris Jones 6, Nick Bosa 7, Tyreek 8, Fred Warner 9, Christian McCaffrey 10. The next quarterback is Josh Allen at 12, Lamar Jackson at 13.
All right, just keep going.
Joe Burrow at 17.
All right, that's 4.
Let's see. That's
keep going. I know you got to scroll through this and probably reboot and see ads and.
Oh, that's Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry's still 31. How about that? God, I'm glad we don't have to face him twice, man.
Yeah, you got to face him once though. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Laramie,
Derrick
I said,
Henry
was at 44.
Okay.
Those are the only quarterbacks they have in the top 50.
All right.
That's it.
Okay. You know, look, you are where you are. You're a second-year player.
I'm sorry.
CJ's
in the top 50.
Yeah,
CJ's
he's in the top 50. But here's my other question. Would you rank those at this point in history, you rank those other quarterbacks ahead of him, right?
Yeah.
You might say, look, if I was starting a team today, which this team started last year, the way we currently see it, I know there are players who have been in the league longer, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. Of course, you're taking Stroud over probably at least 2, if not 3 of those 4.
Yeah, exactly. Because of the age and
and look, Burrow,
because it's CJ.
Burrow getting hurt last year, and sometimes it's just not your fault. It's just horrible luck, right?
We had bad offensive line.
I mean, most of the time it's just not your fault.
Now the cap was there's nothing you can do about that. But the offensive line didn't protect him in our game. I mean, Sheldon Rankins sacked him 3 times. I think we sacked him 5 times that day. Then they got to play on a Thursday, and he's facing the Ravens, and their offensive line is garbage. And that's how he gets hurt. He's scrambling away from his offensive line, not protecting him, and he lands, and his wrist is all jacked up, and that's the end of his season. And it just goes to show, man, that unit up front. I know we talk about it a lot here. We've talked about it a lot in Houston, starting in 2017 in particular, when that group helped Deshaun take 62 sacks. It's just been kind of up and down ever since, and hopefully this is the year where we find that continuity and have found the right pieces up on the offensive line so that CJ doesn't end up like Joe Burrow. Last year he ends up with a concussion.
Yeah.
Why did that happen? Well, Quentin Williams beat a guard upfield and bam, gets a hit. But he'd already gotten beat up a little bit before that. This year, to me, that offensive line is taking strides. If CJ is back confidently, not leaving the pocket, not getting, taking shots, even on the throw to Nico. 75-yarder. DeForest Buckner gets through there and puts a shot on CJ. Like, that stuff's got to stop. That's where the offensive line has got to make those stops and keep those things from happening.
Yeah, that's a really good point, that he still got hit on that play, on that great play to begin the game against the Colts. A great play toward the end of the year, well, it was actually in the last game, was a punt return for a touchdown, among other things that Stephen Sims did to help this football team. He's out of Travis High School. And, Johnny, you had a chance to visit with Sims.
All right, man. I am very excited to speak with my guy, Stephen Sims. Stephen, I don't know if you realize this. We talked about this in the spring a little bit. You were the last guy to score for the Texans in 2023 with that punt return, which is kind of strange to think about. But what did that punt return, as you kind of look back on? I know you got to think about 2024. I get that. But what's kind of going through your mind as you're running that thing back and you thought about it in the offseason about how cool a moment that was?
For me, it was definitely a great moment for me. Like I said, in the offseason, hometown kid, just to make a team, make a play like that for the team in a big game like that for the city, the fans. It was just, it meant everything to me. And just, once I returned it, I honestly thought we were going to win the game. I know the game wasn't over, but I definitely know, like, special teams plays, the way they impact the game, it changes games. So I definitely thought it was a big impact on the game, and I thought we were going to continue to roll with the momentum. We did for a little while. We died out, and we ended up losing and not getting to where we wanted to be as far as our goals for the year. But going into 2024, I'm hoping to pick up where I left off.
So, last play. Okay, take me through this. We're going to go a little bit of football. Last play of practice. You're running dig route across the middle, snatching your hands. Take me through that play and kind of what goes through your mind in practice. Obviously, not being hit and all that kind of stuff. But take me through that play and making that catch.
Pretty much, the same intent as in the game. Come off the ball hard. Drive, snap the ball off, catch the ball, and burst, make a play after it. I know guys aren't hitting us today, but, I want to just run the route and run through it like as if they were, because it's going to be real here pretty soon.
It is going to be real, and it's going to be real. I want to talk to you about these kickoff returns, because Joe Mixon was walking by, and we were talking with Joe a little bit. You used the word mayhem, and I do think there is going to be a little bit of that, especially up front, but how different is it for you, just that look of those guys being so close to you, not what you're used to on those kickoff returns?
Just as far as setting it up, it's going to bring a little difference in setting up the returns and hitting certain lanes. Our approach as far as the blocking scheme and things like that is going to be a little different. It's going to be a little more condensed as well. So they'll be up on me quicker. So my decision making has to be faster. And, just setting it up, continuing to set up my blocks and make them right.
Is it kind of like a punt return in that sense, that they're getting to you a little bit closer? I mean, obviously, on a punt return, you got to keep your eyes on the ball, but you also got to feel where everybody is around you. A little bit more like that?
Kind of, sort of, but not really. It still gives a little bit of the kickoff feel, but it's definitely different. It's going to be a little bit different.
Yeah, it is. Also, the wide receiver room is a little bit different this year. What's that like being in that room? You guys go 12, 13 deep. What's that wide receiver room like this year?
Just a lot of competing, bringing the best out of each other. A high energy room, high competitive room, and we just bring a lot of energy every day. And like I tell the other young guys, man, don't worry about everything above you. Just work. Come out here, put in the work, bring the best version of you out. Bring your energy every day and let everything else handle itself. We all know we're capable of playing. We all just waiting on opportunity.
You got that opportunity last year. You get it again this year. Stephen Sims, you're the man. Appreciate it, my friend.
Man, I appreciate you for having me.
All right, Stephen Sims, John Harris visiting with him. And speaking of the new kickoff situation, that came up in the conversation right in front of us. Kayimi Fairbairn is practicing kickoffs with the new kickoff rule in mind. He's trying to kick off and have the ball die right at the 5-ish, all right? So if it goes into the end zone, it's a touchback, and you get it at the 30. The opponent gets it at the 30. He's trying to kick it inside the 10 and have it die there. So he's kind of choking up on the 7-iron. You know how I talk about when the punter has the sand wedge out. Yeah. He's definitely got a little choked up 7-iron and trying to check it up, trying to get some backspin on it. And it's fascinating to watch because you got to get it far enough. Because if you don't kick it beyond the 30 or something, or the 20 even, I think, they get it at the 40. That's the punishment. Is that the punishment? It's either the 35 or the 40. So you got to kick it deep enough. And you don't want to kick it too deep. So it's really interesting. And how they handle this, again, we're going to be talking about it week to week as different situations are going to come up. They're going to be really game-changing instances in the kickoff. And this is a one-year deal, by the way.
Yeah.
They could extend it. They could decide, no way, that's way too much for us. I think there are going to be injuries. They dramatically cut down on injuries with the new kickoff rules prior to this year, all right, which was touchback at the 25 and all of that. They really negated the kickoff in the game, dramatically cut down on kickoffs in general, kickoff returns, I mean. Kickoffs were still going on. But now they're going to have a lot of action. And with action comes injuries, but less concussions because the guys won't be flying downfield. They'll be stationed 5 yards apart downfield.
Well, I can't remember if this ends up on the interview or not, but you'll hear from Neville Hewitt tomorrow. And I asked Neville about it. And I said, we talked about, there might be some more explosive touchdowns. I said, what do you think there's going to be more of, Neville, that they're not used to? He said, punch-outs.
Oh.
He said there might be more punch-outs because you're going to have a line of defenders getting there at the same time, as opposed when you kick off on the old rules, you had guys that were kind of staggered. There were some guys out in front.
Yeah.
But he said it's more condensed, that now a returner is going to try and burst through there, and then somebody's going to be there to be able to punch it out. I thought, that's interesting. I hadn't thought about that angle, but that's what he said. He's the guy running down there on those kickoffs. He said more punch-outs. I thought, boy, that adds just more excitement to it.
More excitement,
that's what they're looking for.
All right, coming up, Jake Hansen. He was getting first-team reps the other day. And, look, they mix guys up. I see Dalton Schultz out there with the threes sometimes. They're just mixing and matching a lot of different depth chart alignments. But Hansen is a guy they like a lot. He's had some injury issues in the offseason, but he's back and he's making plays. And a visit with him, and he's named after a character in an 80s movie, if you didn't know that. It's Texans Training Camp Live.
More training camp coverage is coming up on Texans Radio.
Texas Children's Hospital is proud to be
they're a few feet away from your Texans.
Nice! Way to run!
On Texans Training Camp Live.
They're in group install right now, so this is when offense and defense work separately, just trying to get the plays installed, and they run all the routes that they want to run in practice today. And for those of you who are coming out to practice, that's what you're going to see. You're going to see them work individual, and they run those routes, and then as a group, and they run those routes and run those plays, and then they get together and run them against each other, and all hell breaks loose. That's how they do it. And the iron sharpens iron. I know it sounds cliche, whatever, but it's true. When you face a good defense, it's only going to help you even more, especially in training camp, because that's when the ones do face the ones. Once you get into the regular season, ones don't face the ones. They face a look team, scout team, however you want to define that. And that helps them get better and get acclimated to whatever they're going to be seeing during the game. But this is the time of year when the competition intra-squad is hot and heavy. So in the group install period right now, by the time In the Loop gets on, they'll be doing some team and maybe some 7-on-7. They haven't done that yet, and it's similar to last year where they waited a while to get to the 7-on-7. I don't know why they do it that way. I want to ask D'Amico Ryans about that, why they wait a few days, if not longer, to get to 7-on-7, and they do so much stuff in team. I did notice that right away last year, and obviously it all worked out in the regular season. I know they didn't get off to the start they wanted, but that was a young team coming together. This year they have to get off to a good start, especially when you look at how the schedule lines up. All right, Jake Hansen, linebacker. He's out of Illinois. Lovie Smith recruited him at Illinois and obviously brought him here, and he's still here, and he's making plays, and I chatted with him. Jake, year 3 for you in this league. How is this camp different for you so far?
It's my second year in the system. I feel a lot more confident out there. I feel like I can be more decisive and make quick plays. And pre-snap, I feel like I'm in a good mental space to go out there and make plays and produce for this team. So I'm trying to carve out a role for myself and help the team any way I can.
What about all the talent on this defense with the new guys in addition to the older guys?
I mean, it's great. We got, young corners making plays. The safeties look great. The new linebackers in the room are doing a great job. Aziz is a heck of a leader. I couldn't ask for a better vet in the room. We've been so lucky these 3 years that I've been here to have guys like Kirko, Nev back, Aziz to really take control of the defense. It's been a blessing for me to learn and watch them and see how they do it and how they operate. So.
How difficult is it to master the pass coverage element of playing linebacker?
It's a lot different, especially in this defense. They ask you to do a lot more, and it's very detailed. And so being on my stuff and studying extra film is what's helping me. And like I said, again, that second year in the system is just a huge difference maker for me. And I'm looking to make big strides this year.
Anything different about D'Amico Ryans? Anything different in year 2 as opposed to year 1?
I think he's letting the players, he knows. I feel like he's running the show, obviously, right? But last year, I think he had to be a little bit more honest, where this year, I think there's a little more player accountability out there, and there's a standard that's a little bit higher, and I feel like it's a little bit more of a well-oiled machine, and that's credit to Coach Ryans because he's done such a good job with us. So.
Well, it's clear the defense is making plays, but what about this offense? Because it's very different from last year with the experience of C.J. Stroud and everybody else.
I mean, they made a bunch of plays today, like adding Diggs, getting Nico back on a big deal. It's just investing in the offense is huge for us, and I think that we're going to have a lot of big threats, and even just adding some special teamers like Sko, it helps us all the way around, man. We got a lot of depth on that offense.
All right, now for the important questions. We know you're named after Jake Ryan in 16 Candles. Yeah. What other big 80s movies have you seen?
Big 80s movies.
Like any other Brat Pack movies, like The Breakfast Club or anything?
I've seen The Breakfast Club. Breakfast Club's a good one. Thank you for the little layup there. But no, I like The Breakfast Club. I couldn't think of any 80s off the top of my head. I'd say The Breakfast Club's a good one. What are some of those other 80s ones?
Oh, you got a ton of them. St. Elmo's Fire, stuff like that. Can't Buy Me Love. There's a bunch of them. Anyway, I'll get you a list. So your fiance's here. Yep. When is the date? How are you handling things?
So we got June 7th. She's from Chicago. We're going to do it in downtown Chicago. Got a great venue. We're super excited. And I couldn't be more blessed to have such a good partner. And I love that girl to the death of me. So, and she's the reason why I'm able to do this job and compete at a high level, because she takes care of me when I go home and takes care of everything else. So,
are you helping shop for the registry stuff, for the selections?
I need a good Traeger. I need a smoker. I need a few things to get upgraded. A new grill. So that type of stuff. I'm going full dad mode on them. But, I got a few inputs, but I'll let her pick most of that stuff.
All right, congratulations and good luck with the rest of camp.
Mark. Yeah, thank you, Mark. Have a good one.
All right, Jake Hansen joining us on the show, and he mentioned the Traeger. You got to get that at Texas Star Grill Shop. But see, here's the thing. You're shopping for the wedding registry. You're loading that thing up. I bet Texas Star Grill Shop does not show up on a lot of wedding registries, just a hunch. Maybe they do, but that's where you go for the Traeger. However, guys, he's going to learn the hard way, isn't he, that Traeger might not be part of the registry anyway, no matter how you slice it, right? The registry is about the fine china, the stuff you need for the kitchen. And, guys, this is just a little helpful tip. Don't go shopping with her for the registry stuff. Have her mom or somebody else do that, or a close friend. You're just going to get yourself in trouble. What do you think of this? It's great. Oh, no, you're just yes-manning me. Have an opinion. And then when you do have an opinion, they don't like it. So try to avoid that altogether. Let them shop for the registry if you're going to tie the knot there. That's one tip. And as far as the 80s movie stuff, yes, he's named after Jake Ryan in the movie 16 Candles. And I've pointed this out from time to time. It was true last year. And this year, you have two players on this team that are named after 80s movies characters. Dalton Schultz being the other, Dalton from Roadhouse. And you have Jake Ryan, Jake Hansen. So obviously it's a big thing to me because I'm into the 80s pop culture. But the fact that he hasn't seen that many other 80s movies, not a big surprise. Jake Hansen, younger guy, and those are older movies. I mean, come on. I know to a lot of the listeners here, you're thinking, well, I know those cold. Yeah. But these are young people. You know, I've got Luke Vandermeer here. He's 18 years old. I showed him 16 Candles. He was like, yeah, it's all right. It's okay. Whatever. 80s flick. I'm all right with that. All right, they're in a special teams period right now, which I've pointed out before, to me is not the most exciting thing in the world, but team is coming up. And, you know, the In the Loop guys are going to be talking about that a bunch. In fact, they're going to be talking to Azeez Al-Shaair, who is a linebacker you've heard a ton about, played for D'Amico in San Francisco, then played with the Titans last year and racked up a ton of tackles. He's going to do the same here for your Houston Texans. Really important player for this defense when you add a player like him, when you add a Danielle Hunter to the mix. Just a lot of playmaking ability and leadership and the rest of it, veteran presence, along with all the young guys they have. So a big day of practice ahead. We'll be back tonight at 6 with Texans All Access with Johnny to recap the high points of the day, the highlights of the day, and back tomorrow, of course. In the Loop coming up. Thank you, Aaron, for engineering, and thank you very much, Ben, for producing. Have a great day. Go Texans.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
How do we solve the world's most complex medical problem?
Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Houston, let's get in the loop.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader.
You know what I'm bringing today. You know what I'm bringing today. Let's go. Go to work. Let's go. H-Town.
Sports Radio 610.
All right, welcome in Sports Radio 610. Adam Spillane, John Lopez with you on In the Loop. We are live at Texans training camp at the Methodist Training Center, day 4 of camp. Aaron Raybold with us on site, Figgy Fig back in the studio. And John, training camp has officially started because it's hot out here.
Yeah, let's set the scene here for our listeners, the loopholes. Saturday, there was a moment when it got a little hotter. It was standing room only in the cold room, which I think it's down into the 40s or 50s.
30s.
30s. Really, really cold. So the players can cool off. Well, as we speak, they're going into a little bit of a break, and it is standing room again. Houston has arrived to training camp. That's what I would say. Houston has arrived to training camp, and they're going to feel it today. Everything that they heard about, everything that they talked with future teammates, former teammates, etc., about training camp in Houston. It is here and it is on, baby.
It's cooled off a little bit here in the last few minutes just because there's some cloud cover.
Well, and we got a fan.
Yeah, well, no, but even out there, like there's no sun on the field right now.
Yeah.
So that obviously helps just a little bit. It's supposed to rain really all throughout the week, so this might be the hot day of the week. A couple notes here from camp. Joe Mixon, who did not practice Saturday, I think a lot of people figured, it's just a Veterans Day. Did not practice Saturday. The Texans were off yesterday, and Joe Mixon not practicing today. So we'll find out from D'Amico Ryans here whenever camp or whenever practice is over what's going on there. Dalton Schultz not practicing today either. Now, after practice, we will also hear from Azeez Al-Shaair, the free agent linebacker that the Texans picked up from Tennessee, who has played for D'Amico Ryans in San Francisco.
Terrific story. How he got here. Obviously, his career. Undrafted, comes in, plays at the Niners, with the Niners for D'Amico Ryans, goes to Tennessee, the rival Tennessee Titans. We'll ask him about that, of course, and about the Niners. And just an incredible player who has already, even though pads, I believe, are coming on either tomorrow or Wednesday, already, sort of really shining on the defensive side. Now, let's talk about Joe Mixon. We were here knocking on wood and everything regarding
My bad.
injuries and such. Let's put that on Adam Spillane. No, it happens. But here's the thing. Saturday, he was not participating in Texans practice. And you can understand. Maybe that's a Veterans Day. He's a running back. The whole tread on the tire thing that we always talk about. But to miss then Sunday is an off day. And then to miss today, we can't say. We don't know. We're going to hear from D'Amico Ryans. You will hear it probably live here on Sports Radio 610 as soon as that happens. But that's something. I mean, I don't know if it's a personal thing or if it's some small injury or something else. And then add to that, again, this is just facts. These are just facts. We're not trying to inject any opinion yet until we hear from coaches and obviously D'Amico and get some more information. But the facts are he didn't participate Saturday, off day yesterday, not participating today, and they signed Cam Akers. So that's not injecting any opinion. I mean, you can draw your own conclusion there, but they do seem to be somewhat connected, at least for now.
I guess with the Akers thing, I mean, I think that we all figured that they would add another running back to the roster. I think that's an area where, frankly, they're a little thin, and so adding Cam Akers made a lot of sense. A guy who is still really young in his career, though he has had a couple of serious injuries, again with the Achilles especially, which you never want to see, especially with the running back. But obviously, it is depth. It is somebody who might be able to help them if he's healthy.
Yeah.
And then we'll wait and see here about Mixon. But listen, it doesn't. I'm not with somebody like Mixon. You're not all that concerned if he practices or not during training camp, just because he's a veteran. He knows what to do. He can catch up very, very quickly. So that's not a big deal. But if this is something that might carry in for the next month, well, then that's when you start to be a little bit concerned.
Yes. So obviously, you're going to want to stay plugged in for that. You're going to want to stay plugged in for Azeez Al-Shaair right off the field. If I had to guess, right around 11 a.m.-ish. And a lot of sights and sounds here at training camp that I'm going to be able to share with you in a few minutes when we do our passing thoughts. But The one observation on the field that I think we can make is I think it's so early, Adam. It's so early. But I think there's reason to believe that John Mechie and Robert Woods, at least early on, have a bit of an edge at the other wide receiver positions. Mechie has looked really good. You heard Tank Dell live with us on Friday talking about how much faster he's gotten. He's looked good. Robert Woods, and we're going to get into this later in the show as well, Robert Woods has participated in this is now the second day that we've seen them working on kickoff return, and he's been involved deeply in that. So on the field, we know what the top three are doing. If I had to guess, and I don't know what your observations are, but I would say Mechie and Robert Woods are making a little bit of hay here.
Well, it's basically been the summer of Mechie. And Mechie had a big practice yesterday, caught a couple of long passes. I think one of them was from Davis Mills. Obviously, you've heard guys talk about just how great his summer was. Now, this is Bobby Slowick talking about Mechie and why he thinks Mechie has looked so much better in camp.
Yeah, specifically leadership and command. He's very intentional. He wants to make sure.
Well, that's on C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, I mean, he's in much better football shape, right? And that's to be expected. What he went through, I mean, that was 2 years. He couldn't do a football workout, and then he all of a sudden rolls onto the field last year, and he just has to go roll like that. That's really, really difficult. I think it's a credit to him as a person that he was able to do even what he did last year, and then now he was able to have an off season, spring, a summer, a fall to really kind of get back into football shape, be where he wants to be physically, and then obviously second year in the system for everybody mentally has really slowed everyone down, calmed everyone down in that regard. So he's able to just go play football, and that's when John Mechie's at his best, is when he can just go play football, do what he loves, and he doesn't have to worry about all the stuff he's been worrying about for 2-3 years now. It's been really fun to watch.
It's been really fun to watch, and let's just play let your mind wander a little bit. Keep in mind how good he was at Alabama.
Yeah.
Keep in mind how good a receiver he was coming into the draft. Keep in mind that he's a second-round pick. Like, this should be a guy in his third year that you're thinking is going to be an integral part of the offense. Obviously, you just heard him talking about some of the hiccups and setbacks that he's had. But if he can reach that level, good Lord, this offense.
And you say he's a second-round pick. He might have gone higher in the draft had he not torn his ACL in the SEC championship game, his last game at Bama. So not only did he have to deal with the torn ACL, it's a guy who had cancer. He had leukemia.
Yeah.
So he's basically now been a full year of being able to play football without having to deal with cancer treatments or anything like that, or rehabbing from an ACL, and it's shown. And so I do think that a guy who was drafted very high, they thought very highly of, they traded up to get him.
Yeah.
And now I think you're starting to see that talent start to show so far in the early stages of camp. And, we all know the top three receivers are kind of set in stone, at least right now, where you have Diggs and you have Dell and Collins. But once you get to the fourth receiver, the fifth receiver, you're going to need more than those three.
Yeah.
Because those three, we'll have to wait and see if they can play all 17 games. It's unlikely that they will. And so you need somebody else to step up. And then not only do you need that for this year, but you also need it for next year once, Stefon Diggs is probably playing elsewhere.
And I think this is a situation, and keep in mind, this is times 10, times 20. We all know people, everybody knows someone who had a battle with cancer. And hopefully, we all know people who have come out on the other side. It still lingers, whether it's the treatments you underwent, the after effects, your body is just not. It takes a long time for your body to feel right. You're nodding your head. I know you know someone like this. I know someone like this. Where 2-3 years down the road, they're telling you I just don't quite feel like myself, whether it's the treatments or whatever. So it stands to reason that even last year when he's on the field, it just wasn't right. And maybe now a little bit more distance between the cancer treatment and what's happening here, he's starting to feel like himself again.
Yeah, it takes a lot out of you mentally. It takes a lot out of you physically.
Yeah.
And to then you'll have to go from that to now trying to perform on a football field. That's not easy to do.
Yeah, much less just your everyday tasks,
Yes. So the good news, though, is that He's healthy, and he is playing well so far. So we heard from the coordinators after practice on Saturday. So here is Bobby Slowick talking about C.J. Stroud in year 2 and the differences that he's seen.
Yeah, specifically leadership and command. He's very intentional. He wants to make sure the offense runs through him, the team runs through him as he should, and he's owned that. There's a lot that goes into that. You got to make sure you're always building relationships with the players, with the coaches, with the staff, people all around the building. You got to own the playbook, so at any time people can ask you questions, you can facilitate conversations, and then you got to be willing when we're on the field to demand the best of everybody. You got to be another coach, and he's really lived up and wants to continue to exceed all those expectations, and that really to me has been his number one focus.
It has been, and as we're sitting here watching, one of the things that was a takeaway from Saturday was how the offense just sliced and diced the defense. I mean, I'm just being honest here. But as we speak, it looks like that was Case Keenum, if I see the number right, threw an interception, and the defense certainly could feel that one. Now, on C.J. Stroud, it wasn't Stroud that threw that ball, but on C.J. Stroud, that's all stuff that we've been seeing. I mean, it's so evident. We talked about that on Friday, too. It's one of those things where you don't necessarily know if you can put your finger on something, but C.J. Stroud has that purpose, that command.
Yeah, for sure. And so we also heard from Matt Burke, the defensive coordinator, and we've talked a little bit about Danielle Hunter, but it was Kalen Bullock was the one who picked off. So it was so he almost picked off.
Yeah.
So it was Kalen Bullock, the rookie out of USC, almost intercepted Davis Mills. That was the play that we just saw here a second ago. Okay, speaking of the defense, Matt Burke, the defensive coordinator, talked, and so we've talked so much about the guys that the Texans added offensively, especially with Mixon and with Diggs. And so to me, Danielle Hunter has kind of gone overlooked just with how good he is and how big of a pickup that was. This is a guy with 16.5 sacks last year. And I think that he hasn't been talked about nearly as much as he probably should be getting talked about. So here was Matt Burke, the Texans defensive coordinator, on what has stood out about Danielle Hunter.
It's funny. I mean, you talk about like Will and adding on weight, and he stands next to Danielle, and you see the length difference. So like for a guy that's that long and explosive, it's you almost have to like change your like perspective, because like he's so explosive, he covers so much ground his first 2 steps. It sometimes doesn't even look like he's launching out, and then you pause the tape and he's 4 yards in the backfield. You know what I mean? So like it's a very he's done it for a long time. Obviously, he's very natural at doing that and rushing, and just the ground that he can cover and the length he has from an extension standpoint. It's pretty special. He's pretty unique. So excited for him to keep going for sure.
They are excited to have Danielle Hunter. Boy, you hit it on the head. He's only been here basically a few weeks in uniform, going back to minicamp and such. And he is just like tearing it up. I mean, he's just tearing it up. And to have Will Anderson, who you heard from here last week, doing his thing, it's going to be an amazing thing to watch the rush ends, and it's going to be an amazing thing to watch how D'Amico adjusts in the middle and at the cornerback positions and in the secondary, because they've got the guys that are going to put pressure on the quarterback, and that's going to help everyone.
Well, and that only makes the secondary better. You know, when you have guys that can get to the passer and put, you don't necessarily need sacks. Sacks is kind of an overrated stat, but if you can have guys that it can at least make the quarterback uncomfortable, then that changes just your whole defense. It makes your corners better. It makes everybody better, and it changes the offense. It changes basically what the opposing offense can actually do, because if they're terrified that your pass
they
rush
have to get it out quick.
Exactly. So like you can't run deep routes.
Yeah.
You can't have the routes that take a long time to develop. You have to get the ball out quickly when you are trying to scheme against a team that has a really good pass rush like the Texans could have.
And that's one of the reasons I'm very excited to have Azeez Al-Shaair join us, probably about 11 a.m.-ish, if you want to set your clocks to that, because then he and Christian Harris in the middle. By the way, Christian Harris did not participate Saturday. I haven't seen Christian Harris yet today, but that's not to say he's not out there, because the defense is on the opposite field, but we'll get you that information. But Al-Shaair in the middle, running the whole defense, that familiarity with what D'Amico does and how D'Amico wants to play exactly what we're talking about. With the pressure on the end, cornerbacks maybe jumping routes a little quicker because of that. It's pretty exciting, pretty damn exciting.
All right, so we also heard from Frank Ross, and Frank Ross is a guy that we've been waiting to hear from really since, I don't know, for months it feels like we've wanted to hear from Frank Ross because of the new kickoff rules, and this is where special teams coordinators really get to cook. So here was Frank Ross on how he planned to get ready for the new kickoff rule.
Yeah, and everybody, just even reading experts and their philosophies, hey, it's going to be more size players that are going to be used on the unit. You're going to be more speed players. You're going to need more multiple people that can handle the ball as a back-end return man. We have to be able to be diverse and have people, going back to the old, I need to be a football player. So, guys that are receivers have to be dynamic cover players now. Excited just to pick an example, like Brevin Jordan, made a tackle on a kickoff last year. Like, he hadn't done, now he's got to go cover. So it doesn't matter where you come from position-wise on the roster. We've got to be flexible. And then with that many more plays in the game, how durable can you be as a roster? So more players are covering kicks, more players are taking hits, more players are delivering hits. What does that mean for the longevity of 17 games? And how are we going to handle that as a management staff, coaching staff? So excited for the challenges. We'll sort it out as best we can.
You listening to Frank Ross on Saturday, you kind of got the feeling that he's not a big fan of the new kickoff rule. And yet I think he's also taking it on as an immense challenge. We know him. He's a friend of the show. He's really, really good at his job. But keep in mind, what he's saying there is absolutely true. It's not going to reduce the number of big hits. In fact, it might even increase big hits. But what it is going to do, and the NFL is more concerned about this, is probably reduce concussions, because it's not going to be the long runs and violent helmets into shoulder or whatever hits. So it's a big adjustment. It's fascinating to watch, and I was able to watch a lot of it Saturday and today.
Frank Ross basically called himself a purist, so I don't think that he likes the rule at all. But here is how he has learned, how he spent his offseason trying to learn what works with this new kickoff rule.
Two-part. First part is, watch every single thing that's ever been kind of done in that capacity. So every of the other league's reps, trial and error in our reps from the OTAs and spring ball, and watching those ad nauseum during the summer break there, and as we get back into camp. And then the second part is kind of how I've always enjoyed operating. It's not my room. I'm a special teams coach, but it's not my room. It's their room. So, hey, fellas, how do you see this being played? MJ, Stewart, hey, could you execute that block? Great. How early do we need to flip to execute our blocks? So just, hey, this is a feedback loop type of time or time of the year, and what we find out can work. And then there's going to be adjustments come after preseason one, and then after the regular season one, and then quarterly. So, we'll continue to see those are the ones on the grass. Those guys are the ones on the grass doing it, not me. So it's an input and a feedback loop we have going.
I'm telling you, man, bet the over. First preseason game.
You have a problem.
I'm telling you, bet the over. It's going to be great to watch, fun to watch, and just how they make those adjustments.
Yeah, we'll get into this a little bit more because you were here Saturday, so you had a chance to really see what they were doing with this whole thing. But it does feel like it is definitely going to be trial and error here at the beginning, and that's what the preseason is for. And the Texans had the extra preseason game, so that's a few more times where they can go trial and error with this thing just to see what works, just to see what doesn't work. And we're going to learn quickly. And I'm interested to see, we've seen it a little bit just in shells of what they've done, but once they get the pads on and they can really get after it just to see how this thing looks, because, again, this is something that we really haven't seen before at this level. You see it, they've done it at the UFL, and I think they did it in the XFL also.
A little bit,
those are different level athletes, though, than what you're going to see on an NFL field. So we'll have to wait and see just how that looks. All right, coming up next on In the Loop, we will get John Lopez's passing thoughts from day 4 of Texans training camp. We are live at the Methodist Training Center. This is Sports Radio 610.
What does Nick Caserio think of the outside expectations heading into training camp?
I think that's for the guys at 610 to talk about on the radio. I mean, our expectations are have a good attitude, put a good foundation in place, be a great teammate, be resilient, and put the best version of yourself on the field each day.
We've got you, Nick.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Hey, it's Sean Pendergast for the law firm of Daly & Black, and I'm talking to you homeowners or business owners out there whose homes or places of business have suffered storm damage recently, or you're worried about hurricane season. Daly & Black is who you need to go to if you're getting your insurance claims denied. They're an experienced team of trial lawyers that are going to be on your side. They don't get paid until they recover for you. That's right. No money out of your pocket till they recover for you. Their office is located right here in Houston, Texas. Visit them online. Talk to one of their attorneys right now at dalyblack.com. That's DALY, dalyblack.com.
Want to build on your own land?
Our Vision Homes is Houston's premier turnkey custom home builder. Our Vision offers a streamlined process in order to ensure the timeliness and quality of your home while allowing for the flexibility to customize any project. Our Vision works with you each step of the way. Learn how to get started today. Visit ourvisionhomes.com to register for a Build on Your Land seminar. Space is limited. Visit ourvisionhomes.com today to register. That's ourvisionhomes.com. Our Vision Homes, where your vision is our vision.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Brakes? We can save you 15% on that. We have OE quality Duralast brake pads and rotors in stock, ready for pickup or delivery. We also have calipers, brake fluid, tools, and anything else you'll need to do the job right. When you get Duralast pads and rotors together, you'll save 15%. It's just part of what makes us America's #1 brakes destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Mom, it's school shopping time.
On it. Ooh, Target has select supplies like crayons and glue sticks for 25 cents, plus markers for 50 cents.
Next, my new Rockstar vibe means new clothes.
Ooh, totally. These graphic tees are $6 and made to last.
And a strawberry lunch bag to match my sweet personality.
Got it, and it's only $5. Let's get your favorite Good and Gather snacks. They're now at a new lower price.
Best team ever.
When it comes to low prices, Target has your back to school.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up for our 5th grade class recital, we have Samantha.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high-stress performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through December 28th, Castrol Edge and Edge High Mileage Motor Oil are on rollback at Walmart.
Claim based on sequence 9 test under high-load conditions versus API-SP test limits.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. Not a rate based on Terry who keeps and makes the car behind them. Oh no, they're about to. Save with DriveWise and the Allstate app and only pay a rate based on you.
Not available in every state, subject to terms and conditions. Rating factors and savings vary, and in some states your rate could increase with high-risk driving. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
As you know, summertime is here. And for most people, that means more activities, more golf, more biking, more of whatever you love to do. But if you're dealing with minor aches and pains, your more could become less. This is why I'm here to tell you about Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that helps fight pain naturally. For instance, I was sent Relief Factor to try, and I've been taking it every single day. I'll tell you what, I feel the difference every day. You see, instead of masking your pain, Relief Factor's formula is designed to help reduce or even eliminate it. It's 100% drug-free, and it's been a game changer for so many people. So, let's get after it this summer. Let's feel good. Let's do more of the things that we love to do. Don't let pain keep you down. Give Relief Factor a try and save on your first order. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Fight pain naturally with Relief Factor. These products and statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
The Big Orange Wagon. All Astros, all the time.
They haven't developed first baseman. Why do they have to go get Jose Abreu? Well, they didn't have a first baseman in their system. Why are we talking about Mauricio Dubon at first base? Because they don't have a first baseman in their system. So, it's
an ongoing problem for the Houston Astros during an era where there hasn't been many problems.
New episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610. 610.
It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Adam Spillane, John Lopez with you from the Methodist Training Center. Day 4 of Texans training camp currently in progress. They are, looks like they're doing punts right now. We've seen kickoffs. We've seen some offensive installs. So we've seen just about everything so far today on what is a warm Monday morning here at NRG Stadium.
Well, that would be the first passing thought. It kind of hit a little bit Saturday late in practice. Because we've been enjoying some fantastic weather. I mean, just gorgeous.
That hurricane was great.
That hurricane. Well, a lot of people don't say that very often. But I guess in a weird way, it was for this squad anyway. But it hit a little bit Saturday. Today is brutal. I mean, let's just be honest. We had, like you said, when we came on air, it was a little bit of a respite with some cloud cover. Today is very, very hot, very, very humid. Dudes are just pouring into that cold room on the north end of one of the fields during the breaks. It got me thinking, and my passing thought was, like, everybody that comes to Houston asks about the heat and the humidity. Everyone. And we were talking, we've been talking with players last week and this week, and they all wonder about it. I was talking to one player, I guess Friday, and it was one of those speak too soon moments. He says, "This is the best training camp I can remember." At least, at the start of it. And I'm like, okay, we'll put a pin in that. Yeah. And it is here now. Another passing thought, and this is just, if you can put yourself in one of those uniforms as a player, every time I see Nick Caserio walk over to a position group and just kind of stand there, sometimes his hands on his knees, as he often does, I would be terrified if I were a player. Like if Nick Caserio came over and just was like watching me. You're a pro. You've done it your whole life. You're here for a reason. You know what your situation is. But it's just intimidating when you see Nick Caserio come over and watch you do reps. It's got to be just really intimidating for these guys.
Well, this is the guy that basically kind of, in a sense, controls your future.
Your entire future.
If you're trying to make an NFL roster, you need to be able to impress the general manager of the team. Obviously, you have your position coach, and you have your coordinator, and you have your head coach. But at the end of the day, he has final say on the roster.
Yes.
So he's the one who brought you in, but at the same time, he's the one that kind of determines
can take you out.
Stay. Yeah.
and he never misses a practice. He's always out on the field, and he goes to position group by position group. And I'm just like, I was watching him do this, and I'm like, man, that is intimidating as hell. It's like somebody was standing over your shoulder as you're doing radio. It's like, yeah, I know what I'm doing, but come on.
It doesn't help that he's probably in better shape than just about everybody else on the field. So that doesn't help. But no, I know what you're saying. Yeah. I remember when I was doing baseball broadcasting, and there would be some higher up from the Rockies that would come sit in the booth with me, and all of a sudden, like, I'm terrified. Like, am I saying something here that's stupid? Like, this is not good. Like, every now and then, Scott Service was working with the A's, or with the Angels. He was their player development director or something like that, and he would come sit in kind of what was an open booth back in Orem, Utah, and he would sit next to me, and I'm like, I can't screw this up. I got to be like smart here and like on everything. So,
it really is. All right, so we always talk about the guys that are going to be the camp crushes and press during preseason and all that. I'm not saying. I'm just saying. Okay. So C.J. Stroud, when we were talking with Tank Dell about this, practices his handshakes with all these players, and he does it before every practice, and they do their own little personal handshake. I'm just saying, Saturday, he had a handshake with British Brooks, like a very complicated, how they do all kinds of different stuff. And I'm like, so British Brooks has made the cut for the handshakes, huh? I was like, okay, at least CJ has him on his side. So that was interesting. One other Camp Thought media related, our friend Sean Pendergast, his aversion to hats is fascinating and a little troubling. Have you noticed he's never done it, like in all the years that he's been here?
It's not something that I've noticed, but yeah, now that you say it.
He never wears a hat, and he's bald.
Yes,
he goes,
good.
He goes, well, I put a lot of sunblock on my head. Yeah, cool, but it's hot. Yeah. And it's still the sun coming into beating down on your head. And I told him this. I said, your aversion to hats is fascinating and troubling. And he laughed. But that's it. All right. So
first of all, you're right. It's dangerous.
It's dangerous
because the sun is just like beaming right down on your head. Like the sunscreen, it's not going to last all day. So yeah, Sean, wear a hat.
Wear a hat. Take it from someone who is always out in the sun.
We're worried about you.
Wear a hat. We love you. Wear a hat. All right. So Cade Stover has been alternately impressive, and then also maybe down on the depth chart. One thing about Cade Stover that is very interesting to me is he doesn't wear gloves. He put them on for about 15 minutes on Saturday, and then by the end of the practice didn't have his gloves on again. For the life of me, I don't know why any receiver or tight end would not wear gloves.
Trust your hands.
But it's slippery, it's wet, the gloves are tacky. I'm wondering, and he's not wearing them again today. I looked as we were walking over here. It's worth asking next time we see him, because it's better if you wear gloves.
Maybe some people just they like the way the ball feels in their hands better. I don't know. Yeah, it is. It's like guys who don't wear batting gloves, to a certain degree.
I think they should wear gloves.
Yeah, it is different though, because and it's noticeable because basically probably 95% of receivers and tight ends will wear gloves, but he doesn't for whatever. I guess maybe he just doesn't feel like the ball is connected to the glove. I don't know.
I guess it's worth asking him. Hey, Cal and Hannah McNair made an appearance for the first time today. How about that? Cal and Hannah, I'm guessing they were just out of town or something, but Cal and Hannah at practice. Janice McNair with her third straight practice. God, you got to give it up to that lady. She is so cool.
More than me.
And she's been to more practices than Adam Spillane. How about that? But Cal and Hannah with the H-Town blue skirt, just for good measure. How about that?
Yeah, and they were out on the field. They weren't like in the air-conditioned tent. They were out there.
They were out and about. We mentioned this at the top. It's going to be something that you're going to hear D'Amico Ryans asked about, I'm quite sure. Joe Mixon, second straight practice, third straight day, not being out on the field. Cam Akers was signed. Again, I'm not trying to inject any opinion here. I'm just telling you what has happened. He's missed Saturday. He missed today. They were off yesterday. And this morning we got news that Cam Akers was signed. I am fascinated. I don't know what to make of it, but we'll know a lot more as D'Amico Ryans and offensive coaches talk.
And Cam Akers was out here working out, so he appears to be healthy.
Yeah, he was doing all the drills, everything.
He's wearing number 22, did not have a nameplate on his jersey, but again, he is healthy, and that's been the one big thing in his career, is that he just hasn't been able to stay on the field. He had the Achilles tear.
Twice.
I think he had the first one was when the Rams won the Super Bowl.
And he came in late.
Yeah, he came back for the Super Bowl. Now, he wasn't real effective, which I guess
But he did play.
Coming back from an Achilles tear. But that obviously, if he's someone who can stay healthy and can get back to close to what he was before he got hurt, then that's somebody who can obviously help you. Now, the first thing that I thought of when they signed Cam Akers, because I didn't know about, we didn't know that Mixon might have some sort of an issue really up until today. But I did wonder, is this kind of a signal to Dameon Pierce that, hey,
yes, it could be that too.
Let's go.
It could absolutely be that as well. Another one here for you. And I think this is going to be one of those things we're going to kind of just keep an eye on as training camp moves on. I really feel like we're sleeping on Robert Woods. I really do. Remember in the offseason, we weren't even sure he was going to be on this team. Like when people were talking about like players who might, they might move on from, Robert Woods was always mentioned, and he's pretty integral in at least what we've seen so far, the kickoffs. He's made some big plays here and there. Again, they'll probably get into pads here in the next day or so. But I kind of feel like we're sleeping on Robert Woods.
He was a guy last year when camp started. He was probably the number 2 receiver. And I'm guessing there were some people that might have thought he was the number 1 just because he had done more in his career than Nico Collins had. And now all of a sudden you look out there and he's 4, 5 maybe, which I think is a testament to how much better the receiver room has gotten over the last 12 months or so.
Yes, absolutely. And we'll dig into that as well with John Mechie. One more here for you. A guy that you really don't want to see very often, but is so important. The Texans are going to be just fine punting the ball. They are going to be just fine. Obviously, they moved on this past season, but Tommy Townsend, he's impossible to miss. He's got the long hair coming out of his helmet, tall, thin dude. They did a lot of this on Saturday and a little bit just now. Absolutely booming punts. Obviously, former Chief. has done some pretty good stuff there. But don't worry about punting as long as he stays healthy.
You know, the one thing that's interesting with some of the guys that they've signed, Tommy Townsend, won a couple Super Bowls with the Chiefs. Azeez Al-Shaair, who will join us here in a couple of minutes, or whenever they come off the field, he was a part of some really good San Francisco teams.
Yeah.
Like, they added guys from outside the organization who have won a lot of games.
Yeah.
Joe Mixon has been to a Super Bowl. Stefon Diggs has been on deep playoff runs with the Bills here in the last few years, and even with Minnesota when he was still there. So they've gone out and they've added guys from other teams, but they've added guys from other teams who have won a lot. So they are used to winning. They had experience in big games, and I think that sort of thing matters.
Yeah, no, I think it absolutely matters, and that's what they want here. I mean, Al-Shaair is going to be integral in the middle of the defense because of that, because he knows how to run this defense at a high level.
And they also know how to maintain their bodies to get through, first of all, not just a 17-game season, but a 17-game season that will also include 2, 3, maybe even 4 postseason games.
Yeah.
And it's hard to do that. Like, when it's hard enough to condition yourself to play 17 games, but then to go that next month, that takes a whole lot out of your body. So to have guys that know how to do that, I think that's important. All right, coming up next on Sports Radio 610, we're going to switch gears because the Astros played a big series in Seattle over the weekend. They take 2 of 3 from the Mariners, and the team that was 10 games out of first place, a month ago, is now in first place. But you did see some flaws, especially yesterday, and we'll talk about those next on In the Loop.
Your home for Texans training camp is Sports.
emergency tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Leasing a car has never been easier. Call our friends at D&M Leasing to learn more about Easy Lease from D&M.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
All right, back from Texans training camp at the Methodist Training Center, day 4. Texans going a little bit longer than they did, at least on Friday. Adam Spillane, John Lopez with you. Aaron Raybold is out here. Figgy Fig is back in the studio. And we'll switch gears. We'll come back to the Texans here in about 20 minutes. But let's switch gears to the Astros, who played a big series over the weekend in Seattle. First place was on the line. The Astros take 2 of 3, so they are now in first place, just over percentage points over the Mariners right now with a 3-game series coming up in Oakland. And John, the first 2 games, they were really good.
Yeah.
The 2 games were really well pitched. The bullpen was outstanding. The defense was very good. They got hits when they needed to against a really good Mariners staff. And then you go to yesterday, and Ronel Blanco gives up some runs early, which has kind of been a little bit of an issue for him.
He's done that a little bit.
Yeah, he'll give up a couple. He gave up the 2-run homer to Corey Seager early in the game last Sunday at Minute Maid Park, but then he doesn't give up anything else. So he doesn't let the game blow up on him, which matters. You're not going to have your best stuff as a starting pitcher every single time out, especially when you are running up on your career high for innings pitched. He comes out of the game, and where you saw some flaws with the Astros came after he left the game, because with Brian Abreu, Ryan Presley, and Josh Hader, all 3 were unavailable, having pitched the first 2 games. And you saw where the depth of the bullpen isn't quite where it needs to be if you're trying to get through a full 162-game season, because Seth Martinez has had his moments, and his numbers have been pretty good this season, but he really struggles against left-handed hitters. So what happens? You bring him in to face righties, but ultimately you do have to have him face a lefty, and he gives up a 3-run homer to one.
Yeah. I was thinking of you actually watching this series all weekend, because the Mariners cannot hit.
No.
And that has been your sort of, mantra, whatever you want to call it, regarding the Astros versus the Mariners, and they cannot. Then I was thinking about you when you're talking about the margins, and what you really need is just arms. You need good arms, whether it's a starting pitcher, and I think a relief pitcher. And then all of a sudden yesterday, the Mariners released Todd France, Ty France, and I'm thinking that you had a really good opinion on that. Like, that is someone who could immediately come in if he clears, and help the Astros, and that's another margins kind of move that the Astros could make.
Yeah, I'll get to that in a second, because I do want to just point out, before the All-Star break, Joe Espada wanted to, that last game against the Rangers, Joe Espada did not want to use, the Astros were trailing, it was like 2-1. They were trailing the Rangers, and Joe Espada did not want to use the big 3. He did not want to use Abreu, Presley, or Hader in that game if they were trailing, just because the workload has been so heavy.
Yeah.
And so he said, I need other guys. Mm-hmm. Like, we need other guys in that bullpen who can step up and get big outs. So in that game specifically with the Rangers, like, Taylor Scott has earned it. Like, Taylor Scott has been outstanding all season long, so he has earned the opportunities to be able to pitch in leverage situations if the Astros need it. But in that game against the Rangers, Rafael Montero gives up a 2-run homer. Yesterday, Seth Martinez against the lefty gives up a 3-run homer. Like, they need to find more guys that they can trust in those big spots, because you're not going to have Presley, Abreu, and Hader available some games. You are going to need more than 3 innings out of the bullpen, even in games when they are available. And so what made the 2022 team so good, so good, and maybe one of the best pitching staffs that we have seen in baseball really in the last 20 years, has been just how deep that bullpen was. And whoever Dusty Baker put out there was an above-average reliever, either against righties or against lefties. The Astros are lacking that right now, and as the trade deadline approaches, we're 8 days away. 8 days away from the trade deadline. The Astros probably need to go out and be in the market for maybe not a high-leverage reliever, but somebody who can get big outs against both lefties and righties, who will be okay pitching the 6th inning or pitching the 8th inning in a game where a couple guys are down. That's what I think, that's one of the areas that they need to look at. They also need to look at, again, starting pitching. We've talked about that ad nauseum, just to give themselves a few more options if guys get hurt. Now, you brought up Ty France. Where this really kicks in, Joe Espada loves to go to his bench, and he showed this on opening day. As soon as the opposing starting pitcher is out of the game, he goes. He is going to his bench to gain a platoon advantage. So what happens yesterday? You have John Singleton start the game at first base. Mariners go to the bullpen. They bring in the lefty to face Alvarez. Again, the lefty has to face Singleton.
Yeah.
The Astros pinch hit for Singleton because they don't want him facing a left-handed pitcher. So who do they have off the bench? Chas McCormick.
Yeah.
And he gives you, with the tying run at third base, he gives you a terrible at-bat, strikes out in 4 pitches, swings and misses 3 times, and that's the end of the threat. The Astros need to go get somebody off the bench because you have a manager in Joe Espada who wants to use his bench, and his options just aren't good enough.
Yeah.
And so that's why I brought up Ty France, because Ty France, while he has had a bad year, or not a bad year, a below-average year, he's had a really bad last couple of months, but right-handed, can play first base, and now you have that platoon with John Singleton at first base, because the other thing that we've seen from the Astros, like they were going with the platoon with Mauricio Dubon. Well, a game like yesterday, the Astros want Dubon playing left field, or they want him playing the outfield because they'd rather have Singleton start against the lefty as opposed to Cabbage or Loperfido, so you don't have Dubon off the bench yesterday. That's why you have to go to McCormick. So they need to give Espada better bench options because right now they just aren't good enough.
Well, Dubon is the biggest reason because you can use him as he's supposed to be used.
A bunny rabbit.
Put him anywhere. And then on the pitching, and you touched on it briefly. You said a guy that can pitch the 6th, the 8th if necessary. Like, even though they're relievers, the 7, 8, 9 guys on this team, the workload is going to take a toll. It doesn't matter how experienced you are, how many. If you have a heavy workload, it's going to take a toll. And what is the whole concept here? The whole goal is to get to the postseason and have these guys ready to go in these high leverage situations in high impact games, high import games. So I agree. I think you do need to do that. And by the way, Ty France really wouldn't cost you anything.
No, he's on waivers right now.
It wouldn't cost money. It wouldn't cost you a damn thing.
It would basically cost them, I think, around $3 million for the rest of this season, which, I mean, listen, they're over the tax already, so at this point it doesn't really matter. Brian Abreu, I think this is interesting to point out. Brian Abreu faded in the playoffs last year. He was elite. He was unhittable in the playoffs in 2022. Well, Brian Abreu in the regular season in 2022 appeared in 55 games. Again, he was fresh going into the postseason. Last year, he appeared in 72 games. Again, he was spent by the time he got to the postseason. Brian Abreu is on pace to probably hit that 72-game mark.
Yeah, that's too much.
Yeah, it's too big of a workload. That's why there needs to be another guy. Now, there are guys out there. Carlos Esteves, an all-star closer with the Angels, who's a free agent at the end of the season. He might cost you a little bit too much, but that's somebody that if you're Dana Brown, you have to make a call because, hey, at least he can get lefties, he can get righties. Like, he's fine either way. He can pitch in high leverage spots if the bullpen is a little thin one day. Again, he would be the best 6th-inning man that you could ever ask for.
And that's what you want.
Yeah, but that's what you need.
And he can eat up innings in a pinch in other roles.
Yes. So you're trying to save bullets for everybody. So if there's a day where you only have to use 3 of your top 4, then that's great. Like that is the whole point to having a bunch of really good high leverage relievers, is that you don't need them all on the same day. So that's one area where they need to really focus on. And again, the fact that Gray Kessinger, who it seems like a wonderful person, Gray Kessinger has he doesn't have a hit all season. He does not play.
Yeah.
And yet the Astros have left him on the roster for basically the entire season. He was on the IL for a little bit, so they had Jacob Amaya, take his roster spot for a couple of weeks. He didn't play either. So the fact that you are basically giving your manager a 3-man bench when everybody else gets a 4-man bench, it makes no sense. And this is where, to me, Dana Brown has fallen short all season long. Because as a GM, and I'm sure Dusty Baker didn't really use the bench very much last year. Like, they would pinch it from Maldonado late in the game.
Yeah.
That would be about it. But you saw this on opening day, and I'm sure that Dana Brown had this conversation with Espada when they were going through the hiring process. He uses his bench. So when you see that, when you're a GM and you see that your manager wants to use his bench,
you have to make your moves
often,
to fit what the manager does.
Yes. And that is your job as a GM. It is your responsibility as the GM to give your manager a roster that he can use and that he can best utilize. And Dana Brown isn't doing that right now. Again, the fact that we've had this Gray Kessinger conversation the entire season.
Yeah.
And yet here we are. Nothing has changed. And I'm telling you, if we get past, if a week from tomorrow we are still talking about Greg Kessinger being on the roster. It is a huge front office failure.
Well, and you're playing shorthanded the rest of the way. I mean, that's just not any way to do business. The other thing yesterday that we have to mention is Jordan with hitting the cycle. And it's funny because I always think the cycle is like one of the coolest things in baseball. But it really is a fluke. I mean, obviously, it's not a fluke that these guys can hit. They credit to them. But the fact that they all happen in one game at the same time, it's weird. I mean, do you put it up there like with a no-hitter? I don't.
No, I don't. I really don't care about it.
I mean, it's just cool. It's just something that's cool and really cool.
Good for the numbers.
It's good for the numbers. Was the Mariners fan who caught his home run ball. Credit to them. They hate the Astros. Like I don't think people here truly understand unless you've been to a game in Seattle. Like Mariners fans hate the Astros, like the way the Rangers do, the way the Yankees do. And I guess it's just because they've been a thorn in their side for so many times. But this fan posted something. It went viral and said, I just want to give him his home run ball back. Didn't ask for anything. I think he ended up signing a ball, though. But that was pretty cool for him to get that the final home run ball.
Yeah, and you don't see sluggers like that hit for the cycle because you need a triple in there.
Yeah.
And it's not like Jordan Alvarez is a triples machine by any stretch, and he was able to get one in the game yesterday. But again, the Astros come up short. But that's what they need. Like, they need him to carry this offense right now, especially when Kyle Tucker's out, and Kyle Tucker's doing a little bit more. But I obviously I wasn't there in Seattle, but the reporters that weren't like saying that he was like out there sprinting on the field, and that's basically the final step for him is that he needs to be able to do that. But when you're shorthanded the way that they are, and you need some pop, like they need some guys to hit for some power because they don't have a lot of that right now. That is where Jordan Alvarez really needs to step up.
Got to carry
over this next stretch. Yeah, and listen, they have been better offensively than I would have thought since Tucker has gotten hurt. But it's not going to last forever. Like, you can't count on these guys for the next few weeks. Like, you need the guys who make the money, who are hitting in the middle of the order. Like, you need those guys to step up, and at least Alvarez did yesterday. So that's big coming up. So 3 games with the A's. The final trip to the Coliseum for the Astros, which I'm sure will be very emotional, and then the Dodgers come in. I mean, you got to take home one of those stray cats that's just running around the Coliseum if you're the Astros. And then the Dodgers are in town over the weekend for what will be a very, very fun series.
Ohtani yesterday with a 473-foot blast.
And Paul Skeens will likely start against the Astros next week when the Pirates are in town.
How about that?
A big homestand coming up with the Dodgers, Pirates, and then Rays to round it out. All right, coming up next on In the Loop. We've been talking about the new kickoff rules forever, ever since the NFL announced them. We finally got to see it in action yesterday at training camp on Saturday. John Lopez will let you know what he thought of it next on In the Loop.
What does Nick Caserio think of the outside expectations heading into training camp?
I think that's for the guys at 6'10" to talk about on the radio. I mean, our expectations are have a good attitude, put a good foundation in place, be a great teammate, be resilient, and put the best version of yourself on the field each day.
We've got you, Nick.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Your traffic report is sponsored by College Ave. A couple of stall vehicles to watch out for traveling along the East 6 Freeway southbound. As you approach Cross Timbers, it's over to the right shoulder, and another one along the Tombaugh Parkway to watch out for southbound after the Beltway on that right shoulder, tapping your brakes in the area. College Ave, enjoy a ride and some peace of mind navigating the financial road through college. College Ave has your back from application to graduation and beyond with flexible private student loans that fit your goals. Apply in just 3 minutes at collegeave.com. It's a better student loan experience. Scattered thunderstorms this afternoon, high of 92. It's partly cloudy right now, 91 degrees. That's traffic. I'm Amelia Escobar, Sports Radio 610.
This is Brandon Tierney with an Odyssey Sports Bet. So, since June 15th, the Yankees have played 29 games. They've won 9. Their batting average is .225 over that span. And oh yeah, by the way, they've got Judge, Cole, and Soto in their absolute primes. Time's ticking. Make trades. If not, take the key fob and lock Cashman out of the building forever. I'm BT.
You're going to feel a puff of air.
Jong's Optometry has set their sights on staffing up.
Try the next line. Hey, Kim, can you tell our 2 o'clock we're running 15 behind? Sorry, we're a bit backed up today.
He needs an optometric technician to keep an eye on it all.
Where are the dilation drops?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Ink card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Ink Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for Business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Is arthritic joint pain keeping you from doing the things that you love? Bone-on-bone pain in your knees, hips, back, or shoulders? Sounds painful, man. Clint Stoerner here for QC Kinetics. Listen, there are exciting new cellular therapies that can get you lasting relief. QC Kinetics, they're helping patients just like you every single day. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine. I'm talking cutting-edge treatments that accelerate your own body's healing properties to get your joints right so you can move again pain-free. If you're living with chronic joint pain from arthritis or an old injury, you need to know steroids and surgery and pain pills are no longer your only option. QC Kinetics, they can treat the pain, enhance your joints, restore your mobility, and give you long-term relief with no downtime. QC Kinetics, they're ready to help you get your life back with regenerative, restorative cellular treatments for your achy joints. Call QC Kinetics right now for a free consultation. 713-913-5285. QC Kinetics is in Sugarland, The Woodland, The Heights, and in Cypress. 713-913-5285.
This is Seth Payne for Bayway Chevrolet. Maybe you're taking a nice long vacation this summer to somewhere 30 degrees cooler than Houston, but the heat's still going to be here when you get back. So with as much time as you spend on the road, why not turn every drive here in Houston into a nice little mini vacation in a brand new Chevrolet? And there's no better place to purchase a mini vacation of a Chevrolet than at Bayway Chevrolet on Broadway in Pearland. The GM Triceham is committed to giving you the best Chevy experience, and that includes the best deal in the city of Houston on a brand new Chevy. That's why they have the Bayway Guarantee. Bring in any signed offer from a Houston area dealership on a new Chevy, and Trice is going to beat that offer. If he can't beat it, he's going to give you $1,000 of cold, hard, air-conditioned cash. Bayway Chevy is easy to get to from anywhere in Houston, just minutes from the Beltway and 288. So head on down to Broadway in Pearland. Check them out online at baywaychevrolet.com. It's Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Hey, are you struggling to keep your weight optimized? Are you battling stubborn fat along your waistline? Might be your T levels. Hey, it's Sean Pendergast for the Men's T Clinic. They can help you in so many ways, help you reaching your weight and muscle mass goals, in addition to giving you the drive and focus back that maybe you've been missing. You just got to make your appointment today to get to one of their 5 Houston area locations. When you stop in, mention me for a complimentary in-body scan at your initial appointment and get back on your track to meeting all of your weight loss goals. menstclinic.com.
This radio commercial was made to convince you to stop speeding. We can't use siren sound effects on the radio, so we'll use other equally jarring sound effects to get your attention. Like telling you that whether you drive a little over the speed limit or a lot, you can crash just the same. You could hurt yourself, or worse, others.
I'm at the scene of the collision.
And the damage you cause will be beyond repair. See, we didn't have to use crash or siren sounds after all. Speeding catches up with you.
Paid for by NHTSA.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We can get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we can take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
All right, back at Texans training camp. Practice has just ended for the day. They went a little long, at least compared to Friday, but they are now, well, some guys are trickling off the field. We still have a few stragglers over there. Azeez Al-Shaair will join us at some point here shortly, so stick around. for that. Practice did end. There was an interception. I don't know if it was the final play of practice, but it was one of the last plays of practice where Davis Mills was picked off by Jeff Okudah. Mills almost was picked off by Kalen Bullock a little bit earlier in practice, so not the best day for Davis Mills. I guess not the best day for the offense, but we'll hear from Azeez Al-Shaair, see what he thought about how things went. On Saturday, though, we started to see the new kickoff rules put in motion.
Yeah.
And we heard from Frank Ross to finally talk about this. We have talked about it a ton just because this is an extreme rules change. Like you see rules changes every now and then. Most of them are not all that noticeable. This kickoff rule is going to completely change how kickoffs are done and how kickoff returns are done. So Frank Ross was able to speak on that on Saturday. And this was how he decided to plan his offseason, understanding that there are some new rules.
Yeah, and everybody, just even reading experts and their philosophies, hey, it's going to be more size players that are going to be used on the unit. You're going to be more speed players. You're going to need more multiple people that can handle the ball as a back-end return man. We have to be able to be diverse and have people, going back to the old, I need to be a football player. So, guys that are receivers have to be dynamic cover players now. Excited just to pick an example, like Brevin Jordan, made a tackle on a kickoff last year. Like, he hadn't done, now he's got to go cover. So it doesn't matter where you come from position-wise on the roster. We've got to be flexible. And then with that many more plays in the game, how durable can you be as a roster? So more players are covering kicks, more players are taking hits, more players are delivering hits. What does that mean for the longevity of 17 games? And how are we going to handle that as a management staff, coaching staff? So excited for the challenges. We'll sort it out as best we can.
You mentioned it. Major change to a rule. It's basically the pitch clock.
Yeah.
Teams are going to have to make very big adjustments. And here's my takeaway as I'm watching them Saturday and a little bit today, really kind of unveil how they're going to do, or at least how they're going to start to do the kickoffs. It occurred to me there are going to be teams, Adam, that take full advantage of it, exploit it, and get really good at it. And it's going to be a real weapon for them. And then there's going to be teams that don't. It's going to be an adjustment period, and maybe it affects a game or two. And I'm talking about the regular season now. So it's going to be fascinating to watch. It was very fascinating to watch on Saturday. We'll get into that a little bit now. But there's going to be teams. It's going to change the way you watch the game. It's not a bathroom break anymore automatically when you go to the kickoffs. And what he said right there was very evident on the field. A lot of trim, longer, thinner, speed type players on the field. I didn't see any 60s, 70s, or 90s numbers out there. It was the biggest guys on the field were tight ends.
And the NFL has changed kickoff rules in the past, but it's been, all right, we're going to move the kickoff from the 35 back to the 30, or we're going to move the kickoff back up to the 35, or we're going to change the touchback. It used to be you get the ball at the 20. Now you're getting the ball at the 25. This is a wholesale change on where play, and they've changed the wedge blocking stuff, and they've changed those rules. But this is a wholesale change based on where players line up, where teams get the ball after a touchback. So again, this is something, like you said, this is like the pitch clock. This is taking away the shift. This is getting rid of illegal defense in the NBA. There are a whole lot of changes.
Let's play what Frank Ross here also talking about how it's affecting him. Exactly what we're talking about.
Two-part. First part is, watch every single thing that's ever been kind of done in that capacity. So every of the other league's reps, trial and error in our reps from the OTAs and spring ball, and watching those ad nauseum during the summer break there, and as we get back into camp. And then the second part is kind of how I've always enjoyed operating. And it's not my room. I'm a special teams coach, but it's not my room. It's their room. So hey, fellas, how do you see this being played? MJ, Stewart, hey, could you execute that block? Great. How early do we need to flip to execute our blocks? So just, hey, this is a feedback loop type of time or time of the year, and what we find out can work. And then there's going to be adjustments come after preseason one, and then after the regular season one, and then quarter. So, we'll continue to see those are the ones on the grass. Those guys are the ones on the grass doing it, not me. So it's an input and a feedback loop we have going.
And I'm sure people are wondering, all right, what did it look like? Who's going to be returning? Well, let me tell you from what we saw Saturday and today, the four players that seem to be most involved in terms of return men and close quarters and being able to make moves and stuff were Steven Sims and Desmond King, and then also Dameon Pierce, and Robert Woods. And that's one of the reasons I said we might be sort of sleeping on Robert Woods, but I could absolutely see Dameon Pierce being integral there. Steven Sims, we know what he can do, and then Desmond King as well. So those 4 guys were involved in the return, and it's going to be fun to watch.
And I do think what Frank Ross just said about getting input from other players, getting input from the players, I think is important because he's never dealt with this before. They've never dealt with this before, so they're all trying to learn this whole thing together.
Yeah.
And I think the fact that he is willing to take input from the players to see what would work because they're the ones that are on the field, I think that matters. Now, this isn't the first league. The NFL is not. Basically, the NFL is stealing this from the UFL.
Yes.
And the UFL did this this past season. And so Frank Ross was asked if he attended any UFL games just to see how this looks in person.
First part, I do not go to many football games with my 4 kids, so we go to the high school games. So trial and error, a lot of input. We did a whole coaching staff, and then just as many people, whether it's a run game coach, for the offense, or hey, the linebackers coach, how does he see this being fit? Linebacker fitting. So take input from anywhere for sure. And we're gonna do some trial and error course, exotic designs on the whiteboard, and then see what we can really actually work on the grass, and then move on from there.
Yeah, and the other part that's interesting is I love the fact that the ball is going to be in such tight quarters. As I'm watching these guys work on this, you could see it's one-on-one. Like I said earlier, it's not going to limit. It's going to be an exciting play. It's not going to limit the amount of blocks and contact and moves and exciting plays. It's just not going to be the crashes that you see on normal ones.
All right, now. Here's Frank Ross's reaction to when he found out the kickoff rule was going to be changed.
My buddy told me my football spirit is dead. I would say I'm a traditionalist. Change is, inevitable relative to everything in our world, but I'm a traditionalist. It's maybe not exactly how I would do things, but that being said, somebody's challenging you to go and perform and find ways to be great at what you're supposed to, your line of work is, and I enjoy that. So challenge accepted, and going to try and do our best. And there is an excitement level of hey, can we coach our guys up, and can we get those guys to go play good football? So there's an uptick in spirit, but maybe not exactly how I thought it was going to come along. So good question.
Challenge accepted. I kind of feel like he's playing possum here.
Well,
I really do. I bet you he's in the lab, man.
No, he hates this.
I know he hates it, but I bet he's taking on the challenge. I'll show you.
It sounds like all the hitters when they or all the baseball players when they were asked about the pitch clock rules and how much everybody hated it in spring training last year. They all hated it. I guarantee you, he hates this. He's basically called himself a football purist.
He's old school.
Yeah.
But the other thing is,
I'm the same way.
This is Frank Ross. He's one of the best in the business. He's got some things that he's been working on. He said it earlier just in passing. Everybody takes their vacation. He was just watching film the whole time, and I believe him. I believe that he was just watching film.
And he's going to need to because, again, this is where special teams coordinators are going to make their money this year. And you are going to – I think the good ones and the bad ones are really going to stand out. The teams that are able to adjust and adapt and figure out how to utilize their personnel correctly, they are the ones that are really going to stand out. And we'll see. And we're going to see it early here. I mean, we've got, 10 days is the Hall of Fame game. And so we're going to really see this in action where there's some actual hitting. And I do want to see – are teams going to show their hand with this? Are they going to really bust open the playbook, or are they going to go vanilla with this just so that nobody gets anything on top?
No, I think it's their only opportunity. I'm not going to say they're going to run any trick plays off of this or anything, but I think they're going to go. This is going to be the truest thing that you'll see in the preseason because they got to figure it out. They only have so many inter-squad practices where they can work on it otherwise.
And, here, you do it out here, nobody else can see it.
Yeah.
There's nobody filming. They make sure the shooting portion of practice does not include the special team stuff. They don't let you film any of that, any of the good stuff.
Yeah.
So we'll have to wait and see how that goes. Right now, waiting for D'Amico Ryans to talk to the media, and hopefully we'll be able to get an update on Joe Mixon and his status. He did not practice today after he did not practice on Saturday, so we'll see if we can get you an update there. We are also going to hear from Azeez Al-Shaair maybe after this break. So stick around for that.
No, he's coming.
And so
he's coming.
Okay, so we'll take a break, and when we come back, hopefully we will hear from Azeez Al-Shaair. That's next on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Your home for Texans training camp is Sports Radio 610. From the start of camp through the Hall of Fame game, don't miss live reaction to Texans practice and exclusive conversations with players and coaches only on Texans Training Camp Live. Mark Vandermeer and Sean Harris have you covered from 8 to 10 a.m. every weekday, every practice, starting July 18th.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, it's Sean Pendergast from my good friend Dr. Ben Salento with Texas Sinus and Snoring. And I know you guys have heard me talking about my snoring through the years prior to 2018. Once February of 2018 came around, I was a Dr. Ben Salento guy. I went to him. He got my sleep fixed for me. He's got a comprehensive array of solutions. And when you fix your sleep, you are fixing almost everything else in your life. Sleep is the foundation for anything we do. If you want your quality of life back until you fix your sleep, it's just not going to happen. He fixed my snoring. He fixed my sleep apnea, which it was a really beneficial thing for me because sleep apnea, that can kill you. Sinus issues, he can help you with that as well. Did a procedure on my wife's sinuses. She breathes a whole lot better now. Texas Sinus and Snoring is the name of the practice. He fixed my deviated septum a year ago, and now I breathe better the entire day long, not just while I'm sleeping. 346-413-9313. That's 346-413-9313 or online at drbensalento.com.
It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
All right, Adam Spillane, John Lopez with you from the Methodist Training Center. Texans Training Camp Day 4 is over, and we are joined by Texans linebacker Azeez Al-Shaair. This felt like training camp with the heat. How was it?
Man, thanks, guys, for having me. But, yeah, man, it definitely felt like training camp. You got the heat back, reminds me of when I was back in college at FAU, doing training camp in the heat. So it definitely was a grind, but it feels good, man, when you get done and, everybody's working hard and you're just pushing yourself and you look back on the day and just, you put the work in. So we're just trying to keep stacking days, but it's been good.
And the grind hasn't hit yet either, where it really hits you about midway through, right?
Yeah, without a doubt. It's always that. You first get in the building, everybody's super excited, ready to show off what they've been doing, during the off season, during the time away, 40 days away. And then, just slowly start to build up that callus little by little by little. So we just, like I said, taking it one day at a time.
So you played for D'Amico Ryans in San Francisco. He was a position coach. He was a coordinator. What has been different about D'Amico Ryans, the head coach, so far?
I think, honestly, that's what I just think makes him kind of special. He's been the same guy, and then that's something that I've known. I've only known him for the last 6 years, but then you talk to people when I get here or people that's known him, since he was a player, and they say he was the same guy. So I think that's what makes him such a special coach, and that's why he's well respected around the league and just, around day-to-day people that know him or been around him, any of his life. So I think it's just pretty cool, seeing him in that role. I laugh a lot of the times in some of the meetings and stuff, just being around him so much, his mannerisms, how he is. So I just might see like a little facial expression he makes or something like that, where he might be trying to hold in a certain emotion or something. And I just start laughing at him because I know he understands, what it's like to be a leader amongst men, and now at the highest level, at the highest position as a head coach. I think it's fitting for the type of person he is.
I mean, that's why you're here, right? I mean, I know there's a number of reasons why you're here, but the familiarity. You said he knows you. You know him. And just watching the first 4 practices now, it seems like you're just so comfortable in this environment. Is that true?
Without a doubt. I think that's one of the big factors in me coming here is just when you know somebody and you know what it's like going to war with them, you know their intensity, the mindset, you don't have to second guess it. So it just makes it a little bit easier with that transition. Same thing with playing with a guy like Jimmy Ward, who was with me since I was a rookie in San Francisco as well. I come in and familiar voice. I know the type of communicator he is. I know where he's going to be. I understand the scheme. He understands the scheme. So it just makes the transition a lot easier. So. Without a doubt.
Aziz Al-Shaair joining us here on Sports Radio 610. I want to talk about this defense and the guys that you have on the field with you, especially on the ends, Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter. What has stood out about them so far?
Oh, man, they're just workhorses. I sit next to Daniil in the locker room. We got lockers next to each other, so we talk every single day. And Will is, right down from us, but me and him talk same every single day. And they're just always working, man, taking care of their bodies. You would think Will was in his 6th year. The way he takes care of himself reminds me a lot of how Nick Bosa just came in when we were rookies. Me and him were in the same rookie class, and I think he was just as pro-ready as I've seen, since being in the league. And, you look at a guy like Will who's only in year 2, and you wouldn't know he was in year 2. So you just see the consistent work showing up, grinding just from both of those guys. So it's definitely, it shows why, Daniil is in year 10 and had all the success he's had. And it also shows, why Will, as a rookie, had so much success early on as well.
A lot of people are making a big deal about the new rule with the kickoffs. I want to ask you about the hip drop. That's got to be, what has been the adjustment? I mean, what are your thoughts on the whole thing, the hip drop tackle, as they talk about?
I mean, I don't know. For me, I try not to. If a guy is dragging me, then they're probably not in a good position. But just playing football, I think you never know. We just teach, scratching, clawing. You're just trying to get the guy down. I don't think anybody, from my knowledge, from the history of playing with football with anybody I've ever played with, has ever intentionally said, I'm going to drop and hit this guy in his ankle and try to break his.
But it's on your mind?
No. That's the whole point. It's not on nobody's mind at all. So it's now, it's the same thing with the quarterback rules. It's a weird ticky-tacky thing where now it's on your mind. So I guess it just makes it harder and harder to play defense in this league. But that's why, you got to respect good defense in this league because they just make it harder and harder every year. They say fans don't come to watch defense; they come to see offense and score points. But I think honestly, defense is what helps you win a championship. Obviously, you got to have a great offense, but you got to have good defense as well. And so, I think it's just a challenging thing, but just something you got to constantly just train to tackle the right way and wrap and getting the guys down the right way and it just kind of take care of itself.
Aziz Al-Shaair joining us on Sports Radio 610. You're with Tennessee last year, so you played the Texans twice. What stood out, and you saw them at the end of the season. Both games were at the end of the season. So what stood out to you about them when you were playing against them and preparing for those games?
You could just see the DNA, the imprint that D'Amico coming over there. Because they already had players. This is the NFL. So think about every single year. I don't care what team you're on, and whether it's a 0-17 team or 17-0. The talent difference is very, very minimal. But, it's the best of the best players all across the league. Spread it out. This isn't like college where you got Alabama and then, some other school. That's this is not that. So I think you just click on the tape and you just see the way that they're getting to the ball, the way that they're playing. Even if you don't know scheme, if you just watch the effort, the mentality, and that's what pretty much stood out, offense, defense, and their special teams. So I think that was just a cool thing to see from afar, when you might be cross-referencing film and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's not cool when you're playing against them and you're watching it on the field, but from afar, just to see, the DNA and the mentality that D'Amico brought over here with the players that they already have and then adding the players that they just got over last year and just seeing how it all started to gel together. So you could see it coming together for sure.
And what about the Texans and Titans rivalry? Because it picked up big time here with all the uniform stuff and all that. Did the intensity raise as much on that end, and did Cal and Hannah tell you to forget everything you ever knew about Tennessee when you got here?
Yeah, I was just talking to him earlier, man, and I was just telling him because in the offseason, I played there last year in Tennessee, and they played with a great group of guys. One thing, this is a business, but it's a brotherhood. When you play in the NFL, I don't care if you strap up with somebody for 3 weeks. It's just like it's a fraternity that you can't buy your way into. So it's always love and respect throughout the league and for the guys. But definitely, I think fans take it so much harder than us, and we're the ones that actually put on the helmets. Yeah. So it's funny because I was training in the offseason wearing the Oilers helmet on purpose, just giving them a hard time.
Here?
Yeah, I wore it back home in Florida when I was training.
Oh, Lord.
So all the people in Tennessee, when I would post it, were giving me a hard time, and they were just like, oh, man.
So it's Houston, right?
Yeah, that's my point. I'm like, it's the Houston Oilers. I don't know. I'm just giving them a hard time because initially, I knew about the rivalry a little bit, but it was only because my little brother was always a Titans fan, random as heck, but he loved Chris Johnson, so because he played running back, so he was always a Titans fan. So that's the only reason why I knew a little bit about that Oiler rivalry thing. And so then when I got to Tennessee and they started talking about it, it's like, dang, this is serious. They really hate each other. And yeah, so then it's just honestly something I did in the offseason just to mess around.
So you got a little funny side to you.
Yeah, without a doubt. I try to keep it light.
Aziz Al-Shahir joining us on Sports Radio 610. All right, you come in as an undrafted guy. So it's not easy to do, to make your way and have the career that you have had. What is the key, and who are some of the maybe undrafted guys that we aren't talking about right now that have really shown you something so far, either in the offseason or so far in camp?
Yeah, I think the key is you have to come in and you got to just, obviously you got to work. I think a big part of anybody's job and anything that you're doing is you got to work, but you also have to have, unwavering confidence and belief in yourself. But you get the confidence through the work and through learning and growing. When I was a rookie, I came in and I learned from everybody. I didn't care if you were a wide receiver, if you were a 6-year guy who I never even heard of, but you got. I tell the guys coming in now, you got a guy like Neville Hewitt. He's in year 10.
Yeah.
And he was also undrafted. And I sit there and tell the guys who coming in the linebacker room, look, you looking at me because I'm, the multi-million-dollar linebacker, and it's like, bro, longevity looks different in the NFL. And everybody might not reach that type of pinnacle, but when you talk about 10 years in the NFL, it's hard to get 3. So for a guy like Neville, got so much respect for him as a player, and 10 years in the NFL is insane. So, I tell the guys, hey, you can learn from somebody like that just as much as you can learn from somebody like me.
Yeah.
So it's just being open to accepting knowledge from everybody, regardless of position or, the status on the team. And just showing up every day, with that confidence and that belief in yourself, trying to get better every single day.
All right, I got a really important question for you.
What's that?
Reading about you this morning coming in, I was reading some stories that you've always been very careful with your money, smart with your money, et cetera. And you apparently, tell me if this is wrong, you became something of a Walmart and Target aficionado. Is that correct?
Oh, my God. That's my first 2 years in the league, that was 1,000% correct. I didn't care. I would come to the games with, the team issues stuff every day. And they would give me a hard time. I know Kyle Juszczyk, that's my brother, but we used to sit next to each other, and he would always be like, bro, go to the store, go buy something for yourself. And then I rode a bike my first 2 years in the league.
Yeah, I heard about a silver bike.
Yep. I remember Johnny Holland took me to go get that bike in the summertime, my rookie year. So I rode a bike for the first 2 years of my career, and definitely that's not the case now, I'll say. Still smart with my money, but graceful and blessed enough to make a lot more
So
money
Walmart or Target? Pick a side.
I think I'm more bougie now. I like Target now. Target, my mama calls it Target. She don't call it Target. So,
of course.
I think Target is where you go if you feeling bougie. You feel like you just got your money just hit the account. You go to Target. On the back end of the month.
I can relate.
You know what I'm saying? The back end of the month, you go to Walmart, try to get all the deals.
Yeah.
All right, last thing before we get you out of here. You played at FAU for Lane Kiffin. Give me a Lane Kiffin story.
Oh, man, he got a million Lane Kiffin stories. Shoot, I'll give you a Monty Kiffin story.
Okay, that's
R.I.P. to Monty.
Yes.
Somebody who I genuinely love and respect so much. Respect their entire family. And it was heartbreaking, to know what happened to him and hear about him passing away. But I never forget, we were sitting in the office one day in the summertime when the players didn't have to be in there, but I was always up there, and he was always up there. He loved football. Obviously, everybody knows that. and we just sitting there watching film. It was a Jacksonville Jaguars, just looking at all that old Cover 2 stuff that he helped create.
Tampa 2.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I just remember we sitting there chopping it up, we talking, and I'm just telling him about all my aspirations to get to the NFL, make it in the league. And I remember he had a Super Bowl ring from Tampa. And we sitting there, it was the most it was very intense conversation, very emotional, I guess. And we started crying. We got so deep in the conversation with each other. I'll never forget, he took off his Super Bowl ring and he gave it to me. And I had that Super Bowl ring from my junior year of college. I wore it every game, to the walk. I had it all the way until my rookie year, the week of the Super Bowl. I went to the Super Bowl as a rookie in San Francisco. We played in Miami. I remember that. But we getting down there is when I gave him back his ring.
Damn.
But it was just one of the coolest things. Cause that's somebody, I'm from Tampa, and know who he is. And then to be around him, and he's like family to me. His whole family is like family to me. So it just was just the coolest thing. So, I really...
that's an endorsement.
Without a doubt.
That's an endorsement.
Just have so much respect and love for him, and definitely miss him for sure.
We all do.
Aziz, thank you so much for joining us. Have a great season. Best of luck the rest of camp.
Thank you, guys. Nice to meet you too.
Yeah.
You too.
Yes,
that's Aziz Al-Shaair, the Texans linebacker, joining us here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610 after day 4 of Texans training camp. Thanks for coming on. All right. Day 4 in the books here. We will try and get you an update on.
We're going to hear from D'Amico?
Yeah, we're going to hear from D'Amico, and I'm trying to go through and see if he gave an update on Joe Mixon, who did not practice today for a second straight day. Do we want to go to break here? Or do you want?
No, we'll go to about 35, and I wanted to talk about Al-Shaair.
First of all, that was a tremendous story about Monty Kiffin.
Oh my gosh!
I wanted to lead him into that, and I know we didn't have a ton of time.
Yeah.
But I did want to make sure to ask him about the Kiffins, just because. To me, that's a very fascinating family. Lane is fascinating, and just hearing that story about Monty, that's not something that I expected to hear.
He gave it to him for two plus years.
Yeah,
gave him his Super Bowl ring. That's an endorsement of Al-Shaair as big as you can get. Because keep in mind, he was still in college. He was still not even in, and he ended up being undrafted, by the way, in the NFL. But Monty Kiffin certainly saw something in him. And I know, I wanted to get in the several questions with him. We're going to be very, very happy with Aziz Al-Shaair. Yeah. The football nuts and bolts part of what he was talking about, and he addressed it very quickly. Very clearly. Like, he's here because of D'Amico Ryans. And D'Amico Ryans has him here because he understands what this defense is going to be all about. We talked about it just from a distance before we spoke with him. Like, what he's doing right now on the field stands out. It absolutely stands out, and they haven't even really been in pads yet. So it's going to be you're going to like what you get out of Aziz Al-Shaair.
And he's somebody that D'Amico Ryans targeted, not just this past offseason, but going into his first season. He wanted Aziz Al-Shaair for a reason, and I think that you're starting to see that reason, and he has the right outlook on everything. Again, I always like the guys who come in that are undrafted because they had to work for everything.
Yes.
You get a lot of these guys that are picked, high in the draft. They haven't had to work for a ton. They've either, a lot of times, they are the top recruits coming out of high school, so they get everything handed to them in high school. They get everything handed to them in college. They get everything handed to them in the NFL. You want the guys that went to the smaller school. They went to FAUs. They didn't get drafted, so they had to work for every single rep, for every single opportunity that they got, and it's a good example to have, especially when it's one of the most important guys on your defense.
And I got to tell you a story about Al-Shaair that I was reading about this morning as well, and I think it says a lot about to what you're talking about. When he was playing football in high school, and this says a lot about him, he really couldn't have in-home visits because he was living in, his house burned down when he was a kid, and he didn't really have a place that they'd go to the high school, but they couldn't go to in-home visits. So it affected his recruiting, and that's one of the reasons that he went to Florida Atlantic, obviously. So this is a guy that has been, like, as I mentioned, his house burned down, very, very limited means growing up, and I think that's part of the reason that he says, he's always been trying to be smart with his money, etc. But no, this is a guy that certainly relates to what D'Amico Ryans is doing and how they want to do things here.
We'll get you an update on Joe Mixon. We'll do that in about 5 minutes. We'll give you an update on him. At the podium today, obviously D'Amico Ryans, Stefon Diggs, and Derek Stingley Jr. at the podium today. So we'll get you a taste of that coming up a little bit later in the show. That is first time, obviously, that we have heard from Diggs. Actually, this is the first time that we've heard from both this training camp. But we'll make sure that we get you an update on Joe Mixon after today's practice. So again, thanks to Azeez Al-Shaair for joining us here on the show. I think all the interviews that we've had coming off the practice field have
been fantastic. We've been on the road. Don't jinx it. Yeah. Don't jinx it.
Well, I'm not here tomorrow, so I don't care what happens.
So you don't care.
Yeah. I'm worried about Friday. I'm not worried about tomorrow. But yeah, Tank Dell was great for us. Will Anderson, I think, was great for you guys on Thursday. Again, day 4 of training camp. They'll be in pads, D'Amico Ryans said, tomorrow. So that'll be fun to that's when camp really starts.
Open practice?
Yeah, it's the first practice. So fans are lucky because you guys get to see a real practice. To me, that's when camp starts. Camp starts when you start hitting people, and you're going to actually see guys start hitting people tomorrow. So that'll be a fun development.
And one thing, I mean, it's been really good, and they go really hard here. But pads tomorrow, open practice is going to be a lot of fun, no question about it. But one thing about the interviews we've had, and look, there have been years where we're like, who is this guy? Mm-hmm. Let's just be honest, that we're going to talk with. It's not just that these are bigger names that we're getting, but you're starting to get a sense of the type of players that are on this team. We've gone Will Anderson, off the charts, really good interview here, and it's not self-serving. It's them. Tank Dell, off the charts, really good. Al-Shaair right there, could have talked to him for half an hour if you didn't have to go to the podium.
Talked to him about Saudi Arabia.
Yes.
Just growing up there.
Yes, like growing up there, and certainly all the other things that, like I said, growing up, with the limited means, and his house burned down, and he had to rush his brother and sister out of the house. I mean, he's just a really interesting guy. But those 3 guys are reflective of the type of player here. It's not just like a bunch of choir boys like back in the day. We want good guys. No, it's good guys that can flat out ball, that are big names. And it's you're sensing just from here on Sports Radio 610, getting these guys and listening to them, like the type of team that this is going to be.
And also, they're coming from winning programs.
Mm-hmm.
So, Will Anderson is coming from a winning program at Alabama, playing for Nick Saban. You have Azeez Al-Shaair coming from a winning program with the 49ers. Like, that sort of stuff matters because you understand what it takes to win at the highest level. You understand what it takes.
Yeah.
You're holding yourself accountable and your teammates accountable at every step. And, like, you've seen, like, video from a Nick Saban practice where he's getting on you for any little mistake. It doesn't matter if it's a practice, the score of it might be 50-0 in a game. At Alabama, and you might have a bunch of backups in. But Nick Saban's calling timeouts because he can't get lined up right. Like, that's the sort of stuff that matters, and that's how you win at the highest levels, when you're detail-oriented and you're making a big deal about something that might not seem like a big deal, but you're setting the stage because it might be a big deal here further down the road.
Yeah.
So that's something just to look forward to with the Texans here at the rest of camp. Again, Texans are in pads tomorrow. We'll have an update on Joe Mixon here coming up in a couple of minutes. We'll also hear from Derek Stingley Jr. and Stefon Diggs as they talk to the media today after practice. No Mixon today. No Dalton Schultz today. Did see Laramie Tunsil did not practice.
He was working out harder than usual.
Yeah, he was, and I think he's healthy. It's just one of those things where they're just kind of ramping him up to get to Indianapolis.
It's his rules.
That's the one thing that D'Amico Ryans said last week, was that it's all about Indianapolis. It's all about getting these guys ready for week 1.
Yeah.
And I think at this point of his career, Laramie Tunsil knows exactly what he needs to do to get ready for Indianapolis. So that's coming up here later in the show. But coming up next, on Saturday, we got to see a little bit of 11 on 11. And you saw a little bit of what the Texans' offense can be. That's coming up next on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, right now, D&M Auto Leasing. Let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing and getting you that new vehicle that you want. And you've earned that. It's hard to get that new vehicle, get everything in line, and then you want to make sure you're paying the best possible that you can do, the least possible. D&M is one of those places where you should go. You're looking to lower your car payments, and you're looking to make sure that you
AmericanEagle.com 773 Network.
It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
All right, Adam Spillane, John Lopez with you. Aaron Raybold is here with us at the Methodist Training Center. Figgy is back at the studio. Again, thank you to Aziz Al-Shaair for joining us. That was terrific. Great Monty Kippen story at the end. We will replay that for you in about an hour.
Yeah.
Texans wrap up day 4 of training camp today. No Joe Mixon on the field for the second straight practice. He was not out there on Saturday as well. Let's hear from D'Amico Ryans. D'Amico Ryans addressed Mixon and addressed some other things after practice today.
Fire away.
Coach, it seems like the last 2 days of training camp, it looks like the intensity has picked up. Is that something that you noticed as well?
Yeah, I think guys are showing up with the right mindset, and that's what I encourage our guys daily, right? You have to show up on purpose, right? You have to show up with an intent and a mindset to get better, and you've seen intensity pick up, and that's how camp usually goes. You kind of ease into it, and guys see what it's going to be like, and they start to just get more comfortable with what we're asking them to do, and that allows them to play a little bit faster.
It looked like a little bit of the last couple of days. What's the reason behind Joe Mixon the last couple of days?
Say that again?
Joe Mixon missed the last couple of days of practice. What's the reason for him not practicing?
Yeah, Joe will be fine. Joe may miss a little time, but he'll be fine. Joe's one of the toughest competitors we have, right? So I'm not worried about Joe. He'll be fine. No issues there.
It looked like a little bit of an uncoordinated offense. How would you assess what was going out there, or would you say his defense was just playing top of this game?
I think when you look at it, right, as you're watching it live, you see, right, the defense made a few plays, but we always go back and watch the tape and see, right, I always tell you never know really what happened until you watch the tape and get a true understanding. But defense made some plays, offense made plays. There's been a lot of back and forth, and that's the makings of a good team. You want it to be back and forth. You don't want practice to be lopsided every single day, and it's been that way for us. Offense has had some days, defense have had some days, so I'm encouraged by both sides having their good.
Sure. Mario Edwards is a veteran, been around the league for a while now. You see him so far. What can he bring to the table? A bunch of new guys in that room and some young guys in that room.
Yeah, Mario, a veteran, he shows up, man, intense every day. Locked in, coach, how can I get better, right? You show up with that mindset, it's easy for us to coach you. And Mario has done a great job for what we've asked him to do, a little scheme change for him, and he's taken to it well. He's taken the coaching well. Coach Rod has done a great job with him. He just adds to the versatility amongst our defensive line, and that's what we're looking for across our entire team, just versatility. As many versatile players as we can have allows us schematically, right, to mix things up a lot.
What have you seen from him from the way he played at the end of last season to where he is today?
Derek has done a great job in camp. He's been very consistent, one of our most consistent players in camp, so I'm encouraged with where Derek is.
Coach, on Friday, on Saturday, we got a chance to talk to Matt Burke about moving Jalen Petrie around a little bit, getting him back familiar with maybe some of the schemes that he ran in college. What did you see on film to be able to say maybe we should do something like that?
It's not what I've seen on film with Jalen. It's just who Jalen is as a person, as a player. All right, Jalen, right, is very versatile, right? You talk about a guy who's disruptive when he's blitzing. He's disruptive in the pass game, running game. So Jalen is moving all around different places, and that's something I think that will help us defensively.
How would you assess how C.J. Diggs' connection with throughout the first few days of camp?
Yeah, C.J. and Diggs have been really good. You see them growing, you see their connection, their bond, they're communicating. Seems like after every snap, right, those guys were talking or pre-snap with alignments. They're getting on the same page, and that takes time. It takes building a relationship outside of being on the football field. It takes building that relationship right in the locker room, meeting rooms, and that's what I see from both of those guys. A ton of communication, which allows their relationship to build stronger.
Kamari last year made plays during OTAs, he made plays when he made plays today. When did you notice when he was doing against some of the top players, when did you notice he was kind of ready for that challenge to go against some of the better players as well?
Kamari is showing up every day. He's quiet, but he's locked in, focused, intense, and And you don't notice him much because he's always doing his job. He's always where he should be. He's always in position. He's always doing what we ask him to do. And as a rookie, that says a lot for a young guy to come in and, not be noticed a lot for doing, something negative. But everything has been positive with Kamari. He's exactly the guy we saw from the Georgia film, like dialed in. A lot of people call him a dog. He's a dog. He's locked in, and it'll show up even more, I think, once we get the pads on. Just remember the Georgia tape, how physical he was when it came to tackling. So encouraged with where he is, starting out such a young career, where he is right now in training camp, what he did in OTAs. I think he'll continue to ascend and get better.
Hey, signing Cam Akers, what do you think about adding Cam to the equation? How do you see him fitting in the running back room?
We've added Cam, see if he can compete.
Hey, Coach, two-part question here. One, what's been your early evaluation of Blake Fisher, and two, with Larry Tunsil? How beneficial is it for a young rookie like himself to get those early reps going up against like a Burns junior?
It's really been an advantage for Blake, for Laramie being out and Blake having to get in there, all right, and learn on the fly. Like, it's really been very beneficial. It's an advantage to him because the more reps you get, the better you get, right? And Blake is going against Will. He's going against Daniil. So, all those guys are getting better up front. You talk about Blake, Titus, our entire offensive line, defensive line, the way they work. That's the hardest thing to do when you're trying to practice in a safe manner, right? The O-line and D-line, there's some give and take there, but they have to work their craft and get better. And I think both sides of the ball has done a really good job of, iron sharpening iron, really challenging each other. So I'm very pleased with the way our O-line and D-line has been working.
How exciting is it when the pads come on? Like when you're not here without pads, how exciting is that first day of pads that y'all look forward to?
Yeah, first day of pads is always an exciting day. And then after about 3 days, guys are ready to get out of the pads. So and it lasts for a little bit, and then guys are tired of it. But it's fun for us. I don't know how much fun it is for the players, especially in this humidity. But it'll be fun to see the pads go on tomorrow, to see just a little more contact, a little more physicality. You shouldn't see much change from our practices, though. Main thing, how we practice, we want to keep everybody safe, keep everybody up off of the ground.
We'll take a couple more. Going back to Kamari, talking to teammates, they kind of use that adjective dog as well. As you just mentioned, we haven't come to pass yet. How have you kind of seen that mentality from them already as far as that dog mentality?
You just see the mentality of, just his eyes, his demeanor. Like in the meeting room, he's locked in. You can see it in his eyes that he's truly taking in what you're giving him when it comes to coaching points or corrections, and he's locked in from that standpoint. And when he comes out here on the field, it's the same thing. He's not a loud guy by words, but he's a loud guy by his actions. All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right, that was DeMeco Ryans after day 4 of Texans training camp. A couple things that stood out. First is the Joe Mixon didn't really give an explanation of why Joe Mixon did not practice today or even Saturday, but does not seem to think that it's anything that's worth worrying about. And then the other thing, he was asked about Cam Akers and didn't exactly say, yeah, we're excited to have him here or anything like that. He's just, hey, he's got a chance to compete.
You got to put those two things together, right? I don't think, it's a big deal with Joe Mixon. He said, quote, he'll be fine, not worried, no issues there. Okay, didn't quite explain why he hasn't participated.
There is no, it's very Astros-esque right now.
Yeah, didn't explain exactly why he hasn't participated. Just
where is the discomfort coming from?
If there's no issues, he still didn't practice. That's neither here nor there. I think he'll be fine. But you do kind of put them both together, whether it's, Cam Akers, talk about a short answer. He'll just, we'll brought him in. Mm-hmm. We'll see if he can compete. And that's that. Look, I think Cam Akers is a good addition just to kick the tires no matter what. Whether it's you got a ton of confidence in Dameon Pierce as the backup, you don't have a ton of confidence, whether there's anything going on with Joe Mixon or not, bringing in Cam Akers is going to be a good move. Maybe just the timing was weird. That as Mixon misses his second day, you bring Cam Akers in. By the way, he was a full go. He did everything they asked today. Cam Akers did. But it's something to just kind of keep an eye on and see if anything else develops. Certainly tomorrow with pads on. He did announce that. We expected it. That they'll be in pads tomorrow. Open practice for the fans tomorrow, so it's going to be nice and it's going to be exciting here. I'm quite sure where we're sitting, right on the 50-yard line, should be fun. But, keep an eye on it. Mixon tomorrow, and then, of course, they brought in Cam Akers. I don't think has much to do with either of Dameon Pierce or Joe Mixon. I think they just want to see what he's got.
He's 25 years old, just turned 25, and obviously he's dealt with some Achilles stuff, and that's cost him some time. But you look 2 years ago, he was with the Rams 2 years ago. He was really quite good. 4.2 yards a carry, 53% success rate on his runs, and so that's kind of what you're looking for. And that is somebody who might be able to help you down the road if he is healthy. And it's not like Joe Mixon. I don't think they expect Joe Mixon to give them 17 games this season. I think that's probably asking for a bit much at this stage of his career. So you need more than the one running back, and you're probably going to need more than two running backs. So if you can find quality depth anywhere, that's a guy that I think you look at as somebody who could be quality depth if you need it down the road.
Now, one thing I think there is more to, just to be honest, you get a feel out here. You kind of understand, what they're really trying to say. I get D'Amico what he said regarding the running back position. One thing I think there is more to is Jalen Petrie. Jalen Petrie has been played in the nickel. He's been moving around. Now, there's probably two things going on there. Number one, they can use what he does best better, and he alluded to that. And number two, maybe they're still kind of in the market or like what they see here at the regular safety position. And he's played everything from nickel to kind of up on the line of scrimmage. Jalen Petrie will definitely get a good beat on that tomorrow. But I think there's more there with the Jalen Petrie, his news, so to speak.
And you also heard him really rave about Kamari Lassiter.
Yeah.
And Kamari Lassiter, again, is somebody who I think I'll be interested to see over the next few days as we get into the Hall of Fame game on August 1st. Speaking of the corners, Jeff Okudah, a guy who was picked high in the draft, in 2020? 2019 out of Ohio State, third overall pick. He's on his third team at this point. Had some injury issues, both with the Lions and with the Falcons. Had an interception today.
Yeah.
And that's an important position when you look at just you need guys, especially with the way the NFL is being played now. They're going to play Kansas City here down the road. They're going to be playing against a bunch of high-powered passing offenses. You're going to need corners.
Yeah.
You're going to need guys who can cover. I think you feel really good about Derek Stingley on one side. It's now who can step up on the other side, who can be the other guys that can emerge as coverage guys, because you're going to need that. And, no more Steven Nelson. Steven Nelson had a solid year last year for them. He's not here, so you need somebody to step up in that role.
But he also raved, as much as D'Amico raves, about Kamari Lassiter. Going up against the top-tier receivers on this squad, and we know how good they are. Quote, always doing his job. Seems to really like what Kamari Lassiter is doing. Talked about his physicality and how much he's looking forward to tomorrow as well with the pads. And then there was one more that was mentioned here, and we heard Will Anderson sort of mention him unprompted last Thursday, I believe, and that's Mario Edwards. Mario Edwards was one that, frankly, I'm just speaking for myself, but I think a lot of people felt like this, didn't really register with me as a guy that could maybe be on the front line of this defense and someone who's going to be integral in the rotation or whatever. But raved about Mario Edwards. I think he's definitely one to watch.
Yeah, for sure. All right, coming up next on Sports Radio 610, and also we're going to we'll hear from Stefon Diggs a little bit later in the show. He talked to the media for the first time in training camp, so we'll let you know what he had to say. All right, coming up next on Sports Radio 610. On Saturday, we heard from the coordinators. You heard from Bobby Slowick. You heard from Matt Burke. We're going to play what stood out about those two, especially when we talk about C.J. Stroud. And also, it's the summer of Mechie. That's next on In the Loop.
It is that. Right now, Low T Center, lowtcenter.com is where you want to go to.
Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Adam Spillane, John Lopez with you from the Methodist Training Center. Aaron Raybold is with us here. Figgy is back in the studio, and it's getting a little windy. Weather is becoming a little questionable now. I can see some rain off in the distance.
We had the lightning alarm go off.
I thought that was I thought we were being bombed.
Well, in a sense. I thought
Putin was coming after us.
It's happening.
But we are... Day 4 of training camp is over. We heard from D'Amico Ryans. The Joe Mixon injury, whatever it may be, is not a big deal, according to D'Amico. So good news on that front. We are going to hear from Stefon Diggs in 7 minutes. At 12:10, we'll hear from Stefon Diggs. He talked to the media today. We'll also replay the conversation that we had with Azeez Al-Shaair in about 40 minutes. All right. So day 4 of camp was today. Day 3 was Saturday. And so we heard from the coordinators for the first time on Saturday, and a couple of things stood out to me. First, you had Bobby Slowick talking about C.J. Stroud in year 2 and the improvements that he has seen from Stroud since last season.
Yeah, specifically leadership and command. He's very intentional. He wants to make sure the offense runs through him, the team runs through him as he should, and he's owned that. There's a lot that goes into that. You got to make sure you're always building relationships with the players, with the coaches, with the staff, people all around the building. You got to own the playbook, so at any time, people can ask you questions. You can facilitate conversations, and then you got to be willing when we're on the field to demand the best of everybody. You got to be another coach, and he's really lived up and wants to continue to exceed all those expectations, and that really to me has been his number one focus.
And it's been very, very clear on the field and otherwise. But as we go down and hear from these coordinators, Adam, something is really, really sort of developing from the coaches as a group that I want to get to, because like the confidence that players have in coaches and vice versa, and we're going to hear from Matt Burke as well, the confidence and simplicity that they have in the defense called by Burke and D'Amico Ryans kind of leads to something that this team, this Texans organization, has never really had. And I want to get to that in just a second.
All right. Also, Slowick was asked about John Mechie. And Mechie so far has probably been one of the standouts of camp. Really, he's healthy right now, and I think that matters more than anything. We heard from Tank Dell on Friday, just rave about what he's seen from Mechie. But here's Bobby Slowick on why Mechie seems to be so much better now than last year.
Yeah, I mean, he's in much better football shape, right? And that's to be expected. What he went through, I mean, that was, 2 years? He couldn't do a football workout, and then he all of a sudden rolls onto the field last year, and he just has to go roll. Like, that's really, really difficult. I think it's a credit to him as a person that he was able to do even what he did last year, and then now he was able to have an off-season, spring, a summer, a fall, to really kind of get back into football shape, be where he wants to be physically. And then obviously second year in the system for everybody mentally has really slowed everyone down, calmed everyone down in that regard. So he's able to just go play football. And that's when John Mechie's at his best, is when he can just go play football, do what he loves, and he doesn't have to worry about all the stuff he's been worrying about for 2-3 years now. It's been really fun to watch.
And so remember, Mechie, if you weren't aware, tore his ACL at Alabama, his last game in the SEC championship game, and then he battled leukemia.
Yeah.
And now he is, more than a year removed from leukemia treatments. Obviously, he's 2 years removed from the ACL, and you can tell, there's a difference.
I don't think we fully appreciate just how difficult it was for him last year. He was on the field. We would criticize his play, or at least comment on his play as he wanted us to. He said, I'm a football player. I want to get past all that other stuff. But nevertheless, it takes a long time for your body to fully I mentioned this earlier. We all know people who have overcome cancer or fought cancer, and we've had conversations with them. And it's like sometimes a year later, 2 years later, they're saying things like, I just don't quite feel like myself. I think we underestimated that because he was out here, and we have to sort of comment on what he's doing, and it wasn't real impressive last year. It is impressive this year, what we're seeing out of John Mechie. Tomorrow's going to be a big test, and then the next 3 days in pads, of course, is going to add to that. But, like, he is impressive right now, and I think, boy, if they can get the John Mechie that they drafted, which, by the way, he might have been drafted higher if it wasn't for the ACL, as you pointed out, then they're really going to be onto something here.
All right, so we also heard from Matt Burke. And we have spent so much of the offseason talking about the Texans' additions on the offensive side of the ball. We spent a lot of time talking about Joe Mixon. We spent a lot of time talking about Stefon Diggs. That, to me, the addition of Danielle Hunter has flown under the radar.
Yeah.
And you look at what Danielle Hunter has done, a 4-time Pro Bowler, 16.5 sacks last year for the Vikings. This is an elite-type player. And so here's Matt Burke talking about what has stood out about Hunter so far.
It's funny. I mean, you talk about like Will and adding on weight, and he stands next to Danielle, and you see the length difference. So like for a guy that's that long and explosive, it's you almost have to like change your like perspective, because like he's so explosive, he covers so much ground his first 2 steps. It sometimes doesn't even look like he's launching out, and then you pause the tape and he's 4 yards in the backfield. You know what I mean? So like it's a very he's done it for a long time. Obviously, he's very natural at doing that and rushing, and just the ground that he can cover and the length he has from an extension standpoint, it's pretty special. He's pretty unique. So excited for him to keep going for sure.
And this is what I wanted to get to earlier that I mentioned. Like Bobby Slowick, D'Amico Ryans, Matt Burke, and you can even throw Frank Ross in there, but certainly these 3 guys. When you hear Danielle Hunter talking much the same way, how simple it is and how they can just go, and then you see what the kind of player he is, like you said, an all-pro. Joe Mixon called this offense night and day different from the Bengals. The Bengals offense was good. Like, the Bengals offense was really good, and he says, like, night and day difference. But Sean Pendergast and I were talking on Saturday, and he said this, so I'm stealing it from him, but it's absolutely worth talking about. These coaches are a weapon. Like, that's very rare for your coordinators and your head coach, not just to be good, to create a good environment, good team, personnel, all that stuff. They are weapons that these players can actually thrive under, and I think that's very, very big.
And keeping that group together year 1 to year 2 matters also, because it's always good to have continuity, and you're trying to keep as much continuity, not just on your roster, but with your coaching staff as you can, especially when you have good coaches. You want to keep good coaches. You want to keep those types of guys in your building. It just makes everybody's life a little bit easier. All right, we heard from we've talked about additions, and we heard from Stefon Diggs during the offseason program, but today is the first time that we have heard from Stefon Diggs during training camp. Here's what he had to say after day 4 of training camp.
The mosquitoes.
Steph, talking about how you were giving them a lot of free game. They really like the advice. Tank was talking about that. How much do you like to pay it forward and just help people pass on some of your knowledge?
Seeing that I got some experience, I think it's just like it's the right thing to do, of course. Got a lot of young guys on this team, a lot of hungry, humble guys. Just not just Tank. Oh, damn, excuse me, I just got to practice. I'm a little tired, but not just Tank. Nico, he just got paid and he's still seeking knowledge, still want to get better. But I'm just big on everybody kind of falling on the same sword. Like me being accountable firsthand. I'm not going to be perfect, but let's not ever coach effort. You know what I'm saying? And then technique. So I mean, it's just I feel like it's the right thing to do. Not just where I'm at in my career, but this is how I've been for a long time. I've always, led from the front. I'm saying front line always, as young men say, we were on the front line. So yeah.
When did you first come to that mindset that you wanted to see that? Has it always been? I know you had to take on kind of a big brother role.
Yeah, it's my whole life.
Yeah.
But I mean, I guess like, kind of like around like 14, like when my dad passed away, you kind of learned a lot of sacrifices going in, a lot of mentorship even from your younger brothers, kind of being the man of the house. But as I grew as a young adult until now, just that's always been one of the focus of mine. Bringing as many people with me. No matter how much success you have, always try to bring as many people with you. And you won't dim your light at all, shedding light on anybody else. Especially with these, they're real special. So out here just grinding and competing at a high level is one of my main focus.
How would you describe this connection? You guys obviously spent some time after practice working on little things. How has that relationship kind of grown since camp started?
It's a work in progress. I'm not going to say everything is perfect, but you see us kind of getting on the same page here and there, and, you know, nothing's going to be perfect. You know, I starve for it, we grind for it, but getting on the same page, play after play, and that communication, that open line of communication, I feel like that's going to really separate it, seeing that we have such a small period of time. But this isn't my first rodeo, and I'm not by no means, can I get that towel? I'm by no means reinventing the wheel. You know, this is the same football we've been playing since we were 5. And 7 is special. I think everybody kind of knows that. I must reiterate it, though, because I see it firsthand, you know what I'm saying, and taking it play after play and building. You know, so it's a work in progress, just to answer your question.
Steph, you kind of talk about bringing people along with you. One of the guys is you've gotten conversations after practice with Derek Stingley, Kamari Lassiter. Yeah. Just what does it mean to be going up against those two young cornerbacks, but also why is it important to build on that relationship on the defensive side?
Those are people I'm going to see every day, you know, competing at a high level. I actually think Sting is, and I won't even, you know, shake when I say that. I think he's one of the best DBs in the league, you know what I'm saying, especially from talent level. And he can fast, he can run, he can break, and he compete at a high level throughout his career. So for me, just going in each and every day with a mindset of getting them better, like not only competing one-on-one, yeah, I want to do you in the worst way, but it's out of love, you know what I'm saying? And even the young Lassiter is, as they say, bringing in a guy that's ready. He could be ready, you know what I'm saying? He might even be ready right now. He's a guy that's, you know, takes it day by day, technique, sound, seeking knowledge, and want to compete at a high level, and he ain't running from it. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking my junk to him a little bit, you know, just to kind of get him going, and he's right there. He's standing 10 toes down. So something that you like to see in young players is that confidence. So just to see those guys day in and day out, not even just them, just all the DBs. I had a conversation with them like day 1 and day 2. They're like, anything y'all need from me, come holler at me. Just like you said, like I've been this way. You know what I'm saying? As far as like this isn't nothing new to me. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people see me for the first time, but I'm trying to get better. I want to be better. I want to be the best me, but I'm bringing as many people as I can with me. Like those young kids are special. Like, you know, this young team kind of see a lot of potential in, but it kind of starts just in practice.
Have you been able to build a relationship with Gerard Johnson yet? And if so, how's that? What's his style like?
Not too much. Not yet. Yeah, but it's coming soon though.
You and
it's a big team.
You and Cole Beasley were both All-Pro.
It's my dog.
I talked to him. He said that y'all had like a healthy competitiveness. Yeah. And both were kind of happy for each other when you did well. But he said y'all talk smack back and forth. Yeah. Just healthy competitiveness. Are you think you anticipate having that with these guys too?
No, I do this now. Like right now, you know, it's practice, so it's not many balls going around. But when they are in the air, and it's a healthy competition of I'm open, but who's more open? You know what I'm saying? That's what kind of me and Bees used to do. Like, we were big on separation. Like, I got separation. Like, he got separation. But who's more open? That's who should get the ball. You know what I'm saying? But it was just like a healthy competition. And I think part of being a player that's gotten to this point, it's a healthy paranoia of always wanting to be better. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, it's just like that guy on your shoulder saying you're not good enough. You know what I'm saying? So for me, pushing those guys around me is like I'm open. You get open. You know what I'm saying? It's healthy though. You know what I'm saying? I find it like positive reinforcement, positive encouragement, positive words. I speak it over myself and I speak it over those around me. But you know what I'm saying? I do talk my shit. Excuse me.
We'll do 2 more. Coming to a new team, you have to build relationships. I know it's on the field, you dance with the team, you got fucking handshakes. What is some of what is it like building some of that relationship off the field with the guys?
You just get to know them. Like, knowing a guy on a personal level, spending time with him, the more time you spend with somebody, the more appreciation you have for them. Like, you kind of know a little bit about them, their personality, what pushes them a little bit. Like, I know you bring up Tank, but I can see that Sting is like not necessarily nonchalant, but he's a ball player. He ain't on the extra. He don't do too much celebrating. But I had a conversation with him like, I'm gonna poke at you a little bit because you could tell that. You know what I'm saying? He's had that in him his whole life. He's a dog 100%, but poking at him a little bit, being like, all right, now, come on, you're going to have to give me a little something. So just building that and getting to know the guys. I mean, it makes for a team camaraderie, as my coaches would say when I was young, and getting to know somebody. You want to play with people that you know. You know what I'm saying? And I can't go out there and give you blood, sweat, and tears. I don't know your middle name, so don't quote me, but I'm still learning middle names.
Have you gotten to know Houston better? Does it feel like
Yeah. I played in 2 extremely cold places. I imagine being here, this is what hell kind of feels like. You know what I'm saying? but I ain't complaining. I swear, the food's amazing. I've been trying to eat healthy, but I have a couple cheat days. I won't shout out any restaurants yet, but getting out there and seeing the people, that Southern hospitality is real, and just, the city is a lot of love. So I'm getting to know it a little bit. Highway's still getting tricky, so.
Last one, sorry. Hey, I apologize if you've been asking this already. I got here kind of late. What type of relationship have you developed with wide receivers coach Ben McDaniels? How much has he helped you get acclimated to this offense?
Great. I spent a lot of time with him. I kind of approach it. I've been here for 10, but I feel like a rookie. Like, for me, like, just going in the meeting room, getting that extra time. Out here, it's not going to be perfect, but I'm a damn sure put the time in when I step outside the line just to be mentally sharp, just so I can play fast. Like, I want to hit the ground running when I come out here, and I want to play with a lot of confidence. You play with confidence by knowing what you got, alignment, assignment, and, just trying to ball. Like, for me, I try not to make football more than what it is, but those people are real key in your success, especially my position coach. He'll know how to push you, too. I told him, like I said earlier, falling on the same sword as everybody else. Even though they've been here, they might got a little bit more knowledge, but coach me how you would coach them. You know what I'm saying? I'm a little older. I could take it. You know what I'm saying? You might can cuss at me a couple times. So I said, just coach me hard, and I'll meet you on the back end. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
All right, that was Stefon Diggs live at the podium on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we got Lunchtime Confessions, and I think we might have lost the OG and them. I'm going to see where they at. Keep it locked in the loop on Sports Radio 610.
What does Nick Caserio think of the outside expectations heading into training camp?
I think that's for the guys at 610 to talk about on the radio. I mean, our expectations are have a good attitude, put a good foundation in place, be a great teammate, be a
conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, we're back. We've got some confessions.
Oh, I got a confession for you.
But first of all, it started pouring out here during the last segment, and I'm not like exaggerating. It was pouring to the point where we had to move everything. And shout out to Aaron Raybould for getting us back on the air in the first place, because we had to unplug everything. We were flying by the seat of our pants there, but Aaron got us back and got us back pretty quickly. So shout out to him. Let's do some confessions.
Let's do it.
These are my confessions.
And that's my first one. I really thought we were going to make it. I thought in my heart, in my soul, I thought we were going to make it. So practice was all cool, very humid, very hot. We could see the radar. We could see the clouds building behind us. We were gonna be out here till about 12:35, and then go into the studio. I thought we were gonna make it, man, and then all hell broke loose. And I want to reiterate, Aaron Raybould looks like a wet sock right now. Like every inch of his body is just covered with water. We were actually splashing up to our ankles for a second there with water, but all the equipment looks to be good. We're back on the air. Shout out to one of the best in the business.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
This rain needs to stop because I don't know if I'm going to go back for the end of the show.
You might be on your own.
I'm not walking in the rain with the laptop and the backpack and all that stuff, so we got to chill here because it slowed down a little bit, but it's still coming down pretty good, and that's a long walk we got to make.
We'll suck it up.
I remember, so game one of the World Series against the Phillies, I park in the C lot, and it's just a torrential rainstorm before that game. Ruined my laptop. The water got through the backpack onto the laptop.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no question.
So this has got to stop.
Yeah, it's got to stop. Go ahead, Piggy.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So as y'all were going through all of that drama just now, I'm sitting here back in the studio noticing how quiet it was. So I'm like, hey, y'all there? Y'all good? Y'all good?
No, we're not.
I see Stefon Diggs his press conference is about to end. I'm like, whoa, I'm going to have to take this to break. So as I was about to take it to break, John Lopez called me, but I couldn't answer because I was you were doing business. Yeah, I was working. And so I tried to call John Lopez back, and this is my confession. This got to be the corniest thing ever, and John Lopez is part of the problem.
Oh, no.
I called this guy back, and it went straight to voicemail. And his voicemail was, hey, this is John. You know what they do at the beep? Come on,
what's wrong with that?
Who still have a damn voice? You know what they do at the beep?
Well, why not? I'm personable. I want to be making a personal message.
That is the corniest thing.
Do y'all not have personalized? Really?
I think I just said, just call me back and leave a message, and I'll call you back. I think that's all.
I'm not. I ain't making no.
Most people now just go straight to the automated.
Yeah.
You gotta personalize it,
man. Just hey, this is John Lopez. Call me back when
Vicky, how was your tease? How was your tease going into the segment?
Oh, it was cool. I said lunchtime confessions, and I'm not sure if I got the guys with me. We're going to see when we come back.
We're here.
But, yeah, that voice, you got to change that, man. That's
all right, I might think about that.
That's so 90s.
All right.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Back to some sports confessions here. I know you've got to be feeling something about this as well, Adam and Figgy. I don't have much confidence in either of our U.S. Olympic basketball teams. If you missed it, the men were favored by 43 points. 43 points to beat South Sudan. Yes, I said South Sudan. They won by a point, and it was actually kind of controversial. And then the women, shout out to Caitlin Clark, she's been killing it, lost to the WNBA teams. Like, both these squads, would you bet on a gold medal for either one right now?
The women will have no trouble.
Women, 100%. I would bet.
The women will walk through that thing.
I know. Well, the women are going to
who are some foreign women that's going to give them a problem?
Yeah, there is no one. They will sail through.
The men?
The men is going to be tough.
That's tough.
I mean, they'll still win, but the men will still be tough. I mean, obviously the world has gotten a lot better, over the last 20-something years since or I guess it's now been 30 years.
Yeah.
32 years since the Dream Team. But they'll still be fine. They can pull out wins whenever they need to. The French team is really good with Wembanyama and Rudy Gobert and some of the guards that they have on that team. No, but the
WNBA team beating them was just embarrassing.
Yeah, but I mean, that WNBA team are like the next people that just missed out on the Olympic team.
Probably.
It's WNBA All-Stars playing against WNBA All-Stars. That's all that was.
Yeah, but
and you tend to have older players that are on the Olympic team just because of, there's just some seniority that comes with that. But no, the U.S. women's team will win every game by at least double digits. And they will walk to a gold medal. The men's team will be pushed a little bit, but that's just because the world is a little bit stronger now.
Yeah, I think they're going to get got, to be honest, man.
I do too. I honestly do.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
The movie Goodfellas, overrated.
What?
Not that great.
Man, get the hell out of here.
When did you just see it?
Yeah, I've been thinking about this for a while. I figured I'd drop this now. But if I had to choose 90s mob movies, I'm taking Casino every time over Goodfellas.
Casino's good.
Casino is so much better than Goodfellas. Better Robert De Niro, better Joe Pesci, and also Karen Hill does not hold a candle to Ginger Rothstein.
Yeah.
Sharon Stone is so much better in that movie than Lorraine
But the movie
Baracca.
is
No,
awesome.
we're glorifying a rat.
Of course.
No,
that's he wrote the book.
I don't care. I don't glorify rats. Sorry, I'm just not doing it.
Oh, so it's about that.
Since when you been about the street code, man?
Yeah.
A man has to have a code, Figgy, okay?
Yeah.
And Henry Hill had no code. They glorified him, and I hate it. And it's just not
hate it?
It's just not that great of a movie. It's a fine movie. It's perfectly fine. But Casino is so much better.
Good Lord.
And plus, how about this? And spoiler alert for everybody, but the Joe Pesci death scenes in both those movies, the one in Casino is
wild.
so much more brutal. It is so much more brutal than the one in Goodfellas.
Watches his brother.
Yeah, he got it easy in Goodfellas.
He's got it popped in the back of the head.
Whatever. It's quick and easy. They buried that man alive with his brother in Casino. I would much rather go the way that he went.
It's a good movie, but I wouldn't say it's...
No, I would absolutely... Listen, you give me Casino or you give me Goodfellas, it's Casino every time.
Nah, I don't know about that.
Every single time.
Although you stated a good case for it.
Yeah, I know I did, because I'm right.
Good, Figgy.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So I seen the coolest tweet this morning, man. So I saw this tweet from Billy Mays III. I don't know if y'all saw this.
Yeah, I did not.
He tweeted and said, LOL, just got to Pittsburgh and someone left some OxyClean on my dad's grave. I thought that was dope,
wow.
man. He actually, if you go to his Twitter, he actually tweeted the picture. It's a cool looking grave too, a tombstone. But
yeah,
I thought that was badass, man.
It's like that people they smoke weed at Jimi Hendrix's grave in Paris.
Yeah.
That's like every day. Guys go get high with Jimmy. I like that.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
This was super dope, man. Salute to whoever did that, man. That's dope, man. Rest in peace to Billy Mays.
Yes, sir.
He's been dead a while, and I still see one of the infomercials every now and then. Like I think most of them they pulled, but I think there's still one that they show every now and then.
Yeah.
And I bet it's been close to 15 years since he died, too.
Yeah.
2009.
Yeah.
All right, Figgy.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I swear I'm not like Justin Simmons' agent or related to him or a friend of the family.
Fool me.
I know. I swear I'm not. But you know what I thought when we've been seeing Jalen Petrie kind of playing different positions, up in the nickel, moving around. Matt Burke talked about it. I'm like, okay, maybe they're thinking along the same lines that Justin Simmons might be a fit eventually. It's still on the street. Still on the street.
How many times have you mentioned Justin Simmons in the last, I don't know, 3 months?
Lots. I care about my team, man, Adam. I don't know about you.
You've been talking about him since he got released.
Hey, man, don't crucify me for caring about my football team.
I mean, you got to start asking yourself, why is he still available?
But it's got to be up there, right?
I mean, yeah, especially when you consider that they did go and add to the roster today with Cam Akers, so they certainly are looking for ways to improve.
And Petrie is moving around more.
Yeah, I hope he signs just so that you don't have to talk about it.
Maybe that's the biggest reason.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So the Astros are starting a series in Oakland tonight, and this is the final series that they will play at the Coliseum. And I'll be honest with you, I'm going to miss the Coliseum.
Mm-hmm.
I went there once. It was a long time ago, so it obviously has deteriorated since. But there's something about games at the Coliseum that I enjoy. You know, you don't get a lot of fans there, but the ones that are there are actually pretty loud, and there was the drums and all that. You know, I like the way it looks. I love the A's jerseys, the green and the gold.
Yeah.
So I'm going to miss the Oakland A's, and I'm going to miss the Coliseum.
I will say the environment is very nostalgic. Not necessarily always in a good way, but it's just kind of a nostalgic vibe. You know, that you get there, because it's just not built for baseball, and it's just not good, and it's beat to hell. But it's like, okay, this is where all the old stuff happened. You know, there is something to that.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So y'all brung it up earlier about the WNBA plan. They had an All-Star game, and I got to be honest, I missed it. I kind of wanted to check in on it, but I missed it. But I saw a stat that said that Angel Reese is the first person to have a double-double in the All-Star game since 1999.
Yeah.
And that made me think about, like, hey, is the WNBA All-Star game really that entertaining? Because I realized I watched the All-Star games for dunks.
Yeah.
Like good passes and dunks. And I'm like, I ain't about to see no dunks in the WNBA All-Star game.
That's why their ratings are so low. You're not alone.
Yeah, but I ain't gonna like. I still didn't see it or nothing like that. But man, Agumbawale,
yeah,
she was balling, man. She had the highlight reel of herself in that game. So I don't know, man.
She's the best Agumbawale there is.
It is. She way ahead of her. Way ahead of her brother. Yeah, way ahead of Dari. But I had to confess, man. Like, I don't think I'd be that interested in watching the WNBA All-Star game. Like, I'll watch a regular game.
Yeah.
But just the All-Star game, like, I want to see dunks and fancy passes and passes off the backboard and all that stuff. And you ain't gonna see none of that.
Sorry, I'm not interested in any of the
None of that.
No, sorry.
Yeah.
Cross out WNBA to say I'm not interested in All-Star games.
Yeah.
All right, coming up next on Sports Radio 610, we will replay our conversation with Azeez Al-Shaair, the Texans linebacker. He told a great story about Monty Kiffin in that interview. You won't want to miss it. That's next on In the Loop.
Your home for Texans training camp is Sports Radio.
Asset, how well that tree is maintained, which is what we're doing for you.
And over again, you hear those stories with Ability Trees and Louis Flory. Don't forget to give him a call. He's a great dude, and he knows trees, Houston trees, better than anybody. 281-441-4179, 281-441-4179, or abilitytrees.com.
We're the Hellsberg Wedding Band, and whoa, look at that ring. Boy, is she fancy, dancing with that ring. Everybody checking her, dancing with that ring. Disco ball on a finger, dancing with that ring. Honestly, nobody's dancing because they're just staring at that ring. Ha! For a great selection of high-quality natural and lab-grown diamonds and custom rings at a great price, visit a Hellsberg near you or Hellsberg.com and she'll be dancing with that ring. Ha!
O'Reilly. Need a little help? O'Reilly Auto Parts can help. Need advice? We've got advice. No matter what you need, we have thousands of professional parts people doing their part to make sure you have it. Exceptional customer service. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. the professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out.
Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out.
Pour Downy in a rinse straight.
Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh removes 100% of odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Mom, it's school shopping time.
On it. Ooh, Target has select supplies like crayons and glue sticks for 25 cents, plus markers for 50 cents.
Next, my new Rockstar vibe means new clothes.
Ooh, totally. These graphic tees are $6 and made to last.
And a strawberry lunch bag to match my sweet personality.
Got it, and it's only $5. Let's get your favorite Good and Gather snacks. They're now at a new lower price.
Best team ever.
When it comes to low prices, Target has your back to school.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Welcome back to In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Adam Spillane, John Lopez with you from the Methodist Training Center after day 4 of Texans Training Camp. A little earlier in the show, we had a chance to talk to Texans linebacker Azeez Al-Shaair, free agent signing from the Texans, who was with DeMeco Ryans in San Francisco. And the first thing we asked him, it was a little bit hot today. Did it feel like training camp?
Man, thanks guys for having me. But yeah, man, it definitely felt like training camp. You got the heat back. Reminds me of when I was back in college at FAU. Doing training camp in the heat. So it definitely was a grind, but it feels good, man, when you get done and everybody's working hard and you're just pushing yourself. And you look back on the day and just, you put the work in. So we're just trying to keep stacking days, but it's been good.
And the grind hasn't hit yet either, where it really hits you about midway through, right?
Yeah, without a doubt. You know, it's always that. You first get in the building, everybody's super excited, ready to show off what they've been doing, during the off season, during the time away, 40 days away. And then, just slowly start to build up that callus little by little by little. So we just, like I said, taking it one day at a time.
So you played for DeMeco Ryans in San Francisco. He was a position coach. He was a coordinator. What has been different about DeMeco Ryans, the head coach, so far?
I think, honestly, that's what I just think makes him kind of special. He's been the same guy, and then that's something that I've known. I've only known him for the last 6 years, but then you talk to people when I get here or people that's known him, since he was a player, and they say he was the same guy. So I think that's what makes him such a special coach, and that's why he's well respected around the league and just, around day-to-day people that know him or been around him, any of his life. So I think it's just pretty cool, seeing him in that role. I laugh a lot of the times in some of the meetings and stuff, just being around him so much, his mannerisms, how he is. So I just might see like a little facial expression he makes or something like that. Where he might be trying to hold in a certain emotion or something, and I just start laughing at him because I know he understands, what it's like to be a leader amongst men, and now at the highest level, at the highest position as a head coach. I think it's fitting for the type of person he is.
I mean, that's why you're here, right? I mean, I know there's a number of reasons why you're here, but the familiarity. You said he knows you, you know him. And just watching the first 4 practices now, it seems like you're just so comfortable in this environment. Is that true?
Without a doubt. I think that's one of the big factors in me coming here is just when you know somebody and you know what it's like going to war with them, their intensity, the mindset, you don't have to second guess it. So it just makes it a little bit easier with that transition. Same thing with playing with a guy like Jimmy Ward, who was with me since I was a rookie in San Francisco as well. I come in and familiar voice. I know the type of communicator he is. I know where he's going to be. I understand the scheme. He understands the scheme. So it just makes the transition a lot easier. So without a doubt.
Azeez Al-Shaair joining us here on Sports Radio 610. I want to talk about this defense and the guys that you have on the field with you, especially on the ends, Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter. What has stood out about them so far?
Oh, man, they're just workhorses. You know, I sit next to Daniil in the locker room. We got lockers next to each other, so we talk every single day. And Will is, like, right down from us, but me and him talk same every single day. And they're just always working, man, taking care of their bodies. You would think Will was in his 6th year. The way he takes care of himself reminds me a lot of how Nick Bosa just came in when we were rookies. Me and him were in the same rookie class, and I think he was just as pro-ready as I've seen, you know, since being in the league. And, you know, you look at a guy like Will who's only in year 2, and you wouldn't know he was in year 2. So you just see the consistent work showing up, grinding just from both of those guys. So it's definitely, it shows why, you know, Daniil is in year 10 and had all the success he's had. And it also shows, you know, why Will, as a rookie, had so much success early on as well.
You know, a lot of people are making a big deal about the new rule with the kickoffs. I want to ask you about the hip drop. Like, that's got to be, like, what has been the adjustment? I mean, what are your thoughts on the whole thing, the hip drop tackle, as they talk about?
I mean, I don't know. For me, I try not to, if a guy is dragging me, then they're probably not in a good position. But just playing football, I think you never know. Like, we just teach, like, scratching, clawing. You're just trying to get the guy down. I don't think anybody, from my knowledge, from the history of playing with football with anybody I've ever played with, has ever intentionally said, I'm going to drop and hit this guy in his ankle and try to break his... Like,
but it's on your mind?
No. That's the whole point. Like, it's not on nobody's mind at all. So it's like, now, you know, it's the same thing with, like, the quarterback rules. It's a weird ticky-tacky thing where now it's on your mind. So I guess, like, it just makes it harder and harder to play defense in this league. But that's why, you know, you got to respect good defense in this league, because they just make it harder and harder every year. You know, they say fans don't come to watch defense; they come to see offense and score points. But I think honestly, defense is what helps you win a championship. Obviously, you got to have a great offense, but you got to have good defense as well. And so, yeah, I mean, I think it's just a challenging thing, but just something you got to constantly just train to tackle the right way and wrap and getting the guys down the right way, and you know, it just kind of take care of itself.
Aziz Al-Shahir joining us on Sports Radio 610. You're with Tennessee last year, so you played the Texans twice. What stood out, and you saw them at the end of the season. Both games were at the end of the season. So what stood out to you about them when you were playing against them and preparing for those games?
You could just see the DNA, the imprint that D'Amico coming over there, you know, because they already had players. Like, this is the NFL, so think about every single year. I don't care what team you're on, and whether it's a 0-17 team or 17-0, like, the talent difference is very, very minimal. But, you know, it's the best of the best players all across the league. Spread it out. This isn't like college where you got Alabama and then, you know, some other school. That's just, this is not that. So I think you just click on the tape and you just see the way that they're getting to the ball, the way that they're playing. Even if you don't know scheme, if you just watch the effort, the mentality, and that's what pretty much stood out, you know, offense, defense, and their special teams. So I think that was just like a cool thing to see from afar, you know, when you might be cross-referencing film and stuff like that. Obviously, it's not cool when you're playing against them and you're watching it on the field, but from afar, just to see, you know, the DNA and the mentality that D'Amico brought over here with the players that they already have, and then adding the players that they just got over last year, and you know, just seeing how it all started to gel together. So you could see it coming together for sure.
And what about the Texans and Titans rivalry? Because it picked up big time here with all the uniform stuff and all that. Did the intensity raise as much on that end, and did Cal and Hannah tell you to forget everything you ever knew about Tennessee when you got here?
I was talking to him earlier, man, and I was just telling him because in the offseason, you know, I played there last year in Tennessee, and they played with a great group of guys. You know, one thing, this is a business, but it's a brotherhood. When you play in the NFL, I don't care if you strap up with somebody for 3 weeks. You know, it's just like, it's a fraternity that you can't buy your way into. So, you know, it's always love and respect throughout the league and for the guys. But definitely, I think fans take it so much harder than us, and we're the ones that actually put on the helmets. So it's funny because I was training in the offseason wearing the Oilers helmet on purpose, just giving them a hard time. Yeah, I wore it back home in Florida when I was training. Oh, Lord. So all the people in Tennessee, when I would post it, were giving me a hard time, and they were just like, oh, man.
So it's Houston, right?
Yeah, that's my point. I'm like, it's the Houston Oilers. I don't know. You know, I'm just giving them a hard time because initially, like, I knew about the rivalry a little bit, but it was only because my little brother was always a Titans fan, random as heck, but he loved Chris Johnson, so because he played running back, so he was always a Titans fan. So that's the only reason why I knew a little bit about like that Oiler rivalry thing. And so then when I got to Tennessee and they started talking about it, it's like, dang, like this is serious. They really hate each other. And yeah, so then it's just honestly something I did in the off season just to mess around.
So you got a little funny side to you.
Yeah, without a doubt. Try to keep it light.
Aziz Al here joining us on Sports Radio 610. All right, you come in as an undrafted guy. So it's not easy to do, to make your way and have the career that you have had. What is the key, and who are some of the maybe undrafted guys that we aren't talking about right now that have really shown you something so far, either in the offseason or so far in camp?
Yeah, I mean, I think the key is, like, you have to come in and you got to just, one, obviously you got to work. You know, I think a big part of anybody's job and anything that you're doing is you got to work, but you also have to have, you know, unwavering confidence and belief in yourself. But you get the confidence through the work and through learning and growing. You know, when I was a rookie, I came in and I learned from everybody. I didn't care if you were a wide receiver, if you were a six-year guy who I never even heard of, you know, but you got to, I tell the guys coming in now, you got a guy like Neville Hewitt. He's in year 10. Yeah. And he was also undrafted. And I sit there and tell the guys who coming in the linebacker room, like, look, you looking at me because I'm, you know, the multi-million-dollar linebacker, and it's like, bro, longevity looks different in the NFL. And everybody might not reach that type of pinnacle, but when you talk about 10 years in the NFL, it's hard to get 3. So for a guy like Neville, you know, got so much respect for him as a player, and 10 years in the NFL is insane. So, you know, I tell the guys, hey, you can learn from somebody like that just as much as you can learn from somebody like me. Yeah. So it's just being open to accepting knowledge from everybody, regardless of position or, you know, the status on the team, and just showing up every day, you know, with that confidence and that belief in yourself, trying to get better every single day.
All right, I got a really important question for you. Reading about you this morning coming in, I was like, reading some stories that you've always been very careful with your money, smart with your money, et cetera. And you apparently, tell me if this is wrong, you became something of a Walmart and Target aficionado. Is that correct?
Oh, my God. My first 2 years in the league, yeah, that was like 1,000% correct. I didn't care. I would come to the games with, like, the team issue stuff every day. And they would give me a hard time. I know Kyle Juszczyk, you know, that's my brother, but we used to sit next to each other, and he would always be like, bro, go to the store and go buy something for yourself. And then I rode a bike my first 2 years in the league.
Yeah, I heard about a silver bike.
Yep. I remember Johnny Holland took me to go get that bike in the summertime, my rookie year. So I rode a bike for the first 2 years of my career, and definitely that's not the case now. I'll say still smart with my money, but graceful and blessed enough to make a lot more.
So Walmart or Target? Pick a side.
I think I'm more bougie now. I like Target now. Target, my mama calls it Target. She
of
calls
course.
It Target. So,
of course.
You know, I think Target is where you go if you feeling bougie. You feel like you just got, you know, your money just hit the account. You go to Target. On the back end of the month,
I can relate.
You know what I'm saying? The back end of the month, you go to Walmart, try to get all the deals.
Yeah.
All right, last thing before we get you out of here. You played at FAU for Lane Kiffin. Give me a Lane Kiffin story.
Oh, man, he got a million Lane Kiffin stories. You know, shoot, I'll give you a Monty Kiffin story.
Okay,
that's R.I.P. to Monty.
Yes.
Somebody who I genuinely love and respect so much. You know, respect their entire family. And it was heartbreaking, you know, to know what happened to him and hear about him passing away. But I never forget, we were sitting in the office one day in the summertime when the players didn't have to be in there, but I was always up there, and he was always up there. He loved football. Obviously, everybody knows that. And we just sitting there watching film. It was the Jacksonville Jaguars, just looking at all that old Cover 2 stuff that he helped create.
Tampa 2.
Exactly. And I just remember we sitting there chopping it up, we talking, and I'm just telling him about all my aspirations to get to the NFL, make it in the league. And I remember he had his Super Bowl ring from Tampa. And we sitting there, it was the most it was very intense conversation, like very emotional, I guess. And we started crying. We got so deep in the conversation with each other. I'll never forget. He took off his Super Bowl ring and he gave it to me. And I had that Super Bowl ring from my junior year of college. I wore it every game, like to the walk. I had it all the way until my rookie year, the week of the Super Bowl. I went to Super Bowl as a rookie in San Francisco. We played in Miami. I remember that. But we getting down there is when I gave him back his ring.
Damn.
But it was just one of the coolest things, because that's somebody, I'm from Tampa, and know who he is, and then to be around him, and he's like family to me. His whole family is like family to me. So it just was like just the coolest thing. So, you know, I really
That's an endorsement.
Without a doubt.
That's an endorsement.
Just have so much respect and love for him, and definitely miss him for sure.
We all do.
Aziz, thank you so much for joining us. Have a great season. Best of luck the rest of camp.
Thank you, guys. Nice to meet you, too.
Yeah.
You, too.
Yes,
That's Aziz Al-Shaair, the Texans linebacker, joining us here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610 after day 4 of Texans training camp. That was our conversation with Texans linebacker Aziz Al-Shaair. Coming up next on In the Loop, we will go around the NFL, and we have one quarterback controversy already forming in the NFC North. That's next on Sports Radio 610.
exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
I like this. I like the music.
Yes, sir.
This is a good choice for the bet. All right, Adam Spillane, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here. Let's go around the NFL. And we just heard from Azeez Al-Shaair, who the Texans signed as a free agent from Tennessee, but he had played with the 49ers, played for DeMeco Ryans in San Francisco. The Texans were also rumored to be very interested in Eric Armstead from the 49ers. Armstead wound up going to the Jags, and now Armstead's got a bit of an injury issue.
Yes, he does, and you kind of start to wonder. He was put on the PUP list. So I don't think there's anything to really worry about just yet if you're a Jaguars fan or breathe a deep sigh of relief if you're a Texans fan. But he's on the PUP list. He can come back, I think, August 27th, if I'm remembering that right. And if he doesn't, then he's going to miss the first 4 weeks of the season, and that's when it gets interesting with whether they did the right thing signing him or not, because he's been around a while. But the Texans, make no mistake, the Texans wanted him bad. I mean, they beat the Texans out for him.
And so Armstead had knee surgery in the offseason, and he has basically been put on the PUP list as he recovers from the knee surgery. But you're always a little concerned when you're signing a guy who just had some sort of an operation, because you don't know how long it's going to take to bounce back from something like that.
Yes, absolutely. So keep an eye on that. And if you weren't listening earlier, we did hear from DeMeco Ryans on Joe Mixon, sort of not dodging, just kind of moving on quickly. So I guess maybe dodging the question about Joe Mixon missing 2 practices. It's something. It's not nothing, but he didn't seem to be thinking that it was anything major.
All right, I think we've got our first quarterback controversy of the 2024 NFL season. Jordan Love is basically conducting a hold-in right now with the Packers. Love is going into the final year of his contract, and his camp informed the Packers yesterday that he will not practice until he gets an extension done. Now, both sides are talking, and it seems like both sides are pretty close to getting an agreement done, but Jordan Love will not practice until he gets an extension. And remember, he signed what was a pretty team-friendly 1-year extension going into next season, which was his first as a starter. It basically bought out the 5th-year option. So basically, I don't know what the number was, but whatever the 5th-year option was on his contract, they extended him, so he wound up making less than what the 5th-year option would have been. So now they're going to fix that, give him the extension, and he obviously showed that he's the quarterback of the future there.
Yeah, a couple things to note here. First of all, note this, because this is exactly what could happen down the road with C.J. Stroud. Players don't like to hold out. They lose a lot of money. Those fines are not like something you can negotiate out of once you do figure out. I mean, those fines are going to be hitting you by the day, and you can't get out of them. And then secondly, this is the wave of the future. I mean, this is how every quarterback is going to do it. But Jordan Love, they are negotiating. I believe they will get it signed. Yeah, but it's definitely going to be like the hold in is kind of the new way to do it.
He threw 32 touchdown passes last year. The base salary for him this season is $10.5 million, which obviously is incredibly cheap when it comes to a high-level starting quarterback, especially one in the final year of his contract. So it makes sense, obviously, for both sides to get that done. And again, the quarterbacks make all the money in this league, so why not give it to him?
Yeah.
I've heard a lot of things in the past, and I've been to a lot of press conferences, and you hear a lot of press conferences, and a lot of press conferences get scheduled, and a lot of times press conferences will get postponed. Did you see why Jerry Jones's last press conference has been postponed?
Tell us.
Jerry Jones was supposed to have a season opening news conference in Oxnard, California last week, but it was delayed. It will be delayed because of a court case involving a paternity suit that he's been slapped with.
The same one?
Yes.
The same one that I thought was settled.
Well, I guess he countersued.
Yeah.
So I think that this might be a hearing for the Jerry Jones side. I don't know.
Yeah. We'll see how it plays out. But that of all the reasons not to do a press conference, I guess he just didn't want to be asked about that.
Yeah, and I think he had to be at court on the day that it was on the day they were supposed to have the press conference. But he's got to go to Texarkana now instead of have a press conference.
Okay, all right. Well,
that's a tough one.
That's a Jerry Jones. That's a Jerry Jones way to do things all day long.
Texarkana. I don't know if I want to go there.
It's underrated. I've been to Texarkana.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. So, did you hear what John Harbaugh had to say? Obviously, the story of the year in Baltimore is Lamar Jackson, and so he gave a 2-minute and 43-second response when he was asked about Lamar Jackson and some of the criticism that he's gotten. And in the course of this, he said, the vision that we have together is that Lamar Jackson is going to become and be known and be recognized as the greatest quarterback ever to play in the history of the NFL. Well, that's a bit rich. I mean, he's awesome, 2-time MVP. He's going to be in the conversation with all the quarterbacks. But when I saw this, I mean, I think they're as confused as a lot of us as to why Lamar Jackson never does get that mark, reaches that level, gets those accolades, I should say, that some of these others are getting. But it's interesting, like they're coming to Lamar Jackson's defense like he's just some guy trying to find his way in the NFL. The guy's a 2-time MVP.
Yeah, he just won the MVP last year.
Yeah.
He won the MVP, in 19? And then he had some trouble staying on the field. He finally got his contract, which, hey, the fact that the Ravens waited so long to give him a contract, that's kind of on, they're the ones that
Doesn't that kind of speak to it?
It seemed like they were shorting his value more than anyone else by the fact that they couldn't get a contract done with him. And it got to the point where he demanded a trade from them before that got done. So it kind of seems like it's a Baltimore problem more than anything. But listen, on the biggest stage, he has come up short. They lost that playoff game to Tennessee in 2019 when he first came onto the scene after he won his first MVP. It was really bad in that game. And then last year in the AFC Championship game, he was not good. You put him head-to-head with Patrick Mahomes, who I think everybody would agree is the best quarterback in this league right now, and he came up short. So I understand both sides of it.
Yeah.
But at some point, that's the next thing. For Lamar Jackson to be mentioned in that same category, he's going to have to beat Patrick Mahomes in a playoff game.
Yeah. And I know you have some more, but I wanted to add a couple of things here around the NFL. The Kansas City Chiefs, apparently Xavier Worthy is just torching everybody there. Oh, great. The Chiefs get another weapon that's going to be just absolutely gold for Patrick Mahomes. We all know everything goes through Kansas City. But of all the things to hit on, and we saw this coming. We talked about Worthy, and the one team that we didn't want him to get to was the Chiefs. But apparently they're feeling really, really good about Xavier Worthy there.
I saw there was one video that got posted the other day, and what was interesting to me is a little slow. That Chiefs secondary might be a little slow. Just a little bit. I know Xavier Worthy's fast, but kind of know that he's got 1 year and he's gonna maybe run one route at this point. So maybe be ready for it. And I don't know who the DB was that he ran past, but that's a little concerning if I'm Kansas City if he's just gonna run past somebody.
But he's a weapon, man.
Yeah, he is, and obviously that's one thing that their offense has missed a little bit since Tyreek Hill was gone, is that they haven't necessarily had that vertical threat, and teams are trying to take that away as well. So you wonder now, does Xavier Worthy allow them to maybe utilize the deep ball more than they have? And teams are trying to take the big play away from Patrick Mahomes, and it really hasn't worked. Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, I was hoping you'd get to this.
So Aaron Rodgers, if you remember, he took part in the Jets almost their entire offseason program. And then all of a sudden he doesn't show up for minicamp. And it was an unexcused absence, but the team knew it was just bizarre. So bizarre how Robert Saleh tried to justify it, and it really made no sense. But Aaron Rodgers at camp, he's happy, ready to go. And he basically said that OTAs are just glorified, or that minicamp is just a glorified OTA.
Yeah.
And that's why he went there, and so there you go.
It's not. Like his reasoning, I understood what he was saying. Like back in the day, you would have like a 5-day mini camp, and it was a different level of practice and what you're doing. And now it's like a 2 or 3 day mini camp. But the thing is, it's still mandatory. It's not OTAs, which are voluntary, and he showed up for, so good for him. But when it's mandatory, it's mandatory.
Yes.
I mean, that's the difference.
Doesn't
no matter
matter
how you describe it.
Doesn't matter if there's an RFK rally or something like that. You still got to go.
Exactly.
You got to go to training camp, especially if you're the quarterback.
Yeah, the other thing he said that was interesting I wanted to get to was he was asked on the Pat McAfee show about retirement and when it might happen. And he said, quote, "I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm going to play this season for sure. I wanted to do 2 good ones to give us a chance to retire a Jet and win 2 Super Bowls." Here's the thing. Like, that's very cryptic. That's very Aaron Rodgers-like. But he's kind of saying he's going to play this year and next year because he said 2 good ones. So they have the weapons. They have the defense. The Jets are very much, if Aaron Rodgers is healthy, a threat. But again, who knows with Aaron Rodgers? Could change at the drop of a hat.
And he did sign a contract. He signed an extension when he did get to the Jets last year. And like you said, they have talent. It's a coaching thing for me right now. And it's Nathan Peterman running the offense. It's Robert Saleh running or not Nathan Peterman, Nathan Hackett, Nathaniel Hackett running the offense, and Robert Saleh as the head coach. Doesn't invoke a whole lot of confidence.
Yeah. One more here, kind of related to the NFL because Travis Kelce is involved. But apparently he went to Milan for a Taylor Swift concert.
As we all do.
As we all do. We want to see Taylor Swift. If you want to see her, you might as well watch her in Milan, right? So he went on a shopping trip. And I got to tell you, when I saw this, my first thought was, that's all? I mean, we heard last week that they're spending, what, $150,000 a day just to date, whether it's travel or whatever. Security, all that stuff. But apparently he went into a gift store, designer gift store, in Milan and spent $72,000 on gifts for Taylor Swift. And I was like, you can spend $72,000 in Milan on one thing. So people are like, this is like making headlines everywhere. I'm like, that sounds about right.
I mean, can't she just buy it for herself?
No, it's a gift, man. It's the thought that counts.
It's no thought. It's just swiping a credit card. That's all it is.
One more thing here around the NFL. Just want to get your thoughts on this because we have our first coaching hot seat list, and I wanted to go through it. A couple of them are no surprise. I'll lead with that. Mike McCarthy leads the list to be on the hot seat. Your thoughts on these? Dennis Allen, to me, is no surprise with the New Orleans Saints. But then we get into Matt Eberflus with the Chicago Bears. I mean, doesn't he get a little bit of a rope?
You would think if they're starting a rookie quarterback
and a Dunze and all that stuff,
and the way that they finished last season, like if you were going to fire Matt Eberflus and you're going to take a quarterback number 1, why don't just do it going into the draft?
Yeah.
So the timing is very strange. So that one, I understand it. I thought that he was going. I think the assumption was probably the midway point of last year that he was going to get fired, and it was a little bit of a surprise that he wasn't.
Yeah.
I mean, again,
he's 10-24.
Yeah, they finished the season strong.
Yeah.
They seem to have a direction, and they seem to have built a pretty good roster.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it seems a little odd to hand a guy a rookie quarterback and then say, "Oh yeah, you're on the hot seat." Games.
I think to me, I think it makes sense because they spent a lot of money this offseason, and that team is ready to win.
Mm-hmm.
And if the team win 7 games again this year or less than that, and they don't make the playoffs, I can see him being gone after that.
But if you're going to take that approach, and because clearly then you don't believe in it.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you don't believe in your coach,
why are you waiting?
Yeah, I'm shocked he's still a head coach. To be honest, I thought he would have left last year, and they would have started fresh with a rookie quarterback and a new offense and all that stuff.
Yeah. So.
A couple more here for you that I think are quite interesting. This one I agree with. I think you need to put a pin in this because I am not high on the Buffalo Bills, and that is Sean McDermott. 73-41 has taken them to extreme lengths. Never gotten there. Fell a little short. But I could see with all the changes happening in Buffalo, if it does fall short, he's going to be the one to blame. I mean, and he's going to probably fall victim to it.
He's usually pretty good at blaming others, though.
Yeah,
and so he fired both of his coordinators the last couple of years. So yeah, I would be again. I think the Bills are going to be a little bit better than what people anticipate. I think they're going to win the AFC East.
Yeah.
So I don't see that, but yeah, he's been there. Like at some point, it gets a little stale.
Yeah.
And you do need to make a change. Like he's coming up on He hadn't been there quite 10 years, but I think this is like year 8 or 9.
Mhm.
He's one of the longest tenured coaches in the NFL, and you just don't see a lot of coaches get that deep, especially when you haven't won a Super Bowl or even gone to one. They got into one conference championship game.
Yeah. The last two on the coach's hot seat to start the season. No surprise on one, Brian Daboll. We know that. The other one is Robert Saleh.
Yeah.
Like, this is hitching your wagon to Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers gets hurt, and he probably gets fired, which he really doesn't have a whole lot of concern on to do with, except that he signed up to bring Aaron Rodgers in.
That whole Jets hierarchy, they're on the hot seat.
Yeah.
The GM, Joe Douglas, on the hot seat. And listen, he screwed up last year. They lost Aaron Rodgers the 4th play of the season, and they did nothing. They had a lot of time to try and upgrade the quarterback position. There were a lot of guys that they could have brought in who would have been upgrades over Zach Wilson, and they wasted a really good year out of that defense. So, yeah, he should be on the hot seat. And, again, he's the one who he invested in Zach Wilson. It was his decision to bring in Rodgers and his decision to give Rodgers whatever he wanted. So, yeah, all those guys should be on the hot seat.
And you know the other thing that I think is a factor here is what we were just talking about. Like, he gave Aaron Rodgers, like, a leash.
They gave him the organization.
They gave him such a long leash when he's like, well, yeah, it's unexcused, but we're good with it. That's not what you want to hear from your head coach. I mean, Aaron Rodgers, basically, like you said, they gave him the organization, and for a guy that's a defensive coach, tough, big dude that has this reputation, he just looked soft there, right? I mean, like being able to do that.
They all did. They all absolutely looked terrible. Aaron Rodgers made them look so ridiculous by not attending that. And again, it's not the most important thing in the world, but just the explanation of, it's unexcused, but we know about it. Well, that doesn't add up. So that was disappointing. Derek Stingley Jr., we haven't talked about this yet. Derek Stingley Jr. talked to the media today, and Figgy, the email was just sent. If we can, play the first cut from Derek Stingley about Kamari Lassiter, because I think that is going to be the big story that I think that we look at just over the course of camp, is just how does Kamari Lassiter look, because I think the Texans are going to be expecting a lot of him in year one, a 2nd-round pick, and so far, this is what Derek Stingley has made of him.
I can't even remember a catch being caught on him in a long time, so, I mean, he doing what he doing, and it's a reason here, and it's the light down that side of the field, so,
Look, and we're going to hear more from Derek Stingley Jr. In the next segment and in the rest of the show, because some of the things he said about the wide receiver group, which he's quite familiar with from being at LSU, and that wide receiver group versus this one, he talked about that. But on Kamari, it's just piece of evidence after piece of evidence after piece of evidence. This guy might just be the dude. Like, you just heard him right there. I don't remember a ball being caught on him.
He's drawn raves so far, going back to OTAs, going back to rookie camp, OTAs, mini camp, and now so far through the first 4 days of training camp, everyone has just spoken incredibly highly of him. All right, coming up next on In the Loop, we will play the hits. Some weird contracts getting signed in the NBA. Astros back in action tonight in Oakland. That's next on Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, Ability Trees right now. Listen,
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, before we kind of pivot to what we're going to talk about in this segment, I did want to bring up more of Derek Stingley Jr., who talked to the media today for the first time this training camp, because we played what he had to say about Kamari Lassiter a minute ago, but he also was asked about the wide receivers. So here is Derek Stingley Jr. talking about what it's like going up against these Texans wide receivers.
The group we got now, I feel like it's, you just throw it to whoever, they probably going to score after the catch. So, I think the group we got now, they're pretty good.
More? Yeah, they're pretty good. Yeah. And he would know. He knew the group at LSU.
And so he even compared this Texans wide receiver group to that 2019 LSU squad.
It's fun. Every day you get better. Every day you probably see something you ain't never seen before. So, that's good because, once we get in the game, it's probably going to be something schemed up like that. So it's good that we see it in practice now.
And this is something that we mentioned earlier in the show that is just kind of makes your mind wander, that's for sure. Not only do you have those three guys, but there was a moment on Saturday's practice, and they were going, pretty sure it was 11 on 11. It might have been 7 on 7, but first DBs against first wide receivers. And C.J. Stroud was the quarterback. And it went 20 yards, 20-ish yards, complete to Stefon Diggs. Then looks over at Nico, turns around, about 25 yards to Tank Dell. Then the next play, another completion to Tank Dell, touchdown. Like, the receiving group, we know the top three guys and what they can do. But until you see it out there in person against, what looks to be a pretty dang good secondary. I mean, Derek Stingley obviously is one of the best, and people are raving about him. But then you add in John Mechie looking the way that he's looked thus far. And tomorrow's going to be a good test because they're going to have the pads on. It's going to be real 11 on 11, et cetera. And then Robert Woods, who we've kind of overlooked a lot this offseason and into this training camp. You got 4, 5, 6 guys, depending on who else steps up, that are going to just make this offense unreal. And Derek Stingley's out there saying, yeah, it is unreal.
Yeah, you're right. And so it's a fun matchup to watch, too.
Oh, yeah.
And I've told you before, I love Stingley. I think Stingley's an absolute star. I think I would probably, you look at it right now, I think I would take him ahead of Sauce Gardner. Just the ball skills and just his ability to make plays in the passing game. And I think that he got underrated a little bit because, the team was bad his rookie year, and he didn't play that much. Well, Sauce Gardner was awesome, and he's playing in New York. And so I think that doesn't overrate Sauce, but it does give him, it gives him a little bit more notoriety than maybe he deserves. All right, let's play the hits. And we'll start with the Olympics.
Mm-hmm.
The opening ceremony of the Olympics is on Friday.
Think about that.
Friday in Paris.
Snuck up on us.
It really did because it's been a fun international type summer because you had the soccer in June and in the first part of this month, and now you'll have the Olympics that will follow it up. But the United States has voted on a flag bearer for the opening ceremonies on Friday, and it's LeBron James. And this is the first. This is something that I think it gets voted on by all the athletes.
Yeah, the whole entire team.
Yeah, the entire,
not just basketball.
Yeah, so this is voted on by every single United States Olympian, and I think there's probably 1,000 of them. Like that's how big the athlete core is. And so LeBron James was voted as the flag bearer, 39 years old. I think this is his third Olympic. Actually, you know what? I think he was 04, 08, 12. This is his fourth Olympic Games representing the United States. So he was announced. So that was voted on today, and he is the first U.S. men's basketball player to be the flag bearer.
And the thing about this is, as soon as I saw this happen, people are just conditioned, Figgy, to LeBron, kind of an eye roll, or he's thirsty, or whatever. Nah, man, I think this is very well deserved. I think the fact that as you pointed out, this is just all the athletes, his teammates on the Olympic team, not basketball team, but the Olympic team voted for it. I'm actually very happy for the guy. I mean, I think this is very well deserved, and it's going to be a great visual with the United States walking in. That's why it was one of the best things. You see the teams coming in, all the countries, and you're going to see LeBron James up front holding the flag. And I think it's going to be terrific to see LeBron do that, and well earned.
Yeah, I think I would have picked him or Simone Biles are probably the two most decorated.
Ledecky?
Yeah, one of the swimmers.
Yeah.
So he will be the third basketball player to be the flag bearer for the United States. And I'm going back to 92. Don Staley was the flag bearer, I believe, in 2004 in Athens. And then in 2020, which was actually 2021, it was Sue Bird.
Yeah.
And that was kind of nearing the end of her career. So a cool honor. You also have a flag bearer for the closing ceremony, and that'll get voted on, I guess,
over the course of the games. Yeah.
This kind of show you this is towards the end of LeBron's career too.
Oh yeah.
This is his last Olympics.
Yeah, because they all agreed, and so this would be the last time he could do something like this.
It's going to be great to see, man. And the Olympics just in general, you guys know, if you listen to us at all, I love the Olympics. I just love them. And it just in general, it did sneak up on me, but it starts Friday. It's going to be fun to be following these things because we all become experts, right? We all become super fans of whatever, was on TV that night. And there's some big time supers. I mentioned Katie Ledecky, obviously the USA basketball men and women, some of the track and field. What's her name? Shakaria, was it?
Sha'Carri Richardson.
Sha'Carri Richardson. She's going to be stealing the games. It's going to be fantastic.
And I think the men's basketball will be a lot of fun. I think that you look the Americans are certainly the favorites, but I think that's not all 12 teams, but I think there are probably like 6 different teams that could say that they should be able, that they have an opportunity to medal. And I think what makes it even better is that the French team, where they're hosting the games, and the French team has a chance to maybe win the gold medal because they might have the best player in the whole thing.
They might.
Victor Wembanyama.
Yeah.
Okay. Figgy, you tried to justify this on Saturday, and I was just disappointed in you. These contract extensions in the NBA, these rookie extensions, are just, they are out of control just because you're giving these contracts to players that just haven't earned the contracts, and you don't have to give it to them. And the latest one was Evan Mobley. Evan Mobley was given the full rookie max, 5 years. I think it's $226 million, and it can go up to like $270, depending on if you make an All-NBA team or something like that. And it is utterly ridiculous that how many of these players are getting. It was Cade Cunningham, Scotty Barnes got his, now Evan Mobley, Franz Wagner got one. Like, listen, I'm all for guys getting their money, but teams are doing this when they don't have to yet. Like, the team is fully in control. The team, you have a whole nother year to do that. You get a whole nother year of information, and then the player is a restricted free agent, so you can match whatever that player gets. So I just don't understand why teams are doing this. And you see this in the NFL, too, where the Jags gave Trevor Lawrence his extension well before they had to.
You know what it is. I think you do.
And I said it to you, Spo.
Yeah.
Relationships, man. They trying to keep those relationships good, man.
Bingo.
That's exactly what it is.
And it's not with the players, per se, as much as the agents.
I get that.
I mean, it's the agents.
But let me tell you something.
Like, you really want to deal with that? You really don't want to give my guy, this extension? I'll tell
Tough break.
Yeah.
Tough break.
Yeah, see, and plus I'm looking at somebody like a Evan Mobley who playing in your favorite place, Cleveland.
Yeah.
They got to make him happy, man. They got to make sure he's good.
But it doesn't matter because they cannot sign him and let him play out his rookie deal, and they still are in full control of the situation.
But they're afraid of the agents.
It's the NBA. You know how the NBA is. All he got to do is say, I want to request a trade, and his career's over
Tough
in Cleveland.
break.
I love when Adam Spillane gets
tough break.
flustered.
You want to trade? Go play. You signed a contract.
I love when Adam gets flustered.
I wish our bosses would come in here and say, hey, you know what? We don't have to give you more money.
Yeah.
We don't need to. You probably don't deserve it, but we're going to do it anyways to keep the relationship good.
Get a good agent.
Hey, I see that a lot around here, man.
Get a good agent.
I see that a lot around here.
Exactly.
Send them my way, please. It's just, and the way the Rockets have handled this, where they aren't extending their guys. Jalen Green is eligible for an extension. Alperen Şengün eligible for an extension. They may ultimately wind up, giving them the extensions, but they're making them wait. And it doesn't seem like the Rockets have any inclination to give those guys the max extensions right now. Listen, there's a reason to do it. If you do it now, as opposed, if you want to wait a year, it's going to be more expensive because the cap goes up. So 25% of the cap goes up 10% probably next year. So that's one reason why you do it. But this is serious money. Like, you got to be sure when it comes to this.
And see, and I was going to ask you that too with the Rockets. Are you sure that they are sure about Jalen Green?
No, they aren't.
Do they want to see a little more from him before they pay him?
Yes.
I feel like the Cavs already know what they got in Mobley.
But they shouldn't, though. Like, it's not like Evan Mobley has been amazing.
I agree.
You saw him in the playoffs. He was like, Franz Wagner was almost unplayable in the playoffs. And that's when this sort of stuff matters. And with the Rockets, like, Jalen Green should not get the max right now under any circumstance.
Right.
Şengün has a little bit of a case because he's been by far the more productive of the two, but I don't think the Rockets are ready to do that just yet. And there's some reasoning. Well, they want to keep some cap flexibility for next summer. And listen, that could certainly be the case.
Yeah.
But I do wonder. The Rockets didn't play their best basketball when Şengün was hurt. Like some people say they did. They did not.
They won some games.
They won some games. They took advantage of their schedule. But
Jalen Green played better.
Yes, some individual players played their best. And also, I do wonder if Ime Udoka and Rafael Stone watched the way that they played, just the style of play, and said, you know what? I like this a little bit more than when we have the big plotting center in there. Like, they were a lot more athletic those last 20 games. They were a lot faster. They played with more pace. And I do wonder if they think that, hey, maybe the style of play that we played with when he was hurt, maybe that's the direction that we want to go.
Yeah, but success has been the other way in terms of playing their best basketball altogether, is with Şengün on the floor.
Yes.
So that's where you got to make that decision.
But they were still right around 500 when he got hurt, and They did win some games, and there were some things that they did better when he wasn't out there. So I don't know. I don't know which direction they want to go in, but I do think that they have taken the right approach with this during the offseason, where the rest of this league is just handing out extensions like they're nothing, and the Rockets are saying, no, we're gonna wait on this.
I feel like the Rockets had legit questions, though.
But I would have legit questions about Evan Mobley. I would have legit questions about Cade Cunningham, about Franz Wagner. All these guys that got these contracts, I have questions about.
But it seemed like they comfortable with it. It seemed like they're fine with Mobley the way he is. They felt like that's the guy, so let's pay him now. I might disagree, but maybe they feel like that's the guy. Let's pay him up right now.
More power to him.
Adam looks like somebody kicked his
We
dog.
need to talk about this a little more often, man.
Kicked his dog.
I'm just not in the camp of overpaying someone when they don't deserve it when you don't have to.
Well, I understand, and I don't know who would
I
be.
get it.
But you understand how the game works, and I'm not talking about the game on the floor.
Game's rigged. It's dumb. All right, coming up next, the Astros take 2 of 3 from the Mariners over the weekend in Seattle. They are in first place as we speak, but yesterday's loss gave you some warning signs of just some roster flaws that they need to fix with the deadline 8 days away. That's next on In the Loop.
Yeah, right now, low T.
Look for the bright yellow Twisted Tea cans.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
All right, last segment here. Adam Spillane and John Lopez, Figgy Fig here. Astros open a 3-game series tonight in Oakland. It will be their final visit to the Oakland Coliseum.
You're getting emotional about this.
I am. I'm going to miss the Coliseum. It had character.
Yeah, well, that's
Is
one
they
way
going
to
to keep
put
it up, or they going to blow it up?
Oh, they'll blow it up.
Probably should have blown it up about 25 years ago.
Oh, what else? I don't know what else fits that description.
Oh, you got Oracle there, too. You got Oracle Arena still up there.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody uses that anymore, so they might just leave those two stadiums up there, the arena and the stadium.
Oh, that should.
No.
Keep the memories together, right?
Hell no.
Can't find anything else to do with them. So, but the Astros take 2 of 3 in Seattle over the weekend, and obviously it was a big series coming in. We all knew that. The Astros had a chance to move into first place in the division after being 10 games out not too long ago. They win the first 2 games, and then they lose yesterday in a game that they could have won.
Yeah.
But they are now tied with the Mariners for first place in the West, and they're up by a couple percentage points because of the loss column. But I thought Friday and Saturday, really well-played games, well-pitched. Defense was outstanding, especially on Saturday night. And then the offense they got offense when they needed it against a really good pitching staff. Yesterday's game showed some flaws that they need to fix here before the trade deadline. And the first being just the overall depth of the team.
Yeah.
And I think that we would all agree that the back 3 in the bullpen, Abreu, Presley, Hader, that's as good as it's going to get right now in the sport. But yesterday, they did not have those 3 available, and it kind of exposed the lack of depth that the Astros maybe have in that bullpen, because now you're asking Seth Martinez to get big outs, and you're asking Seth Martinez to get left-handed hitters out.
Yeah.
And what happens yesterday? Seth Martinez gives up a homer to a left-handed hitter. So they are going, as we move along and we move into the final 60-something games of the season, they are going to need guys outside of Hader, Presley, and Abreu to get guys out late in games. Taylor Scott has shown that he has the ability to do that, but do they have anybody behind those 4? And I think that's something that they really need to look to shore up.
Look, on any team, if you have a good 7-8-9 or an 8-9, there's going to be games where you're kind of up against it. What happened yesterday with the Astros happens all the time. You got to give these guys a rest. Can't throw them out there. The problem is, like, are you even a plus pitcher to get to 7, to get to 8, and then piece it together in the 9th? I don't think they have enough of those guys. And I was actually thinking of you the whole time I'm watching this, is because, like, you've been very adamant. No big moves. They don't need it, whether it's at first base or pitching. You know, obviously you take it if they can swing it, but just work the margins. Yesterday. It was a margins kind of game. You could see where they need those kinds of guys, and not just in the bullpen, but really at the plate as well, and you brought that up earlier.
Yeah, before we get to that, there's one other thing I want to add. This is now twice in the span of a week. The last game of the Rangers series and now yesterday, where they did not have the 3 relievers available, and so they went in other directions, and both times the relievers that they used gave up homers. It was Montero against Texas before the All-Star break, and then it was Martinez yesterday against the Mariners. Like, you have to, what made their staff so good in 2022 was that it did not matter which reliever they put out there. That guy was going to get the job done, and they had full faith that that guy was going to get the job done. So that's something that they need to address. Now, the offensive thing, that's big.
Yeah.
And that has been an issue. We've been talking about it since March, that the bench is not good enough. And you saw it again yesterday, where at this point, we know how Joe Espada is going to manage a game. He's going to make out his lineup. He's always going to look for the platoon advantage when he does so. And then as soon as a team goes to the bullpen, he's going to his bench and to try and gain some sort of a platoon advantage. So yesterday, he starts John Singleton against the right-handed starting pitcher. And then against the lefty, he decides to go to his bench.
Yeah.
He has no options, though. So he has to go.
Chas McCormick.
He had a runner at third base. The tying run is standing there at third base. The best right-handed hitter that he had on his bench was Chas McCormick. Chas McCormick has had just a dreadful season against both lefties, righties, whomever. It does not matter. And so what happens? A 4-pitch strikeout where he swings and misses 3 times.
Bad at bat. Just a bad at bat the whole way. So the question becomes, what do you do? Because if you do bring in these margin type players, yes, you're going to be able to shore up the bullpen. Hopefully, you're going to be able to bring in a first baseman that can give you some options with Dubon, where he can play in other places. Hopefully, but the other part of that is, are you going to be able to take that next leap to not just win the division or get in the wild card, but be able to contend to your standard? Now, I don't even know if they can do that. But at least it puts you in a better position.
Well, they don't really have. I mean, they could. I mean, I suppose they could always swing some sort of a big move. It's not something that I would do because I wouldn't want to tear up the farm system more than it's already been torn up. And again, they are probably going to get outbid for any big ticket guy that's available on the market. That's just how it is right now because of just the shape that their farm system is in. But they have they can still add pieces. They can still add guys that can help them. And again, they don't have to be stars. Like Ty France was just waived yesterday. The Mariners just waived him. They placed him on waivers. That is somebody that would be an upgrade to the Astros bench. A guy who can play first base. You can start him against lefties. You can start Singleton against righties. And then it frees up Dubon to play in other places. Because right now, they were platooning Singleton at first base with Dubon. But now they're basically starting Dubon in the outfield against lefties because they don't want to necessarily start Trey Cabbage or Joey Loperfido against lefties. So you're just kind of hamstrung with what you can do. And this has been the part of this season that has been just strange because Joe Espada likes to go to his bench far more than Dusty Baker ever did.
Yeah.
Dana Brown should know that at this point. He should have learned that when they were going through the hiring process. He should have learned it on opening day when Espada went to his bench in the 6th inning. Yet they have done nothing to upgrade that bench since the start of the season.
Are you managing the team for players that you like, players that Jim Crane or somebody in his ear likes, or are you managing your team to help your manager?
Yes.
And helping your manager means getting those types of guys, because he's been able to use them. I mean, he's been able to find the spots when he does go to the bench if he has somebody worth a flip, but they don't even have a full roster, basically.
They have had, again, this is nothing against Gray Kessinger, and I feel bad by having continued.
But he doesn't play.
Yeah, they don't play him.
Yeah.
He does not play.
Yeah. they
do not use him as they could have used him as a pinch hitter in the 6th inning yesterday as a right-handed hitter. They don't use him. I think he's played in maybe 15 games all season. He doesn't have a hit, and I think he's made maybe 2 starts, and he has pretty much been on the roster all year.
Yeah.
He was hurt for a little bit, and then they optioned him when they needed another catcher back in June.
Yeah.
He does not play. They are not going to play him, yet he remains on the roster. So you are giving Joe Espada a 3-man bench when everybody else gets 4.
Yeah.
It does not make any sense.
It does not. So, out at Texans training camp today, I want to ask you, because I'm going to ask the boys this when they come in for the drive. Every day you kind of have like a big takeaway for the day. I have my thoughts, but I wanted to ask you, like, your big takeaways today as we're watching the Texans. They go into full pads tomorrow. It's going to be exciting because the fans are going to be there. A lot of energy. You're going to be able to hear it on the radio if you don't have a chance to go. We'll explain and tell you all about what's happening. But what was your takeaway today from the Texans?
Man, it rained hard. It was
the
rainy.
rain.
It was rainy.
Dude, it came down.
Shoes are wet still.
Oh, I'm miserable.
Backpack is wet.
My shoes are sopping wet.
Aaron Rabel was really the MVP of
He
the
was.
day. Just to be able to get us back online, after the rain hit. So that was the big thing that stood out.
Figure, just real quick. Aaron looked, like I said on the air earlier, he looked like a wet sock. Like he was hustling, trying to get all the tables moved and the equipment, and we're trying to help, but he's doing all the heavy lifting. He was drenched.
Y'all ain't help him?
Well, we did, but
we're pulling the
y'all dry as hell.
No, hell no.
It's been an hour.
Y'all should be out there too. Y'all should be
from the guy who's in here.
Yeah. No, it was bad, but he was like out in the muck, and we were just pulling the tables as best we could. It was bad.
Yeah, it was bad. The other thing I guess that stood out for me, the Jeff Okudah interception at the end of practice. Like, that's a guy who you kind of take a little bit of a flyer on, a guy who was drafted really high not too long ago, but he wasn't very good early on in Detroit, and then he got hurt.
Yeah.
But if you find something there, that's a really good signing.
My big takeaway was the defense really needed this day. This is going to be a really good defense, especially if you can get Kamari Lassiter. You heard them talking about him earlier today, Derek Stingley and others. Because Saturday's practice, we weren't on the air, but we're out there. The offense killed them. Like, the offense killed the secondary on Saturday. I just outlined a little while ago how it went Stefon Diggs for 20-something, Tank Dell for 20-something, Tank Dell for touchdown. And then some of the other plays that were being made. We've mentioned John Mechie. We've mentioned Robert Woods and all that. The defense won the day today. And I thought D'Amico was right. He says, you want it that way. You want the offense to have their day, and then the defense kind of bows up and answers. But there was that interception, a couple of near misses as well. A lot more difficult for, I think Davis Mills had a horrible day. A lot near misses for the defense. So the defense needed this day. I mean, that's what you want to see out of a good team.
Yeah, if your offense is getting the better of your defense every single day, then it probably means your defense isn't very good.
Exactly.
And if your defense is beating the hell out of your offense every day, it probably means your offense isn't very good. So, you do absolutely want that mix.
And then go ahead.
Well, I was just, because you brought up Mills, backup quarterback, man. Like, I know it's not.
Is it Tim Boyle season yet?
It is hard to keep quarterbacks healthy all 17 games.
Yeah.
And we saw Stroud miss a couple games last year, and they started Case Keenum in those 2 games, and it wasn't great. I know they won one of those games, but the second game was really not very good. I do wonder if you start to have any concern over that position right now, because you don't want to be at the point where your season ends because the quarterback, takes a bad hit one game.
Well, look, if CJ Stroud goes down, that's all she wrote. But that's it. We all this hype and hyperbole for nothing.
How many games could they survive?
That's where we're going. That's where we're going with this. Because,
depends on who it is.
I mean, you do have to have a depth chart.
The Chiefs, the first year they won the Super Bowl, Mahomes had the weird kneecap thing.
Yeah.
They had to go 4 weeks without him.
What'd they do?
They won the Super Bowl.
No. I mean, in the 4 weeks.
I think they went 2-2.
I'll take that.
But remember, too.
They have the quarterback that can do that.
Davis Mills did not have a good day. Again, it doesn't matter big picture, because without C.J. Stroud, your hopes are different anyway.
He said Davis is gone Friday.
I'm telling you, man. Did you watch today?
I watched today. Today was a rough day.
Today was a rough day.
But it's just I just think that, once you get past with Davis Mills, once you get past the allure of the dude that's big and strong in the pocket, and the guy that's technically sound,
started
and
some games,
the guy that's a Stanford guy and should be a high level, and has been a higher level processor coming from college, started some games with some experience. Once you get past all of that, yada yada yada, it's okay, why are we still missing the running back on a check down?
Yeah.
And I think the WTF moments, I think, and I'm talking about from a coach's perspective, when a coach is watching film and we're just thinking about, hey, it's first down, we call a pass play, let's just stay ahead of the chains. Hey, the wide receivers aren't there, let's just check this thing down to Daria Gumbawale and see if he can go make 4 or 5 yards. And you miss him. So now we've got to huddle back up and it's 2nd and 10.
Yeah.
It's those little, almost trivial misses that you're just and we've watched it for 3 years.
Yeah.
And then you got the obvious issues of young quarterbacks where there's some ill-advised throws that are interceptions. And so it's I've just seen like the whole. There's been zero development, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I agree. And again, just to reiterate, it's not a big problem because it's going to be a problem if CJ's not here for anybody out there.
Correct.
But ultimately you're going to have a depth chart. Yeah, you're going to have a number 2 guy, and that's Case Keenum.
If you're going to be a serious contender, you got to have a quarterback room that you don't go.
We got no shot.
Let's not start our number 2 guy.
Yeah.
Let's not start our number 2 guy. Let's go with Case Keenum.
Yeah, exactly.
And remember, like the Patriots. Remember Brady got suspended in 2016, and the Patriots had to go with Jimmy Garoppolo, and then they had to go with Jacoby Brissett. Mm-hmm. They went 3-1 in that season without Brady. And even if the quarterback has to miss a couple games, which happens here or there, like you need to be able to stay afloat in those games because one game could be the difference between winning the division and playing a bunch of home games in the playoffs, or finishing in second place and having to go through the playoffs on the road. Yeah. It's like those margins are really small in this league, and so you have to, like Clint said, you have to be able to trust who your number 2 is.
To your point, Adam, like
they clearly don't.
We're talking about going. We're talking about going and winning. If they're as good as we think, you're talking about with a better schedule going and winning 12 games.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's like if you don't have a backup that you trust more than your third string quarterback that's a mentor, I mean, that could be a problem.
Yeah. That could be a big problem. And right now, Case Keenum is the guy. I mean, Tim Boyle's not even getting reps. Like, unless you saw some, I didn't see him.
Today he got some reps today. Quite a few today. He hasn't. I'm with you. Like
Saturday, I didn't see him get a lot of reps.
I went on record and was like, Davis is out of here. There's more about Davis and previously what I saw from Tim Boyle, just knowing he can spin it around the park a little bit. And then I got to watching that part of practice, and I was like, ooh, I may have got out over my skis on that simply because Tim's not getting it. I mean, why is Case Keenum getting so many reps? I'm thinking, boy. Well, then Tim started getting a couple of reps, and you see, again, he's not doing anything exceptional, but it's like, He has the ability to just anchor on his back foot and just flip the football out there and throw a strike to the running back on a check down or the tight end on a
That's all you want.
Out. That's all you need when you're a backup quarterback. Yeah. So I'm back on that train. I think Mills has seen his last day in a Texas team. Now I think he's gonna have some good days in camp. I think they're gonna try to sexy his ass up during training camp.
All right, that's Clinton Ron had you covered until 6. Big thank you to Aziz Al-Shahir. He joined us from training camp coming right off the field. Also a big thank you to Aaron Raybold, who had to deal with the rain with us and got us back on the air once we got knocked off. Thank you again to Figgy. For Figgy Fig, for John Lopez, I'm Adam Spillane saying thank you for listening. Have a great rest of your day. You are listening to KILT HD2, an Odyssey Sports station.
All right, the drive is live, baby. You just listened to oh boy,
he's on one, ain't he? Oh boy, must have got him a little sleep this weekend,
just
boys.
Listen to In the Loop, with Spillane and John Lopez, and now the drive is live, as you heard right there. Show a nipple. Start the show to the people on YouTube. And a fresh shave.
That thing's hard too.
That thing's hard. Shaved,
why are they hard, Chief?
Why not?
Because I feel a little horny. That's why.
There you go. As well you should. All that audio we heard today.
Okay, 2 o'clock on a Monday. I'm feeling turned up.
I was cutting glass. I think you got to leave. I think I just take the damn thing off.
No.
I mean, I think you got to do the whole show, no shirt.
No. The show just starts. We don't have to. For long.
That's why my nips are hard.
I mean, it's you can never have too much good, can you? My whole workout today,
sometimes you can have too much good.
My whole workout today, T. Once I started sweating, man, they got them fans, which I can't stand. They got them fans on up there blowing air. Every time you walk in one of them fans, them old nipples get hard, boy. I cut glass, man, that whole workout.
Man, I don't even need a fan.
You just stay hard.
My nipples just stay ready.
Yeah.
I never will understand that. Nice little gym setting up there. Got about 42 fans blowing down on us.
Why not, man?
And AC vents going everywhere. Well, yeah, hell, who works out and doesn't want to get a sweat?
Well, I mean, some people don't want to be as hot as you are.
Yeah, I've taken fans.
I want to get it in now. I'm ready to get it in. Let's get it all in.
You want
air last bit of it. Let's get it in, baby.
All right, pause. All right. A lot to get to on this beautiful Monday. As we were out there again, Texas training camp, a lot to get there. We'll let you hear sights and sounds and talk about the big news. Can we just at least do this first? Shout out to the Houston Astros, and we'll have more about them. We talked about they got to at least win the series to get themselves tied into first place. They had sole possession, had a chance to sweep this thing, couldn't pull it out yesterday, but they do take 2 of 3 from the Mariners in that huge series, and they are now in first place. And actually, if the the season ended right now, because of percentage points, they would be the AL West winner. So shout out to the Astros, and shout out to Yordan Alvarez. This son of a gun.
Tyler must have had over 1.5.
Yeah, damn right.
I mean, hell, shoot. I don't care.
Cycle does well for that bet. I love it.
I mean, that nut hit for the cycle. Like when we say, like, and I'll say that when I say that is the best hitter in baseball because of the different things, like I mean, he could do whatever is needed, and in any at bat. You know, it could be opposite field, it could be pull, it could be center, it could be whatever, and
go for launch.
And that dude, I mean, he hit that triple. I said, well, hell, got that one out the way. And I mean, he hits a triple, pulls a double down line, and the homer is just off the facade. I mean, that thing was long gone. So, dude is fantastic. Even though they took the L yesterday, but shout out to them. They did what they needed to do, and they have continued to appear to be easily the stronger team between the two. So,
well, the thing with Yordan, right, is which we find out whether you're betting the over on bases or you're hoping he gets a cycle or not. The fear is that they just start intentionally walking him. I mean, that's the fear is whether they just pitch around him. I mean, I had the over 1.5.
Seattle tries more than anybody.
Ron, I had the over 1.5 bases with him one time, and they clearly pitched around him twice,
because
intentionally walked him once and hit him once. I mean, I got one legit at bat.
They knew you
and had the over. What a mess that was.
They knew it.
And then look, we're talking about the Astros. I mean, come on, man. I mean, it is. Look, I know there's a ton of it's a long season guys sitting up there right now beating their chest. But boy, this run has been, I mean, ridiculous. Tyler, what was it? Did Lopez or did somebody did a comparison of the biggest Astros turnarounds, if you will?
I believe it was in the loop. Yeah.
I mean, there's no way. I know they were however many games under 500 or however many games back. I don't remember what year was that, Ron? You talked about that the other day. 2011, 2012,
yeah, 2005. I think they were.
2005's the year they ended up obviously going to the World Series.
Chronicle had the tombstone, right?
The Chronicle had the tombstone early in the year, much like John Lopez declaring him dead. You know,
as a towel I threw in as well.
Yeah, I mean, just let's because I'm not interested in which season was worse. But I mean, this is going to be. If they can make a run, if they can make a substantial run in the playoffs, I mean, it's going to be second to none in terms of turnarounds.
No, it's crazy. They're here, so shout out to them. They're in first place today with a series against the A's, and it looks like the Mariners have the Angels. So we'll get to that more and more here as we continue to move on. But some news of the day, and we'll let you hear from D'Amico Ryans coming up at 3 o'clock. D'Amico Ryans at 3 o'clock will let you hear him explain it himself. Joe Mixon has not practiced in a couple of days, Clint. Didn't practice on Saturday.
That's right.
Thought it might have been a vet day, but I would assume it's not a vet day after they had yesterday off, and he didn't practice again today.
Well, he's the only vet not practicing. When I looked up Daniil Hunter and
yeah.
Everybody that all the vets that were practicing, Diggs and there's a handful of them out there. They were all rolling. I was like, there might be a little something to this.
Now we haven't. I don't know, Tyler. Maybe you or Cheryl can get to it, or Clint. Maybe you've heard. I don't really necessarily know exactly what the issue is. I know that D'Amico said he's not worried about Joe. Like I said, we'll let you hear about that at 3 o'clock from him himself. Also, just in case. Not practicing as well, Clint. Laramie Tunzel, he was still getting work on the other side, but he is working over there. I've seen some apparatuses that Red forces me to use that he was over there on that other field using that sled. He was over there pushing a lot more weight on that sled than I have. Christian Harris with that soft tissue leg injury didn't practice. Dalton Schultz didn't practice as well along with it. Joe now we don't know. Joe Mixon, concerned this early, multiple days not practicing?
No, I'm not real concerned. I don't. Before his media availability on, I guess it was Friday. he's sitting on the ground rubbing his own leg kind of deal, which I didn't put much thought into because if it would have been some kind of injury at that point in time, they'd have had trainers all over him and they'd have been working on him in the training room. And so I didn't put much into that. But clearly there's got to be some level of strain because that's 2 straight practices, and like you said, with an off day in between and with no veterans getting off days around him, I got to believe that there's something that caused it. I'm not overly concerned simply because of the tone D'Amico Ryans had when he answered the question. It was a laugh and like, oh, no, Joe will be fine. So I'm not worried about Joe. So
and there's no reason to push anything right now.
Not at all. I mean, it's early on, and D'Amico even said it today. Is that first week it's about easing in and getting guys up to speed and setting the tone for what they're fixing to. The run they're fixing to make. So not a real concern there with Joe Mixon.
Now, what I did find interesting in staying in the running back room, Clint, is the Texans made a move over the weekend by signing veteran running back Cam Akers. Cam Akers, who I believe won a Super Bowl with the Rams. Cam Akers, who was with the Vikings, one of the last teams I remember him playing with. They bring him in, Clint, and listen, I may need you all to talk me off the ledge because the first thing I thought was, oh, okay, they drafted a running back in 6th round. They got Dameon Pierce, who has shown in this league he can play, and they've talked pretty good about him in the offseason. And then you see all kinds of reports of Cam Akers battling for touches and potentially the backup running back to Joe Mixon in Houston. And like the first thing I thought of was, well, maybe they didn't got through OTAs, mandatory minicamp, a week of practice, and they not feeling great about Dameon Pierce in that backup role. That's the part that came to me. And I promise you, when you texted Tyler, you texted us, they didn't sign Cam Akers. I think the first thing I responded with was, man, I wish they just trade this kid. It's just trading because it doesn't seem like they trust him. Doesn't seem like they feel confident in him. And he looks like a guy that may need a fresh start when you start to see what it was last year. And now they're bringing in Cam Akers to bring him in. I don't know. That's the first thing I thought of was Dameon Pierce, and they don't trust him in that second running back.
Well, at first glance, I think that's natural is to think that. I mean, we don't need to. I don't need to hear from them on the Dameon Pierce front. I mean, we watched it last year. Clearly, they don't trust Dameon Pierce. Clearly, there's something in Dameon Pierce's game that they don't like. They don't trust. And I don't buy the thought, which I've never heard them say, but I don't buy the thought that it's because he doesn't fit a certain scheme. I just don't. I don't subscribe to that. But nonetheless, the Cam Akers sign, I think the name makes you sit back because we all remember Cam Akers. I remember him out of Florida State. If I remember correctly, I think he was a quarterback coming out of high school, by the way. But he was a good running back at Florida State. Was good early on in the league. But we're talking about a guy that's coming off of his second Achilles tear, and it's not the other. It's the same Achilles that's torn twice. He tore it last year midseason, and he's recovering from that. Now, the strange thing is I believe he was at practice today. I think he's wearing 22, so he's healthy and
he was
rolling. But
he was getting touches.
If their answer to a Dameon Pierce that they don't like and that they're going to replace is a twice-torn left Achilles Cam Akers, boy, that's a poor attempt. I like the name, but I can't get past the same Achilles tearing twice. The kid's 25 years old, man.
He's 25, yeah.
I mean, he's 25, and we're talking about.
What do you think the reason they brought him in is?
Well, I think it's a roll of the dice. I think it's a roll of the dice. I think if he is healthy, I think if best case scenario for me, it's a long play. He's healthy. They see something they really like. They make him inactive. They put him on the practice squad. Whatever is still, I don't even know what his roster situation looks like, what his career looks like. But the point is I think it's a longer play than just this year. I would be shocked if they looked at this roster and said, man, the dude we drafted, the dude we brought back in Dare Ogunbowale, those ain't the guys that can push Dameon Pierce, Cam Akers. twice torn left Achilles. Let's do it. That's the answer. That would be a poor attempt at replacing a second-string running back, if indeed that is what they're doing.
Yeah, I just looked at their, like when you're talking about their depth chart at running back. Like I just didn't look at it and think, yeah, man, Gerard Jordan, Dare Ogunbowale, even the British Brooks kid that's shown a little bit from Carolina, and Dameon Pierce. And I didn't think, boy, they need to add. Well, especially like a veteran guy like that like a Cam Akers who you would look at as a backup.
Well, if they could sign the Cam Akers sign would be great to me if he weren't injured. I mean, if he didn't have the twice torn Achilles. I mean, if you had like a
that would be the only thing that's holding me to thinking like, all right, maybe this don't have much to do with where they feel about Dameon Pierce right now. If he were completely healthy, I mean, he'd be the backup.
Yeah.
Like if he weren't coming off of the injuries that he's had.
Well, yeah, I mean that would just be a hell of a risk if that were the case. If we were talking about one of these career, I'd call them a backup, but they're a lot more important than a backup, right? Some of these guys that have toted the rock 30% of the time for some teams. We see before Christian McCaffrey, we saw it in San Francisco where Wilson and Mostert and all these different guys were getting carries. Now I think both of those guys are now in Miami, to be honest with you.
Together.
But there's several teams out there that these guys are pretty much sharing the load. If it were one of those guys, then Dameon would have a problem. But to me, this is a longer play of potentially using him down the line, maybe.
Maybe practice squad, or maybe he's inactive, dressed 1 week or not. I just found it to me it was if I'm Dameon Pierce, I'm like, what the hell y'all bringing this dude in for?
Right.
Like that's what my thing. What the hell y'all? Like it would just for me personally, probably if I'm like thinking about what all Dameon has been through up to this point with this regime, and it'd have to get to my mind of like, yo, okay, this is another element that I ain't doing something. Like this seems like a shot towards me. Listen, we were during the crosstalk. I was letting you and Lopez. Y'all was getting it in about Davis Mills. Sorry, Tyler. I know it's your guy. Mm-hmm. Y'all were getting it in about Davis Mills. Shut up. He is, man. You had his little army. Y'all are getting it in about Davis Mills. I just saw somebody here on YouTube and Twitch. Shout out to you all listening that way, saying that Mills is a backup. Not much to talk about. Like, listen, I get where you're coming from until that backup matters. Which you needed to back up twice last year. And luckily, the way that game turned out, you were able to win, or that would have kept you from being in the playoffs. Like, I don't know, because Tyler said he thought he'd be on the team, and I did too. I know you were big on it about, like, you thought he's played his last game. I don't know if I was completely there, but, boy, Clint, I'm watching him now. Like, he just doesn't even show any interest in making NFL throws. Like, it is so wild to watch where, all right, CJ, he's got 3 plays, and they're running, which it seems like everybody's running the same plays. He's got 3 plays. Then Davis has 2 plays. Then Boyle has 2 plays, and then Case, whatever. But, like, when you watch those 3, and when you watch Boyle and CJ Stroud, the ball goes completely different places than the ball goes when Davis Mills is playing quarterback. I mean, that sucker, it's check downs. It's right to the tight. It's not even attempting to throw the ball in downfield. I watched Tim Boyle. He came up right behind him, and he hits Xavier Hutchinson for like a 10-yard slant that kind of goes up for a big play. I'm telling you, every time it is whoop, whoop. And then he's damn near throwing picks or throwing interceptions. Like, Davis Mills is going to have to at least put on tape out there some level of aggressiveness, something out there, because it's just check down nothing.
Yeah, it seems like there's a real quick trigger sometimes,
I mean,
and
quick.
then it seems like when it's not, it's super late. It's hold on to the football. It's it's frustrating because I mean, when you're not seeing things clear and you're just not in a clear headspace, which for whatever reason he's just never been able to settle into, and it's blatantly obvious, man. There's nothing. We talk a lot about the interceptions and the forces or the not throwing it, but in reality, man, it's the combination of all the things that you just said, and then the inability to check the football down accurately. The inability, like you drop back, the defense is belling, you got this swing route, just hit him in stride to where he can can keep running down the sideline and go get 10 or 15
He's not
yards.
even consistent with the little easy throws he makes.
It's not. And those are the things that I think if we're really getting down to the nuts and bolts of this thing, those are the things to me that D'Amico and Bobby have to look at and go, damn, I mean, I'm not worried about I can call plays to keep him from taking a ton of risk with the football and trying to drive down the field.
And he will oblige.
Yeah, no doubt about that.
Tyler, I'm serious. It would take them five downs to get a first down. Like some of his decisions, I'm talking.
That's not what you want.
We're talking 3 down. I mean, it is caged over, bam, 3 down, touch, down, 2 yards. I mean, it is so quick. He's getting that sucker out. It is, but nobody else is. I mean, God, if this is practice is not when you go take a shot, my God, when are you going to do it?
Yeah.
It is wild. All right, man, we got to give credit where credit is due to the Astros. We'll discuss all of that coming up next and give you the latest on Kyle Tucker, day 49. Day 49.
Academy, sports, and outdoors. Y'all, if you grew up around these parts,
That's right. Download the Odyssey app now and don't miss a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's Texans training camp. Live from the Twin Peaks studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive on this beautiful Monday. It is the second week of Texans training camp, and we were there, and we, as we just talked about, some of the things we've seen, and we will discuss more and let you hear more as they roll through. Someone said here on the text line here talking about Davis Mills. What is the use of talking so much about a backup quarterback? But for me, listen. I halfway understand what you're saying. I hope you know and see how the league trends. It's of importance that you have a backup. My thought was just merely like with Davis Mills, like he's gonna have to show more to be on this team. Like he is going to. It is a clear difference to me on how him and Tim Boyle read things differently and see the offense and the chances and the balls that they will throw and the guys and the routes that they will throw to. And clearly this is a guy that they didn't trust, a guy that they had competing with C.J. Stroud, as they said, a guy they had listed as the backup quarterback all year in the depth chart until it became a need for them to have a backup quarterback and they jumped over him. And I'm just saying for his sake, like he's going to have to do more than he is doing or he's not going to be here. Yes, I mean, yeah, it's the backup quarterback situation, and the odds are if we look at most seasons, they're gonna need one for a game or two. Hopefully they don't. But I mean, if we look at last year, they needed a game or two. I'm just saying Davis Mills is not potentially putting himself in a position, as Clint said on Friday, to be here when you take a look at what he looks like compared to the guy he's battling.
Well, I mean, look, when quarterback is the most talked about position, when you've got C.J. Stroud, clearly you're in really, really, really good hands, so you move on to the next. And if you look at last year specifically, you end up going to your third-string quarterback and bypassing your second-string quarterback, and that appeared to be a major, major issue. And now you're lined up to ultimately do the same thing again this year with a much more difficult schedule. And nobody likes to talk about the backup quarterback until you have to talk about the backup quarterback, and then it becomes a problem. And if you've got a guy back there that gets leaped, eats up all these reps during camp, eats up all these reps during the season as a backup, and then all of a sudden it's time for him to play. And the third string guy that's been back there mentoring C.J. Stroud, that's like a coach of the extension. I mean, extension of the coach on the field and in meeting rooms. All of a sudden that guy's forced into a position where he's got to play, and he's clearly doesn't have the tools at this point in his career to go out there and overcome what you need to overcome in order to win ball games. Now, I get it, man. I get it. I don't necessarily want to lead every show with it, but it's at the end of the day, it's a lot more important than people want to chalk it up to.
No, we are not leading shows with it, but it was very apparent to what you said. Like, I mean, it's
important.
I mean, he's got to show some level of aggressiveness, but I do want to give credit where credit is absolutely due. I got to give credit to Jim Crane. I got to give credit to Dana Brown. I got to give credit to Captain Joe Espada. And the Astros as a whole, the leaders in that locker room, the Altuves, the Bregmans, the Alvarezes, the Verlanders when he's in there, those guys, them taking 2 or 3 from Seattle, Clint, and now they are in first place here Saturday. After Saturday's game, they were in sole possession of first place for the first time all season. But they sit here tied atop the AL West in first place, and that happened, July 20th. Not only that I never think they would get here at any point again this year, I damn sure didn't think it would be before July without Verlander and without Kyle Tucker for 49 days. So I got to give them credit, all of them, for this turnaround. I believe they deserve all the credit for how bad it was to kick off, and I think they deserve all the credit for getting here at Clint. I never thought July 22nd that they'd be sitting here in first place with as bad as it was. No, I never thought that.
Yeah, look, it's been a crazy turn, man. I mean, it's been a crazy turn for the Astros and a crazy negative turn for the Seattle Mariners, if we're being serious. And it may have even gotten worse yesterday with the injury to the center fielder. I think that thing looked a lot worse than it actually was, because he ended up walking with no crutches.
He's starting to get a little hot too.
You see how he got his ass up and walked back to the dugout? They didn't cart him off. They didn't run a cart out there and have to put him on the back of a cart and all that kind of job. Did you see that?
Listen,
it's interesting.
No, stop it. People's bodies are different.
It's interesting how that works.
People's bodies are different.
No, people's mindsets different.
No, people's bodies are different.
Just like people's dogs are different.
People's
really,
Tyler,
mindsets are different.
stop, man. No, don't do this. No.
Hey, by the way, I know y'all slept in that hot house. You and your wife slept in that hot house during the hurricane. Y'all had no power. Are y'all okay?
Yeah.
Okay, everybody's
we're doing good.
Okay, I didn't circle back. I didn't circle back and check.
Stop it.
I didn't circle back.
No reason for you to add canines to that. None.
I didn't circle back.
Sorry about that.
That was a real ass move of me, man. I'm sorry.
No,
I do care.
You're good, bro.
I do care, man. I do care.
I know you do.
I don't know, man. It's impressive, and it looks like they're about to take off.
It's ridiculous. Look, here's the deal.
I'm not even going to look. We're getting I told y'all clowns it was a long season. Get out.
Oh, yeah, we're going to get that. Ain't no doubt about that. That's fine. I've already got it on social media. Big Scott done sent it to, well, not that, but he sent me. And my response to Scott, he said, hey, Clint, the Astros are leading the division. What do you think of Espada now? Look, here's the deal. I still don't think Espada's the guy. I still don't think Ron can give them all the credit they want. I ain't giving none of them no damn credit. This is a really
Clint, you gotta give them
come
credit,
on, man. For
man.
what?
Somebody's got to get credit for this turnaround.
Yeah, the players. This is a really, really, really good baseball team.
Involved.
What moves did they make? What moves did those guys make that made a huge difference in them making this comeback?
Patience. They got rid of Abreu. Patience. You
can argue getting rid of Abreu, which was about 42 games late, was the damn spark that led to this.
I can't sit here and just say that they did nothing.
No, they didn't do anything.
I'm not saying that they're great, or do I think Espada's a manager?
They haven't. I'm just telling you, man. Here's the deal: Espada's not the guy. And this is a World Series caliber baseball team. I
didn't think this topic was going.
Well, no, I mean that even more than when the season started. I thought, man, this is a World Series caliber team, and that's with the inconsistent Hunter Brown. That was with not knowing who Spencer Arrighetti is, not knowing who Ronel Blanco is, not knowing who any of these others that are swinging the bat really well at the bottom of the lineup. We didn't know who Jake Myers was. So all of those guys have gotten significantly better. If we want to give them credit for anything, give them credit for playing Jake Myers. He hit a bomb this weekend that helped us. I mean, get Jake Myers, sticking with Jake Myers in center field. Other than that,
I think it's one hit.
Come on, man.
Series.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you. I mean, how'd that going with lefties all weekend against the Mariners? Mariners strong right-handers. How did it going with all lefties? How'd that work out?
I'm just saying, man. They had to have done something right. There's some change.
Sit your ass up there and be real quiet and let this team do work. And let the Mariners fall apart. That's what happened. I mean, I'm just telling you, that's what happened.
I know what you're telling. They have done something to add.
6-4 ball game, bottom of 9, 2 outs. You gonna throw free swinging what's his name up there? Come on, man. What's his name? The young fella. Come on, man. Loperfido. Yeah, that gives us a chance.
I'll tell you, Tyler, I did not know this. I didn't know this conversation was going to go to Joe Espada. Still is at the main.
I mean, there's just nothing worse, man, because I know what's coming. This has been a ridiculous. The way in which these guys have turned this thing around as quick as they've done it. it's been ridiculous. And all of a sudden, the Joe Espada fan base and the long season guys are going to come out of nowhere. Like this wasn't something we've never seen.
That was our baseball talk presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. All right, coming up, the secondary was hard to not look at today, was hard to miss. There's a few things to look at when it comes to this Texans secondary. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, all my whiskey drinkers out there, if you got a little whiskey in your blood, let me get
Get my kitchen counters like last time.
Ooh, smart. Got any food coloring?
And off to the store we go.
Stock up on Clorox disinfecting wipes that clean 3 times better than what paper towels and kitchen grease and soaps come. Use as directed.
It's Texans training camp. Live from the Twin Peaks studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
People are asking questions, Tyler. They're asking questions.
I see that
on YouTube and Twitch. See, those of you who try to find us, you can see us. You can watch us on YouTube and Twitch. And I'm seeing people. They're asking, where you get that shirt, Tyler?
It's a nice one, ain't
Where'd you get that shirt? Somebody shout out to Angie. Angie came right with the hell. Where the hell do I get that shirt?
Hell yeah, Angie. Angie listens with us every day. Be like Angie.
Yeah.
Well, get her a shirt, Tyler. Quit.
I am. I already got her a dress.
What's this? Yeah, because Tyler stepped out and he just comes in and surprised us. It's a nice little shirt. Was it?
It is. You know the best thing about this tee right here. Tyler's a tee guy.
Yes.
I put a lot of stock in Tyler.
Tyler is. He does.
When I get a tee from Tyler, not only better the graphic design be on point, but the material better be on point.
Yes.
Tyler done came through with this right here.
So to our radio audience who aren't able to see, describe the shirt as it is an election year. So you've kind of gone into the Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, baby. It's 2024. It's an election year. Thought, what better way to promote Houston's #1 afternoon drive program for sports talk than throw you guys' names up on a tee?
Little campaign shirt?
Little campaign shirt. Vote Stoerner and Hughley, 24.
The drive is live.
Yeah. A couple of issues I have with the shirt.
Uh-oh.
Very nice shirt. And I think there's something we could do. I think we can hook folks up. I think we could sell it, give the money to charity of some sort. I think there's some endless options that we could do with these T-shirts. I feel like somewhere there's got to be a ... T-mill. I think if the back
even if it were just the dots, that would be like a subtle.
No,
I would agree with T-mill.
That would be like I made it as a joke.
Even if it was ... The drive is live. That's people that really listen would know that those dots.
I said know what that
Tyler.
means because I think there's got to be. I mean, you're a third member of the. There's got to be some portion of that. On the shirt. The back would have been nice, something down the bottom, small, of course, but something down there. But T-mill in like 9 font, like that would have been
#1 producer, not in.
Oh yeah, you could have done it all like to the. I think so. I think you not being on there, and then like when I look at that slide over, let me see you. When I look at that. I just don't like one. Clint's name is a lot bigger than
this
mine.
is where he was going with it.
And second,
I couldn't change that. I tried to make y'all equal font sizes. They wouldn't let me change.
Like I'm in the JD Vance and whoever's going to be under Kamala Harris role. Like I just don't see myself as the vice president. I don't. Clear, because like right there, like
but like you said, I mean your name's on the shirt, mine's not.
Because you clearly had control of the size here. Slide over again, just a second.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, it's not like my last name's a lot longer than his. You just clearly just decided to make mine.
No, that was the format that they offered in the ad that got me.
I think it looks great. I think it's spot on. I think it looks great.
It looks great. I just a couple of things there
that you changed.
I don't know that changed. I would definitely change the portion that you're not on it. It just that part clearly sticks out. Just thought there could have been maybe a format where.
I hate you.
There might have been a format where, where maybe we were on the same line.
I mean, I think he ought to make some the way that he's talking. I think he ought to send him the link, Send him the link. Let him buy some for all of us. With ultimately what he wants is Hughley on that top line. And
I'm not saying it has to be on the top line.
Send him the link and let him spend a couple dollars.
My thought is let's just maybe just one line. Like maybe just a single line.
I just didn't have that option. And
That's
the
not
show is
the
called
campaign.
The
That's
show
not
is
how
called The
you're-
Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, I know what they call it. For me, it's more Stoerner Hughley. Like it's
just like one big name.
It's not an and because the and does separate.
Well, if we did that, it could be, hey, vote 2024 Stoerner Hughley and Milner.
Just hyphenate it.
That's honestly how I see it. I think it's a great shirt.
No, you don't.
I think if you hyphenate it, I think Hughley Stoerner.
We can
hyphenate it. You get top line and front.
It's just really.
Tyler, we're gonna throw him back to you, man. Put his name on the top line.
No, man. I think you've done. It's just clearly the
put
size.
his name on the top line, man. You've obviously hurt feelings here.
I think he did it on purpose. I think he was waiting for this moment. There's no way that Tyler knows me and saw that shirt and didn't think that was not anything I'd say.
But I tried to make
the moment Clint saw it, he knew it.
I thought I was doing a nice thing.
It is.
I think you did a great thing.
No way.
Hey, listen, we're not all perfect.
There's no way you think this is a great shirt when you've commented on like 7 or 8 edits you would make.
You're right. It's a good shirt. Damn it. It would be great if you added your portion of it somewhere. Like for me, at least a big face of you on the back of the shirt. That would have been like something that adds you on there.
Steve-O?
Yeah. Text line coming in. That's great. This shirt is great. Don't listen to Ron. Listen, to each his own.
I'll be better next time, man.
I know you will.
Damn it. I got to be better.
I know you will. I'm just saying, man, just look at
trying to be your favorite producer ever. I'm trying to overtake Serta, but I keep making mistakes.
I think it looks tremendous, Steve. All bull jobs aside.
Being realistic about life. You're not go for unattainable goals here. But no, I know you're at camp today, and the secondary stuck out to you. I know that when we talked a lot and we saw things, we were able to see a little bit more with the first team and the second team, and the secondary is one of the stories, Clint. Like there are some spots where maybe there isn't as much comfort with what you have there as in other spots.
Yeah, look, I think it's the camp competition that's there to talk about. I mean, D'Amico and Nick and all those guys, that they like to talk about competitions and creating competitions and yada, yada, yada. I think the most beautiful thing about becoming a team that has arrived and is a playoff caliber team and one of the top AFC teams is there's fewer holes on your team across the board. You're not going into camp going, well, who's going to start? No, you're going into camp with, this is my starter, and how do I scheme around him? How do I develop him? How hard can I push him? What verbiage do I need to use? What tone do I need to use to get the best out of this guy? And so the less it becomes about competition, the better your team actually is. And I think the Texans are there. Now, there are a couple of holes, right? I think the competition at the cornerback position opposite Derek Stingley is wide ass open. I think it's a 3-horse race. I think it's wide open.
Do you get the feel who you think they want to take it?
It
feels like they want Kamari Lassiter.
They want Kamari Lassiter to take that thing. He's been running with the ones in OTAs. He ran with the ones in the first 4 practices now in training camp. And we haven't been able to see the defense as much as I would like because they're practicing all their individual stuff and everything. They're on the far field, and so it's outside of team. It's hard to get a real good feel for what these guys like. Comparing an elite mover in Jeff Okudah, C.J. Henderson, Derek Stingley to a second-round corner in Kamari Lassiter. Like, what does that look like in? I'd like to see that up close. We can't. But yeah, I mean, look, there's been nothing. I don't think Kamari Lassiter is a starting corner come season time opposite Derek Stingley, and I've seen nothing to this point in training camp that puts me in a spot where I feel like I'm going to step off of that opinion. I still think that he's. It's very difficult to come in from college and start immediately in this league, even as a top 10 pick, much less a second round pick. I watch him move, and I do not see elite mover, and I'm not even talking about the 4.6 speed. I'm just talking about overall movement. I've yet to hear Nick or D'Amico talk about elite mover, which they choose to use that term with C.J. Henderson and Jeff Okudah and Derek Stingley, if we're being honest. So
he plays a lot with his hands.
Yeah, and he did that in college. They've all but they have told us that's exactly who he is, a physical player that has great instincts, and I just don't think he's ready yet to be thrown to the wolves.
But there is a place for him on the field, just potentially maybe where they're not where they're.
Well, I mean,
they're trying to put him.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's
right now at least.
D'Amico Ryans is a great schemer. D'Amico Ryans is a great play caller. D'Amico Ryans can cover up in the way that he did for Tavares Is that right? Tavierre Thomas. Tavierre Thomas last year for 8, 9, 10 games. He made that work, and it was not a problem. Until it was a problem. Like he can go out there with Kamari Lassiter, and I think he can keep him in zone, keep him a zone corner, keep a safety over the top of him, or keep him soft and just allow him to keep everything in front of him and play downhill and with that physicality. And I think everything will be fine. But with this schedule this year, the opponents are going to be one area that they're better than most when you're a really good football team is they know how to find a guy that is a duck. And ultimately, that's going to be exposed. And so what do you do then? Is C.J. Henderson, Jeff Okudah the answer? One of those your man corner and he's his own corner? Like, I don't know. I'm not convinced that Kamari's that guy.
Well, he's definitely going to
Not yet.
He's definitely going to get to work. Like today we saw him matched up with Diggs out there in a go route. We saw something. So he's definitely got the guys that he's going to need to go up against. All right, coming up, we'll get you back locked in training camp, and you'll actually hear from the head coach D'Amico Ryans on some of the most important things. One, how he felt practice went today, and you'll hear him on Joe Mixon as well as us recapping what happened in Seattle that allowed your Houston Astros to become a first-place team in the AL West for the first time all season. All of that as we continue to roll and go live right here with The Drive. But before we get to that, guys out there, hopefully you are having important conversations that I know Clint has, conversations.
exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, Big 3 at 3. A lot happening here in Houston sports. Let's kick it off here at training camp as the second week kicks off today. And before we get into some of the injury front stuff, let's just hear from D'Amico Ryans, the head coach, and hear his thoughts of how practice went today.
I think when you look at it, right, as you're watching it live, you see, right, the defense made a few plays, but we always go back and watch the tape and see, right, I always say you never know really what happened until you watch the tape and get a true understanding, but defense made some plays, offense made plays. There's been a lot of back and forth, and that's the makings of a good team. You want it to be back and forth. You don't want practice to be lopsided every single day, and it's been that way for us. Offense has had some days, defense have had some days, so I'm encouraged by both sides having their good.
All right, Clint, he said he needs to see the tape. What did you think of practice today?
Well, I thought Saturday was an offensive day. I thought today was a big time defensive day.
That's what it felt like. Yeah.
I thought today was a big time defensive day. Look, here's the deal: is if you look at every team period, I think they had 4 team periods today, and now that includes a team run period, which there may be one pass just to keep the defense honest, involved. Then they go into situational football, right? And it seemed like the period where the defense really took off to me was in they started in each drive started in a 2nd and 12 situation. So you're already behind the chains. Obviously, first down did not go well. You're behind the chains in a 2nd and 12 situation, and I mean more times than not that turned into 3rd and 12. I'm telling you, I don't know what this defense is going to do at the cornerback position opposite Derek Stingley. I don't know how this is going to play with the lack of depth at the linebacker position. I'm really concerned about that. I don't know how they're going to really stand up versus the run interior-wise on the defensive line. But one thing I am very, very confident in is when they're in 2nd and long and 3rd and long and they are obvious passing situations.
They're going to rush the pass.
Woo! These dudes are going to get after folks. And today was one of those days where CJ was frustrated. The offense was frustrated. At one point, CJ called up all the receivers on the sideline before going back out there for that last little set of team. It was clear it was a defensive day, because then on the backside of it, in the secondary, you had Kalen Bullock undercut a route and dropped an interception that probably would have been a pick 6. Jeff Okudah made a super athletic interception from Davis Mills. Both of the throws were Davis Mills. My bad. I'm sorry. There was a tip ball that could have been intercepted, I believe, on the first series, first or second play of the first series.
There were many times, Clint, that CJ, you know how sometimes it's like, oh, that would have been a sack, but they continue to.
Yes.
They weren't even able to continue through. Sometimes he was so surrounded, he just had to stop.
Yeah.
There was one time Danielle Hunter got back there so fast, and he just had to stop. He couldn't even like slide through and try to complete a pass.
Yeah. Now look, keep in mind, Laramie Tunsil's not out there. That's a deal. You get Danielle Hunter or Will Anderson over on Blake Fisher, a rookie. Then you're out there.
And they're not in pads, so I mean,
yeah. So I mean, look, it's.
I mean, they're in shoulder pads.
Right, but today was a day where the defense disrupted the hell out of what the offense was doing. Because it's not just an upfront thing. I mean, clearly they're taking away the quick throws. Another thing, I don't know who Jalen Petry's going to be on this football team, but the Petry pressure packages are for real. They are money. D'Amico Ryans, I don't know that he's going to be a every down player. I don't even know if he's going to be a starter. But Petry comes in the game. The Petry pressure packages are for real at this point in time. That part of this defense is very obvious.
If he can play the other role of nickel, the coverage portion of nickel, he can play it at a well enough pace to keep him on the field.
Yep.
Yeah, you ain't lying. I mean, those were plays that blew up past plays. plays too. And I just like him being around the ball. We've talked about it. That seems to be the place where you can get the absolute best out of him. And when you ain't lying, he is timing up them blitzes.
Yeah,
he is timing them suckers.
Well, one time, because the cool thing is they run the play and then they flash it up on the big screen down at the end of practice. And one play they just described what we'd call a quarter halves coverage. I mean, it just looked like a plain Jane college football, seen it a million times, quarter halves. And then Petrie comes off the edge to the quarter side and just I don't think CJ ever saw it. I mean, it's one of those where the alignment and everything, there was no reason for CJ to be looking there. And post snap, boom, all of a sudden Petrie comes and times it up perfect, and it would have been a T-bone. He'd have hit him right in the back of the head, and hopefully CJ would have been able to hold on to it and stay healthy. But it would have been a big time sack, a big time play. So.
It felt like a defensive day.
Defensive day today. I think that is very, very, very fair to say. Saturday, on the other hand, was an offensive day, and that was a day where I walked away, and there ain't no doubt about it. Stefon Diggs is the number one receiver on this team. I mean, they were feeding him, and he was splitting defenses. It was nasty. But today was definitely a defensive day, big time.
All right, looking at some of the injury things, Christian Harris still didn't practice. Laramie Tunsil was still working out on the other field. Dalton Schultz was out today. But the one you look at here, Joe Mixon, he didn't practice on Saturday when you were out there, and he didn't practice today either. D'Amico Ryans addressed the Joe Mixon situation.
Yeah, Joe will be fine. Joe may miss a little time, but he'll be fine. Joe's one of the toughest competitors we have, right? So I'm not worried about Joe. He'll be fine. No issues there.
All right, so it sounds like it's not anything major. As he said multiple times, he'll be fine. It sounds like maybe a precaution thing that they're not trying to push through. So that is the latest, and that's good news with Joe Mixon. That you would hope that it's something that the way that D'Amico's talking about it does seem like a serious thing.
Yeah, look, I mean, he's one of the guys that I don't have a problem with missing practice.
You probably want to keep him.
And look, he finished practice Friday. He spoke to the media afterwards. There were no trainers around him the whole time. He stood next to the tent the whole time I watched him, talking to what looked like a buddy of his from somewhere. There were no trainers around. Nobody was treating him. So I mean, the last time we saw him, there didn't appear to be anything wrong with him. This has got to be some level of soreness. Some level of just getting the right treatment, some level of load management for a running back that in practice just runs an absolute ton. So I'm not as concerned. Again, when you look at this team, there's just not near as many holes as we've seen over the last 2 to 3 years on this roster, and that running back position is one of them where you just got to make sure that Joe Mixon gets to week one.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just and there's a bunch of those on this team.
We probably want to save his legs a little bit anyway.
Yeah, it can't hurt.
But hopefully we do get a report soon, Clint, Tyler, Cheryl, of potentially what it is that's keeping him out. I feel like we have an understanding on everybody, but him and Dalton Schultz, not sure yet there. But that is the latest there. Some starters out. Doesn't seem to be serious at this point.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, Clint, the Astros did what they needed to do this weekend. Almost had a sweep there, potentially, but wasn't able to win yesterday. They lose 6-4, but they are in first place, a first-place tie with the Seattle Mariners, which is crazy when you think they were just 10 games back not that long ago. To make up 10 games the way they have is and as quick as they have is not a normal thing. But they got what they needed from their starters this weekend for the most part. Ronel Blanco, we've seen pitch better, but he still gave his team a chance to win. And don't look now. Not to say he hadn't been, but Yordan Alvarez seems to have been heating up for a little bit. It seemed like that series against the Blue Jays around 4th of July is when he really started to come along, and he goes for a cycle yesterday, which is crazy. But they did what they needed to do this weekend.
Yeah, took 2 or 3. They're in the division lead. If the season ended today, as you mentioned earlier, you got to feel really good about what the Astros are putting out there. I mean, that game yesterday, I think if the home run wouldn't have been hit late, then I think that came off Taylor Scott. I think, or was it Seth Martinez? One of those guys. But those were well pitched. The starters, like you said, Ronel Blanco wasn't as sharp as he has been, but it was still winning baseball. Framber Valdez gave you – what did Framber Valdez give up, 2? Did he end up giving 2? 2. And then Hunter Brown, I didn't see any of that game, but I saw the results. Hunter Brown was absolutely dealing. So it was all in all a good weekend. You win a series, you take the lead in the division, fresh off the All-Star break, still no Verlander, still no Tucker. You're playing your best ball without 2 of your hell, if you look early in the season, your best pitcher and your best hitter. So it's good to be where they're at, no doubt.
I think, Tyler, about 8 days away, 7 or 8 days away from the trade deadline. And listen, we know the Texans need some things. The Astros need some things, some pitching, starting pitching. But it is clear Seattle cannot just stay where they are, especially not to mention what has happened to them here of late. But then when you look at this series they just had against the Astros, it'll be really interesting to see the moves that they make coming up here in the next 7-8 days until the deadline's up. Because to me, if I'm Seattle, all right, but we may need to get a bat or 2. Yeah. And for them, you got to see what's up with Julio Rodriguez. How long is that? As he was starting to heat up a bit. But yeah, they clearly have to make some moves, and I think some pretty big moves.
Well, they're in a similar situation.
They are falling down.
Yeah, look, they're in a similar situation with the Astros, right? Right there, neck and neck in the division. They're going south. The Astros are going north, and you look, they need hitting. The Astros, need some guys to get healthy, but need some help pitching wise, and so. We'll see what moves those 2 teams make, because I think that whatever moves are made are going to impact this the run for the division down the stretch.
Yeah. So that's one to watch. Astros are in Oakland, are they still in Oakland, or is Oakland playing in Sacramento?
This is going to be the last time ever the Astros go to the Coliseum.
I knew that was coming, right? Yep. I knew that was coming. So this is the last time they go to that hellhole that only Clint has played in. They go to that. Doesn't matter what sport it is.
Stray cats everywhere.
I don't think there are cats everywhere.
I don't remember there being cats everywhere. Look, you walk out and you.
I went. They had the urine bowls. They had the urine bowls. The bowl, the long.
Oh, the long one. Oh yeah, that's classic.
That's classic.
I wish we had one here.
Do you really?
Yeah, man. They put those partitions up, man. Put that bowl out there. We can hover over it. That way you don't pee on the ground, and you can have good put your hand on the wall. You can have good conversation with the guy next to you.
Take a look at it.
Yeah, hell, I can see over the partitions. I ain't worried about that.
I'm good. I'm fine.
If I see you over here on tiptoes, I worry about you.
Oh yeah, all on the bowl now. I'm
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, big NFL news, and I'm sure C.J. Stroud will be taking a look at this. Jordan Love of the Green Bay Packers says he will not practice anymore without a deal. As we have started training camp, he will not practice without a deal. The Packers are optimistic, however, that they can get something done. They are nearing an agreement on a contract extension, but it won't. But until it's done, the starting quarterback, as we said, Jordan Love, is not going to participate in any kind of practice. Adam Schefter of ESPN Clint said he could see Jordan Love being the highest paid quarterback in NFL history by the end of the week.
Woo! That would be.
You ready for that one?
Look, I'm all about developing quarterbacks, but boy, I mean, you got rid of Aaron Rodgers, and you think you're going to have a couple of years of building without a quarterback. Jack. And now you've got 1 year. You've got 1 year.
2 minutes away from the NFC Championship game in that year. That's it.
You've got 1 year. No, great football. There ain't no doubt. It's impressive. Them damn highlights against them Cowboys. You just throw that highlight of that game up, and then you see all you need to see.
That's what screwed them.
Boy, man, have you seen enough to set the market? Whoo!
Right now, what like? This is an interesting one though.
I mean, it wasn't even the full year last year, honestly. It was more so like the back half of last season.
But it was the full season of getting to see him. It was his first year as a starter. You got to see him from kind of start to finish. Like, he came on to get this. But, like, right now, but if I'm him and I'm his agent, Well, how long I've been here? 4 years? What you gonna do? After that last year, you ain't gonna pay me? Like, what we gonna do? What you gonna do? You gonna pay me? The tough part about it is like you can understand a lot of positions holding out, and you're like you're good with. And I think even teammates are understanding because you've said it a lot. Like money is money. You got to get you got to get your bread. But the tough position to hold out when you have new players like they do a new running back and some new receivers, and you have big time aspirations as I would think the Packers do. I think the Packers are in a similar boat as the Texans. I think they're the Texans of the NFC. They went out and got the top corner off the market. They got a big time back in Josh Jacobs. They've added some pieces, and then they were even closer to the NFC Championship game than the Texans were to the AFC Championship game. They had the lead, late into the fourth quarter until the Niners made a run. It's tough to not have your quarterback at training camp right now when you have Super Bowl aspirations. That's different than the tight end. That's different than the DN.
You can navigate. You can navigate a month of football without a tackle or a wide receiver or a running back.
They could jump right in. Yeah.
Well, it's hard. It's hard to do it when it's your quarterback. There ain't no doubt about that. Especially the quarterback, the caliber of the two teams, the Texans obviously, and Jordan Love. I mean, those are the two guys that really jumped on the scene this year as being legit top-end quarterbacks. And so, all of a sudden, after 1 year, you tease us a little bit, and after 1 year, it's like, I'm not practicing anymore until I get that money. Gosh dang, 1 year, are you going to set the market?
It's the move, though.
It's easy to set that market if CJ's been doing it for 3 years. Hell yeah, I'm going to set the market. I've had you for cheap for 3 years. Yeah. You've had him for cheap for 1.
Yeah, it's the move. Now, my fault. My fault you drafted me and made me sit on the bench. All right, coming up.
I appreciate it, though. Keep that mileage down.
One thing that you have to be at camp to look at and to be there to see it, and I don't think a lot of people have talked about it, this needs to stop happening coming up here in a bit. And maybe one of the surprises, this is a surprise of the weekend that really caught me off guard in all of sports. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right.
It's
an ongoing problem for the Houston Astros during an era where there hasn't been many problems.
New episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
It's Texans training camp. Live from the Twin Peaks studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
From the text line, who in the hell cares about the Seattle Mariners? Ron, move on. As I was talking about wondering what they're going to do at the trade deadline in the next 7 days, I would imagine your ass should. Are you an Astros fan?
If you are, you damn well should.
You're tied atop the division with them.
Don't worry about that.
You know, I mean, listen, I get it. You don't give a damn what the A's are doing. I got you. They've got 39 wins, I believe, on the season. Hey, you got to, I get
it with the A's and the Angels, to be honest, but you should probably keep a little bit of an eye on the Seattle Mariners.
I would think, yeah.
I mean, if you're enough,
and we talked about it for 45 seconds.
Look,
damn it!
If you're enough of a fan to text into a sports show, I would think that you're enough of a fan to care about what the team you just passed does to improve, just to keep pace with in the second half.
Yeah, they just let go of Todd France. Yeah, they trade for Pete Alonso. Who gives
no biggie.
They've just been leading the West for 97% of the season, you know.
I thought you did. I thought you would. All right, you know what? If the Seattle Mariners, that guy right there screwed it up for all of you. Seattle Mariners make any moves, we're not going to announce it on this show.
Damn it.
Not going to say anything about it.
Texter?
Nothing. We'll let you be surprised.
Next time we play the Mariners,
or I guess Area 45 will have it for you.
Oh yeah, you have to wait till then.
I mean, what are you talking about? I mean, some of y'all just find stupid stuff to move on. There's a 45 seconds. What are they gonna wonder? Be one to watch it. You know what?
Settle down over, man. You all right?
Yeah.
Don't let them get you. Don't get your blood pressure
Sometimes
up,
I don't want to. Sometimes I don't want to settle down. Derek Stingley spoke to the media today. Talked about going up against this, what does CJ call him? Five-headed monster offense, baby. This was Derek Stingley, young corner, talking about going up against this offense.
It's fun. Every day you get better. Every day you probably see something you ain't never seen before. That's good because, once we get in the game, it's probably going to be something schemed up like that. So it's good that we see it in practice now.
Got to be right. One of the top, this is not too far, one of the top 3 most important players on the team.
Stingley?
Top 3, top 5?
I think 3 is not a stretch. You got CJ, and then give me 2 that are more important than him.
I mean, just because of the position he plays and what else is behind him and the importance, I think he's up there. This isn't nothing right now because Nico is a hell of a player in his own right. Well, Tyler, I'm gonna need not to see Nico Collins just running right by Derek Stingley much often on go routes.
You're a Tiger, but now you're a Texan, man.
This is the second time since Thursday of last or whatever Wednesday or Thursday of last week that Nico Collins has lined up. I know, Clint, you said that first time. Let me check and see if it was a double move. I don't think it was. We looked at that replay. I think he has just off snap go route just ran right past him. I mean, and created at least 3 yards of separation on both of them. The first one, C.J. Stroud had a poor throw and threw it out of bounds. Today, I think it was more of Nico. He couldn't get it. He couldn't get his head around, get his hands. I saw him walk over to C.J. explain. Like it became like an over-the-shoulder catch, and he couldn't get it. Mm-hmm. But he was completely – it was so much so, Clint, I just assumed it was 1-4 instead of 2-4 because I couldn't see that I just saw a 4. I just assumed that was – I came down to you, I said, was that Lassiter? He ran – like he was like, no, that was Stingley again.
2-4
I'd just like to maybe see a cap on that.
Yeah, look, I'm going to – I'm surprised that we've seen Nico, because he's not just running by; he's running by and away from. For the record, on both of the obvious times that it's happened in 4 days, Nico is flat running by. So look, I think this is a double-edged sword, if you will. I think if you look at it from the offensive perspective, look, if Nico Collins, I think he's going to be used in a less versatile way this year. If Nico Collins is that true boundary receiver, which I think is where he fits, especially with the add of Stefon Diggs, he is going to be required. He's going to need to win versus man-to-man coverage over the top more than what he did last year. I'm not talking about running the deep post route and the safety comes down, he throws it. I'm talking about man-to-man. There's a safety in the middle. The quarterback looks him hard right, turns, and you're running a go route down the sideline, down the left sideline, and you've ran away from your guy, and CJ can drop a dime. He is going to have to do that. I'm talking about if the DB's running with you, catch a 50-50 ball, the back shoulder, they're going to have to be better in that department. And if you're looking at this from an offensive standpoint, we've seen Nico Collins. Been a pretty quiet camp for Nico Collins, but we've seen him run by the best corner on this team and what a lot of people believe is one of the better corners in this league. I'm talking about flat-ass run by him and away from him, creating separation as every step of the way.
Like, it would be something, Clint, if that were Lassiter, like we'd be like, hey man, that's a problem.
Twice over the top.
Like would be that's a problem. Like it's just been twice. Not saying it's over and over again. Obviously Stingley during practice has made some plays and looked good as well there, but it has just caught you off guard. Like, damn, man, he is, like you said, he's gotten past him and is moving away from him.
Yeah.
Like that, like I like to maybe not see that.
Yeah, if you're looking at it from a defensive perspective, you got to think, hey, man, you got to get hands better on him. You got to be able to recover and run with him kind of deal. You can't get beat over the top because, luckily, CJ threw the first one out of the end zone in foul territory, if you will. He threw it out of bounds and missed it. And then today it was a ball that should have been caught, if we're being honest. Nico's got to, again, like if it's not a perfectly thrown ball, Nico's still got to go make that catch. And 9 times out of 10, I think I think Nico does make that particular catch. But today, it got him a little bit early, and it was over his outside shoulder, and he wasn't able to adjust. But they're both. That doesn't take away from the fact that we're sitting here watching practice, and Nico, as quiet as he's been, the 2 times that he's really made a lot of noise is by running by and away from the best corner on the field. So offensively, beautiful thing. Defensively, not so much.
But you're right. Yeah, that is going to be something that he needs. He needs to do this year. Nico, he's going to need to do that. And he's probably going to get a lot of looks like that with the other guys, on the other side with Diggs and Tank out there.
Well, you think with him, Ron, it's like, to me, the 50-50 ball thing, the back shoulder thing, the thing like we saw Devontae Adams do with Aaron Rodgers. Now, look, I'm talking about 2 future Hall of Famers, obviously, and 2 of the best in the game. But we've seen these quarterbacks and receivers have that level of chemistry plenty of times. We watched Jalen Hurts and Brown do it. I mean, there's DK Metcalf. Like that to me is going to be a big factor in the red zone. When the field gets small, when your smaller receivers they don't get an open field as easily as the big body. Like the big bodied guy just has an advantage down there. And we're going to need – Nico's not going to get – I don't think he's going to get the same number of opportunities that he got last year, and I think he's got to start making hay in those moments. And so – what we've seen so far from Nico has been awfully impressive, although it's just been a small sample size.
One of the most talked about things in the offseason, it appears to me that the Texans have been right, and they've made the right decision. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Our Vision Homes, y'all. If you're looking to build your dream home, if you're looking to build a custom home, if you're looking to build on your
purchase. Really? Yep, and you earn unlimited double miles on every purchase every single day. The Capital One Venture Card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Twin Peaks studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Want to send a shout out to the great people in Sugarland. Yesterday, as I was having brunch with my family, oddly enough, Stefon Diggs was having lunch with his family. They were in the booth in front of us.
I'll be damned. He come on the show?
No.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say you'll get him on the show.
No, they were in the booth ahead of us.
Celeb spot
right in front of us, backed up to us, and I could clearly see there were people that were looking back towards us, and I do appreciate the people. I won't name the establishment because they're not paying me, but I do appreciate the people there in Sugarland. They were struggling too yesterday, by the way, but I appreciate the people in Sugarland who allowed us to Stefon and myself to eat.
Yeah, out with y'all's family. They allowed y'all to just
sometimes they
didn't bother you while you were trying to have a meal.
Yeah, I mean it happens. Or like several photos and stuff. I mean you've had it while you're eating. Come and get you
the showman.
Yeah, so I appreciate that happened.
I would have. I'm gonna be honest.
That happened to me here most recently. Right? I get in, grab a picture. Pisses Courtney Smooth off. Actually, it does.
I don't think Diggs appreciates you drawing all that attention to his section.
I mean, I just clearly I could see multiple people kind of looking in our direction,
right,
checking it out, and I was just like, I'm glad. I'm glad they.
Did you take any pictures?
I didn't. No, I didn't take any. I mean, I think that's what I'm saying. Like, I think people kind of recognize. Like, I saw one gentleman. I saw one gentleman kind of look back and stare at Diggs about 3 or 4 times, and he just said hello. Let us eat our pancakes. So,
well, that was nice.
It was
not to bother.
So I appreciate the people in Sugarland. You were there. You know what spot you were at.
That's big time.
And allowing us to eat your meal. Like, for me, I'm fine before everything, but when the food arrives, that's what's kind of tough when you have to.
We're normal people too, right?
Take pictures and stuff.
Did you ask?
So
Diggs, did you let Trey get a picture with Diggs or anything?
No, Trey's the one who alerted me. Trey had to go to the bathroom. He's 10, so he's just now starting to go to the restroom alone. He went to the bathroom. He came back and he sat down and he's, I'm certain. I'm just almost 100% sure that's Stefon Diggs back there. I said, boy, stop.
Somewhere, someone else's son was saying, "I'm certain that's Ron the Show Hughley."
I think. Diggs,
well, I know. Yeah, I know. I think
you heard Diggs. You heard Diggs' boy telling him that, didn't you?
Huh?
One of Diggs' kids, you said, was telling you that was Ron Hughley sitting behind you.
I can't confirm that. That may have.
Oh, I thought you said
that.
You thought you heard it.
And I saw him have to get up and take his boys to the restroom. They don't think they're old enough to go alone. And I said, well, those are some serious ass pants. Then I came on up. I said, damn, Trey, you're right. That is Stefon Diggs.
Just a couple of celebs having some brunch.
Your average everyday doesn't wear silk breeches to the.
It was something.
What was it? Half an egg?
I'm not. I won't give the place.
Oh,
my
bad. They're not paying. My bad.
Yeah, I'm not giving them that. No,
that's right.
And they had some struggles yesterday, by the way.
They had some what?
Some struggles. Yeah.
Oh,
they could have been a little quicker at that time.
So they should have. You think you get guys?
So much so, Courtney reached over to Diggs and said, "Hey, have y'all gotten y'all food yet?" He said, "We just got it."
Well, you would think with guys like you and Diggs in the place, you think they'd give you the best service.
Yeah, I mean,
I would imagine y'all were top priority.
And we got great service. I think they were just kind of backed up in the kitchen,
backed up, a little overwhelmed.
But yeah, it was.
If that's the case, there's nothing you can do for your VIP clients. If that's the case, you can only cook so fast.
And the servers were great too, right? They just didn't kind of make it a big deal. Like, clearly I could see, like, with me, he didn't even alert as if he knew who I was. He just kind of went on and treated me like
right.
That's big time,
like
man.
a regular person. So I appreciate.
They must be trained, right?
Yeah. They're doing a great job, so I appreciate this.
Don't draw attention to the celebrities that come in the building.
Yeah, and I feel very comfortable going back there.
Yeah, I mean, especially you've avoided the paparazzi getting to your seat for brunch at wherever you're at. You don't want to have so much success up to that point, and then just be bombarded with pictures and people trying to talk to you while you're eating.
Text line coming in. Stop saying looking at us, looking our way. It was all about Diggs, nothing about you. Real talk.
Well, hold on now, friend. I mean,
listen, have you been out with me?
I mean, this is the number one afternoon drive.
I didn't know text messages went through that quick.
Have you been out with me?
The top-ranked show in the city.
All right. Now, you don't know. Shoot.
Yeah.
It's
Goodness
funny.
alive. And this dude think I'm dead serious. This dude think I'm dead serious. Like, no, man. Listen, speaking of Diggs, though, I will say, I don't know how this is going to turn out, and I am not going to sit here and say that I am in any way Clinton Tyler, like to a place where I'm like, you know what? I don't think the things that happened with the sideline stuff in game in Minnesota and in Buffalo will happen here. I'm not to that point either, but I do think, fellas, the Texans made the right decision with Stefon Diggs. Like, even if the potential worst happens, where he is going off on C.J. Stroud like he did with Kirk Cousins and Josh Allen.
You better not.
I still think the good that he brings, and that's just watching him at camp and watching him work and how he goes, the good that he brings, I think is worth taking the chance, Clint. He is ate the hell up with this thing, dude. I mean, he is it's almost to a point where it looks annoying, Tyler. Like, all right, man, stop. All right, stop, man. Hell, man, can we just get some water without you going over stuff? Showing like he is ate up with ball, and you can see him kind of bringing that down to everybody else, corners, receivers. He is always talking, working with coaches about releases. I saw that during breaks, releases. Everybody's trying to walk over to get water or to go in. He's over there, dropped his helmet with the coach, working on releases. Like, that part of it is going to trickle down to these guys, and it's been a big impact. You can tell already.
Look, I think at every level of football, every level of team sports, we talk about leaders and we talk about mentors, and we just crown guys because they're older players that have been good, and maybe they got a great personality, maybe they're friendly, maybe they're good dudes, but we throw that term around way too loosely. We've heard it several times here over the last 2 or 3 years. We're bringing this guy in, and we all know, hey, it's just because Robert Woods was one of those guys. And look, I like Robert. I'm just saying in general, you hear it about random guys all the time. Mark Ingram was one of those guys. And so often you hear all this yada, yada, yada about that player, and you go to practice, and you're like, man, I ain't seen him talk to nobody but his position group. I mean, I don't see anything. With Stefon Diggs, this may be the first player that I've seen covering this team that there's a true, legitimate opportunity to be the veteran player that passes down to Tank and passes down to Mechie and passes down to even C.J. Stroud. This may be the first player that's in that position where I truly believe that he, like, is truly that person that we hear coaches talk about all the time. Like, I watch him, and to your point, like, it's almost like he's being paid to mentor Mechie and Tank. Tank to a point where it looks like Tank can't get enough of it.
No, yeah,
like, Tank won't leave him alone.
Like Tank said it the other day, he said, sometimes he gets to me before I even get the chance to ask the question. And he does. I mean, he is always doing it. Mechie, I've seen him do it with him too.
And you watch in breaks and stuff, wherever Diggs is, if he does take a knee, which he doesn't very often, but during a break, if he takes a knee, within a matter of minutes, there'll be 5, 6, 7, 8 guys over there surrounding him. And the team gravitates to him, particularly the young guys, but the team overall gravitates to him in a way that I just haven't seen with all these other Brandon Cooks and all these other guys that they try to sell as these veteran, show us the way leader type guys. Stefon Diggs is, if I have seen another one, which I can't think off the top of my head, if I have seen another one, they pale in comparison to what Stefon Diggs is doing. I'm telling you, I mean, it is impressive the way that again, the way he's willing to spend the energy and the way that the team, the young guys gravitate to him. It's fun. It's fun. It's obvious.
If he can play anywhere close to the level that he has played the last 4 years, like I said, even if the worst happens, the part that you concerned about, like the risk is worth it because of everything that he brings. Someone text in, Diggs catches a bad rap for very little reason. He feels like a leader on this team right away. That second part, he is a leader right away. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say it's not a bad rap, like it's unfair or anything for little reason. No, it's reason. Like he can sometimes, whether, and I believe it comes from his intensity and his want to win and be great, but it can still be an issue. Clearly an issue in Buffalo. Like I don't care what they say. A part of why they decided to move on from him was some of the drama that they were wanting to get away from. But
look, Ron, I think right now is the time for him to do all of those things. Like when you get into the season and it's about his play and it's about winning ball games, and obviously you don't have a whole hell of a lot of time to spend doing those things. And then you look at the way when a situation sours, whether it's between a quarterback and a receiver or an organization and a receiver, the last things on their mind is going and holding the hands and mentoring these young guys. Like that has the ability to consume you. It changes the dynamic. I just know right now with the Texans, I'm not going to sit here. I love what Stefon Diggs has represented so far as a Houston Texans. I think he's hands down the number one receiver, and I think the value that he brings to the table in terms of mentoring and developing these young guys is absolutely worth it, Ron, to your point. But I'm not saying that to say that, well, in Buffalo he was doing the same things. I don't doubt that the dynamic in Buffalo had gotten ugly, at least ugly to the point where he wasn't worried about mentoring young players. That's not hard to believe that a guy gets to that point. But, boy, I tell you, I've been impressed in a way that, again, I don't know that I've been impressed with a player, even though coaches and organizations will try to sell that player as a mentor or leader. I don't know that I've seen one to the degree of him.
I know you got stuff coming up at the 4, and I want to hear it, but there is some Astros news that you might have to deliver coming up at the 4. They have added a familiar player to the roster, so that'll be something I'm sure we'll discuss.
Perfect. Little Astros breaking news coming up next in Dirty's Daily. How about that? Also, there's a rookie that I told you guys to look out for, and I think Ron and I are on the same page here. This is the player to look out for. Had a hell of a day today. We'll discuss him. Tell you who that is, and we will discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Verlo Mattress, baby. Sleep better, live better. I don't care who you are. It is an absolute fact, and I firmly believe in it. If you need a new mattress,
And he knows Granger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
All right, we told you a little breaking news. Tyler didn't see that. He didn't think this was this guy's necessarily sounder worthy, so I'll just have to. He didn't want to get involved.
I didn't know, Tyler. I really didn't know. I wonder what the people think.
Well, we know how he feels now. 713-572-4610.
But I like where your head is. This ain't the Hall of Good, damn it. This is listen,
it's a Hall of Fame. Okay,
Tyler's not letting Coven Love in the Hall of Fame.
I'm excited about this piece of news. But
I am as well. The Astros have selected infielder Litmus Diaz to the Major League roster and have optioned infielder Gray Kessinger. Oh, Gray, boy, he's Yo-Yo. We need to nickname his ass Yo-Yo Kessinger. He's gone back to AAA Sugar Land in a corresponding move. The Astros designated infielder David Hensley for assignment. David Hensley. Yeah, that's right.
What up, Ledmus?
Ledmus Diaz is back, man. I'm a fan.
What's he been doing though?
That's why I didn't think it was sounder.
Let's be honest. Let's be honest.
Because we're all fans of Hughley.
Has he not been in Oakland? I know he's been in Oakland.
I know he was in Oakland. Has he continued to be in Oakland?
Well, I'm just saying, don't hold anything that he did in Oakland against him.
I guess we can.
Good gosh. Could you imagine being with a World Series organization, doing things the way the Astros do, and then you go out there and you got a day-to-day play baseball with the Oakland A's? Are you kidding me? I know that's where he was earlier in the year.
I know he was. Let's see here.
Nonetheless, I like Litmus Diaz coming back. Look, another guy that can play corner outfield spots, can play all the infield positions. A guy like a Dubon, if you will, another Dubon. So does that free up Dubon to be able to do some things other than first base if you need a right-handed batter when John Singleton can't play first base?
He definitely used to be one. He played in 12 games this year.
So it was a while ago when he was with the A's, huh?
12 games.
He been on the streets?
29 at-bats.
He been on the streets this whole damn time?
Yes.
Damn, Diaz. I like the move, even if he's coming off the streets. Or hell, look. Let's be honest. It may be a step up that he's coming off the streets and not coming off Oakland.
Yeah, his last game was June 30th.
I know this year I saw him in an Oakland uniform, in an A's uni.
I definitely knew he was there last year.
I like the move. Y'all good? Tyler, you like that move?
Yeah. No, I'm good with it. God, you know the 2024 Astros need bodies, so right. I'm good with it 100%.
All right, good deal. Well, Litmus Diaz.
I like him. I think he's got a better shot than Gray.
He's got a better shot. Yes, absolutely. He's got a better shot of impacting the game and getting a shot than I think Gray Kessinger. I want to let all the listeners know out there real quick. I got this little. This thing going on. It's a text line, a free text line that I've been working with since training camp started out.
Explain that to me. I've been trying to figure out. Yeah.
Well, if you would have joined, you'd already know. Basically, there's no catches, there's no gimmicks. It's all free. It's just after camp. I'll shoot out some observations. Just another way for all the Texans fans out there to keep up with their squad. If you don't have the ability to thumb Twitter all day or thumb Instagram all day or TikTok or whatever, these texts go directly to you just like a text message. You can respond. We can go back and forth. But it's subtexting, just texting directly to you on your hip, get the updates from training camp. They're pretty regular now with how often the Texans are practicing. But I just make it real quick. Get about 2, 3, 4 text messages. Boom. Here's what went on at camp today. Make of it what you will. If you're interested in again joining, subscribing, it's a 2-3 step process. It's very, very simple. Again, there's no catches, there's no gimmicks. The link is in my bio on Instagram, and the link is in a tweet at the top of my Twitter feed. It's pinned on the top of my Twitter feed. The link is there. All you do is click that link, boom, put your number in there. We're connected. Anything I send out, you get. And just another way to keep up with your squad, man. How's C.J. Stroud throwing it around today? What's Diggs look like in a Texans uniform? The cornerback battle, I think it's the biggest comp battle out there. What's that looking at? What's D'Amico saying after practice? What's Bobby Slowick, C.J. Stroud, what are they saying after practice in these press conference forums? And once training camp's over, Ron, we'll jump into the regular season, and obviously we'll have some pregame thoughts and then some instant reaction to the game. Just another way to reach out to the fans, another way for the fans to keep up with what's going on a day-to-day basis without having to catch the news or thumb social media. Another thing, so again, that the link is in my bio on IG and on Instagram, and if you go to my Twitter account, if you follow me on Twitter, it's all at Clint Stoerner, Twitter and Instagram, at Clint Stoerner. Go to the top of that either page, and boom, the link is right there. It's very, very, very self-explanatory. On camp, every day when I leave camp, boys, every day when I leave camp, I come north on Kirby, right, out of NRG. And one of the big intersections right there, I can't think of what it is, but it's one of the first ones you come to once you get out of like the NRG area. You start heading north, and there is a light that is still not working for somehow, some way. Still not working.
You ain't got that one in, huh? So you're talking four-way stop time.
Can we please talk about four-way stops? I want all of our listeners tonight, when your ass gets home, I want you to, anybody driving in your house, I want you to have the conversation about how four-way stops work. When a red light's not working, that intersection turns into a four-way stop. I don't care if it's got 3, 4, 5 lanes going each direction. It is a four-way stop. And that doesn't mean that when traffic's going, you can turn just because you're not blocking that, you're not impeding that traffic. It don't matter. Correct me if I'm wrong, boys. But if we pull up, it don't matter if we're turning left, turning right, or going straight. If we pull up, it's counterclockwise, right? Everybody in that lane, in your lanes, whether you're turning left, right, or straight, they all go. And then the next, whoever's to my right, that lane, they all turn, go straight, whichever direction they want to go. And then the one across from me goes, and it just goes in order like that. You don't get to just free. And this isn't about people, like, rushing it. It's not this. I'm not frustrated with people rushing, because I heard Figgy the other day was really pissed off and talking about how dangerous it was when people rush. I'm not pissed off people. Like, I just need people to learn how to do this.
Some people have no idea.
Ron, no clue.
I've lost, like, during the entire hurricane situation.
Yes.
There's just I would yell just repeatedly, "It's not your turn."
I mean, we got to start having
We
got to start having some discussions about four-way stops.
It is. Awful.
I mean, I almost had a wreck, and then I really got mad at this lady, and I caught myself like, look, man, everybody relax. There's people out here that still don't have power. I should probably get over this. Four-way stops at dinner tonight. Talk about it. Figure it out. Make the world a better place. Make it a safer trip for me back and forth from NRG and Kirby. I mean, in the studio.
I said the other day, police should just pull people over into big parking lots, and let's work on it. Like right now, I'm gonna steer you off right now. Everybody
let's go talk about this.
Let's go. Like here, let's get 4 cars deep in here and let's do it.
You don't want to wait till dinner time to talk about it. You want the police just to sit.
Like, the bright lights, people not knowing how to drive with their brights on, and then the four-way stop. I've literally watched people. I can look at it. I can see in their eyes.
Yeah,
they have no idea.
No clue.
They're just going.
Like, you cannot leave in your lane, and I'm talking about all the lanes going your direction, whatever lane you're in. You cannot, I don't care which direction you're going, you cannot leave until it's your entire lane's turn. You got to wait till it's your turn.
And a four-way stop, just because the 2 people in front of you went does not mean it is your turn to go also.
Correct.
Does not mean, like, the light ain't green. It ain't a green light. You don't just keep going.
Oh, man. All right, now that I told you about the text line that we got going on and we got that covered, the four-way stop covered. Ron, there's we talk a lot about Texans rookies, man, and I have a Texans rookie that I remember the first time I saw him in OTAs, I said, that's the guy to watch. We spent a lot of time talking about Kamari Lassiter because he's been running with the ones because he was the earliest pick this year, the second-round pick, and that's fine. I think that's going to work itself out. But another thing that's going to work itself out is Kalen Bullock, third-round pick out of USC. Look, he's long, he's rangy, he's easy to spot. He jumps off the field when he's out there playing. And Ron, he undercut, which by the way, covering Nico Collins, he undercut Nico Collins on a route over the middle of the field. I don't know if it was a dig or some kind of post that he was burying. I'm not real sure exactly what the route was because it took me by surprise. But Kalen Bullock undercuts it. He drops the pick, but it would have been a for sure. I mean, it looked like he was running the route. I don't know how he dropped it, but maybe why he's a DB. But he dropped it, and it would have been a damn pick six. But this kid's having one hell of a camp, Ron. And as I said when I first saw the dude, man, I thought this is the rookie to watch. This is the rookie that can make a lot of noise. He's living up to that so far. 4 practices in, make of it what you will. But he's the rookie to watch right now on either side of the football.
Listen, we've heard a lot of people, and I know John Lopez has been big on this. We've heard a lot of people talk about the thought of maybe the Texans should go after Justin Simmons. We've seen a couple of safeties go here of late. I know last week, was it Eddie Jackson?
Yep.
He left the Bears and he's now with Baltimore. Talking about, hey, let's go and get Justin Simmons. They need to. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think the Texans are really entertaining anything like that unless they get a significant injury, because I think they really like this kid, and you can see why. He may not be ready to go right now, Clint. Hell, he may not be ready to go even when the season starts. But at some point, I think his talent, his skill level, and the uniqueness he brings to the position and what he can do with his length and his makeup speed to play that center field corner and allow guys like Jalen Petrie to play closer to the line of scrimmage where they're better. I think they have kind of high expectations for that kid like this year. And like I said, it may not be right away, but at some point you could see, like, this is a guy, Clint, that week 3 he's going to play more. Week 5 he's going to play more. Week 8 he's going to play more. And then you look up week 10, week 12, he's playing the majority of the snaps in the defense.
Yeah, look, I think the other one out back there, Eric Murray has played well. Eric Murray's had a really, really good camp. Again, I don't know. Jimmy Ward and Eric Murray right now are the 2 starting safeties with Jalen Petrie buried down in the box and playing some nickel defender type of defense. But so I don't know exactly where Kalen Bullock is. Definitely the center fielder typically when he does get in the ball game. But everywhere he goes, he flashes. He's making plays, and he's a good one. On another note, Kamari Lassiter today at practice. Would have got ran by with Stefon Diggs on a go route, but put 2 hands in his chest and pass interfered. So that was really the only action that I saw from Kamari Lassiter today. I think it is worth noting that the C.J. Henderson, Jeff Okudah, those are your 2 second right now that are running with the second team defense, one on each side. The Jeff Okudah made a play today, and this is where I'm at with Kamari Lassiter, Ron, is Jeff Okudah makes a play where he's a backside corner. And the receiver runs a deep over route, literally all the way to the other sideline. Jeff Okudah chases him, recognizes the route, undercuts it, tips the ball, ends up intercepting it as he goes out of bounds kind of deal. And he almost didn't go out of bounds. He almost got a return out of it. But it was a super athletic play and catch ultimately. And when you've got a guy that's capable of doing that, and I think C.J. Henderson has some similar capabilities. When you see those things at practice, it's hard for me to not wonder if Kamari Lassiter, the young corner that was drafted in the second, it's hard for me to not look at him and go, does he have that in his bag? Is he athletic enough? Is he fast enough? Does he jump well enough to make? Because that ball hung in the air, a Davis Mills throw. The ball hung in the air. And Jeff Okudah went and got it. Does he have that ability to go make plays like that clearly across the field? That's where I'm at with Lassiter. It doesn't seem like he does. Maybe he does, but it doesn't seem like he does.
Yeah, I don't think he's as athletic as those guys are. But I bet you the thought is, and I can completely see this, that he's gonna make 75% of the regular plays in a way that it seems like Jeff Okudah, maybe Henderson won't. He seems like he'll be a more consistent player than those guys. But
yeah,
athletic,
D'Amico spoke of that today.
Yeah, athletic plays and speed. I don't know if he's just going to be one that goes up and just goes and makes a play and goes up with his size or speed and just makes a play. So, no, I'm with you on that one. All right, coming up here, we'll catch you up again on the news as Litmus Diaz returns to the Houston Astros. We'll let you know the moves off of that, and we'll give you the latest on what we're hearing from Kyle Tucker and about Kyle Tucker and Justin Verlander as well. All of that coming up next as we continue right here live on The Drive. But before we get there, ladies, I need you to be listening to
sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's Texans training camp. Live from the Twin Peaks studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
If you missed it, the Astros have made a move. Now, there's no trade piece or anything with this. But they bring back a familiar face, Litmus Diaz. He returns to the Astros. Has not played since June 30th.
Yeah, I meant to tell you, I don't have an exact date, but I remember the Astros, they signed Litmus Diaz to a minor league deal some point last week. So this has kind of been in motion, and now he's with the club.
So now he's with the big league club. They bring him up, bring him back to the big league club. Greg Kessinger goes back to Sugar Land, and we may need some boys to men here for David Hensley. It's
we belong together, and you
Love Hensley, man.
They optioned Greg Kessinger to Sugar Land, but that's not the only move. Dave Hensley was DFA'd to make room for Diaz on the fourth. Dave Hensley, a guy who had one of the most important at-bats for this team against the Seattle Mariners in the playoffs, ahead of Yordan Alvarez going deep in Game 1. A guy who we had started to feel a little confident if he had to come up and pinch hit. A guy off the bench. A guy, to be honest, that was replacing or that was playing at the same rate the last time we saw Litmus Diaz.
Yeah, man.
He came in. I think he made the roster right out. Had to because he was touching Megan. He made the roster immediately.
Damn
ready
it,
to go.
Hensley. Damn it.
Thought there was a space for him or at least an opportunity because Altuve got injured. They needed second base.
Life comes at you fast, man.
And then the National.
He ain't been the same since
first pitch of the season.
He dropped that glove down on that glute.
First pitch of the season, he dropped that glove. Somebody had a photo of it.
He slid that old glove down on that glute.
Somebody had a photo of it, and David Hensley, ever since he touched Megan, he was
shook.
Damn, man. Maybe he'll get the Blair treatment. Maybe he'll Henley this thing and get back.
They'll figure out a way to get him back in there.
I don't know.
It's like we barely knew you, Hen.
Dang, man.
No, we knew him.
I thought he was at least going to be a guy to think about it. What we saw from him in the playoffs, they were allowing Kessinger to stay up here.
I'm sorry, I don't remember anything but the low glove.
So you just wiped everything out. Oh, you remember he had some solid playoff at bats.
If I remember, yeah. There's a reason why you keep emphasizing at bats. I mean, it wasn't.
I'm just saying,
it was just action, right?
But he was a young guy that they trusted to get at bats.
Tall drink of water.
Tall drink. I distinctly remember what he did in front of Yordan to give him a chance.
That Heine is hard to not remember, though.
Ooh.
Whew.
Damn, man.
It's a tremendous Heine.
Shout out to Dave, man.
That is not a Heine. For the record.
Whew.
For the record, that is not a Heine.
That's a butt.
That's an ass, son.
Okay, that's an ass.
I'm not even typically an ass guy, but man.
You have a Heine, sir.
That's fair. Tiny Heine Tyler in the building.
Pour one out for you. Don't look, Jose. Pour one out for you.
Don't look.
Sorry, Dave, man. Hope those hotels, little cash you made was good enough for you.
Best of luck.
But Diaz here. I wonder how often he plays. I wonder what he's like now swinging the bat after he did those 12 games he played with the A's. But he's back here. They're familiar with him. You know, the clubhouse thing won't be an issue. Obviously, they know him well, so there it is. Shout out to old Diaz. Good for him.
Well, you want to talk about now, unless he's just falling off of Ron Hughley's cliff that the guys tend to fall off of a lot of the time.
I don't know why it's my cliff.
Well, I mean, you like to refer to it. I'm just not. I was just you know what I mean. Litmus Diaz give you a good quality at bat now.
He used to.
That's what I'm saying. You think he's still there?
I hope so. I'm not going to sit here and tell you. I'm not going to sit here and tell you. I mean, I know he's like what Tyler seems to get a minor league contract. Like, I think several years ago, Litmus Diaz would be somebody people would love to have.
Yeah, I mean, I thought. Here's the deal. I just when you're with an organization like Oakland, I don't imagine they're looking for a quality bat off the bench. Just a quality at bat off the bench from time to time. They got a lot bigger worries than that. The Astros can actually focus on that.
Yeah, we'll see. I wonder how quickly he was a guy. You talked about it with Dubon, kind of like that. Could play. He couldn't play center, but he could play
both corners. All infield.
He played some first. Yeah, so we'll see there. He adds a lot to it. And to a note that that Adam Spillane, who was on In the Loop earlier, said, it's clear that this group with Captain Joe Espada and the rest of the crew, they like to use their bench. They like to use players, as we see, as we'll talk about it. Like, the lineup's not out. We don't know who's playing in the outfield tonight. You just never know. Or first base, for the most part, you never know. So they like to use their bench, and this gives them another option for them.
Yeah, which I hate, for the record.
I know. Say what Joe and Dana and the crew like to do.
Yeah, no, I agree. I hear you, and it's, I mean, hell, it's what they've done, right? Of late, I'm just not a big fan of it. I like to play the kid, let him get in a groove, whoever that may be. I don't have to agree with it. Just pick one and let him play, and let him get in a groove. This left versus right and right versus left and all this crap. I mean, I just
several platoons.
Yeah, I mean, I just
Jazz might play, Cabbage may play. Luperfido might play.
Yeah, and they've all had their moments. I can't help but then, like, I mean, Cabbage swings it really, really, really well. And I can't help but think, man, I wonder what that dude could do if he got some solid time up there where he could. Yeah, I mean, I wonder if Joey would strike out less if he got more at bats and could settle in. You know, I don't like that. I don't like that platoon thing. I know all the baseball heads out there. I know the righty, lefty, yada yada yada. I get it, but I've never been a fan of it. It's hard. They threw Chaz McCormick, which I know Chaz is a bad example because he's having an off year. But I mean, they threw Chaz's numbers out. He's hitting 204 against righties and 206 against lefties.
Better against lefties.
I guess if you're playing the numbers. You'll come at me about white boy Chaz.
What the number says.
Those are the good days, man.
That's not his name anymore. By the way, update Kyle Tucker. Matt Kawahara of the Houston Chronicle.
Well done.
I had to listen to it. Kyle Tucker is taking ground balls. Did this over the weekend in the outfield at T-Mobile Park. Not testing a lot of lateral movement, but more than we've seen on the field. Espada also added over the weekend, we need to get him running more. Get him to put some weight on that leg. Espada said.
Nice. That seems like something important. Yeah.
Might as well give my $20 now. He's hitting.
I need Kyle to hold off for another 9 days.
He's really okay. He's I thought this was a bet you wanted to lose. He's hitting. He's throwing, but we're not quite there to let him loose on the bases. That would be the next step.
Well, good for you, Ron. I mean, they literally play every day. So if there is a chance for him to get in on the 31st,
and then that's their day off. Yep. I mean, I just need Mr.
August 1 is the
Listen,
day.
I just said, like I said, I'm gonna go ahead and get that $20.
I'll take it whenever.
They're saying we got to get him to put pressure on it.
I mean, we ain't even cutting yet. We're not even changing directions. How you gonna play right field? How you gonna turn the corner at first base?
We're not put. He said
this is not good.
We got to get him to put some pressure, some weight on the leg. That's where we are. Hell, cutting. Good God Almighty!
I need Kyle to give us an update on what all's going on.
Tell you, I mean, I know HIPAA. I'd like to have those. I'd like to have those X-rays be made public. I'd like to take a look at those X-rays myself. All right, coming up. Listen, Clint clearly appears to be right about something that we saw at camp today. We've got to look into that. I need to be talked off the ledge potentially, and really, really great news in the world of sports. We'll discuss that next.
All right, breathing is.
P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com, another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
It's Texans Training Camp, live from the Twin Peaks studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I'm looking at it on TV right now, by the way. Did y'all see that home run Shohei Ohtani hit yesterday?
Oh, yeah.
Good God almighty.
He hit out of the stadium, didn't he?
I mean, I saw those people turn and run. Like, when you get up to the top of those stands at Dodger Stadium, it's something. He went over them bad boys. That was
tall Asian guy.
Oh, thanks, Siege. That was nuts right there. Before I had to give Clint what appears maybe his flowers, really, really, I think great news. There was a chance, and people were thinking that the NBA may lose inside the NBA to be a part of them because the new deals came up, and Amazon was pitching big money, and NBC was pitching big money. And it looked like TNT may get left out. And when TNT gets left out, that means Charles, Ernie, Kenny, and Shaq. I would think I think it's fair to say probably the best thing that the NBA has going for them.
Hell yeah, it is.
Especially to casual fans, is that show. And now what it looks like is Turner Sports intends to continue its long-time relationship with the NBA. They have been doing things since 1988 with the NBA. They have matched the Amazon package, so that's been accepted, and they will continue to have games, and we will continue to have inside the NBA. Now, I don't know if this means Charles Barkley's going to change his mind, because Barkley said he was going to retire after this year regardless, and TNT had one more year in their contract. But I hope he stays. I hope he stays, because clearly that show changes with him off it. But I'm glad the NBA they needed that. They needed to keep that.
They've just got such a good thing going. Like even if you change it, talking about Barkley retiring, even if after next year you change it and you
add Draymond, which seems to be the plan.
Yeah, I mean, even if you add the right guy, it's still just not. It's not ever going to be the same, right? I mean, and I am a huge fan of the chemistry between all four of those guys. Is just absolutely tremendous. They each bring their own vibe to the show, and boy, Barkley's funnier than hell, man.
Oh, and
he's funny.
Yeah, and they all
no filter, boy.
None. The number he did on Galveston was just absolutely.
Hell, the number he did on San Antonio.
San Antonio, he has done that repeatedly. He has done that with them churros.
He won a Turd Award for that, I believe.
Yeah, well, it was a great one. All right, Clint, you were saying this Friday that you thought it was done with Davis Mills. You were saying Friday after you said, man, I don't think he is going to continue to be a backup here. You thought Tim Boyle was going to pass him up. And I know Tyler, I believe, said he thought that Davis was still going to be on the team this year. And I wasn't ready to say that he was going either, that Tim Boyle was going to pass him up. But I got to say, Clint, man, if Davis Mills doesn't at least start to show like, hey, I'll do more than just check it down. I'll do more than just, show that I'm scared and skittish and just get the ball out real quick. Then, I mean, he's going to have a problem, because compared to Tim Boyle, hell, even Case pushes it down the field, at least attempts to. But compared to Tim Boyle especially, like it seems like almost night and day in terms of the decisions of where they take the ball and the attempts that they chance. I mean, if you're not going to take a chance at practice where nobody can hit you, it can be it is wild. I mean, it seems like the ball is out quick 5 yards or less every single time he drops back.
Yeah, look, I mean, there's a couple of things with Davis. Like I think, and I'm talking from a coach's perspective, like you want to, and Nick Casario's perspective as well. Like you see the big-bodied, mechanically sound, good feet, just firm base, above average processor. Boy, you hear and see all these things, and that's great makeup. But then when you've got experience and now you've gotten your feet wet in the league, good, bad, or indifferent, and no matter how difficult it was, you should grow with that. And you just don't see the growth with Davis Mills. I mean, he's still now he seems to be real rigid, which I think he's always been, but it just seems like when he's in there, everything is made very, very difficult. Nothing's ever easy, right? Like it's forcing the ball into coverage or missing the check down, or even when he does make a throw, it just seems to be difficult. And whether you're talking about C.J. Stroud or you're talking about Case Keenum or now you're talking about this Boyle kid, it's just like those guys, when they drop back, their eyes are downfield, the shot's not there. Okay, let me find the check down and check it down, and it's just effortless. The ball's put where it needs to be put. The pass catcher can catch the ball and then go make a play. And with Davis, it's low, it's high, he misses the check down. I mean, it's just one of those where it
almost looks like it ain't a check down. It almost looks like that's the first option.
It's just, I don't know if the game's still moving really fast for him. I don't know if he doesn't trust like his own ability. I don't know if he doesn't trust his reads in his mind.
You think it's a fear he doesn't to make mistakes?
Yeah, there's definitely a tightness. There's definitely a tightness that he plays with. I mean, it's not it is. And then when he lets it loose, it's like a careless let loose. Hell, like I threw 4 picks in the second half against the Giants. You know what I mean? It's just all gas, no brakes, and there's no, like, you got to be able to manage that. And so I just think that everybody, including, and then I'm including the decision makers, I think everybody's beyond the, boy, this guy's got a good tool. I mean, he's got a good set of skills. You know, this guy's really could develop into something. This guy, I mean, he's got the makeup of a really good backup. And then he goes out there today, and it's like, I mean, clearly the defense drops off, and he misses maybe it was Saturday, either today or Saturday. He just misses Dare Ogunbowale on a check down that would have went for 10 or 12 yards. And you're just like, and it's one of those throws where it's close enough where Dare Ogunbowale stretches out as much as he can and touches it with one hand, so it makes it even look worse. And you're just like, I mean, that was just a normal check down. And in the coach's world, it's like, I want to stay ahead of the chains. I don't care if that check down gets tackled the second that you throw it. Right? Read the play out, and if it's not there, check it down, right? But we completely miss it, so we get back in the huddle at 2nd and 10 instead of 2nd and 6. And those, to me, those are the little things that a coach looks at and just like, at this point, third or fourth?
I think we're getting to year 4, aren't we?
This is the 4th year, right? 3 years of experience in. He should be as good as anybody in that particular, like, decision making, processing what's going on, and then checking it down, whether it's a swing route or a check down right over the ball. Instead, it looks like Davis takes, and he's committed to that check down immediately. Like he's going to get it underneath right now.
It doesn't look like he looked at anything.
Yeah, it's an uncomfortable, everything's difficult look when Davis is in there, and it's hard to explain, man. But it's you know, it's what you expect from a rookie. It's what you expect from a first-year guy in a system. And unfortunately for Davis, I just think all of those excuses and all of those times are behind him now.
Text line rolling through. Ron, it's not Davis. It's not in Davis. He's not a good quarterback. He's just not good. I think Davis has shown enough to do the things that Tim Boyle's doing. I think he has shown enough to play with a Tim Boyle. He's shown enough where he could be a backup quarterback. I don't think when Clint was saying that last year, we were saying it, that we just pulled that out of our ass, that he can't be a backup quarterback. My thing is, I mean, whatever it is, he doesn't show it enough, and he doesn't seem to, like, he's in a bad place in terms of, one, he either seems to be afraid to even look the ball down the field, and he's trying not to make mistakes, and he throws, so he doesn't give you a lot of chances to get down the field. And with that, Clint, he seems to just make mistakes anyway, right? He's the quarterback who appears to be playing like he's trying not to make mistakes, but makes them anyway. Like he threw one to end the practice today. He should have thrown another one. Another pick that Kalen Bullock dropped. Like, it's like, my man, I'm trying not to make mistakes, but he's making them anyway. It'd be one thing if you were just checking down immediately all the time and not making mistakes. Well, he's throwing picks too.
Yeah, it's just, man, I think the best way to sum it up, Ron, is just that, because there's so many different, I think, layers to what because there's times he looks really good. But then there's times when, like you said, he's rushing everything and just checking the ball down early. And then there's times when he's holding it, trying to force the ball down the field. Like it just shouldn't be that difficult for a fourth-year pro that's played a lot of football. It shouldn't. It shouldn't be, not in the first week of camp. You know, not the way that it's been. It's an interesting dynamic. Like I fully expected him to develop, if you will, progress a lot quicker. I never thought he was going to go out there and light the league on fire. He was never going to be the real loose-armed guy that the NFL is infatuated with. He was never going to be the super athletic guy. He was never going to make a bunch of wow plays. But I thought he could stand in there and make some good decisions and execute the offense. It's hard to get in a rhythm when he's in there. You know what I mean? Like he just.
Oh hell, you're out just running wind sprints.
Yeah, it's
that's what receivers are doing cardio.
It's
unless you're 87.
It's interesting.
Yeah, it's for him, just for him, man. He's got to pick it up. He's got to, at least, because It is just a clear difference in aggressiveness with Tim Boyle. And if they didn't trust your ass last year while you were the backup the entire time, and they didn't trust to start you games, and man, you've got to at some point start to separate yourself.
Agreed.
Got to start to separate yourself. All right, coming up, a little 5 o'clock fire in the building. The Astros are making moves to the roster. They have added a familiar face, but new to the team this year. We'll give you the rest of the info on that. Yes, that is a sweater around the neck. And we'll get you ready for tonight's ball game as well. D'Amico Ryans at training camp today. He'll tell you what he thought of practice as well. And then the greatest athlete of our generation has been bestowed with another amazing honor. We'll discuss all of that coming up next.
With Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Twisted Tea is real iced tea that packs a punch with 5% alcohol. Tastes great at the beach, the mountains, or even in your backyard. Look for the bright yellow Twisted Tea cans.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the Big Dill.
The Big Dill.
Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, a.k.a. Moneybags. And I'm going to tell you what, Clint. I did not get a lot of text messages this weekend about winnings from Tyler Milner. So I know the Astros took 2 of 3, so I'm inclined to wonder if it was a difficult weekend for Tyler. But I didn't hear it. How did we fare this weekend, Tyler?
Friday and Saturday had some red numbers for you, boy.
Oh, boy.
But the green number yesterday on a Sunday, that was so big that came out on the weekend on top.
So the day the Astros lost, you came out on top.
Yeah.
Jordan. He had Jordan total bases.
Max bet.
Did you have...
And he hits for the cycle. Isn't that beautiful?
He said max bet. I don't even know what that is, but it sounds heavy.
Yeah, 300.
Oh, okay.
Well, you risked 300. I won 360 on it.
You go ahead, man. You do your deal. Go ahead, man. But hopefully you get back on it here.
I got back on it yesterday. That's what I told you.
Let's keep it up. So 2 days, baby.
Another heater has begun.
I'm probably going to get on something tonight with you.
Alrighty.
Bets I'm talking about. I'm not going to the Heights.
Well, what do you have going right now, Tyler? Are you?
Yeah, I got my bets placed for today.
I know you do. Good God.
I'm riding Jordan over 1.5 bases again.
You riding that again? Who is the A's? Yeah.
Yeah.
What else you got?
They'd be scary about that foul territory, man. Take away some at bats.
Real quick, I'm also on Altuve over 1.5 bases. I'm on Spencer Arrighetti to have more than 5.5 strikeouts. And I'm on the Astros to score more than 4.5 runs.
Let's go. He's on the Spencer Arrighetti, huh?
Money, money, money.
Money.
Good luck for you, man. Hopefully, man.
I want on the Astros over.
I knew Friday you did not get Hunter Brown's strikeouts.
No.
I was watching.
I want the Astros over. I want Bregman's total bases over and Jordan's over total bases.
Gotcha. 100 each?
Those 3. Yes.
Gotcha, bro. Ron, you want anything? Want to get on this big orange wagon?
Hell no. Hell no.
Come on, man.
100 apiece? Good God.
It's a freaking A's, man. Boy, that'd be difficult right there, boy.
Wow, that's 300 right there, but at least that's over 3 bets, not 1.
I mean, they were just quiet overall for 3 games. It ain't gonna last for a 4th against the A's, man.
Yeah. Wow. Hey, man. Good for you, man. Good for you. All right, man. Well, it looks like you guys got a little
Astros might score double digits tonight.
I won't be able to get you the full 100 on that Jordan basis, but the other ones are good, and I'm going to lock you in for what I have remaining on Jordan.
All right.
Hey, yeah, I love when he comes back. Hey, look, just real quick. Not going to quite be able to get it all on that Jordan. Good Lord, I love it, man. That's my favorite thing to hear. How much money this man is throwing out there. How many bets he's throwing out every day. Remember, 5 o'clock fire is brought to you by Kirk Holmes. A little housekeeping with the Astros, man. They make a move. They select infielder Litmus Diaz. They bring him back. He's going to wear number 12, by the way, to the Major League roster. If you remember, he was here with this Astros team doing this run as well. Greg Kessinger is optioned back to Sugar Land. And they had to get rid of somebody, so they decided to end it with David Hensley. They have DFA'd him. We'll see what happens with him. If he gets picked up, maybe he comes back in the Astros organization, but he is gone as of now. So, Litmus Diaz, real quick around the horn. How you all feel about the move bringing Litmus Diaz back? How you feeling about that? Somebody who's not played a ton this year, played with the A's since he left the Astros, but only played 12 games with the A's before ending it there. How you feel about bringing Diaz back?
I like it. I was a Litmus Diaz fan. His tenure here, his time here in Dallas, and let's be honest, Gray Kessinger and David Hensley. Other than the glove placement on the glute there that David Hensley had, these guys aren't. If my choice is a Litmus Diaz or either of those, I'd ride with the Litmus Diaz.
Yeah. Very, very good with it. I don't know what exactly it'll mean for him and the team or how much PT we'll see a Litmus Diaz getting here anytime soon. But, yeah, very, very good with this move.
I mean, let's be honest. Gray Kessinger's the only one that's been on the bench over there and doesn't get consistent playing time.
Yeah,
Everybody else plays.
Yeah, if you're going to have Kessinger sitting over there, I'd rather take a whirl of what Diaz is going to do. I'd feel more confidence in what Diaz is going to do. So he is with the Astros, and he'll be there as they head to Oakland and take on the A's. Spencer Arrighetti gets the ball tonight, and they are tied atop the AL West, 2.5 back in the wild card. So they need to continue to win to keep this thing afloat. And fellas, I think the next 2 days are going to be really important. This early part of the second half. One, for 2 ways. One, how long are they going to have to roll with Spencer Arrighetti and Jake Bloss filling in 4 and 5? Yeah. And then what are they able to do during those starts, right? Because this is it right here. We feel really good. You should feel really good about the Hunter Brown, who will pitch the last game of this series, but the Hunter Brown, the Framber Valdez, and the Ronel Blanco threesome. Those next two, that is, how do you fare with Spencer Arrighetti, a rookie who is starting to get up into innings, and then Jake Bloss, somebody who has skipped AAA and jumped right up here and has not pitched a ton. That early on is going to be a big question and a big thing that the Astros got to deal with from their pitching staff.
Yeah, I mean, you got to survive, man. I mean,
hopefully Verlander comes back soon.
Well, I'd like for one of Luis Garcia, Justin Verlander. What's the latest on Luis Garcia?
He's gonna make a rehab start.
Okay.
Soon. There was no timetable. The last thing Joe had to say about Verlander.
That's refreshing. Look, I mean, obviously, big picture, long term. I mean, Verlander is the story there. But right now, at this point in time, to your point, the guys
survive it. Yeah.
I mean, you got to survive it, and Luis Garcia would go a long way. Luis Garcia would help matters there. So
if he can get
any good news on that starting pitcher front would be nice.
Yeah, if he can get up to starter to stretched out innings, if he could do that, because right now here I don't think Luis has thrown more than 25 pitches in any of his.
So late July is probably gonna come and go before he gets here.
Seems like it's been a while, so that's gonna be the one. How many times are they gonna have to go with Arrighetti Bloss in the 4 and 5 spot? Is it two times in the rotation? Is it 5 times? So that's a big one. By the way, Seattle, they are hosting the Angels. So both Seattle and Houston are hosting the two teams in the back half of the West over the next 3 games. So it'll be interesting to see where this goes as they start these series tied atop the West. Spencer Arrighetti, see if he can get back on track. Rested up now after the break. They'll need a big start from him.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, training camp. Second week started today. D'Amico Ryan spoke to the media today, as he always does, and he spoke about practice today. This is how he felt practice fared today for his team.
I think when you look at it, right, as you're watching it live, you see, right, the defense made a few plays, but we always go back and watch the tape and see, right, I always say you never know really what happened until you watch the tape and get a true understanding. But defense made some plays, offense made plays. There's been a lot of back and forth, and that's the makings of a good team. You want it to be back and forth. You don't want practice to be lopsided every single day, and it's been that way for us. Offense has had some days, defense have had some days, so I'm encouraged by both sides having their good.
All right, Real quick, did you like the level of it of how they were carrying themselves? Did they feel flat at all to you today?
No, I don't think they felt flat. I think it was a typical defensive day.
Yeah.
I think it was a day where the defense was ahead of the offense, and the offense was frustrated for the majority of the teamwork that I saw. And when that happens, it seems to be you got a lot, especially from our view, because we're behind the offensive group. There's a lot of moping around, right? There's a lot of again, frustration because the defense is, look, you're in a 2nd and 12 situation. You're set up to fail from jump. It's it's a tough situation for an offense to start out that way. So situational football, I think, was set up today to be difficult on the offense, and the defense took advantage of it. But let's be honest, man, the pass rush on this defense is going to be a problem in obvious passing situations. And the Texans are a team that's going to throw the football a lot, I think, at this point in time. And so you're going to lose some battles. You're going to get frustrated. It's not going to be your day every Sunday. It's not going to be your day every day at camp. You're going to lose some of those, and I think today was just a day where the defense got the better of them, both up front and on the back end.
Particularly, yeah, I was going to say, but that D-line was – and they're not – it looked like they just had on shoulder pads today. No, not full, but, boy, that was as you said, that was impressive. There are moments where C.J. Stroud, like sometimes you'll watch it, that he's able to throw, like even though they'll look at it and they'll blow it or something. They'll be like, this would have been a sack.
Yeah.
He would have gotten you. He's able to step aside and still make a throw. This one, boy, they had him hemmed up multiple times where he couldn't even go and make a throw.
Yeah.
He couldn't even do that. So that was something to watch. I think, as you said it earlier, do remember Blake Fisher and Kenyon Green are on the left side, not playing a lot together. And it did seem like a lot came off the edge, but that D-line, rushing the passer, edges, that's going to be a dangerous problem for anybody.
Well, in obvious passing situations, when they can line up Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson and Danico Autry and then Mario Edwards or whoever ends up being that next best pass rusher on the inside, they're going to be a problem, because then if you can get pressure with just those four, which you probably can a good chunk of the times, especially if it's 2nd and 3rd and long situations, but then the pressure packages that D'Amico Ryans just has a knack for, both with creating, designing, and the timing of the call. They're going to be hell on wheels, man. And now we got Jalen Petrie playing that nickel defender where he's involved in the pressure packages. He's killer. I mean, it's just the Texans are going to be really, really, when they get teams behind the 8 ball, when they get teams that don't have success on first down, they get them behind the chains, they're going to be a problem. I don't know about stopping the run. I don't know about but when it comes to pinning your ears back and going and getting, they're going to be a problem.
Yeah. Little injury notes up front. Joe Mixon has been out of practice the last few days. D'Amico Ryans said that Joe Mixon will be fine, and he's not worried about Joe, end quote. Also not practicing Laramie Tunsil, but he was on the side field getting work in like he has been all the practices thus far that we've been able to see. Christian Harris also been out with a soft tissue leg injury. And Dalton Schultz. Dalton Schultz didn't go. Did not seem that any of these were major concerns at this point right now. Like I said, we got to put our eyes on Laramie Tunsil. He's getting work. The others didn't seem to be any kind of major thing, although Christian Harris still has not practiced since training camp has started. So hopefully that isn't.
Look, I think if you look at the injuries, or let's not call them injuries, let's just say guys that are slow to start here that are getting a lot of rest early in training camp, I think I got zero concern about any of those players and the whatever injury or whatever's holding them out. The problem with it is I think we are getting a good look in camp of the lack of depth. If you look at left tackle Blake Fisher, he's going to struggle if he has to play. He's a rookie that would have to play immediately. Right now, he's getting valuable reps, but he's not ready to play. You look at on the defensive side of the football, Christian Harris hadn't practiced yet. Look, I love Azeez Al-Shaair, but I don't, and we hadn't seen a whole hell of a lot from the defense because we're not in pads or anything like that. But Toa is gonna I think he's gonna struggle. We don't even know who the second number 2 corner is on this defense. So you start looking around. You look at the Joe Mixon not practicing. All of a sudden, it becomes a Dameon Pierce day, and he's getting the bulk. We don't know what. Like I'm as confused about Dameon Pierce as I am any player that I maybe have ever covered. Right?
They brought in Cam Akers.
Right. They brought in Cam Akers. So I think these guys being out, it's more about, the guys are getting valuable reps, but it's really showing all of us, like, man, there's a like if Dalton Schultz goes out, I mean, I like Brevin Jordan and all, but he ain't gonna fill those shoes. I mean, he's not gonna be. Well, I mean, Cade and Teagan are non-factors at this point in time, but they're not like, it's just those guys go out. I mean, shoot, man, you're playing depth, and I'm not real sure about the quality of the depth at those positions.
No, it's fair. But as we said, though, I don't know that they're going to be Astros like, but it does feel like they don't seem to be concerned about these guys. It seems to be slow start stuff. So.
Yeah.
But it is. You look at it. That's your starting left tackle. That's your starting running back. That's your starting inside off ball linebacker. And that's your starting tight end. All not out there playing right now in week 2 of training camp. All right. Coming up, listen, this has been one of the most talked about moves of the offseason here in the National Football League. And to me, it feels day by day that we watch this, feels like the Texans got this right. Even if the worst happens, it feels like the Texans got this right. We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we do that, guys out there, I've been telling you about the pride I have joining the Steel South Loop Hyundai team, and it's great. Hell, I done bought me a Honda. I'm telling you, one of my favorite things about the new Honda I got, Clint, is they got them hidden H's all around, and my wife is going around trying to find those hidden H's, and with my last name being Hughley, it's like it's right at home. It's right at home.
I see Mama catting around town in that new rig now.
She's loving that thing. She's loving that thing. And listen, we got a great deal on it.
problems.
New episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's Texans training camp. Live from the Twin Peaks studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, I got to get to where I believe no matter what happens, the Texans were right on a decision they made. I want to get to that in a second, but I did want to pass this across. With the Olympics coming up very, very soon, did not want to not let our audience know this fantastic news. This is from Team USA, overall team. We are thrilled to announce that LeBron James, as one of the 2 flag bearers who will lead Team USA.
Hold on, so.
Stop here. Team USA in the opening ceremony. And officially, don't start trying to play stuff, Clint. And officially open the Paris 2024 games.
Hold on, show.
Tomorrow they will announce the female that will be the flag bearer of this. Maybe Simone Biles. That would be a nice connection. Maybe LeBron, Simone, Katie Ledecky. That'd be a nice one. We'll see who it is. LeBron James was nominated for this honor by his teammate Stephen Curry, who filmed a video supporting the nomination. Wow. About that.
Who carried it last year?
Nobody carried it last year, but the last.
Or you know what I meant. Last Olympics. Who carried it?
I'm not sure. It wasn't LeBron.
You think people remember because it's LeBron this year?
I don't know if people will. I will. I'm fired up about it. Opening ceremonies.
Are you really?
Good. Yeah.
You're a big opening.
I'm a big opening ceremonies guy anyway. Yeah, me and Courtney, we kind of like it. We'll watch the countries. Kind of walk.
When is that? Friday?
Is that it? I think you're right. I think you may be right. It is. Yeah, it's coming up. Yeah. By the way, words from the greatest athlete of our generation. Being selected by your teammates to carry the flag is a tremendous honor.
That's an opinion.
Why is Venus talking?
Well, I think you may mean Serena. So
that's
if
what
you're going to say
Serena.
the wrong one, you can.
Why is Serena?
I don't. Serena could be talking, but of our generation, LeBron James clearly as a testament to LeBron's passion for Team USA and his dedication to this sport. Wow, great for him. Great decision.
Are you going
to Paris?
Yeah, are you going to go watch opening ceremony?
It's a dream of mine though. That's a bucket list.
To go to Paris or opening
I know
ceremonies?
You don't have a bucket list.
I don't. I need to get one.
I want to go to. Well, I didn't. It's not funny, Tyler. He said he doesn't. He said
I do. I need to get one.
It's going to the Olympics is a big bucket list. I mean, the next one is in LA, so I'll try to find my way to that, to some event to that. But I also want to go out of the country. This would have been a nice one. Tyler, you went to Paris, didn't you? Enjoy yourself?
Yeah, man, and I got me a really cool Paris Olympics shirt while I was there last year. But
did you find
shrunk it?
Did you find my hat in that Hustler strip club?
I remember you had that hat in that.
Nope,
Hustler
didn't see it. Guess I got to go back.
Did you ask at the front desk before you left? Lost and found?
I didn't. I didn't check.
I mean, how crazy would it be if he said, "Hey, you mind if I check y'all's lost and found real quick?" And my hat was in there from 15 years ago.
That would, he should get. I mean, that would be
20
the
years
most.
ago.
That would be the most amazing. That would be one of the most amazing.
You should have asked, Tyler. You told me you were going to.
Yeah, I forgot to ask.
But that was one of those when you said you told him. That was like nobody expected that you were going to actually do that, except for Clint.
I kept my eyes open for it though.
No, you didn't. You're lying.
Did you at least drive by the Hustler Club and see that it was still alive?
No, drive by. I partook.
Tyler.
Talent wasn't bad.
You hear this lie?
Menage a trois.
You hear him? No, he's just.
I know he's lying. He's in there thumbing on his phone.
Yeah, he's
trying
to
talk.
This wouldn't have been the first time we heard about the Hustler in Paris. If this was the truth.
I don't kiss and tell, man.
Yeah, you do. I listen.
Hopefully, you ain't kissing and shake.
I mean, sometimes you just got to take it. Anyway,
I mean, I'm sure you have, Ron. I'm talking about Tyler.
Listen, I haven't.
I'm talking about Tyler last year.
I haven't. I mean, but I'm just saying, like, sometimes you
haven't, but
I haven't, but
you're
I'm
not
just
opposed to it.
I could see a scenario where my back's against the wall and I got to make a decision.
What are you supposed to do?
And am I going to get a win or not? And like,
oh man,
at a certain age, I could see it.
I mean, there's probably been some suspect things I'm guilty of in a shake, but kissing ain't one of them. I'm gonna go ahead and tell you.
Listen. No, no man knows what they would do unless they were put in that situation.
Exactly. Until you're in that situation, you don't know.
Situation. Like, how many drinks have I had? How hungry am I?
Might give a few smooches.
I feel like I've been in that situation a time or two, and unless you're talking about like straight leaning in.
Hey, listen, I do want to say this. This is a takeaway I've had since training camp has started. Today, rolled through it even more. Clint, I think the Texans have made the right decision with Stefon Diggs. I think we can go ahead and get with that, because even if the worst happens, and I'm not saying that we won't see a situation that I think is probably the concern is, all right, do we start to see, some of the drama, some of the antics that we saw him have in Buffalo and in Minnesota? That could happen. But I still think them making this decision is worth it because of what he brings. This is more than just even what he brings on the field, Clint. He is clearly a leader, and not just a leader, but a leader in terms of, hey, man, I will give all the information. I'll let you know all the information. I'm trying to help everybody. He is constantly talking to all the receivers, talking to the corners, talking to Lassiter, talking to, everybody, and he is ate up with the game. And Jim Rat's game, right? He is every bit of that. He's probably somebody that's be forced to go home from the jug machine. He probably has one at the house. All of that will trickle down to everybody else, and you're seeing the influence already. So even if he does have one of the blow-ups that he has had, that I think many people are wondering about, and how that would how the team would respond to that, CJ especially, I think it's worth it with everything he brings.
Oh, I think it's more than worth it, Ron. I
didn't believe that walking into the door.
We didn't know. We'd never seen it.
Yeah.
But I think it's well worth it. When I watch him operate on the practice field, like today as I was watching it once again, you mentioned the jugs machine. The dude stayed after practice every day I've been out there, which is all 4 practices. He stayed after practices in some capacity, whether it's cardio, jugs machine, C.J. Stroud, working with Tank Dell, working with John Mechie. He's been out there every day, 20 minutes past, 30 minutes past, and it's hotter than hell. That's the hottest 30 minutes of the day, and he's staying out there. But so often in sports, coaches, executives, personnel guys, they throw around this whole, this guy's an older veteran and this guy's going to be great for our young guys to kind of show them the way. And, okay, whatever. Everybody says that kind of stuff. And look, I get it. It's understandable. If you get a bunch of veterans in a room and with some young guys, and obviously they're going to learn from them, right? But I think that thought of a player or that narrative around a player is probably oversold way too often in the NFL. And when I look at Stefon Diggs, it's the only guy that I can remember covering where it's blatantly obvious he's that guy. He's one of the hardest workers on the field. He communicates really, really well. He is, as you said, in love with the game and loves the work, loves the lonely work, loves the detailed work.
He seems to almost annoy people.
Yes.
With how much he wants to. Yeah. He constantly wants to talk.
He wants to help Tank Dell and John Mechie. You can see that as you're out there. He wants to have great chemistry with C.J. Stroud. You can see that while you're out there. He takes care of his body. You can see that while you're out there. And then if you watch today, I don't remember if it's Saturday or today, they all run together. But he's taking a knee during a break, a little 4 or 5 minute break they have. And he took a knee, and I think he was talking to one of the other receivers, 19 maybe. And before that break was over, there was 10 to 15 players surrounding him, and they were all breaking bread. The team overall, definitely the young guys, but the team overall, they all gravitate to Stefon Diggs. There's no doubt about it. So, yeah, look, it's mentor, leader. I mean, he embodies everything that we hear head coaches and execs and general managers talking about. He is that guy.
Yeah, it was absolutely worth the risk. Even if it's potential, it's the right decision. It was completely worth the risk. All right, coming up as we finish things out, Clint had an eye on the secondary, and I ain't gonna lie, I did too. And I know Clint saw a lot from the cornerback position, the safety position, and I saw somebody where I think we can kind of go ahead and shut up one of these things that's being talked about this team in terms of an addition. We'll discuss that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
It's Texans Training Camp, live from the Twin Peaks studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I like that little number there. Yeah, let that go a little bit. Yeah. Swing that long neck of yours. It ain't Davis Mills long, but swing that neck of yours.
That long what?
That neck.
Oh, neck. I just went to the restroom. I didn't know if you were in there looking at watching or something.
No, I wasn't. I was not in there looking at you. I was not. No, not a chance.
I heard somebody over in that stall. I wasn't real sure who it was.
Did you? No, it wasn't me. The Astros lineup is out as they face Hulk Hogan tonight. Hogan Harris.
Yeah, brother.
Is that really that man's name? I need to look that up.
No, he said it. He said it the other day when he was speaking.
He did say it. So that's not his name.
He said that's not really my name, and he said his real name, and he went to talking like a normal person, and then within a matter of seconds, he was right back into the whole Hulk selling entertaining.
Are you sure? It says his name is Hogan.
No,
Hogan Anthony Harris.
No, he said it. I don't remember what it was, but that was not that. You talking about Hulk Hogan?
No. Hulk Hogan's name is Terry Bollea. I'm talking about the pitcher tonight.
Oh, Hogan. Yeah, his name's Hogan.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about Hulk Hogan.
No, Terry Bollea.
I mean, did you think I thought did you think I thought this picture for the A's?
I thought that's what you was talking about. That's what I thought he was talking about. That's why I went to go look up.
Did y'all see Hulk walking in the airport the other day? Somebody posted a video.
Yeah, he looks like a wrestler.
Boy, he ain't got me. He might as well go and pull up. Get you a chair, man. Get you a wheelchair,
I'm
bud.
glad, man. Stone Cold ain't looking like that.
Golly, man.
Bad knees, man. They'll get you every time.
I think Taker ain't looking like
hips.
that. Yeah.
I mean, all three of his knees are bad in terms of what come to light recently.
Yeah, he's
not funny.
Yeah, he's fighting. No, I enjoy it.
You want to talk about it?
He's fighting. Yeah, I mean, I probably should.
I mean, the hips too.
Yeah, the hips.
I mean, there ain't no doubt. The way he's hunched over there, that's bad hips and back too, man.
Yeah, that's like thing. a lot of wrestlers get that walk. It looks like it's going to be worse. It's going to get worse here, obviously, as the years roll on. Yeah. But anyway, the lineup against Hulk Hogan tonight. Altuve leading off, Bregman, Alvarez fresh off the cycle, Diaz in that 4 spot, Pena behind him, and Jake Myers in center, your everyday center fielder, Dubon, Diaz, Litmus Diaz getting in there immediately.
Is he back in the lineup already?
He's playing first base, baby.
Oh, wow. That's interesting.
McCormick hit 9th.
Another news item here for you boys, just reported from Chandler Rome. Victor Caratini, he has been activated off the injured list. Cesar Salazar has been optioned back to AAA Sugar Land.
Yeah, well, good for him, man. Let him have a night in San Francisco. Let him go to Napa and have him a nice night. So let his lady come up there and let them have the rest of the week for his contributions. So that is the lineup there as Diaz immediately rolls in there, baby. Joe said, come on, get on in here and play. Get on there and play. Oh, yeah, so Dubon and Diaz in the lineup together today. All right, DeMeco Ryans spoke about his young rookie, Kamari Lassiter, the second-round pick, and somebody that's one of the big stories and one of the big players that we are watching because he is in a battle for that second corner position, and right now it seems like he has the upper hand on it. This is DeMeco on what he is seeing from his young corner.
Kamari is showing up every day. He's quiet, but he's locked in, focused, intense, and you don't notice him much because he's always doing his job. He's always where he should be. He's always in position. He's always doing what we ask him to do. And as a rookie, that says a lot for a young guy to come in and not be noticed a lot for doing something negative. But everything has been positive with Kamari. He's exactly the guy we saw from the Georgia film, like dialed in. A lot of people call him a dog. He's a dog. He's locked in, and it'll show up even more, I think, once we get the pads on. Just remember the Georgia tape, how physical he was when it came to tackling. So encouraged with where he is, starting out such a young career, where he is right now in training camp, what he did in OTAs. I think he'll continue to ascend and get better.
All right. I know you saw a lot of the secondary. There's a lot going on. But he's got to be first and foremost what you're looking at, because it seems like a lot of the other spots are kind of – we understand. We know that Jalen Petree's going to play. We know that Jimmy Ward's going to play. We know about Derek Stingley. But that other corner spot is kind of up for grabs right now.
Yeah, look, it's the camp competition that I think is number one. And I'll be honest with you, from a real competition standpoint, I don't think there's another one that's even remotely close, not for a starting position. And Kamari Lassiter right now has been handed the number one job opposite, let's say, cornerback 2, opposite Derek Stingley Jr., and a second-round draft pick that had questions about speed that I don't know how there's not questions. I'll be honest with you, I've watched. I don't know how there's not questions about how rigid he moves. And, it's good to hear that, he's always in the right place. He's not standing out for negative reasons. There is something to that, in terms of being able to show up as a rookie and be where you're supposed to be when you're supposed to be there, have that reputation of being a dog. But playing corner in this league, you're going to need to do more than just be where you're supposed to be when you're supposed to be there. Now, D'Amico Ryans can do a hell of a job covering up for I would refer to Kamari Lassiter. I think he's got a chance to be a slot corner. If he's going to play outside, it's not going to be a man corner.
That's not where they putting him.
No, yeah, no. I mean, did I say slot corner?
Yeah,
I meant zone corner. Like he is going to be a zone corner.
Richard Sherman.
Yes, I mean that's an awfully good one. But it just like a guy that doesn't have the ability to cover man to man. You're going to play in a defense that's going to play a lot of zone. If the middle of the field's closed, you're going to play 8 yards off and you're pedaling at the snap. If it's cover 2, you can get up, be physical, no fear of getting beat deep, because that's someone else's responsibility. So you can play call, you can scheme and play call to cover up for or to use a zone corner. But if typically when you draft a guy in the second round and you plug him in, you're not looking for a zone corner that you have to, when you want to play man coverages, you've got to sub somebody else in. Typically that man corner that's that good in man to where you sub him in and you trust him in man situations can also play corner as well. So this number 2 corner opposite Derek Stingley, I think it's the competition of camp, the one to watch, because you've got C.J. Henderson, former top 10 overall pick, you got Jeff Okudah, former top 10 overall pick, and you got Kamari Lassiter, who they've given the job to, who's a second-round pick this year, a rookie. That's going to be a hell of a competition to see who lands opposite Derek Stingley. And I put it out there. I don't want to beat the dead horse, but I just – there's nothing I've seen that tells me Kamari Lassiter is a starting outside corner day one in this league.
I mean, it definitely not this far. I think he seems like he may use his hands. That's something we're seeing a lot, and which is, not something crazy when you see somebody who may struggle with a little speed, a little something. Like, to me, I think the one play that stuck out to me today is I think he probably would have got called for a flag against Stefon Diggs on a go route that got away from him, made one quick move on him, and then he put his hands on him immediately past 5 yards. So and then once you get that reputation, that that kind of follows you, and people will be looking at that. So hopefully he can keep kind of rolling through and getting better. I know that's what Stefon Diggs said earlier about him, like he's just getting better and better. Hopefully by the season we see some strides with that. But
well, I mean,
it's something we're going to be watching though. Always, if he's going to be on the outside, because there could be a potential problem.
Well, if you thought that this defense is going to be good enough to stop the run and rush the passer without putting an extra safety in the box, and without closing the middle of the field, then you got a chance to be able to overcome some of these things. But like to me, if you've got two guys that D'Amico Ryans is already on record of saying they're elite movers, right? Now, look, if you can't play, you can't play. I think Jeff Okudah and C.J. Henderson can play. I think it's just, do the stars align for him here in Houston, and can they play to the degree of being a starting corner? Can they ever live up to being a top 10 pick in this league? That's the question with those guys. But it's hard for me to think that this defense is going to be good enough for the play caller to cover up a young corner by doing zone corner things when you got C.J. Henderson and Jeff Okudah on the sideline. Like that would be a difficult sell for me. In theory, it sounds good. Like, in theory, it sounds good to go, oh, this guy, we're going to play, zone, some kind of zone coverage, at least to that half of the field, 90% of the time when he's on the field. Yeah. I mean, that sounds good, but
really good quarterbacks and good offense.
And you got some you got some really good ones on this schedule. So it's not as easy. To me, it's not. I mean, playing a corner that you can't just jump into man pressures and then bail into show the pressure and then bail into a zone like that. You can't do both of those things. That's a little bit iffy.
Coming up behind us, Texans All Access. They're going to let you know everything you need to know about what we talked about earlier. Look dominant today. That D-line for the Texans. They'll be discussing that. And after them, Area 45, Bijani and Creighton. So stay for them because a little West Coast baseball, they'll get you ready for this A's Astros game coming up and have you rolling all the way until 11 o'clock. So Texans All Access and then Area 45 after that. I will say this, though, Clint. All this talk we've been hearing about bringing Justin Simmons. Texans may need to bring in a safety.
Yeah.
I'll tell you right now, I unless there is some huge injury to a big piece like a Jimmy Ward or even what's Eric's Eric not Eric God man, my man who had the contract, Eric Murray.
Oh yeah.
Eric Murray, y'all looked at me crazy when I said the name Eric. Both
no, I was looking at you crazy because I thought if you were thinking Eric Murray, you were right and you were backtracking.
Eric Murray